It hurts. Yi Qing struggled to open his eyes, feeling as if his entire body had been shattered, every part aching. Xiao Yi, you're awake? Suddenly, an elderly man, his hair a mix of white and gray, approached the bedside, his expression a blend of joy and concern as he gazed at the awakened Yi Qing. Xiao Yi, how do you feel? Are you all right? Yi Qing propped himself up on the edge of the bed, gingerly touching his throbbing head, and weakly inquired, Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? His words were the quintessential questions of existence. The old man's face was etched with worry and care. This is your home. Xiao Yi, what's wrong? Do you not remember what happened earlier? My home? Yi Qing rubbed his head and glanced around, only to discover that he was in an unfamiliar room. The room was exceedingly simple, with shabby furniture scattered about, and the walls, made of dried grass and yellow mud, exhibited spiderweb-like cracks. A chilling breeze seeped through these fissures, creating an unsettling cold that even the thick blanket could not mitigate. This doesn't seem like my home. Where on earth am I? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, and upon seeing the old man, his eyes widened in shock. He noticed that the old man was clad in a long robe and wore a hair crown, entirely reminiscent of ancient attire. This is not my original world. Have I somehow traversed dimensions? Yi Qing was utterly bewildered, shaking his head vigorously. All he did was stay up late to watch a World Cup match. Could it possibly lead to this? Having no recollection of prior events, Yi Qing, despite his confusion, refrained from speaking hastily. And after some contemplation, he said, My head hurts a bit, and I can't remember anything. The old man sighed, a glimmer of pity in his eyes. You must have sustained a head injury. Do not worry, a few days of rest will suffice. Alas, Xiao Yi, I have watched you grow, much like my own grandson. Allow me to impart some advice. You cannot oppose greater forces. Your parents left you 2 acres of fertile land, but you cannot hope to retain it. Chunzheng is not someone you can offend. What harm is there in selling it to him? Why must you be so obstinate? As the old man spoke, fragments of memories began to emerge in Yi Qing's mind. He recalled a perilous world, fraught with strange and dangerous creatures, where only cities and villages inhabited by humans offered relative safety. His parents had tragically perished 2 months prior, ambushed by these very creatures while tending to their fields. Now, with his parents gone, Yi Qing was left alone. Indeed, the original name of this body was also Yi Qing, who had inherited 2 acres of land. In this treacherous world, where monsters lurked at every turn, cultivating land was crucial, and those 2 acres constituted a significant legacy. As the saying goes, a common man bears the burden of possessing treasure. Soon after his parents' demise, a martial artist from a village, the very Chunzheng the old man referred to, had set his sights on their land, seeking to purchase it at a meager price, which Yi Qing adamantly refused, having failed to coerce. Chunzheng resorted to various forms of intimidation and provocation. Yi Qing, youthful and impetuous, was further weighed down by the recent loss of his parents, which rendered him emotionally vulnerable. Consequently, when Chunzheng taunted him yesterday, he, in a moment of anger and humiliation, retaliated. As an ordinary individual, he stood no chance against a martial artist and was consequently beaten severely, remaining unconscious until today. Is this the irony of overreaching and facing repercussions? Yi Qing mused, rubbing his temples with a wry smile. It seemed that his original body had succumbed to grievous injuries, allowing his soul to traverse into this new vessel. What a pitiful demise. Observing Yi Qing's silence and bowed head, the elderly man continued, Young Yi, we cannot afford to offend Chunzheng. Please do not be so obstinate. Moreover, the price he offered is not insignificant. Why not consider selling? Yi Qing, burdened with heavy thoughts, had no time for such deliberations and replied dismissively, Grandfather Cheng, I will think it over. I just awoke, and my head still feels dizzy. The old man, Cheng Hui, a solitary neighbor who had shown considerable kindness to Yi Qing's family during his parents' lifetime, regarded him with concern. I am being foolish, he remarked. You have just awakened. Rest is essential. I have left some food in the kitchen. Heat it up if you grow hungry. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Grandfather Cheng. Yi Qing nodded in gratitude. With a wave of his hand, Cheng Hui, leaning on his cane, trembled as he exited the room. The setting sun cast a warm glow, illuminating the frail figure of the old man, hunched and forlorn. Once Cheng Hui departed, Yi Qing felt a dull pain in his head and, in a haze, succumbed to slumber once more. It was unclear how long he slept, but he was awakened by the pangs of hunger. Is it midnight? Upon awakening, Yi Qing was enveloped in darkness, with only a faint moonlight seeping through the narrow gaps of the door and window, failing to dispel the oppressive gloom within the room, which felt as though a ferocious beast lay in wait, cold and sinister, instilling a sense of dread. Where's the fire starter? Yi Qing sat up and, relying on memory, found a fire starter by his bedside. He blew vigorously, and the orange flame flickered to life in the darkness, only to be extinguished abruptly by a chilling gust that swept through the air. Cough, cough, the frigid air brushed against him, leaving him feeling icy, prompting involuntary coughs. Ha ha, he blew again, the flame igniting briefly before snuffing out, the coldness swirling ominously around him, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere of the room. A shiver coursed through him as he surveyed his surroundings, a nagging suspicion that someone was watching him creeping into his thoughts. Swallowing hard, he steadied himself, shielding the flame with his left hand. Drawing a deep breath, he exhaled forcefully, and with a resounding whoosh, the fire starter burst forth with a vibrant orange flame, dispersing the gloom. Ah, finally some light. Yi Qing exhaled in relief, the warm glow slightly alleviating the fears that had gripped his heart. However, the moment he lifted his gaze, a ghastly, pallid visage of a woman materialized mere inches from him, her hollow, vacant eyes fixated on him. Ah, Yi Qing screamed, hastily retreating only to collide with the edge of the bed, the force causing his entire body to ache. Yet Yi Qing paid no heed to the pain, for at that moment he discerned the truth. The woman possessed only an upper body, her lower half dissolving into the void, suspended in midair. Her expression was vacant, her eyes hollow and devoid of life, emanating an aura of chilling desolation. Ghost! Ghost! Yi Qing felt a shiver race down his spine, a gasp escaping his lips, as though his cry had roused the specter. The phantom glided towards him with an eerie grace. Before she could draw near, the frigid essence enveloped him, rendering his blood as if it were on the brink of freezing, his body trembling uncontrollably. Begone! Yi Qing grasped a firebrand in one hand and seized the pillow and blanket from the bed with the other, hurling them at the specter with all his might. Yet the apparition was as insubstantial as ere the objects passed through her form without hindrance. Failing to impede her advance, she floated directly in front of Yi Qing, extending her hands to clutch his throat. A dark bruise blossomed upon his neck, the unending chill wrapping around him, as if seeking to extinguish the very essence of his life. Gurgle! Yi Qing struggled fiercely, yet his efforts were futile. A growing coldness enveloped him, sapping his strength, as the encroaching darkness loomed ever closer, slowly consuming him. Am I to perish once more? In the throes of life and death, a flicker of thought crossed Yi Qing's mind. Yet I feel there remains a glimmer of hope. I recall something hidden within the crevice of the wall. Perhaps it could be my salvation. Under the pressure of impending doom, an instinctual drive surged within Yi Qing, perhaps a vestige of the original Buddhist survival instinct. With all his might, he flung the firebrand towards the ghost. The specter, evidently averse to flames, shrieked in terror and released her grip on his throat, retreating momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing gasped for air and summoned every ounce of strength to strike the wall beside the bed. With a resounding crash, the plaster crumbled away, and a faint crack echoed from his wrist, a clear indication of a bone fracturing, a sharp pain piercing through him. But he paid no mind to the agony, gritting his teeth, seizing a garment to wrap around his fist, and continued to pound against the wall. At that very moment, the ghost, having evaded the firebrand, surged towards him once more. Faster, faster! Yi Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, veins protruding on his arms, striking the wall with relentless fervor. With a sharp crack, a large section of the wall caved in, revealing a square recess the size of a head, within which lay a black, ancient wooden box. This is it. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with hope as he discarded the garment and lunged for the box within the recess. At that instant, the specter reached him again, her hands outstretched towards his throat. Yi Qing abruptly fell backward, evading her grasp, while deftly extracting the wooden box from the wall. He opened it and hurled its contents towards the specter. Each movement was executed seamlessly, as swift as lightning. Boom! A brilliant light erupted in the air, blinding and dazzling, infused with a searing force akin to the blazing sun, illuminating the darkened room as if it were day. As the spectral figure in the sky encountered the radiant light, it let out a mournful wail, and a flicker of dread and fear finally manifested on its once blank, hollow visage. Yet in the next instant, before the apparition could turn to flee, it was enveloped by the searing brilliance above, reduced to mere ashes. The intense luminescence persisted for approximately 10 breaths of time before it extinguished completely. A tattered yellow talisman, during its descent, gradually disintegrated into ash, scattering into the air. "Ah, at last it is over," Yi Qing exclaimed, gazing at the remnants of the vanquished spirit and the yellow talisman. He collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily, drenched in sweat and utterly drained. Only then did he become acutely aware of a piercing pain coursing through his body, akin to being pricked by countless needles, alongside an overwhelming sense of fatigue and weakness. "Fortunately, I had this yellow talisman," he recalled. In his memories, this talisman was procured at a great expense by his parents from a wandering Taoist priest, who claimed it possessed the power to dispel malevolent spirits and protect the household. His parents had cherished it at home, never once employing it nor having the opportunity to do so. He had once thought the itinerant priest to be a charlatan, and the talisman nothing more than a ruse. To his astonishment, this very talisman had saved his life today. The female specter encountered earlier seemed to be a malevolent spirit. After resting for a while, as the pain and weakness gradually dissipated, fragments of memory regarding the apparition began to surface in Yi Qing's mind. Malevolent spirits are merely the weakest of phantoms. They dare not manifest in the presence of robust yang energy. Only the frail or those nearing death, with depleted vitality and severely diminished yang energy, are susceptible to their haunting. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, pondering, however, such spirits typically lurk in desolate areas, far from human presence, and seldom venture into villages. Moreover, I recall that my household possesses a purifying talisman. With such a talisman in place, entities like malevolent spirits would not dare to intrude. Strange, indeed. Did someone remove it? Yi Qing seemed to have an epiphany. He rose, picked up the fire starter from the ground, ignited an oil lamp, and made his way to the hall. Looking up at the beams, he was struck by the realization that the purifying talisman, which had been affixed to the beams, had vanished without a trace. The absence of the talisman explained the spirit-s intrusion into his home. Such talismans are fundamental protective charms, found in every household to ward off malevolent entities. Yet his had inexplicably disappeared. It must have been taken deliberately. Yi Qing rubbed his nose, brow knitted in concern. The purifying talisman was a basic charm. Hardly anyone would steal it, indicating that someone had intentionally removed it to ensure he would fall prey to the spirit, endangering his life. Who could it be? Perhaps it was Qin. In the village, he was the only one with whom Yi Qing had a direct conflict. Qin had persistently sought his family's land, only to be rebuffed repeatedly, making him the prime suspect. If Yi Qing were to perish, his family's land would become unclaimed, and with Qin status and cunning, it would be a simple matter for him to seize it. The most cunning aspect was that Yi Qing would be slain by a malevolent spirit, leaving no suspicion cast upon Qin. It was a masterful scheme. A flicker of anger ignited within Yi Qing. He had narrowly escaped death. Yet, beyond the fury, a profound sense of peril loomed, for Qin was one of the 3 formidable martial masters of Junshan Village. Junshan Village, the very place he resided, derived its name from its proximity to Little Jun Mountain. The title of martial master is not indicative of a rank, but rather a term of respect for martial practitioners. In essence, it denotes one of the 3 most powerful individuals in Junshan Village, responsible for safeguarding its inhabitants. Such a person, possessing immense strength and influence, would be beyond the reach of an ordinary individual like Yi Qing, who was utterly defenseless. Even if he were to disclose today's events, others might not believe him or would be unwilling to do so. After all, who would risk incurring the wrath of a martial master for the sake of an ordinary person? Conversely, it would be exceedingly simple for Qin to eliminate him discreetly, employing myriad methods to orchestrate his demise without a trace. The malevolent spirit from today served as a clear example. Thus, his survival today did not guarantee future safety. Furthermore, in Yi Qing's recollection, Chun Zheng was a vengeful individual. Even if Yi Qing were to capitulate and sell his land, he might not be spared. How could he fight back against such a foe? With no ground for negotiation and no refuge available, what path remained for him? With Yi Qing's bright and carefree disposition, he could not help but let out a bitter laugh, followed by a deep sigh as he rubbed his forehead. Alas, my fate is indeed harsh. What should I do? He pondered. Perhaps I should just die once more? Touching his nose, he attempted to find humor in his suffering, but I am so unwilling. Suddenly, something caught his eye. With a glimmer of dark light flickering on the ground, it resembled a faint candle flame swaying in the wind. Intrigued, Yi Qing approached and picked up the object, returning to his desk to examine it under the lamp's glow. What he held was a rectangular piece resembling a sheet of parchment, black and yellow in hue, adorned with serpentine symbols that spoke of ancient mystique. At that moment, one of the dragon snake symbols shimmered with a subdued glow, while crimson characters began to emerge in the center of the parchment. Qin Zheng wants to kill me. Initially indifferent, Yi Qing's expression shifted to one of shock upon reading the first line. As he continued, his astonishment deepened, mingled with a threat of fear. He took away the purification talisman from my family, and in my moment of weakness, he intends to use dark spirits to silently eliminate me. Though I narrowly escaped once, he is certain to have further plans. Yet, I am merely an ordinary person, and facing Qin Zheng, who has reached the realm of qi condensation, is akin to a man is trying to stop a chariot, utterly foolish. However, I refuse to surrender. What should I do? Am I truly destined to wait for death? Is weakness truly a sin? Yet, I have no desire to perish. Perhaps the only path to survival lies in joining the patrol team of Junshan Village, becoming one of its members. Maybe I can temporarily evade disaster. The writing ceased at this point, leaving the parchment seemingly ordinary. Yet Yi Qing's emotions swelled tumultuously like a raging sea, far from calm. This parchment-like object had recounted the circumstances surrounding his attack and appeared to offer a temporary solution to his plight. How could he not be astonished? How could he not feel fear? After a long while, Yi Qing's emotions gradually settled. This world was unlike his previous one, teeming with peculiarities and mysteries, and the existence of such an object seemed hardly surprising. In his memory, this item was purchased by his parents from a wandering Taoist who sold talismans. According to the Taoist, this was a special artifact crafted from the hide of a powerful and enigmatic being, known as the Strange Classic, possessing unfathomable powers. His parents, caught in a moment of impulse, had bought it. However, upon returning, they discovered that this so-called Strange Classic was impervious to water and fire but held no other remarkable capabilities as claimed by the wandering Taoist, leaving them quite disheartened. Yet, since it had cost a fortune, they could not bear to discard it, and thus stored it alongside the talismans in a box. Now it seemed that the wandering Taoist might not have been lying after all. But why had the Strange Classic never revealed such a situation before? Yi Qing lightly tapped the table, and upon seeing the blood on his hands, he recalled the sinister crimson characters that had emerged from the mysterious tome earlier. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. Could the resurgence of the tome be linked to my blood? Previously, both the tome and the talisman had been confined within the wooden box. It was likely during the chaotic moment of vanquishing the malevolent spirit that he had inadvertently hurled both the talisman and the tome towards it, with the blood probably staining them at that instant. Why not give it a try? Resolutely, Yi Qing clenched his fist and let a few drops of blood fall upon the tome. Instantly, a shadowy luminescence flickered across its surface, as if the blood were being absorbed into the tome, vanishing without a trace. One by one, blood characters began to materialize. I seem to have uncovered a secret of the tome. Through my experimentation, I have discovered that my blood can awaken its power. How splendid! Perhaps in the future, I need only expend a small amount of blood to pose questions, avert calamity, and enhance my strength. Yet, is the secret of the tome truly so simple? Indeed, it is astonishing. Yi Qing gazed at the blood characters on the tome and abruptly slapped his thigh, overwhelmed with exhilaration. According to the hints provided by the tome, it appears that he could continuously expend a certain measure of blood to inquire about various matters. However, a particular phrase at the end of the tome left him feeling uneasy. Moreover, why would that itinerant Taoist sell such a remarkable artifact to his parents? Perhaps the Taoist was unaware of the tome's true secrets? Or was it possible that the Taoist harbored ulterior motives? Yi Qing cradled his head, a throbbing pain enveloping him, as the excitement gradually succumbed to a shadow of doubt. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it, and take each step as it comes. The immediate priority is to resolve the pressing issue at hand. Rubbing his forehead, he decided to put aside his thoughts. regardless of whether that itinerant Taoist had any schemes, or whether the tome posed any dangers. For the time being, the existence of the tome seemed to offer him nothing but advantages. The urgent matter was to navigate through the current crisis. Judging by the methods suggested by the tome, it indeed presented a viable path forward. The patrol team is responsible for safeguarding the village's safety, holding a position of utmost importance. Although Qin is one of the 3 martial masters of Junshan village, he has no authority to interfere with the patrol team's affairs. Moreover, the patrol team is also fortified by martial masters, rendering them unconcerned about Qin's influence. Of course, joining the patrol team does not guarantee perpetual safety. It may even prove more perilous, as one would have to confront the bizarre and dangerous entities lurking outside the village. Yet, it is certainly preferable to suffocating under Qin's oppression. Additionally, joining the patrol team would allow him to cultivate martial arts, which is his sole avenue for becoming stronger and a prime method for extricating himself from perilous circumstances. With the tome in his possession, he might not be devoid of the opportunity for a triumphant reversal. Very well, tomorrow I shall apply to join the patrol team. With that clarity, Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, he became acutely aware of his exhaustion and hunger, his body aching all over. Stowing away the tome, he gritted his teeth against the pain and made his way to the kitchen to scrounge up some food, hastily filling his belly before retreating to bed, sinking into a deep slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, Qing rose early and made his way to the training grounds of the patrol team. In the training ground, a dozen young individuals wielding swords and blades were engaged in rigorous practice, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, sparkling under the morning sunlight. Your stances must be firm, your posture erect, and your punches powerful. With every strike, you should embody the ferocity of a descending tiger. With such flaccid efforts, devoid of strength, how can you hope to vanquish the malevolent creatures? A robust man in his 40s, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the training youths with a stern expression, chastising them incessantly. This imposing figure was Lin Hu, the captain of the patrol team and one of the 3 esteemed martial masters of Junshan village. Qing, are you feeling better? Lin Hu inquired upon noticing Qing's presence. Much improved. Thank you for your concern, Captain Lin. Qing approached Lin Hu, instantly enveloped by a palpable aura of pressure and danger, akin to confronting a fierce tiger, causing his complexion to pale and prompting him to cough discreetly. Observing this, Lin Hu furrowed his brow. You're still unwell. You ought to rest at home instead of wandering about. The thunderous voice resonated, causing Qing's ears to ring. He touched his ear and murmured, I came specifically to seek you out, Captain Lin. Lin Hu, puzzled, asked, what do you need from me? Qing replied candidly, I wish to join the patrol team. What? You want to join the patrol team? Lin Hu was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. The duties of the patrol team were perilous, with injuries or fatalities occurring almost daily. Thus, it was uncommon for individuals to voluntarily seek membership. Most members were rotated from each household, serving temporarily, with only a few designated personnel. Therefore, Qing's proposal was indeed surprising. The other training youths paused, intrigued, and began to whisper and point at Qing. What are you staring at? Resume your training. Anyone who fails to master the 7 techniques of demon suppression today will not be allowed to rest. Lin Hu bellowed suddenly, startling everyone into submission as they scurried back to their drills. Have you considered this thoroughly? Do you truly wish to join the patrol team? Do you comprehend the implications of such a choice? Qing nodded. I have made my decision and understand that joining the patrol team entails danger and the specter of death, yet I am unafraid. I kindly ask for your support. Captain Lin. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hu consented, as long as you are resolute in your choice. The patrol team is indeed in need of personnel, and since you wish to join, I see no reason to decline. He had an inkling of Qing's motivations for joining the patrol team, having heard of the matters concerning Xinjiang. Although he disapproved of Qin's actions, as one of the 3 martial masters of Junshan village, he chose to remain discreet, turning a blind eye. Nonetheless, he was willing to extend a helping hand to Qing. Furthermore, the patrol team was critically understaffed, particularly in recent months, as malevolent creatures had become increasingly aggressive, frequently attacking villagers, resulting in numerous injuries and fatalities among the patrol members, necessitating a replenishment of fresh recruits. The young individuals on the training grounds are a newly recruited batch, who, after just a few days of basic training, are to partake in patrolling and safeguarding the village. Thank you, Captain Lin. Qing expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Captain Lin nodded. Originally, You were supposed to join the patrol team for training today. But considering your recovery, I shall not press you. Once you are well, you may return for training. However, do not be idle during these days. Here is the foundational technique, 7 forms of demon suppression. Familiarize yourself with it. When you have recovered, I will provide a detailed explanation. Thank you, Captain Lin. Qing accepted the manual with excitement in his heart. All right, you may return. Rest assured, you are now a member of the patrol team for the next few days. No one will pose a threat to you, so you can focus on healing. Captain Lin nodded and turned back toward the training grounds. Hearing this, Qing clenched his fist. Captain Lin's words signified that he would be safe for the foreseeable future, thus achieving his goal. Excellent. After Captain Lin departed, Qing, holding the manual, was about to head home when a sudden commotion and cries of alarm erupted at the village entrance. What has happened? Qing looked up toward the entrance, where several patrol members were assisting for injured individuals, rushing toward the village in a state of panic, shouting, "Captain, it's bad. It's terrible." Suddenly, a wave of energy exploded beside him, startling Qing. He turned to see Lin Hu had just been beside him, darting toward the village entrance like a released arrow, reaching it in the blink of an eye. So swift. Qing swallowed hard. This speed and might suggested that if this was the prowess of a martial artist, then confronting Qin Zheng would be a formidable challenge. What is going on? Lin Hu demanded loudly upon reaching the entrance. "See, Captain, be behind." One of the patrol members stammered, visibly terrified. Lin Hu did not wait for a full explanation. He took a step forward and was already on the village's wall, his expression grave as he gazed at the distant sky. The sky, once a clear azure, had inexplicably become shrouded in a layer of crimson, reminiscent of a heavy sunset glow, but far more oppressive and blood-red, akin to fresh blood. "Everyone, return to your homes. Quickly!" Lin Hu suddenly bellowed, and his fierce cry seemed to provoke the crimson in the sky, which surged and deepened in hue, resembling a sea of blood. Rushing toward Junshan village, the blood-red tide engulfed the heavens. An overwhelming, terrifying presence loomed in the air, accompanied by a thick, metallic scent of blood. As the smell descended, villagers who could not retreat in time began to have their eyes gloss over with crimson, blood seeping from their skin, their expressions turning vacant and numb. "Everyone back. Hurry to your homes." Lin Hu shouted in desperation, yet he appeared somewhat powerless. What on earth is this sinister phenomenon? Qing was taken aback, not daring to linger, and hurried towards the nearest room. However, after only a few steps, a potent scent of blood surged into his nostrils, causing his head to spin and his mind to become clouded. Blood involuntarily seeped from the pores of his arms and face. At that moment, the strange tome in his arms emitted a dim, eerie glow, drawing in the blood that had just oozed from him. After absorbing Qing's blood, the tome radiated an even deeper light, enveloping him tightly, and he began to regain his senses. Phew, that was close. Once he regained consciousness, Qing felt the tome upon his chest and realized he was no longer affected by the stench of blood, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. To avoid drawing attention, he found a haystack and buried himself in it, leaving only his eyes exposed as he intently observed the situation outside. In the air, the blood sea expanded ominously, casting a terrifying pall over the entirety of Junshan village, staining everything a deep crimson, as if it were poised to engulf the village entirely. Whoosh! With a soft sound, 2 figures descended beside Lin Hu like a gust of wind, their expressions grave as they gazed at the blood sea above. One was a man in his 30s, tall and handsome, though his triangular eyes gave him a somewhat sinister appearance, reminiscent of a venomous snake. The other was a woman in her 50s, her hair grizzled and skin wrinkled, stooping slightly as she resembled a kindly old neighbor. These two were, in fact, the other 2 of the 3 martial masters of Junshan village. The man was Qin Zheng, while the woman was known as Xia Papur among the villagers. What on earth is this? Feeling the oppressive force in the air, Qin Zheng furrowed his brow. Lin Hu shook his head, uncertain of the nature of the anomaly. Xia Papur leaned on her cane, clearing her throat twice, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in her murky eyes. Regardless of what this anomaly is, it is beyond our capabilities to handle. We must call upon the celestial mirror. Very well. Lin Hu and Qin Zheng did not oppose her. For what she stated was indeed the truth. The 3 of them together were no match for the blood sea. Suddenly, a peculiar, muffled sound resonated from the blood sea, akin to someone striking stone. Following that, the blood sea churned, revealing a dark greenish-black stone coffin. The coffin, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, exuded an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had withstood the test of countless ages. Is that the coffin? Upon sighting it, Lin Hu's face drained of color. Astonished and alarmed. Wasn't he supposed to be immobile? How could it appear here? Shen Zheng's countenance was equally pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin jolted violently, followed by a creaking sound as it began to slide slowly to the right. Could there truly be someone within? Who could it be? This thought arose in the minds of all present. As the coffin lid slowly slid open, the scent of blood in the air grew increasingly pungent. Mingled with a hint of decay, Lin Hu, Qin Zhang, and Granny Xia felt fresh blood seeping from their skin. A terrifying aura enveloped the void. We cannot allow it to emerge, or we shall all perish, Granny Xia exclaimed, wielding her cane, which she struck down forcefully, shattering a large hole in the solid wall. Lin Hu and Qin Zhang, equally resolute, formed an intricate hand seal, directing 3 beams of soft light into the ancient bronze mirror hanging at the village entrance. Please. Celestial mirror. The mirror, once utterly unremarkable, seemed to come alive as floral and faunal runes danced upon its surface. Suddenly, it blazed with brilliance, radiating a light as intense as the sun, shooting upwards with a dazzling luminescence. With a hissing sound, the radiant beams evaporated much of the blood sea. And as the light spread, the entire sanguine expanse began to shrink. Creak. The brilliance from the mirror appeared to provoke the malevolence within the stone coffin, causing the lid, which had been slowly sliding, to fly open. Almost immediately, a hand as white as jade emerged from the coffin, pressing down gently. A tremendous, terrifying force descended, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Everyone felt a suffocating weight upon their chests, robbed of any courage to resist. At that moment, the light from the ancient mirror intensified, radiating like a blazing sun, coalescing into a towering beam that struck the descending hand with ferocity. A thunderous explosion of terrifying airwaves erupted in the silence, leaving Yi Qing feeling as if a colossal boulder had crushed his chest, and he coughed up blood. Similarly, Granny Xia, Lin Hu, and Qin Zhang, positioned atop the surrounding wall, spat blood, their faces as pale as parchment, hastily retreating. After what felt like an eternity, the tempestuous winds that had engulfed the sky gradually subsided, leaving the blood sea and stone coffin appearing gravely wounded, thinning and swiftly vanishing from sight. Finally, it has departed. Lin Hu and Qin Zhang exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over them. The malevolence within the coffin had grown stronger. Having endured the full force of the celestial mirror, it remained unvanquished. Granny Xia furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the now dim and seemingly soulless mirror, her wrinkled face betraying a flicker of anguish. How terrifying. Could this be the malevolence? Yi Qing, who had been hiding among the haystacks and witnessing the entire ordeal, widened his eyes in astonishment, swallowing hard. The earlier display of power was truly horrifying. The moment the coffin opened and that hand emerged, he felt as though he would suffocate. Had it not been for that ancient mirror, it was conceivable that the entire Junshan village could have been shattered by a single hand. To think that mirror possessed such formidable power. Then, Yi Qing recalled the mirror, astonished that the seemingly inconspicuous object hanging at the village entrance held such might. Suddenly, he caught sight of something on a dry blade of grass before him, seemingly tainted with something that glimmered a dark red hue under the sunlight, resembling crystal. Was this a drop of blood? Feeling the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from the blood droplets, Yi Qing instinctively recoiled, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes brightened. Could it be the sinister blood from within the stone coffin? Undoubtedly. It must be the blood that had fallen when that eerie entity clashed with the ancient mirror's radiance, splattering right before him. Licking his lips, Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement. He cautiously glanced around, confirming that no one was paying attention to him. Without hesitation, he retrieved a small vial from his pocket, originally containing salt, and poured its contents onto the ground. He then placed it beneath a withered blade of grass and gently shook it, allowing the blood droplet to slide into the vial, leaving no trace on the grass above. Sensing the grand aura and oppressive force radiating from the blood within the vial, Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Even after securing the blood droplet in the porcelain vial, its essence remained undiminished. This situation rendered him incapable of safely transporting the blood. Even ordinary individuals outside could detect its presence, posing a risk of exposure. If discovered hoarding such a substance, the consequences would be dire. Yet, he desperately needed this blood to navigate the impending crisis. This unknown liquid might very well be his salvation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, the eerie tome. Yi Qing swiftly recalled the tome nestled within his garments and retrieved it, tightly wrapping it around the porcelain vial. Indeed, The aura of the blood vanished completely, perfectly concealed. Elated by this success, Qing tucked the vial and the tome into his clothing, pressing them against his heart, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as he secured the vial and the tome, an unsettling sound reached his ears, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood. Qing instinctively raised his head, and a blood-soaked visage loomed before him. Qing gasped, recognizing it as one of the villagers who had been unable to retreat to shelter, now drenched in blood. At that moment, the seemingly mindless villager lunged towards him. Reacting instinctively, Qing seized a stone from the ground and smashed it against the villager's head, then propelled himself forward, using the momentum to knock the villager to the ground. Yet, the villager, undeterred, continued to writhe and bite at Qing. With a sharp bite, the villagers sank their teeth into Qing's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Qing grunted, but rather than retreating, the pain ignited a ferocity within him. He raised the stone high and brought it down with force upon the villager's skull. Blood splattered as the villager's head was cleaved open, yet they remained oblivious, still struggling to bite at Qing. Driven by a primal instinct, Qing pressed down hard with his injured left arm against the villager's neck, raising the stone once more to rain down blows upon the villager's head, as if they were sworn enemies locked in a battle to the death. Initially, the villager fought back fiercely, struggling violently, but gradually, their resistance waned. Nevertheless, Qing remained vigilant, his eyes aflame with fury, relentlessly pounding the villager's head. Finally, it was over. The villager lay still. Suddenly, a gentle voice emerged from behind Qing. If you continue to strike, you will be reduced to mere pulp. Startled, Qing instinctively rose to his feet, gripping the stone tightly, and cautiously glanced behind him. Upon recognizing the speaker, he exhaled with relief and hurriedly explained, Grandma Xia. I was just. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Grandma Xia. It's of no consequence. They have succumbed to the taint of blood and lost their sanity, transforming into blood corpses that only know how to attack the living. Even if you do not slay them, we must. As Grandma Xia had stated, Lin Hu and Qin Zheng had already begun to eradicate those villagers tainted by blood. Though the villagers had become blood corpses, devoid of rationality and impervious to pain, they offered no resistance against the two martial masters. In a mere span of moments, the blood corpses within the village were vanquished, leaving behind a grim tableau of lifeless bodies and spilt blood. Are you the little one from the Yirong family? Grandma Xia inquired kindly. Yes, my name is Qing. Yirong was indeed Qing's father. At this, Grandma Xia sighed. Yirong. I once held him as a child. Alas, what a pity. You must be 18 this year, a fine young lad indeed. A hint of sorrow crossed Qing's face. Yes, I have just turned 18. Grandma Xia chuckled, her wrinkles folding into a tapestry of smiles. Very well, it is unsafe in the village now, and you are injured. You should return home and refrain from wandering about. Qing nodded. Thank you for your concern, Grandma Xia. I will take care. Goodbye. He waved his hand, discarding the stone, and hurriedly departed. After Qing left, Grandma Xia circled the haystack, pondering. I distinctly felt a powerful aura emanating from this direction just now. How has it vanished? Could it be that I misperceived? Perhaps so. Aging has its burdens. At that moment, Lin Hu and Qin Zheng, having eliminated the blood corpses, approached Grandma Xia, asking, Grandma, the blood corpses have all been eradicated. What shall we do next? With a grave expression, Grandma Xia replied, that coffin appears to be the stone sarcophagus from Jade Dragon Lake. Yet, it used to remain stationary in the lake without moving. While it was indeed peculiar, as long as we kept our distance, it posed little threat. Now, however, it has shifted. If it weren't for the celestial mirror, all the inhabitants of Junshan village would likely have faced calamity. Moreover, the creature within that stone coffin is formidable, beyond our capacity to confront. Therefore, I strongly advise that we report this matter to the Qing and Division of Anyang County and request their assistance. Lin Hu and Qin Zheng pondered for a moment. We have no objections. We shall proceed as you suggest. Excellent, Grandma Xia nodded. Additionally, the celestial mirror has expended all its power and will require at least 3 months to recover. During this period, Junshan village will have no trump card to rely on. The 3 of us must remain vigilant to prevent any incursions by malevolent entities. We understand. Rest assured, Grandma Xia. Lin Hu and Qin Zheng nodded, their expressions solemn. The celestial mirror is the national treasure of the Great Chu, capable of patrolling the realms and suppressing malevolent entities, its might unmatched. The ancient mirror at the entrance of Junshan village is not the true celestial mirror, but rather a replica, containing a fragment of its power. Each time this power is exhausted, it requires several months to recover, unlike the boundless might of the genuine celestial mirror. In fact, every prefecture, county, and village in Great Chu possesses a replica of the celestial mirror, serving to protect the safety of the populace and to surveil the world. Thus, the celestial mirror can be considered a trump card, to be employed only in times of dire need. The invocation of the mirror in Junshan village. While successfully repelling the malevolent entity from the sarcophagus and navigating the crisis, has temporarily cost them a significant advantage. Enough, handle the affairs here. I shall return to report on the sarcophagus, instructed Granny Xia. We understand, the two nodded, watching her depart. Qin glanced at Lin Hu, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I hear you have agreed to let Yu Qing join the patrol team? Lin Hu, with a stern visage, retorted with sarcasm. Your news travels swiftly, Brother Chun. Qin remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. I merely overheard. Why should you concern yourself, Brother Lin? I wish to remind you that we are both among the 3 martial masters of Junshan village, bearing the lives of hundreds. Let not trivial matters sow discord between us. It serves none of us well. My affairs are none of your concern. Lin Hu could clearly discern Chun Zhang's implication to refrain from meddling in his relationship with Yi Qing, lest it lead to discord, which would benefit neither party. Yet, he had to concede that Chun Zhang spoke the truth. Brother Lin's matters are indeed beyond my purview. I merely offer a word of caution. Perhaps you should ponder it, Qin Zhang chuckled heartily, turning to leave. Lin Hu scowled, glaring at Qin Zhang's retreating figure, anger blazing in his eyes. Yi Qing is already a member of my patrol team. Brother Qin would do well to tread carefully and refrain from any ill intentions. My matters require no concern from you, Brother Lin. Qin Zhang did not turn back, surveying the corpses strewn about, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe that with Lin Hu as your protector, I cannot bring you to your end? Such naivety. No one has ever thwarted my intentions when I set my sights on a target. In this world, life is as fragile as grass. We can rely only on ourselves. Yi Qing, you cannot escape. Unbeknownst to Lin Hu and Qin Zhang's conversation, upon returning home, Yi Qing seized the teapot from the table and took a couple of hearty swigs of the cold, bitter tea, which spread through his mouth, calming his tumultuous emotions. The events of the day were utterly extraordinary. Although the memories of his original body had prepared him for the dangers of this world, the bloodshed, the malevolent entity within the sarcophagus, and the celestial mirror had exceeded his expectations. It was both exhilarating and perilous. I must grow stronger. This world is far too unforgiving. Yi Qing let out a bitter smile. Had it not been for the peculiar scriptures, he might have ended up like the villagers, tainted by bloodlust and transformed into a blood corpse. Furthermore, he had joined the patrol team, and once his injuries healed, he would be compelled to venture out, confronting the bizarre creatures. Lacking strength, a single misstep could cost him his life. Thus, he had no choice but to grow stronger. After resting for a while, Yi Qing found 2 corn buns in the kitchen and consumed them with some cool water, merely to satiate his hunger. He then took a chair and sat at the doorway, opening the book 7 Styles of Demon Subjugation that Lin Hu had given him, immersing himself in its pages. The faint sunlight cascaded down through the clouds, illuminating the youthful yet resolute features of the boy, casting a delicate glow, almost dreamlike. It turned out that the first step in cultivation was body tempering. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yi Qing had meticulously perused the 7 styles of demon subjugation from cover to cover. According to the text, the initial phase of a martial artist's training involved body tempering, which entailed refining the physique, first the limbs, then the torso, beginning with the skin and membranes, and subsequently the internal organs. This process was to start small and move inward, awakening the vital energy and blood within, fortifying the skin, strengthening the bones, and amplifying the vitality. 7 Styles of Demon Subjugation is a technique for body tempering. Though it comprises only 7 styles, each style contains 7 subtle variations, culminating in a total of 49 movements that form a small cycle, aimed at refining the body, enhancing the bones, and bolstering the blood vitality. Commencing with the first style, Yi Qing rose to his feet and began practicing as per the instructions of the 7 styles. With a series of cracking sounds, his body contorted into bizarre angles. Reverberations echoed within him, resembling the friction of tendons or the cracking of bones. Yi Qing's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Upon completing the 7 variations of the first style, He felt as though he had emerged from the depths of water, his clothes drenched in sweat. Every inch of his being, from skin and muscles to bones and organs, was an agony, intermingled with an indescribable tingling sensation. After finishing the first style, Qing attempted to practice the second, but upon reaching the second variation, his entire body felt as if it were being crushed and torn by immense force. The pain excruciating, and his skin began to ooze blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Heaving heavily. No, he was far too weak. Qing quickly halted, letting out a long sigh. The 7 styles of demon subjugation appeared deceptively simple. However, each style and every variation encompassed the entirety of the body's skin, muscles, bones, meridians, and even the internal organs. Completing a full cycle of 7 styles, encompassing 49 movements, would thoroughly temper the body. Long-term practice would enhance the overall functionality of the body and its organs, strengthen the bones, amplify vitality, and augment strength. If one were to successfully refine their entire being, achieving mastery in body tempering, their skin would become as resilient as iron, bones as hard as steel, vitality as grand as a tiger, and strength as formidable as a fierce horse. Regrettably, his frail physique, compounded by his lingering injuries, rendered him incapable of withstanding the rigorous tempering and training demanded by the 7 styles. He could not even complete a single small cycle, thus he had to proceed slowly, advancing step by step. In fact, not only Qing, but most of the villagers who practice the 7 styles of demon suppression can only progress slowly, relying entirely on painstaking effort to complete their body refinement. Alas, it is exceedingly slow. Qing furrowed his brow. At this pace, completing a small cycle of the 7 styles of demon suppression would take at least 2 to 3 months, while achieving full body refinement would require over a year. Whether he could even survive until then was uncertain. Sigh, how he wished for a precious elixir that could enhance vital energy and restore vitality. A glimmer of hope flickered in Qing's eyes. According to the ancient texts, if one possessed such a potion, it would replenish the energy necessary for body refinement, compensating for the consumed vital energy and life force, thus accelerating the process. However, he had none. Perhaps he should consult the mysterious tome to see if it could provide methods to hasten the body refinement? Suddenly, Qing's eyes brightened as he recalled the tome nestled in his bosom. He retrieved it, placing the porcelain vial containing the enigmatic blood droplets aside, and unfolded the tome. To his surprise, a new dragon snake rune had appeared. Qing marveled as he noticed that another dragon snake rune on the tome glowed faintly in a grayish hue. Could it be due to the blood corpse he had just slain? It seemed likely. After the death of the spectral entity, a dragon snake rune had illuminated, and now, having vanquished the blood corpse, another had activated. Thus, these runes must be linked to the creatures he had defeated. Yet, what purpose did these runes serve? Never mind. He thought. The matter at hand was pressing. Qing bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the tome, and inquired, "How can I accelerate my body refinement?" The blood seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing for a moment on the tome before vanishing. Yet no words materialized. What was happening? Could it be that the tome was malfunctioning? That seemed unlikely. Qing furrowed his brow. Or perhaps, was my blood insufficient? After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth, fetched a knife from the kitchen, and made a small cut on his finger, allowing blood to flow freely onto the tome. It emitted a faint ethereal light, the crimson liquid pulsating. After 4 or 5 breaths, blood-red characters began to emerge. What am I to do now? My body is frail, and I cannot bear the toll and burden of body refinement. Yet, time is of the essence, if I cannot swiftly augment my strength. The lurking creatures and enemies within the village may claim my life. What am I to do? Am I truly destined to await my demise? No, I have another option. Perhaps the dragon snake runes inscribed in the tome can aid me in overcoming this predicament. How can the dragon snake runes assist me? Qing blinked innocently. For heaven's sake. Why not speak plainly? Haven't you heard that incomplete words lead to half-formed chickens? Qing sighed in exasperation, unconsciously pressing his right hand against the gray rune. Suddenly, the gray dragon snake rune transformed into a beam of light, merging into his body. In an instant, a formidable and overwhelming energy erupted within, infused with potent vitality and life force, surging like a torrential flood from his limbs to his internal organs, healing all ailments, injuries, and weaknesses. Yet, this immense vitality seemed boundless, rampaging wildly. Qing's complexion turned crimson, his eyes bloodshot, and from his nostrils, 2 streams of blood erupted, while his skin cracked, oozing bright red blood. Each drop contained a wealth of life force, and the fissured skin healed in an instant, only to crack again, perpetually cycling in this manner. Qing understood that this turmoil stemmed from the excessive vitality within him, which he could not control due to his frail constitution. Simply put, his body was too weak to accept such replenishment. Would such an imbalance lead to his demise? Qing chuckled bitterly at the thought. If so, it would indeed be the greatest joke of all time. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Now was an opportune moment to practice the 7 demonic styles. Previously, he had struggled with insufficient vitality, unable to withstand the exertion required for the technique. However, now that his life force surged abundantly, it was undoubtedly the perfect time for physical refinement. Without hesitation, Qing steadied himself and commenced the first style of the 7 demonic styles. His body twisted, and the vitality within him seemed to respond to his guidance, flowing smoothly rather than chaotically as before, providing a sense of comfort. The first style was completed smoothly. The second style followed suit. The third, the fourth. In no time, he had completed a small cycle of the 7 demonic styles. After successfully navigating all 49 transformations, Qing felt as if his skin, muscles, and internal organs had been tempered, significantly enhancing his strength. Delighted, Qing resolved to continue. While others typically refined their limbs first, followed by their torso, and finally their internal organs due to insufficient vitality, he need not worry about such limitations. With ample life force coursing through him, he could refine his limbs, body, and internal organs simultaneously, harmonizing internal and external cultivation to accelerate his progress. Without delay, Qing assumed his stance and resumed his training. Suddenly, a porcelain vial on the table, placed beside a peculiar tome, began to tremble as if it harbored a living entity. Absorbed in his practice, Qing was unaware of the strange occurrence. After a moment, the vial trembled again, and a bizarre dark red hue seeped from it, both sinister and terrifying. In the next moment, the vial shattered with a resounding crash, releasing a drop of dark red blood that emanated a chilling, eerie glow, rushing into Qing's body. What was that? Qing furrowed his brow, sensing something had entered him. Before he could react, a horrifying, malevolent force, steeped in darkness, coldness, and death, exploded within him, and his blood was instantly devoured. The blood had been completely devoured, leaving Qing feeling utterly deflated, as if all vitality had been siphoned from his being. He appeared emaciated, a mere skeleton draped in skin, surrounded by a pervasive aura of death. Were it not for the faintest spark of life still flickering within him, he would have resembled a lifeless corpse. What had transpired? How could this be? Qing sensed that some malevolent force had consumed the very essence of his existence. With grotesque images of death, slaughter, and darkness haunting his mind, gnawing at his soul, and clouding his thoughts. Had it not been for the formidable dragon and serpent runes within him, tirelessly repairing his body and sustaining his flickering life force, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to death long ago. Yet, even with this internal resilience, it was not a sustainable solution. That terrifying force of consumption loomed like an insatiable black hole, relentlessly devouring his newly formed blood and vitality. At this rate, his demise was inevitable. Where was the porcelain vial? Could it be that drop of blood? Suddenly, Qing's gaze flicked across the table, only to find the mysterious vial that had contained the enigmatic drop of blood was missing, sending a chill down his spine. Damn it! Had he known, he would never have brought it back. How foolish! Regret washed over him. If he had succumbed to greed and taken that drop of blood, he would not be in such dire straits. Oh, how he lamented his past decisions. What was he to do now? He did not wish to die. Qing abruptly slapped his forehead, forcing himself to regain composure. Regret was futile at this juncture. The priority was to survive. Shaking his muddled thoughts, he stepped forward and seized the strange tome from the table. In this moment of desperation, it was the only ally he could rely upon. The instant his fingers grazed the tome, the dragon and serpent runes upon it quivered slightly, as if awakening from slumber, dancing restlessly across its surface. A chilling energy surged into his body, gradually dispelling the dark, murderous, and deathly emotions that had plagued his mind, calming his tumultuous spirit. Should he inquire of the tome? Qing bit down hard on his finger, yet no blood flowed forth. Undeterred by this setback, he bit down again with fervor, nearly severing the tip of his finger. But still, not a single drop of blood emerged. No blood. How could this be? The blood within him had long been consumed, and any newly formed blood vanished before he could even summon it. Thus, he found himself in a wretched predicament, possessing a mysterious tome yet rendered powerless. Who could be more unfortunate than he? But since that drop of blood resided within him, could he not refine it? This would resolve his dilemma. If the tome was ineffective, he would have to explore alternative methods. Yi Qing had never been one to accept fate without a fight. Drawing from his years of rich literary experience, he knew that blood imbued with such mysterious power could typically be refined and absorbed. If others could succeed, why should he not? While his life force and vitality still held the line against the encroaching blood, Yi Qing promptly assumed the stance of the 7 demon-subduing forms and began to cultivate. Once the 7 styles of demon suppression was unleashed, a resonating hum surged within him, and a portion of the vitality and blood energy that would typically be consumed by the blood was astonishingly retained. Refining his already battered body, a surge of joy filled Yi Qing as he hastily resumed his cultivation. Initially, only a small amount of blood energy was retained. But after traversing through 49 minor cycles, he found that the majority of the blood energy was now under his control, significantly diminishing the corrosive force of the drop of blood. However, a troubling realization struck him. The power of the dragon snake rune had been nearly depleted. After those 49 minor cycles, the rune's energy was almost entirely exhausted, and the drop of blood remained unrefined. Had it not been for the vitality and life force provided by the dragon snake rune to counteract the blood's consuming nature and to compensate for the depletion of his physical form, all his previous efforts would have been rendered futile. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. There was still another dragon snake rune. He had recently slain a blood corpse and activated a rune, which was now fortuitously available for his salvation. Truly, fortune was on his side. Yi Qing touched the gray dragon snake rune inscribed in his esoteric text, and as it entered his body, a torrent of overwhelming vitality and life force surged within him. Resisting the encroachment of the drop of blood, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing resumed his practice of the 7 styles of demon suppression. Once, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. He seemed tireless, repeating the technique over and over. His previously gaunt and withered body gradually began to fill out, the flesh swelling, vitality reviving, and all traces of death dissipating. Moreover, as his skin, bones, flesh, and organs oscillated between life and death, they grew increasingly resilient and robust. Most crucially, the corrosive force of the drop of blood was steadily vanquished under his refinement, indicating that he had turned the tide from peril to safety. After approximately half a tea's worth of time, as the corrosive force within him vanished completely, the drop of blood unexpectedly integrated into his bloodstream. In an instant, all the blood coursing through him began to boil, an enigmatic, overwhelming, and terrifying power radiating throughout every inch and atom of his being. What a formidable force! Yi Qing's skin flushed crimson, his pores dilated, and blood energy surged forth, exuding a searing power and radiance, akin to a blood sun. The entire room was suffused with a sanguine hue, bright as day. Initially startled, Yi Qing was soon engulfed in elation. This was unmistakably the power contained within that drop of blood. At this moment, the dark, deathly, cold, and desolate energies that contradicted life had been completely eradicated, leaving only the pure essence of vitality and the most primal force inherent in the blood, shrouded in mystery. The vitality contained within that single drop of blood surpassed the combined strength of the 2 dragon snake runes, not to mention the unfathomable power interwoven within the blood itself. Had it not been for the serendipitous opportunity to refine his body earlier, he would have been utterly unprepared for the sheer force within that drop of blood, which could have easily overwhelmed him. Even so, his skin was marred by intricate fissures resembling a spider's web, oozing rivulets of fresh blood. Ahem. Such a robust vitality must not be squandered. Cultivation. After a couple of dry coughs, Yi Qing expelled 2 serpentine streams of blood from his nostrils. Feeling weak and unable to absorb nourishment, wiping the blood off his face, he assumed a fighting stance, grounding himself as he began to practice the 7 styles of subduing demons. With each movement, he became a blazing furnace, his skin flushed as if ignited by the sun. Enveloped in a mist of heat, his flesh, blood, bones, and organs felt as if they were being refined in a cauldron of fierce flames, gradually becoming more resilient and robust. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the sunlight cascaded through the narrow window like a tidal wave, Yi Qing's skin and muscles suddenly transformed into a dark, impenetrable steel. A thunderous rhythm resonated within him, as if a torrent of blood surged forth, his organs hummed, and his heart beat with a resounding echo reminiscent of celestial drums, exuding a terrifying, majestic aura. With a sudden clench of his fist, the surrounding air seemed to explode, producing a deafening roar. His skin was as resilient as silk, muscles as firm as iron, blood as vigorous as a river, bones as hard as steel, and his heart thundered like a tempest, an unmistakable sign of having achieved the pinnacle of body tempering. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with realization as he recalled the descriptions of body tempering in the 7 styles of subduing demons, which bore a striking resemblance to his current condition. Crack. As Yi Qing leaned against the table, it collapsed under his touch, causing him to stagger back a few steps, leaving deep impressions in the hard stone floor. What immense strength! His eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard, gazing at his hands, then breaking into a silly grin. This newfound strength was easily dozens of times greater than before, and he felt as though he possessed a power far exceeding that of the so-called strength of a tempered body, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with ease. Haha, how splendid! Achieving the pinnacle of body tempering, and not just any ordinary level, I finally possess a measure of self-defense. Yi Qing excitedly stomped his foot, causing half of his leg to sink into the ground. He understood that this rapid increase in strength rendered him temporarily unable to adjust. Nearly half a day's time to reach this level of body tempering. How ingenious I am. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, Yi Qing couldn't help but boast. The stances like kindling, the body of furnace, a torrent of vitality bruise the hills. Bones and organs weep in the cauldron. As if a celestial being commands the ages. This verse eloquently describes the method and process of body tempering, the stance akin to kindling, the body as a copper furnace, and the vitality flowing like an endless source, refining bones and organs as if they were being cooked in a cauldron. The 3 elements work in unison, complementing one another, purging impurities and distilling the essence until the blood, flesh, bones, and organs within resonate, akin to celestial sounds, granting him an inexhaustible strength that prevails through the ages. Yi Qing possesses the 7 styles of exorcism, and within him flows an inexhaustible force of vital energy, perfectly aligning with 3 of its principles. Thus, he was able to achieve a remarkable transformation in his physique in less than a day's time. Undoubtedly, fortune and opportunity played significant roles in this accomplishment. Without the arcane scriptures, the dragon and snake runes, or that drop of blood, he would not have achieved this transformation at all. It would have been utterly impossible. Yet, it seems, there is more to it than that. Upon a slight introspection of his internal state, Yi Qing sensed that, apart from the strengthening of his body, something was amiss with his blood. It surged within him, thick and viscous as mercury, far more concentrated than before, each drop brimming with an unfathomable power. More critically, at this moment, his blood was undergoing a continuous differentiation, battling and devouring one another like ferocious beasts, exuding an aggressive and insatiable nature. This inherent ferocity and hunger within his blood instilled in him an overwhelming desire to consume something, specifically, a strong craving for blood and vitality. Gulp. As he contemplated this, it seemed as though the blood within him responded to his yearning, becoming increasingly agitated and restless, thrumming with a low hum. Cough, cough. This was the devouring power of that drop of blood. Having absorbed and refined it, he naturally inherited the insatiable hunger and bloodlust it harbored. Yi Qing bit down hard on his lip, the sharp pain grounding him, allowing him to gradually suppress the sanguine desire that lurked within. Never mind. I shall continue my cultivation and adapt to the power within me. For now, it appears that this bloodthirsty instinct does not heavily impact him. He can endure it. But will it be a blessing or a curse in the future? One step at a time. Yi Qing shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and resumed his cultivation, hoping to swiftly acclimate to his newfound strength and further refine the residual power within him to bolster his abilities. Yi Qing, what brings you here? Were you not instructed to rest at home? Lin Hu, who was guiding others in their training at the martial arts arena, looked at Yi Qing with a puzzled expression. Yi Qing smiled. Captain Lin, I have fully recovered. I am here to report for duty. Recovered? Lin Hu scrutinized Yi Qing, exclaiming in astonishment. How can this be? You looked so pale and weak just 7 days ago, and now you appear vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of weakness or peculiarity. Yi Qing had prepared a response in advance. He remained composed and explained, my injuries were not severe. Moreover, I fortuitously had an old mountain ginseng at home, which is excellent for invigorating and replenishing blood. That is why my recovery was so rapid. Oh, I see. Lin Hu accepted this explanation without doubt, nodding in understanding. I can see that your vital energy is robust, even surpassing that of these youngsters. You must have begun practicing the 7 styles of exorcism, correct? Captain Lin, you have a keen eye. I practiced a bit while recuperating at home out of boredom, Yi Qing said, with a sheepish smile, though a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, shining like brilliant stars. Clearly, Lin Hu had not noticed the peculiarities within him, nor did he realize that Yi Qing had already achieved a remarkable transformation in his physique. Excellent. Yi Qing let out a subtle sigh of relief within his heart. Initially, he had harbored concerns about the rapid growth of his power, fearing he might be unable to explain it. However, after acclimatizing to the strength within him, he was astonished to discover that his blood possessed a hidden dimension and the ability to conceal his aura. He could harness the devouring power of his blood to store all the energy and essence contained within his being, allowing him to appear nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person, albeit with a slightly more vigorous vitality. When needed, he could effortlessly release this energy from his blood, achieving the dual purpose of concealing his aura and hiding his true capabilities. Yet, should anyone gaze upon Yi Qing's blood, they would find that each drop harbored an immense, terrifying power. In fact, throughout the past week, aside from continuing to refine and absorb the power within him and fortifying his physique, he had primarily focused his energy on controlling his blood to obscure his strength. It was not that he wished to remain low-key, but rather that his abilities did not permit him to be ostentatious. His cultivation speed was indeed astonishing, and as the saying goes, a man innocent of crime may yet suffer from possessing a treasure. If others were to learn of his prowess, it could invite a host of troubles. Furthermore, he sought to prevent Qin Zheng from acting recklessly against him. As of now, he had yet to fully gauge Qin Zheng's strength, making it unwise to engage him directly. Thus, in the current situation, discretion was the wisest course. Lin, who spoke up, demonstrate the 7 styles of subduing demons. I wish to see the extent of your mastery. Very well, Yi Qing replied, assuming the stance and beginning to practice the forms. However, throughout the demonstration, he deliberately slowed his pace, causing the transitions between moves to appear awkward and disjointed. In the end, he barely completed the 7 styles of subduing demons. After finishing the set, Yi Qing felt utterly drained, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Clearly, this was intentional. Having resolved to maintain a low profile, he intended to see it through to the end. Excellent. Very commendable. Yi Qing had exerted considerable effort to render the 7 styles of subduing demons to such an unappealing degree, yet surprisingly, Lin, who offered him praise. You have mastered the entire set in just 7 days. Although the transitions are not smooth and there are many inaccuracies within the forms, it is still quite remarkable. Keep striving. You will soon achieve mastery of your physique. Very good, indeed. Lin, who then turned to the others in the training grounds, reprimanding them. Look at Yi Qing. He has learned the 7 styles of subduing demons in just 7 days without any guidance. Yet here you are, a bunch of inept individuals. I have taught you for over 10 days, and some of you have not even managed to learn the complete set, instead letting it slip through your fingers. What a disgrace. The crowd fell silent. Yi Qing thought to himself, I merely wish to keep a low profile. Is that truly so difficult? Feeling the resentment emanating from those around him, he innocently touched his nose. Zhonyan, Li Er, you 2 step forward, Lin, who commanded. Yes, responded the 2 individuals, one slender and one stout, as they emerged from the crowd. Yi Qing was acquainted with 2 individuals, a tall, slender youth with a somewhat aloof demeanor named Yen, and a short, stout fellow named Li Er, who appeared quite robust. The 3 had shared a pleasant camaraderie in their childhood. However, after Yi Qing had offended Qin Zheng, their relations grew distant. Yi Qing, Yen, Li Er, you 3 have all mastered the 7 styles of demon suppression and have begun your body refinement. According to regulations, you would typically join the patrol team only after your vitality has fully stabilized. Yet, due to the current shortage of personnel, you are required to join the patrol team immediately to partake in the surveillance duties, Lin, who stated candidly, summoning the trio aside. Upon hearing this, Yen and Li Er's faces turned ashen, though they refrained from speaking. Yi Qing, however, had anticipated this turn of events, as his purpose for being there was precisely to engage in patrol work, slaying the malevolent creatures to further his training. Follow me, Lin, who commanded, leading them directly to the village entrance, where they approached a middle-aged man adorned with a bow and arrows, and a long knife at his waist. Nian Shui, I've brought you 3 newcomers. Take them under your wing. Nian Shui, whose full name was Feng Nian Shui, bore a name that was elegant and refined. Yet his appearance was quite the opposite, sturdy and rugged, with a face adorned by a thick beard and a rather fierce countenance. Upon hearing Lin Hu's words, Feng Nianshui boisterously laughed. Ha! Excellent. My previous subordinates perished a few days ago, and I was in dire need of replacements. At this proclamation, the pallor on Yen and Li Er's faces deepened, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. Enough with the fright, Lin Hu chided, patting Feng Nianshui on the shoulder. He turned to Yi Qing and the others, assuring them, Nian Shui is the most experienced among us when it comes to dealing with malevolent beings. You three should learn diligently from him. Yes, they responded in unison. Nian Shui, take them to collect their weapons. Then lead them out for a brief tour to broaden their horizons, Lin Hu instructed, adding as an afterthought, and do take good care of them. Fang Nian Shui nodded with a hearty laugh. I understand, Captain. You need not worry. Very well, I entrust them to you. I shall take my leave now. Lin Hu concluded before turning to depart. Once Lin Hu had left, Fang Nian Shui casually declared, all right, from now on, you three are under my command. Although we hail from the same village and I have watched you grow, the patrol team adheres to its own rules. You must address me as Head Fang henceforth. Head Fang. The trio complied, displaying their understanding. Good. Follow me. I'll take you to collect your weapons, Fang Nian Shui replied with a satisfied grin. The so-called weapons consisted of various blades and clubs, axes and forks crafted from the most ordinary steel. They were sharp, but possessed no extraordinary qualities. And Nian opted for a long sword, while Li Er selected a hefty staff, well suited to his robust physique. After careful consideration, Qing chose a long knife with a slender blade, reminiscent of a goosewing knife. The sword was elegant yet emphasized thrusting. The staff boasted great strength but lacked a cutting edge, rendering it less lethal. The knife was ideal for heavy chopping, particularly suited for someone of Qing's considerable strength. Having achieved a significant level in body refinement, have you made your selections? If so, I shall take you out for a tour to broaden your perspectives. After the three had chosen their weapons, Fang Nian Shui spoke. Li Er, trailing behind him and holding a long staff, inquired with curiosity, Fang, what spectacle are you about to show us? Fang Nian Shui chuckled mysteriously, you shall soon find out. It promises to be quite interesting. As they stepped beyond the village gates, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Lush fields and meadows stretched as far as the eye could see, teeming with vibrant flora, encircled by verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters. Beneath a sky adorned with cotton-like clouds, a veritable paradise. How beautiful! Exclaimed Zhou Yin, unable to contain his admiration, while both Zhou Yin and Qing gazed in awe. The villagers, typically confined to their agricultural pursuits, seldom ventured outside, rendering such scenic beauty a rare sight for them. Isn't it splendid? Surprising, isn't it? Come along. For even greater wonders await ahead. Fang Nian Shui winked, leading the group down a narrow path between the fields. Suddenly, Li Er halted. His attention captured by a nearby mud pit that was bubbling energetically. What is this? He wondered aloud. Just as he was about to prod the pit with his iron staff, Fang Nian Shui's expression shifted, and he sharply commanded, don't touch that. No sooner had he spoken than the mud surrounding the pit began to writhe, transforming into two palm-sized mud dolls, complete with faces and limbs. The moment the diminutive dolls emerged, they frolicked around the pit, splashing about and emitting strange sounds. As the peculiar cacophony continued, more and more mud surged forth, coalescing into additional dolls that quickly filled the path, engaging in their playful antics. Mud splattered everywhere, some of the dolls even colliding with Qing and the others, leaving muddy marks upon them. Yet they did not attack, continuing their merriment instead. After about 15 minutes, as if fatigued from their play, the mud dolls returned to the edge of the pit, shook themselves, and dissolved back into puddles of muck, merging seamlessly with the pit once again. What was that? Li Er stood frozen, his face pale. Even after the dolls had vanished, he dared not move. Fang Nian Shui, shedding his earlier nonchalance, spoke with gravity. Those were mud dolls, a type of common anomaly. Anomalies are categorized by rank, from low to high. Common, blood, fierce, and vengeful, corresponding to the various levels of our martial cultivation, body refinement, qi condensation, meridian expansion, and essence refining, respectively. Is there anything beyond the vengeful rank? Qing asked, puzzled. Indeed, there are. However, such knowledge is unnecessary for you at this stage, as those anomalies are beyond our comprehension and capabilities. Just one could devastate an entire village or even a county, requiring martial artists of far superior realms to confront. Now let us set that aside. Today, I shall impart your first lesson. In the wild, maintain a curious mind but refrain from excessive inquisitiveness. Observe and contemplate, but act sparingly. Some anomalies, like the mud dolls we just encountered, will not provoke you unless you first disturb them. However, should you incite their ire, they will pursue you relentlessly. Moreover, the mud dolls are entirely composed of silt, rendering them virtually immortal and exceedingly difficult to exterminate. Even I, should I provoke a mud doll, would face a perilous fate, let alone you. Do you understand? Fang Nian Shui admonished sternly. We understand, The three replied, their hearts heavy with trepidation, firmly imprinting Feng Ninshui's words in their minds. When it comes to life and death, none dare to be negligent. Very well, as long as you remember, let us continue our journey. In the blink of an eye, Feng Ninshui reverted to his previous playful demeanor. Still moving forward? Li Er stuttered, his legs trembling. Feng Ninshui chuckled. Of course, why wouldn't we? There are even more delightful occurrences ahead. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing and the others exchanged glances, their hearts resonating with unease. They could hardly agree with Feng Ninshui's notion of delightful adventures. These are the areas we shall patrol in the future, and you must all commit them to memory. As they traversed the fields, the four continued along the official road. While walking, Feng Ninshui rambled on about the patrol regions and routes to Yi Qing and the others. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the verdant trees lining the road to sway, and a faint sound of laughter reached Yi Qing's ears. Yi Qing immediately became alert, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the surroundings. Yi Qing, did you hear anything? Li Er asked, his shoulders hunched as he furtively glanced around, his expression one of alarm. Yi Qing casually replied, I heard the sound of the wind. Li Er. Just then, a stronger gust of wind rushed past the group, lifting their garments. As the laughter grew more pronounced, echoing as if right beside them, out of the corner of Yi Qing's eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of indistinct figures flitting by. A ghost! Li Er exclaimed, turning to flee towards the village. Yet, as he ran, a figure appeared behind him with swifter speed, grasping his collar and lifting him off the ground. A ghost? How absurd. Feng Ninshui slapped Li Er on the head to silence him, his expression one of irritation. In broad daylight, where would a ghost come from? This is merely a wind child, harmless in nature. A wind child? Yi Qing focused his gaze on the gentle breeze, and indeed, within the zephyr, he observed some indistinct, childlike figures playfully chasing one another, frolicking in the air. Indeed, wind children are also minor supernatural beings, fond of hiding within the winds and soaring alongside them. They do not initiate attacks unless provoked. However, if one does offend them, they can be even more troublesome than mud dolls. Our team inadvertently angered a wind child in the past. Even with Lin's late-stage qi condensation prowess, he nearly met his demise. Fortunately, Granny Xia and Captain Chun intervened, sparing Lin from disaster. Thus, when encountering wind children in the future, be sure to avoid provoking them. Lin Hu, late-stage qi condensation? Yi Qing's eyes narrowed. If that is the case, then Chen Jing, one of the three great martial artists of Junshan village alongside Lin Hu, must also be at a similar level of qi condensation. Allow me to impart another lesson. When confronted with peril or unforeseen circumstances, one must remain composed and refrain from panicking or screaming, for such behavior often leads to dire consequences. Feng Ninshui loosened Li Er's collar, playfully chiding him. Considering your robust physique, I never imagined you would possess such a timid heart, you coward. Li Er chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. All right. You will traverse the center path, and Yi Qing, you will follow behind. Let us avoid any further frights. Understood, Yi Qing and Li Er replied, adjusting their positions accordingly. Now, let me share the second lesson. When faced with danger or the unknown, it is imperative to maintain tranquility and observe the surrounding environment. The more one panics and fears, the more likely one is to lose their wits and meet an untimely fate. Feng Ninshui continued, now, let us explore further. After these two incidents, Yi Qing and the others felt somewhat prepared and no longer reacted with such alarm at the sight of the unusual. The tallest and grandest mountain in sight was Shaojun Mountain, the very origin of our Jun Mountain village. Moreover, do not be deceived by its serene appearance. It is fraught with danger. Even Lin Dui and his team dare not venture recklessly into Shaojun Mountain. Feng Ninshui pointed to the distant towering peak, explaining to the trio, having reached this point, we have completed our patrol area. Oh, after all this time, I have yet to mention the primary duties of our patrol team. Our responsibilities include, first, safeguarding the farming villagers from strange attacks. Second, protecting the fields from the destruction wrought by certain anomalies. And third, shielding the village from incursions by malevolent entities. Furthermore, should we encounter any dangerous creatures during our patrol, we must report them without delay. It has been over an hour. I have conveyed all that is necessary, and it is time for us to return. Excellent. We can finally head back. Li Er exclaimed excitedly, waving his iron staff. Indeed, it is wonderful to return, echoed the usually taciturn Zhonyan, though his tone seemed somewhat stiff. Let us be off. Feng Ninshui refrained from admonishing Li Er this time, merely gesturing for them to depart. Let us be off. Zhonyan repeated. Zhonyan, why do you echo our words? Li Er inquired, puzzled. Zhonyan, why do you echo our words? Zhonyan replied, mimicking him. Zhonyan, what is the matter with you? Wait, there seems to be blood flowing from the back of your neck. Li, confused, noticed what appeared to be fresh blood on Zhonyan's neck and was about to approach him. However, Qing furrowed her brow and swiftly pulled Li aside. Do not approach. Something is amiss with Zhonyan. No sooner had she spoken than Zhonyan seemed to be struck by some unseen force, his eyes suddenly turning crimson as he let out a blood-curdling scream, swinging his sword at Qing and Li. Li, frozen in shock, stared wide-eyed in bewilderment, while Qing swiftly yanked him aside, drawing her blade in a defensive arc. With a clang, Zhonyan's sword was knocked aside, and with unrelenting force, Qing's blade swept across Zhonyan's neck, a head sword into the air. With a thud, the headless body of the anniversary lurched forward, collapsing onto the ground. It was only then that Li's voice rang out. Shut up, you fool. Do you wish to die? Suddenly, Feng Ninshui's cold voice echoed in Li's ears, startling him into covering his mouth, though the panic on his face was unmistakable. Feng. Just now Qing hastily began to explain as Feng Ninshui turned his gaze towards him. It's not your fault. It's the echo bug. Before he could finish, Feng Ninshui waved his hand dismissively and approached Zhou severed head, taking a glance before crushing it underfoot. At the moment the skull shattered, a small, caterpillar-like creature emerged from the flesh. Evidently, this creature had somehow burrowed into the anniversary's brain. This is the echo bug, a low-level aberration with no inherent offensive capabilities. However, it possesses a unique ability to stealthily penetrate a person's skull, taking control of their speech and actions. Once inside, the echo bug can compel its host to mimic others' words, and once it is discovered, it will incite the host to attack those around them, rendering them virtually defenseless. There have been numerous incidents where individuals controlled by the echo bug have turned against their companions, resulting in significant casualties. Clearly, the anniversary had been under the influence of the echo bug for some time. Qing, you acted wisely and swiftly. Otherwise, both you and Li would have been in peril. Qing narrowed his eyes, his pallor evident, and remained silent, trembling slightly. Qing, are you all right? Feng Ninshui, believing it was Qing's first experience with killing that had frightened him, inquired. Qing shook his head, his body still quivering, while Feng Ninshui mistakenly thought he was simply afraid, unaware that he was struggling to suppress an insatiable bloodlust within. The instant he witnessed the anniversary's blood, his own blood surged, akin to ravenous beasts yearning to consume every drop. With a huff, Qing concealed his hands behind his back, digging his nails into his flesh, allowing the excruciating pain to gradually quell his thirst for blood. Do not fear. This is how it feels the first time one takes a life. You will grow accustomed to it, Feng Ninshui reassured him, preparing to crush the echo bug underfoot. The creature, having separated from the human skull, resembled an ordinary caterpillar, moving at a sluggish pace. Don't move. Qing suddenly shouted, his expression fraught with urgency. What's wrong? Feng Ninshui, startled by Qing's outburst, wondered what had transpired. Let me handle this. Seizing the moment of Feng Ninshui's distraction, Qing lunged forward, stomping on the echo bug, causing a burst of green liquid to erupt from beneath his foot. Cough, cough. I'm avenging the anniversary. After dispatching the echo bug, Qing looked up to meet Feng Ninshui's peculiar gaze, sheepishly explaining as he rubbed his nose. Forget it. Feng Ninshui frowned, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He retrieved a talisman from his robe, which ignited into flames and was cast onto the corpse of the anniversary. The corpse of the anniversary was swiftly reduced to a pile of ash. Feng too, are we not taking the anniversary's body back? Li stammered, clearly still reeling from the death. No need, Feng Ninshui replied. On one hand, it is unnecessary. Dust returns to dust, and when a person has died, what purpose does bringing their body back serve? On the other hand, the stench of blood might attract perilous creatures, so in the future, when a companion falls, we shall incinerate them with a flame talisman directly. Feng too, are you referring to those? After Feng Ninshui finished speaking, Qing pointed to the sky not far away. Feng Ninshui turned to look and was met with a dark cloud that had mysteriously gathered in the sky, looming ominously and approaching rapidly. As it passed, the mist dissipated, and even the playful wind spirits that had been frolicking in the air fled in haste. As the swarm drew nearer, a tremendous buzzing sound filled Qing's ears, and they finally discerned that the massive dark cloud was not a cloud at all, but a multitude of mosquitoes, a dense, overwhelming swarm of black mosquitoes. The sheer number and density of the insects made them resemble a cloud, yet it was a cloud that feasted on flesh. Blood-sucking mosquitoes, run! Fang Nianshui's face turned pale as he shouted. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the village. Yi Qing and Li Er understood the urgency and followed Fang Nianshui closely, running with all their might. However, they were no match for the speed of the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Just as they reached the midpoint of their escape, the swarm enveloped them, the massive buzzing resonating like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Alas, there's no escape. Prepare to fight for our lives. Fang Nianshui sighed, his expression ashen upon realizing they were surrounded. He understood that this so-called fight was merely a march towards death. A solitary blood-sucking mosquito, though merely a mundane creature, thrived in swarms that numbered in the thousands. Not only would they struggle, but even Lin Hu and more formidable practitioners of the treading pulses realm would retreat in the face of a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Otherwise, death would be inevitable. Practitioners of the gathering Qi and treading pulses realms would find it nearly impossible to survive against such a horde, let alone them. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Li Er screamed, seemingly driven mad, as he charged ahead. Don't go, Yi Qing exclaimed, startled, attempting to grasp Li Er, but his speed was too great. Before Yi Qing could react, Li Er had already bolted forward. As soon as Li Er fled, the mosquitoes swarmed like a black cloud, enveloping him instantly. Within that dark mass, the chilling cries of Li Er echoed, but his voice faded into silence within mere moments, and the swarm ascended into the air. Once the mosquitoes departed, Li Er's lifeless body was revealed to Yi Qing, appearing as a desiccated corpse, completely drained of blood by the insatiable swarm. With a sudden crack, Li Er's corpse seemed to disintegrate, bones scattering across the ground. Attack! At that moment, Fang Nianshui bellowed, slapping a talisman onto his long blade. With a sweeping strike, flames erupted, incinerating a vast swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. However, in the next instant, a greater multitude of the creatures surged towards Fang Nianshui. Yet, empowered by the flames ignited by the talisman, Fang Nianshui wielded his long knife with fervor, the flames swirling around him, providing a formidable defense against the onslaught of the mosquitoes. In contrast to Fang Nianshui, Yi Qing lacked talismans and could only rely on the long knife in his hands to cleave at the mosquitoes in the air. Although he had never practiced any swordsmanship, his immense strength and enduring vitality allowed him to wield the long knife with such vigor that no mosquitoes could draw near him for a time. Nevertheless, the mosquitoes were relentless and inexhaustible. Despite his stamina, without any formal technique, his prolonged defense was bound to falter. Numerous mosquitoes breached his blade's arc, landing upon him, their sharp mouthparts piercing his skin. Even though he had achieved remarkable bodily refinement, with skin as resilient as iron, he could not withstand the piercing, razor-sharp beaks of the mosquitoes, and a sharp pain surged through his body. This was another terrifying aspect of the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Their beaks, sharper than any steel, could easily penetrate iron. Otherwise, a warrior with perfected bodily refinement would have no reason to fear them. Am I to perish? Yi Qing thought bitterly. And as he confronted the brink of life and death, he found an unexpected calm within himself, the fear of death strangely absent. Yet in the next moment, he observed the mosquitoes clinging to him suddenly convulsing as if struck by a fatal blow, their bodies shriveling and falling to the ground. They are dead. Yi Qing instinctively paused, his movement slowing considerably, just as dozens of mosquitoes descended upon him. However, after only a brief moment, one after another, the mosquitoes fell from him. All of them withered. In no time, the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of their desiccated bodies. I have drained them dry. Yi Qing could distinctly feel that as the mosquitoes fed on his own blood surged within him, boiling with an overwhelming, devouring force that consumed the blood within the mosquitoes. After absorbing their blood, Yi Qing sensed a newfound strength surging through him. So, my blood possesses such a power. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, and he paused his actions, allowing the mosquitoes to envelop him. Since I cannot die, and merely standing here enhances my strength, why not embrace it? Meanwhile, Fang Nianshui continued to wield his flaming long knife, retreating while fighting. He paid no heed to Yi Qing, consumed by his own plight, having no time to concern himself with the fate of others. At this moment, he presumed Yi Qing had already become a desiccated corpse. However, he too could not sustain this for long. The flames on his blade were indeed the arch-nemesis of the mosquitoes, but that power was merely borrowed from the talisman. Once the talisman's energy was exhausted, it would mark his own demise. Gradually, the flames upon the long blade dwindled, and his pace slowed. A consequence of both exhaustion and the relentless swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes that fervently obstructed his path. Was he truly on the brink of death? Fang Nianshui gasped for breath, his body now besieged by the voracious insects, feeling the diminishing strength within him, a flicker of reluctance glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly, from the rice fields, a thunderous croak reverberated through the air, akin to the roar of thunder. The sound drew nearer, and moments later, a frog, roughly the size of a child, appeared on the path. Curiously, this frog did not crouch on all fours but stood upright, its hind legs grounded, its body erect, adorned with a red ribbon atop its head, and its front limbs clasped as if in human fashion, its large eyes gazing disdainfully at the airborne mosquitoes. With a series of croaks, the frog began to move its front limbs, executing a remarkable display of martial arts, its movements agile and evasive, accompanied by its peculiar croaks, reminiscent of a true master of the martial arts. A martial arts frog? Qing wiped the mosquitoes from his eyelids, staring in astonishment as the frog performed its striking routine on the path, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. In the next moment, the frog leaped into the air, its belly swelling like a balloon, and with a tremendous croak, a gust of wind surged forth, obliterating a significant portion of the mosquitoes in its wake. Even Qing felt his eardrums nearly shatter, his gaze vacant, blood oozing from his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. By the heavens, not only was it a martial arts frog, but also a qigong frog. Qing wiped the blood from his face, and soon observed the frog land gracefully upon the ground, its tongue flicking out to ensnare the fallen mosquitoes, consuming them with ease. The frog's tongue moved with precision, akin to a whip, sweeping, striking, coiling, and ensnaring, each motion expertly executed, devouring swathes of mosquitoes without a hint of bloating, even after consuming thousands. In a short span, the aerial mosquitoes diminished by more than half, becoming sparse. The remaining mosquitoes, realizing their futility, redirected their assault, abandoning Qing and Feng Yinshui in favor of the frog. Unperturbed by the dense swarm, the frog bent its legs slightly, its front limbs outstretched in a classic stance. As the mosquitoes approached, it unleashed a rapid series of claps, swift as lightning, generating a flurry of shadowy impressions that radiated a chilling aura. The mass of mosquitoes was frozen and shattered, subsequently consumed by the frog. The relentless swarm could not reach the frog at all. Sensing their impending defeat, the mosquitoes, in a collective hum, prepared to flee. Ribbit in the next moment, the frog leaped gracefully, its body spinning in midair, executing a precise and clean roundhouse kick. The air trembled as an invisible force surged outward, causing the blood-sucking mosquitoes that had fled several feet away to shatter as if crushed by an immense power, blood splattering everywhere. With a flick of its tongue, the frog devoured the falling mosquito, prompting the remaining few hundred to flee in a panic. This time, the frog did not engage further, it merely patted its belly, wearing a look of satisfaction. Did they just escape? From a distance, Feng Yinshui regained his senses, staring at the retreating mosquitoes in disbelief. The once terrifying swarm of bloodsuckers had fled, defeated by none other than a frog. To be honest, he was unfamiliar with this peculiar creature, but it was undoubtedly formidable, capable of intimidating even the blood-sucking mosquitoes that struck fear in the hearts of warriors in the Meridian realm. Once aware, Feng Yinshui cautiously regarded the frog, which was now contentedly burping in the middle of the road. Ribbit the frog seemingly cast a disdainful glance at Feng Yinshui and Qing before leaping into the rice field and vanishing from sight. What on earth is this kung fu frog? After the frog departed, Qing approached Feng Yinshui and inquired softly. Feng Yinshui shook his head in response. I do not know. I have never encountered such a creature before. The name kung fu frog is indeed apartment. Oh, you're alive? Suddenly, Feng Yinshui appeared to recall something, looking at Qing with astonishment. Is it such a desire for my demise? Qing rolled his eyes and concocted a haphazard excuse. I must be blessed with good fortune. I thought I was done for, but thankfully, that kung fu frog came to my rescue. Truthfully, had it not been for the peculiar frog's appearance, he could have consumed much more blood. Alas, fate had other plans. Nevertheless, the presence of the kung fu frog provided him with an excuse for his survival. Every sip and peck has its own merit. Feng Yinshui observed the myriad of red spots and swellings on Qing's body, nodding, uncertain whether to believe him. Let us return swiftly. Although the blood-sucking mosquitoes are not venomous, the hot weather could lead to inflammation and festering of the wounds. We must tend to them promptly. Indeed. Qing nodded and followed Feng Yinshui back to the village. You should rest first. Upon their return to Junshan village, Feng Yinshui said to Qing, What about you? Feng too? Qing asked, puzzled. Feng Yinshui, weary, replied, As for me, I need to report today's events to Team Lin. After all, 2 lives have been lost. Furthermore, I must inform them about the Kung Fu frog. That unusual creature is no ordinary anomaly, extraordinarily powerful. Although it did not attack us, unlike those sinister beings, it is still something to be wary of. At the very least, I must ensure Team Lin warns the patrol about not provoking it. By the way, take this bottle of spirit snake ointment to apply. Your wounds will heal by tomorrow. The spirit snake ointment is a benefit for our patrol team. Each member is entitled to receive 2 bottles free of charge every month, specifically for treating external injuries. You may collect it yourself in the future. Thank you, Feng Tu. Yu Qing expressed his gratitude as he accepted the ointment. Feng Yanxue waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. All right, go back and tend to your injuries. Remember to gather here at the hour of the rooster tomorrow morning. Do not be late. Understood. Yu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. Off you go. Feng Yanxue gestured, and after Yu Qing turned to depart, Feng Yanxue's head, initially bowed, suddenly lifted, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Qing's retreating figure. Within his placid expression, a flicker of inscrutable brilliance glimmered, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Upon returning home, Yu Qing poured himself a cup of tea and drained it in one gulp, sitting in silence for an extended period as he sought to calm the tumult within. Though he had always been aware of the perils that lay beyond, it was only upon leaving the village that he comprehended the true essence of those dangers, slaughter and death. Merely venturing outside had resulted in the demise of 2 individuals without him having done anything at all. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck, he might have already followed in the footsteps of Zhou Yin and Lier, becoming just another set of bones. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of strength. By the way, I have slain numerous aberrations. I wonder how many dragon snake runes I have illuminated? After sitting for a moment, Yu Qing suddenly recalled the tome of aberrations in his possession. Extracting it from his bosom, he unfurled its pages and, indeed, discovered that the dragon snake runes inscribed upon it shimmered brilliantly, densely packed like a resplendent river of stars, dazzling in their brilliance. 1, 2, 3, 13. A total of 13 dragon snake runes illuminated. Yu Qing's heart swelled with delight, but he soon furrowed his brow. Logically, that should not be the case. He had slain an echo bug and no less than several thousand blood-sucking mosquitoes. There should be more than just this few dragon snake runes. Wait, something is amiss. Why are these 2 dragon snake runes silver rather than gray? Yu Qing's eyes sparkled with realization. On the tome, all the other dragon snake runes were gray. Yet 2 shone with silver luminescence, pulsating with an ethereal rhythm, mysterious and profound. Could it be that the remaining gray dragon snake runes merged into these 2 silver ones? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. After all, the tome had limited capacity and could not simultaneously accommodate thousands of dragon snake runes. If that were the case, these 2 silver dragon snake runes must possess far greater potency than the gray ones. Just by appearance, the silver runes exuded a sense of prestige compared to their gray counterparts. Should I not test it? A surge of curiosity stirred within Yu Qing, yet he quickly dismissed the notion. Who could ascertain how many gray runes had amalgamated into these silver ones and the extent of power they contained? What if their strength were overwhelming and led to his demise? Whom would he hold accountable for that? Never mind, there are still numerous gray dragon snake runes. I shall wait until these are exhausted before considering the silver ones. Yu Qing rose to his feet, assuming a fighting stance, and practiced a set of 7 styles of demon subjugation, refining the blood he had absorbed from the mosquitoes within him. This blood did not belong to him. It was merely forcefully consumed, akin to gravel and water, creating a jarring, cumbersome sensation. His vitality grew more robust. Indeed, progress was made. After completing 2 minor circulations, Yu Qing felt the heaviness and stagnation within him dissipate entirely. His vitality surged, becoming increasingly robust, and his strength had noticeably increased, prompting a satisfied smile. If I have ample fresh blood in the future, could I not become invincible solely by consuming it? It feels rather villainous, doesn't it? Just thinking about it sends a thrill through me. However, I must remain vigilant. The memory of consuming fresh blood flashed in his mind. It was as if the blood coursing through him had transformed into a ravenous beast, rife with greed and desire, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. Caution is imperative, lest I become a monster governed by blood and lust. Continuing forth, after refining the blood he had absorbed, Yu Qing reached out to touch a gray dragon snake rune. The immense power of the runes surged into his body in an instant. With a focused mind, he assumed a fighting stance, and the 7 styles of demon suppression flowed seamlessly from him. His skin flushed crimson, radiating a searing aura as sweat coalesced into mist. Within him, Bones and organs resonated with a low hum, and after 2 minor circulations, the strength of the dragon snake rune was thoroughly refined. Indeed, his physique had been enhanced, making the process of refining the rune considerably simpler. A week prior, the power of a single dragon snake rune had rendered him nearly incapacitated, but now, it took him merely a quarter of an hour to assimilate its strength, an incomparable difference. Feeling the renewed vigor and resilience coursing through him, Qing smiled with satisfaction. More, after absorbing the power from one rune, he eagerly set to work on the second. The ominous and perilous world outside, coupled with the pressure from Chunzheng in the Qi condensation stage, fueled his desire to strengthen himself, lest he meet an inexplicable demise. He did not wish to share the same fate as Li Er, who perished after a year. He wished to live. The following morning, Qing prepared a simple meal to satiate his hunger before arriving at the village entrance right on time. Upon his arrival, Fang Nianshui was already waiting there. Seeing Qing, she greeted him. "You're here. I have something wonderful for you." "Wonderful? What is it?" Qing inquired, curiosity piqued. Fang Nianshui casually tossed him an item. Qing caught it, opened it, and to his astonishment, discovered it was a secret manual for a knife technique, 5 tigers breaking the door knife. "A manual for knife techniques?" Qing exclaimed, delighted. "Is this for me?" Fang Nianshui crossed her arms, smiling brightly. "Of course. I noticed your vitality and physique are commendable. You've laid a solid foundation for body refinement. It's time to start practicing this knife technique. I mentioned it to team leader Lin yesterday, and he instructed me to give it to you to enhance your combat capabilities." "Thank you, Fang," Qing said, joyfully flipping through the pages of the manual. Although the name 5 tigers breaking the door knife sounded rather unimpressive, he sincerely needed an offensive martial art at this moment. In fact, he had intended to seek out Lin Hu in a few days to acquire a defensive martial art, and this serendipitous gift was fortuitous indeed. "All right, I'll put this away. I still need to go on patrol." Fang Nianshui chuckled nonchalantly, just as the night patrol returned, their demeanor somber and sorrowful. "Old Lin, what happened?" Fang Nianshui inquired. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a dark complexion, sighed heavily, his face etched with grief. "Alas, last night, Yu Laosan's team was ambushed by the night creatures. 3 of them perished, and their bodies were never found." Upon hearing this, Fang Nianshui felt a twinge of sadness as well. He patted old Lin's shoulder, forcing a smile. "Dying early is a form of liberation. Perhaps it will be our turn someday. Don't be disheartened. Let's head home and get some rest, as our shift for patrol is approaching." After exchanging farewells with old Lin and the others, Fang Nianshui led Qing out of the village, the atmosphere heavy with melancholy. "All right, stop looking so glum. Death is a certainty for all. Whether it be you or me, let us lift our spirits." Noticing Qing's silence, Fang Nianshui playfully patted his shoulder. "I understand." Qing nodded, following Fang Nianshui as they began to patrol the surrounding fields. Occasionally, they encountered other patrol teams, but greetings were limited to distant nods. Refraining from close contact to avoid the risk of being possessed or controlled by any lurking monstrosities. It was a tacit agreement among all patrol members. To approach recklessly could lead to needless death. Suddenly, a villager working in the fields let out a loud cry. "Something's wrong. Let's go check it out." Hearing the commotion, Fang Nianshui quickly led Qing toward the source of the disturbance. In Qing's eyes, the villager appeared to have encountered something terrifying, sprinting wildly in their direction. As he ran, a thin line appeared on his forehead, and his skin began to peel away along that line, revealing reddened fibers and muscle beneath. Yet, the villager seemed utterly oblivious, continuing to charge toward them. The rate of skin peeling increasing, as if it were merely a garment being discarded. "Stop running. Stand still," Fang Nianshui shouted anxiously. However, the villager remained deaf to his pleas, howling as he barreled toward them. As the villager closed the distance to just over 3 meters, a sharp, tearing sound resonated. And in an instant, his entire layer of skin was completely shed, leaving behind a blood-soaked figure. With the skin torn away, the villager collapsed to the ground. Yet still alive, crawling forward with outstretched hands, repeatedly whispering, "Help me." What was even more horrifying was that the discarded skin did not fall to the ground. Instead, it turned and began to flee as if it were alive. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupted as Fang Nianshui propelled himself forward. Leaping like an arrow released from its bow, aiming for the fleeing skin. Mid-air, his long knife descended. With a resounding slice, the skin was cleaved in 2. And from within, a thin wisp of dark mist fled into the distance. Trying to escape, Fang Nianshui let out a cold snort as soon as he landed. His long knife transformed from a downward strike to a sweeping motion, fierce and swift beyond measure, cleaving through the black mist. The dark vapor shattered and vanished into the air. What on earth is this? Fang Nianshui murmured, crouching down to examine the human skin on the ground. Caution! At that moment, Yi Qing's pupils constricted as he suddenly stepped forward, slashing his knife with a piercing light, accompanied by a chilling gale, grazing Fang Nianshui's scalp as it swept past. Startled, Fang Nianshui thought Yi Qing intended to kill him, but in the next instant, a sharp sound echoed, as if something had been torn apart. Turning around, he beheld a piece of human skin effortlessly cleaved in two by Yi Qing. The fleeing wisp of black mist was also swiftly obliterated by Yi Qing's decisive sweep. The movements were clean and efficient, rivaling his own. At that moment, a rustling sound abruptly emerged from all directions. Fang Nianshui, momentarily stunned, immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. In the blink of an eye, 6 pieces of human skin surged forth from the fields, surrounding Yi Qing and him. How many lives has this thing claimed? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Although it was merely a piece of human skin, he could faintly discern that these were villagers from Junshan village. Yi Qing, be careful, Fang Nianshui cautioned. Lunging toward the 3 pieces of human skin before him, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, hesitated momentarily, then unhesitatingly charged toward the remaining 3. These controlled pieces of human skin were not particularly strong, they merely appeared intimidating. Yi Qing struck down with his knife, its light sorrowful, cleaving one of the advancing pieces of human skin in half, even shattering the accompanying black mist with tremendous force. Following this, Yi Qing shifted his footing, twisting his body in an uncanny manner to evade an attack from another piece of human skin. With a sweeping motion, he shattered the second one. However, at that moment, a third piece of human skin suddenly materialized behind him, its arms crashing down toward his back. Though Yi Qi was robust, he had not mastered any evasive techniques and could only watch helplessly as the arms of the piece of skin whipped toward him like whips. Boom. It felt as if he had been struck by a colossal hammer. His back erupted, and a significant portion of his shoulder blade caved in, while the arms of the piece of human skin shattered upon impact, showcasing the immense force behind the blow. Death. Yet Yi Qing's formidable physique remained unyielding. He retaliated with a swift upward motion, his knife emerging like a dragon, cleaving the nearby piece of human skin into fragments. Yi Qing, watch out. At that moment, a cry echoed in his ear, a surge of alarm rising within him. He instinctively turned his head sharply to the right, aligning it with his shoulder. Were it a common person, such a maneuver would have surely resulted in a broken neck, but Yi Qing's body, having undergone significant refinement, exhibited unparalleled flexibility and resilience. In the next instant, a colossal force slammed into his shoulder, accompanied by a cracking sound as the shoulder and arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Hiss. The pain from his dislocated shoulder caused Yi Qing to draw in a sharp breath, accompanied by a sense of lingering fear, had he not evaded in time. The consequences of such a strike to his head would have been unimaginable. Certainly, the most likely scenario is that his head will explode like a watermelon. Yi Qing looked up, and a hollow human skin appeared before his eyes, continuing to lunge at him. Humph. Enduring the pain, Yi Qing rolled back, swiftly slashing with his long knife, cleaving the advancing human skin in two. Yi Qing, are you all right? I'm here to help you. At that moment, Fang Nianshui's voice finally reached him. Gripping the knife in one hand and dragging his injured arm, Yi Qing took 2 cautious steps back, watching Fang Nianshui warily. A cold smile gracing his lips. Help me? I think you mean to kill me. Fang Nianshui was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Yi Qing. What do you mean? I don't understand. Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tone increasingly mocking. Not understanding is of no consequence, as long as you comprehend it in your heart. A straightforward person does not speak in riddles. You are Qin Zhang's accomplice, aren't you? He sent you to kill me, didn't he? At his words, Fang Nianshui's initial shock was palpable, but as she met Yi Qing's steadfast yet slightly scornful gaze, her astonishment gradually faded, revealing a flicker of curiosity. TSK, quite clever of you. But I am curious, how did you come to know? Your admission is rather candid. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, responding coldly. It is quite simple. First, yesterday while I, and Yin, and Li Er were patrolling, despite your incessant chatter about the bazaar, your gaze was persistently fixed on me. We are from the same village, crossing paths often. Unless there is some extraordinary reason, why would you be so focused on me? Is it because I am more handsome than you? I doubt it. Secondly, when the echo bug controlled in Yin, you had ample opportunity to intervene when he charged at us, yet you chose to stand idly by. Quite peculiar. I surmise you intended to use a yin to eliminate me. Lastly, on our return journey, I was in front, you behind, and your gaze remained fixated on me. I also sensed a faint, lingering intent to kill. Had we not encountered other patrol teams along the way, you might have already struck. Qing took a deep breath and continued. Of course, these are mere conjectures. The true evidence that confirmed your intent to kill me was that human skin just now. Although those skins possess immense strength, they are remarkably fragile and not very swift. I, who have never trained in swordplay or lightness techniques, managed to fend them off. How could you, a seasoned warrior skilled in swordsmanship, who has vanquished countless bizarre creatures, fail to do so? Is it merely because of your appearance? Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Feng Ninshui applauded, her face alight with admiration. Since you already suspect me, why did you come to my aid just now? Qing replied with a smile. Suspicion does not equate to truth. I simply believe that in this world, there are still more good people than bad. Alas, I was mistaken. Feng Ninshui sighed, her tone laced with sarcasm. Saying such things makes it hard for me to bring myself to kill you. How about this? If you reveal your secrets to me, I shall spare your life. What do you say? Secrets? What secrets do I possess? Qing furrowed his brow. Uncertain of what Feng Ninshui had uncovered, was it the peculiar techniques, his true capabilities, or perhaps the secret of the blood coursing through his veins? Feng Ninshui smiled with satisfaction. You are not a novice in the 7 styles of demon exorcism, having just begun to refine your body. You must have already achieved a minor success in that regard. Qing, remaining composed, inquired. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Feng Ninshui replied. If you were merely a beginner, how did you manage to survive the onslaught of the blood-sucking mosquitoes yesterday? And today, these bizarre human skin creatures, though not particularly strong, possess immense strength. If you were just starting your body refinement, how could you possibly contend with them? And let me not forget to mention that your body was covered in wounds from the mosquito bites yesterday, yet after just one night, you are completely healed, with not a trace of swelling. Surely, if your internal energy and vitality were not robust, this would not be possible. Therefore, you are undoubtedly not a novice. By the way, did you not give me a vial of spirit snake salve yesterday? Qing queried, perplexed. Feng Ninshui asserted confidently, you did not use it, did you? Qing, intrigued, asked, how do you know I did not use it? Feng Ninshui smiled faintly. If you had used it, what I would see today would be your lifeless body. Qing raised an eyebrow. Did you poison the spirit snake salve? Thankfully, he had been cautious. And with the presence of the dragon snake runes, he had no need for the salve. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, one must always guard against treachery. Precisely. Feng Ninshui grinned, openly admitting, however, I am quite curious as to how you achieved minor success in body refinement in such a short span of 7 or 8 days. It took me over half a year to reach that stage. Did you employ some miraculous herb, secret manual, or cunning artifact? Qing chuckled softly. Are you not adept at guessing? Go ahead, take a guess. Feng Ninshui, undeterred, grinned with a sinister smile. I surmise it is a cunning artifact. One that not only enhances your strength rapidly, but also conceals your aura. Am I correct? Qing merely chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. Yet, Feng Ninshui believed she had guessed correctly. Silence was tantamount to affirmation. She continued, if you hand over that cunning artifact to me, I shall spare your life. What do you say? Qing smiled lightly. I say no deal. Feng Ninshui, puzzled, asked, why not? Qing retorted sarcastically. Because you never intended to let me leave alive. If you truly wished to negotiate, you would not have deliberately allowed that human skin creature to attack my head just now. A true minor success in body refinement would have been killed instantly by such an assault. If you genuinely wanted to trade with me, you would not have acted so recklessly. Alas, I must say, you are indeed clever, Feng Ninshui exclaimed, though her tone grew increasingly ominous. Yet, it is a pity that the more astute one is, the swifter their demise. Even if Qinzheng does not kill you, I will not spare you. Qing remained non-committal, mocking, aren't you afraid that by killing me, you will be unable to obtain what I possess? Feng Ninshui replied coldly, I just praised your intelligence. And yet now you speak foolishly. Since you require that cunning artifact to conceal your aura, you must keep it on your person. If I were to kill you, would that artifact not then belong to me? Moreover, even if it is not within your grasp, in your humble abode, with a modicum of patience, one can invariably uncover it. Alas, what is destined for me is indeed mine, and none can seize it away, neither you nor the heavens. Young man, prepare yourself. Do you not sense your impending demise? Ah, your intuition is astute and remarkably accurate. Most of it is indeed correct. Yi Qing sighed softly, gradually lifting his head to bask in the cascading sunlight, and with a grin, he remarked, "Yet, regrettably, you have erred in one respect. I'm not merely at the minor success of body tempering." With that declaration, Yi Qing's injuries began to mend at an astonishing rate. Visible to the naked eye, the collapsed scapula restored, the fractured and twisted arm healed, and in the blink of an eye, he was entirely unscathed, as if he had never been wounded at all. "This, you truly possess something extraordinary." Fang Nianshui's lips curled into a sly smile. "However, even if your wounds are healed, do you believe you can escape death?" Before her words could fully dissipate, a sharp sound erupted as Fang Nianshui leapt into action. Wielding her blade with both hands and striking downwards with lethal ferocity, her attack imbued with a fierce, almost mournful roar, as if she aimed to cleave Yi Qing in two. The Five Tigers door-splitting blade technique is inherently brutal, characterized by its ruthless aggression, though its movements are simple. They exude an aura of malevolence, filled with animosity, each strike akin to extinguishing an entire lineage, leaving only death in its wake. In the face of such a savage blow, Yi Qing did not flinch or evade. He merely raised his sword to block, colliding with Fang Nianshui's descending blade. With a resounding crash, Yi Qing remained steadfast, while Fang Nianshui was sent soaring backward, returning from whence she came. "Impossible! How could you possess such strength?" Upon landing, Fang Nianshui staggered back several steps before regaining her balance. Yet at this moment, her expression was one of shock. Her arm, grasping the long blade, trembled slightly, blood seeping from her palm. She had long achieved the pinnacle of body tempering and had even begun to refine her true energy within her dantian, progressing toward the realm of qi condensation. Thus, her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary body tempering warrior, possessing at least the might of two fierce steeds. Yet she still could not withstand Yi Qing's strike, underscoring the sheer magnitude of his power. "He, did I not inform you that I am not merely at the minor success of body tempering?" Seizing the moment of Fang Nianshui's distraction, Yi Qing slightly bent his legs, his vital energy surging forth, as the ground beneath him erupted into a deep crater. Swift as the wind and fierce as a tiger, he swung his blade toward Fang Nianshui. It seemed she had not anticipated Yi Qing's astonishing speed. In a hurried attempt, she raised her sword defensively across her chest, hoping to block his descending strike. The earth trembled with a resounding roar as Fang Nianshui's feet sank into the soil up to her knees. Her arms rendered numb. Once more, after the first strike, Yi Qing's vigor was unyielding, his arm muscles pulsating, the blood beneath his skin resembling molten lava, teeming with an overwhelming, terrifying power. With another powerful swing, a sharp crack echoed from Fang Nianshui's arm, a sound reminiscent of shattering bone. As her body once again descended a notch, seeking death, Fang Nianshui, consumed by rage, did not wait for Yi Qing's third strike to descend. With a swift twist of his wrist, he wielded his long knife in a circular motion, creating 5 phantom blades that surged forth like 5 ferocious tigers, attacking Yi Qing from all directions. Yet, Yi Qing remained steadfast, unyielding in his resolve. He brought his blade crashing down, declaring that no matter the myriad techniques employed against him, he would shatter them with sheer strength. 3 of the 5 phantom blades were cleaved asunder. Yet 2 still struck Yi Qing, leaving deep gashes on his arms and legs, blood gushing forth. However, Fang Nianshui was not without his own suffering. Though he managed to block Yi Qing's descending blade, the overwhelming force behind it surged into his body like a torrential flood, shattering his wrist bones and causing excruciating pain to radiate through his internal organs. With a violent cough, Fang Nianshui spewed forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his insides, his complexion pale as he fixed a fierce glare upon Yi Qing. You have achieved the pinnacle of body refinement. But even so, such power is unimaginable. Ah, did I not mention? I am no ordinary individual. I possess innate divine strength. Yi Qing continued his relentless assault, bringing his blade down once more. Though he lacked finesse and swordsmanship, his vitality surged, and if one strike did not suffice, he would deliver several more. You think victory is assured, do you? What is strength without merit? I shall show you my true prowess. With a furious roar, Fang Nianshui's expression twisted into one of malevolence as he casually hurled a crimson talisman into the air. It ignited into a conflagration, enveloping Yi Qing. The flame talisman. Yi Qing scoffed disdainfully. Though the flames appeared formidable, they were merely effective against creatures fearful of fire and posed no true threat to him. He continued his downward strike, tearing through the fiery veil. At that moment, a brilliant glimmer flashed along Fang Ninshui's blade, the edge shimmering as if cloaked in golden light. He swung his weapon, colliding with Yi Qing's descending blade, producing a sharp crack. Yi Qing's weapon shattered like a withered twig. In the next heartbeat, Fang Ninshui unleashed a devastating blow, his blade splitting into 5, exuding an overwhelming force, accompanied by the soul-stirring roars of 5 tigers, imbued with an insatiable ferocity as it struck toward Yi Qing. Startled, Yi Qing found himself bereft of his weapon. Unable to defend himself, he could only shield his head with his arms and roll backward to protect his vital points. Yet, Yi Qing was swift, but the blades were swifter, leaving 5 deep gashes across his body, blood cascading like a crimson waterfall. The most grievous of all was the wound that cleaved from his left chest to his waist, deep enough to reveal bone, with glimpses of his writhing intestines and pulsing heart. What use is mere strength if it leads to death? Fang Ninshui sneered, spitting out blood. His earlier anger and frustration dissipated. The flame talisman had merely been a ruse, designed to distract Yi Qing, while his true lethal weapon was the golden blade talisman, which enhanced the sharpness of his steel weapon, allowing him to sever Yi Qing's armament. Now, disarmed and defenseless, how could Yi Qing stand a chance against him? As Fang Ninshui contemplated the flame talisman and the golden blade talisman, he felt a pang of regret. Yet, the thought of soon obtaining the mysterious artifact from Yi Qing ignited a thrill within him. In just a matter of days, Yi Qing transformed from an individual powerless as a fledgling chick into a formidable warrior, having achieved the pinnacle of body refinement. This was no ordinary mastery. His strength was immense, undoubtedly a result of the mysterious artifact. If he could acquire that enigmatic device, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger and ascend to the zenith of his life. Cough, cough. Great strength is not particularly remarkable. Yi Qing coughed violently, but the vitality coursing through his veins, brimming with life force, granted him the ability to act as he desired. Indeed, his greatest asset was not merely his superior strength or robust physique compared to other warriors, but the abundant vitality within him, or rather, the formidable power contained within his blood. In the next moment, a surge of life force permeated through Yi Qing's blood, and the gruesome scar across his abdomen began to writhe, muscles regenerating, the wound sealing itself. Within mere breaths, all traces of injury vanished, leaving not even a scar behind. Fang Ninshui stared in disbelief, feeling as though events were spiraling beyond his expectations and control. Now it is my turn. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, his form akin to a soaring eagle, diving directly at Fang Ninshui. What does it matter if you are brimming with vitality? I shall still kill you. Fang Ninshui's expression turned frenzied as he swung his blade downward, but mid-strike, he suddenly altered his approach, transforming the chop into a thrust, piercing towards Yi Qing's heart like a spear. Yi Qing deftly shifted his foot, pressing forward, allowing Fang Ninshui's long knife to plunge into his body, grazing his heart before exiting through his back. With a muffled grunt, Yi Qing continued his advance, directly thrusting the broken blade into Fang Ninshui's abdomen, all while under the latter's stunned gaze. I refuse to believe that I cannot kill you. Fang Ninshui, too, became desperate, gripping his knife with both hands and twisting violently, as if intending to shatter Yi Qing's heart. Yi Qing seized the back of Fang Ninshui's knife, the tremendous force rendering the blade immobile, then delivered a headbutt to the opponent's nose, pushing the blade deeper into his abdomen. Simultaneously, the blood within Yi Qing surged like a shark sensing blood in the water, boiling with an overwhelming thirst for blood, transforming his eyes into a crimson hue. Just as Fang Ninshui regained his senses, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes, cold, merciless, and insatiable. Fang Ninshui's heart sank in terror, preparing to retreat, but at that moment, a wave of weakness washed over him. He felt his blood slowly dissipating. Looking down, he beheld Yi Qing's arm, which had plunged through the wound created by the broken blade and was now stained crimson, his own blood flowing into Yi Qing's body. Strange. You are a monster. You are not human. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. As his blood continued to vanish, Fang Ninshui felt as though he were a desiccated plant, wilting and losing vitality, growing increasingly weak and disoriented. Thud. When the last drop of blood was drained, Fang Ninshui collapsed to the ground, a lifeless husk devoid of breath. A low hum resonated through the air. After devouring the entirety of Fang Ninshui's blood, an aura of terrifying ferocity emanated from Yi Qing, akin to a feral beast, yet fluctuating erratically, exhibiting an unsettling instability. His eyes remained a blood-red hue, cold and insatiable, devoid of any semblance of human emotion or rationality. After a considerable duration, Yi Qing's body swayed slightly, the crimson in his gaze gradually receding, and his consciousness slowly returning. What a close call. Yi Qing wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, still haunted by the momentary thrill. For an instant, he had nearly succumbed to the intoxicating rush of his rapidly escalating power, allowing greed and bloodlust to seize control over his reason, yearning to slay more and consume further blood. Fortunately, his will proved resilient, pulling him back from the brink. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Nonetheless, this newfound power felt undeniably exquisite. Yi Qing clenched his fist, the air crackling around him, savoring the overwhelming force coursing through his veins. A fleeting expression of ecstasy crossing his face. The strength acquired from consuming Feng Nianshui's life essence was far more substantial than all the dragon and serpent runes he had previously refined combined. The most apparent manifestation was a nearly 50% increase in his vitality, augmenting his strength to the equivalent of approximately half a spirited steed. His current vitality and physical prowess surpassed that of several late-stage Qi condensation warriors. Particularly, his vitality rivaled that of some pulse expansion warriors, robust and formidable. Thus, when confronting a fully realized body refinement warrior, he could indeed act with impunity. While the consumption of blood can swiftly amplify one's power, it regrettably comes with adverse effects. It would be prudent to employ such methods sparingly in the future. As a resolute warrior, I shall never resort to such dubious paths for cultivation unless it is presented to me. First, I must dispose of Feng Nianshui's corpse, should someone arrive later. It would spell trouble. Suppressing his desires, Yi Qing contemplated and knelt beside Feng Nianshui's lifeless form. Nothing? Very well, I shall dig a pit to bury him. After a brief search, apart from 2 vials of jade serpent ointment, a few pieces of silver, and a tome bound in leather, he found no talismans of significance on Feng Nianshui. He had hoped to discover a flame rune to incinerate the body into ashes, thereby concluding matters, but alas, it was not to be. Since the talismans were absent and venturing aimlessly was perilous, what if he encountered some malevolent entity? The most prudent course of action was to bury the body on the spot, digging a pit, covering it with earth, counting to 5. How simple it truly is. Without delay, Yi Qing utilized Feng Nianshui's long blade to excavate a pit over 2 yards deep, casting the corpse within and covering it completely. A pit of such depth would likely remain undiscovered by the average person. In a few days, the corpse would be consumed by whatever lurked beneath, vanishing forever from this world. Phew, all done. After meticulously checking for any oversights and finding none, Yi Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he settled down for a moment, the sound of footsteps abruptly echoed, as Lin Hu and several others rushed towards him, halting a mere 2 yards away. Yi Qing? Lin Hu inquired, his brow furrowed. Yi Qing regarded Lin Hu and the others with a vigilant eye. Each individual bore wounds, evidently having endured a fierce battle. It is I, the captain. Have you encountered the skin monsters as well? Lin Hu cast a glance at the skin monster lying on the ground, his expression grave. Yi Qing replied earnestly, yes. Feng Tu and I were patrolling the area when we suddenly heard Uncle Ma calling for help. Yi Qing recounted the preceding events in their entirety. Lin Hu's brow furrowed. Where is Nianshui? A jolt ran through Yi Qing's heart, yet his countenance remained composed as he said, after Feng Tu eliminated these skin monsters, he seemed to have discovered something. He deemed my abilities insufficient to assist, so he instructed me to remain in place while he pursued it alone. Lin Hu pondered. Nianshui must have uncovered the true form of the skin monsters. However, he acted recklessly. He did not question Yi Qing's words, nor did he entertain the thought of doubting them. Captain, have you also encountered the skin monsters? Yi Qing inquired. Lin Hu sighed. Indeed, many villagers have been slain today, transformed into skin monsters. We are left to wonder what malevolent force is at play. Let us set aside this discussion for now. Yi Qing, accompany us to eliminate all the skin monsters lurking outside the village, lest the villagers venturing out to farm fall into peril. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Subsequently, Yi Qing followed Lin Hu and the others as they circled the fields around Junshan village. Strangely, they did not encounter a single skin monster. How curious. Were there not numerous skin monsters just moments ago? Where could they have vanished? One person remarked. Lin Hu furrowed his brow. We must not be complacent. The emergence of these skin monsters is unusual. It is likely that what we previously vanquished was not their true form. Their essence may still be alive. The group nodded in understanding. By the way, throughout our journey, we have not encountered Nianshui. Could it be that he has suddenly? Someone familiar with Feng Nianshui spoke up. What has happened? Though the thought remained unspoken, an air of silence and concern enveloped the group. Let us return to the village and see if Nian Shui has made it back. After a moment of silence, Lin Hu spoke. If anything has indeed occurred, it is his own folly, a consequence of his actions. Everyone, weary, agreed to return. Following Lin Hu, they made their way back to Junshan village. After an inspection by the sky mirror, they entered the village. Upon entering, Lin Hu turned to the guard by the entrance. Has Feng Nian Shui returned? The guard shook his head. He has not returned. What is the matter? Lin Hu's eyes dimmed, and he did not respond directly. It is nothing. We shall take our leave now. Thank you for your efforts. Though he spoke these words, he understood that the hope for Feng Nian Shui's survival had grown exceedingly slim. The others shared in his sorrow, their hearts heavy with grief. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it. Everyone has had a long day. Return to rest well, for we must continue patrolling tomorrow to prevent further chaos from the skin monsters. Lin Hu rubbed his aching temples, weariness evident in his demeanor. Understood, Captain. Please take care of yourself and do not overexert. A few squad leaders responded and turned to leave. Yi Qing, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Just as Yi Qing was about to depart, he was called back by Lin Hu. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Yi Qing's heart, yet his expression remained tranquil. Captain, is there something you need? Nian Shui hasn't returned yet. It seems her situation is dire, Lin Hu said gravely, his face shadowed by deep regret. I will arrange for you to join Tian Hong's team for patrol duty tomorrow. Nian Shui, only in her 30s, had reached the pinnacle of body refinement and was on the brink of condensing true energy. Being the most promising candidate from Junshan village to step into the realm of energy condensation, her untimely demise was indeed a source of lamentation. No need, Captain. I believe I can handle the patrol on my own, Yi Qing insisted. Lin Hu frowned. You? No, that is too perilous. Yi Qing smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern, Captain. I have achieved initial success in body refinement and am fully capable of conducting patrols independently. What? You have already reached initial success in body refinement? Lin Hu exclaimed, astonished. Didn't you just begin refining your body a couple of days ago? How could you progress so swiftly? Yi Qing scratched his nose, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Perhaps I am a genius. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hu hesitated, but it is still too dangerous. He refrained from probing further into how Yi Qing had advanced so quickly. Everyone harbors their own secrets. An excessive inquiry could breed enmity without cause. Yi Qing chuckled. Captain, rest assured, I will exercise caution and there will be no mishaps. Moreover, our patrol team is currently short-staffed. If I join another squad, who will take over Nian Shui's responsibilities? Any oversight could endanger the villagers working outside. Lin Hu opened his mouth, only to let out a silent sigh. Recently, strange occurrences had plagued the village outskirts, and the patrol team had suffered heavy losses. They were indeed in dire need of manpower. If Yi Qing were assigned to another squad, Nian Shui's patrol area and duties would inevitably fall to others, increasing their burden and risk. Thus, Yi Qing's argument struck a chord with him. Very well. Finally, Lin Hu nodded in acquiescence. Thank you for your understanding, Captain. Yi Qing said with a slight bow. He had anticipated Lin Hu's agreement. The patrol team was genuinely short on personnel, and having demonstrated initial success in body refinement, he was neither too weak nor too strong, making him suitable for solo patrol duties. His motivations were twofold: to avoid further trouble from Chunzheng and to keep his secrets concealed from others. Like Nian Shui, even with his careful concealment, some hints of his abilities had been detected. Thus, operating alone was the safest course. As for whether revealing his initial success in body refinement would incite Chunzheng's jealousy, Yi Qing was not overly concerned. Such a level of advancement was not alarming, as evidenced by Lin Hu's rather ordinary reaction. Therefore, upon learning of this, Chunzheng would likely only be slightly cautious. Not to the extent of taking drastic measures against him. It was precisely for this reason that he felt emboldened to reveal a fraction of his prowess. I shall inform Grandma Xia shortly. You may collect several talismans from her tomorrow. Should you encounter any danger while patrolling, do not act recklessly. Immediately signal for assistance. Lin Hu advised. Yi Qing nodded in understanding. Grandma Xia is one of the 3 esteemed martial masters in the village, also a skilled talisman master. All the talismans in the village are crafted by her hand. However, due to the substantial materials and mental energy required for creating talismans, only those holding the rank of squad leader or above are permitted to receive them, and the quantity is limited. Lin Hu's consent for Yi Qing to acquire the talismans indicated that Yi Qing's status was now akin to that of a typical squad leader. If the captain has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Yi Qing said, bowing slightly to Lin Hu before departing. Outside the village, a chilly and ominous wind swept through, carrying with it an air of foreboding. The playful winds that once danced joyfully in the sky vanished without a trace, and strange entities wandering in the wilderness seemed to sense an imminent threat, disappearing from sight. Only the tranquil fields remained, eerily silent. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the leaves or fingers grinding against gravel. In the next moment, the ground heaved, and a withered hand emerged from the earth. Gradually, the soil churned, revealing an arm, then a torso, and before long, a figure resembling a lifeless corpse clawed its way out of the ground. If Yi Qing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Fang Yinshui, the very person he had slain. Yet, at this moment, Fang Yinshui appeared devoid of any consciousness, wearing a vacant and dazed expression. Soon, a fissure appeared in the center of his brow, widening until a complete human skin shed itself from Fang Yinshui's body. After shedding the skin, Fang Yinshui paused briefly, as if receiving some command, and then began to sprint toward the peak of Mount Shaojun. Meanwhile, in the fields, an innumerable array of human skins emerged, densely clustering together and also racing toward Mount Shaojun, resembling a dark cloud of death. Upon returning home, Yi Qing prepared a simple dish, accompanied by steamed buns to satiate his hunger, and resumed his training. By the time he fully refined the blood of Fang Yinshui within him, evening had fallen. Ceasing his cultivation, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating the need to condense his energy. His body had grown sufficiently robust, with a vigorous flow of vital energy, and his foundational skills were solidly established. Though he could continue to refine his physique, the rate of enhancement had become exceedingly slow and limited, requiring vast resources and time. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to condense his energy and descend to the next realm. Only by entering the realm of energy condensation could he confidently challenge Qinzheng and truly soar to new heights. However, how to achieve this energy condensation? Yi Qing frowned, contemplating whether to inquire of Lin Hu and others, yet hesitated for fear of arousing suspicion. Perhaps I should consult the enigmatic tome, he finally resolved. Indeed, he had always harbored a sense of trepidation and reverence towards the tome. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid any dealings with it. Yet reality often proves to be harsh. Removing the mysterious scripture, Yi Qing laid it flat upon the table. With a long knife, he sliced open his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the scripture as he inquired, "How can one condense qi?" The crimson liquid writhed, and after a sufficient amount had dripped, more than a bowl's worth, a line of text finally emerged. "How can one condense qi? I have already perfected my body refinement and wish to advance further, to escape the shadow of death. Only by condensing qi can I find the sole path forward. To condense qi, I must first seek a martial art that focuses on refining true qi, which may prove beneficial to me." At this point, the blood-written words ceased, and in the blink of an eye, all traces of text vanished, as though they had never existed. A martial art for condensing qi? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, understanding clearly that to condense qi, he must possess a technique for refining true qi. Yet, how could he acquire this knowledge? The martial arts masters, Lin Hu, Granny Xia, and others undoubtedly possessed such techniques, but should he request them, his secrets would be laid bare, placing him in perilous jeopardy. An innocent man may be guiltless, but possessing something precious can lead to misfortune. However, without taking action, how could he procure the method for condensing qi? Stealing? Impractical. Robbing? A risk to his life. What a predicament. Yi Qing grasped his hair, a visage of distress etched across his face. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a wrapped package of cowhide on the table. After a moment's reflection, Yi Qing recalled that it was a secret manual he had discovered on Fang Yinshui, which he had yet to peruse. His eyes sparkled with realization. Fang Yinshui had perfected her body refinement and seemed to be on the verge of expelling the old to embrace the new, preparing to ascend to the realm of qi condensation. Might this manual be the very technique for condensing qi? It was highly probable. Yi Qing seized the manual from the table, tearing away the cowhide covering, revealing several large characters before his eyes. Frog Fishing Heart Method. Frog Fishing Heart Method. What an intriguing title. Yi Qing opened the manual and began to read each word meticulously. Half a joss stick later, Yi Qing closed the manual, excitement and exhilaration gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, this frog fishing heart method was a method for condensing qi. The realm of qi condensation involves refining and accumulating inner strength within the dantian. Qi is the essence of life cycles: birth, aging, illness, death, extracted from the quintessence of all things and stored within the organs and flesh. However, the qi residing within the human body is often tainted, necessitating a regular expulsion of the old and an intake of the new, and its quantity is limited, merely sustaining life without decay. True qi, on the other hand, is the essence of nature, formless and intangible, capable of manifesting in myriad ways. By refining true qi, a martial artist gains better control over their body, transforming from the coarse to the subtle. Moreover, true qi possesses various wondrous applications. When infused into the blood, it enhances strength. When applied to fists and feet, it can unleash thunderous might. When enveloping blades and swords, it grants unparalleled sharpness. When surrounding the body, it provides resilience against destruction, and so forth. This fundamental disparity is the reason why practitioners of qi condensation surpass those of body refinement. A mere floor apart signifies a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. The initial step of condensing energy is to employ a unique breathing technique, exhaling the old and inhaling the new, thereby refining true energy within the dantian. The toad fishing heart method is a breathing and meditation practice that mimics the respiration of toads, enabling the storage of true energy within the dantian, and allows for the technique of abdominal drum toad croak to invigorate the blood and muscles, ultimately enhancing one's physical constitution. Furthermore, if one masters the toad fishing heart method, they can cultivate the toad fishing strength within themselves. This strength is a method of utilizing true energy, allowing one to accumulate power through inhalation and exhalation, harmonizing the blood, muscles, and inner strength into a singular force that can erupt with immense power in an instant. Leaf Qing perused the secret manual, his eyes brightening slightly. According to the introduction of the manual, typical energy condensing methods merely allow for the slow refinement of true energy, whereas some formidable martial arts not only enable rapid energy refinement but also incorporate various techniques, forming powerful moves with boundless potential. The toad fishing heart method undoubtedly stands as a commendable energy condensing technique, though it may not compare to the might of more powerful martial arts. It is certainly commendable in its own right. Very well, let us commence condensing energy. Leaf Qing licked his lips, positioning himself as per the toad fishing heart method instructions. With his inner thighs touching the ground, legs turned outward, and palms resting on the floor, resembling a toad crouched on the earth. Subsequently, following the energy circulation route of the toad fishing heart method, he gently parted his lips, inhaled and exhaled, his abdomen slightly swelling, producing a soft croaking sound emanating from within as a wave of energy surged around him, a faint breath penetrating into the dantian. A stream of pure energy was swallowed into his abdomen, concealing the universe within his chest. Is this true energy? Leaf Qing sensed a profound transformation within his body, as if the door to the cosmos had swung open, revealing mysteries beyond comprehension. Not daring to delay, he lightly closed his eyes, continuing his practice. And soon the room was filled with the resonant croaks of toads, echoing endlessly. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Leaf Qing suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of clarity shining forth, dazzling as the stars. A powerful croak reverberated within him, the surrounding winds howling and dust swirling. Leaf Qing rose to his feet, nodding in satisfaction. In just one night, he had thoroughly comprehended the toad fishing heart method, refining true energy within himself. Although the quantity of true energy in his dantian was still quite limited, it was undeniable that he had already become a practitioner of energy condensing. If he continued to practice the toad fishing heart method and accumulate true energy within his dantian, his strength would undoubtedly grow. All right, it's time to patrol. Leaf Qing changed into a fresh outfit, picked up his long blade, and set off towards Grandma Xia's residence, not forgetting to collect a few talismans from her first. Arriving at Grandma Xia's house, Leaf Qing knocked on the door, and an aged voice called out from within, "Is that you, Leaf Qing? Come in." Upon entering, he found Grandma Xia seated at a table, sipping tea. Seeing Leaf Qing, she smiled kindly, her face lined with wrinkles. What a remarkable young lad, achieving such progress and body refinement so swiftly. Yesterday, Huzi mentioned it, but I hardly believed it. Truly impressive for one so young. Huzi? Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. In Junshan village, only Granny Xia dared to refer to Lin, who is Tiger. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, Granny. Yes, remaining humble and diligent is commendable. I shall continue to strive." Granny Xia chuckled softly. "You have come to collect the talismans, haven't you? I have prepared them for you long ago." As she spoke, Granny Xia handed 3 talismans to Yi Qing, explaining, "One is a flame talisman, One is a sharpness talisman, and one is a communication talisman. You are aware of their functions, I presume? The captain has informed me. Qing nodded, tucking the 3 talismans into his bosom. The flame talisman could conjure a vast inferno, possessing notable lethality against numerous monstrous entities. The sharpness talisman could enhance the edge of weapons, particularly useful against tough-skinned creatures. The communication talisman, as its name suggests, was utilized for summoning. Haha, splendid. No need for this old woman to prattle on. Granny Xia laughed heartily, cautioning. Be vigilant while patrolling. Your life is of utmost importance. Qing clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Granny. If there is nothing else, I shall proceed with my patrol. Granny Xia waved her hand. Go on, go on. When you have time, do visit this old woman more often. Certainly. Qing replied with a smile, turning to depart. Once Qing had left, a glimmer flickered in Granny Xia's murky eyes. What an intriguing child. There appears to be a peculiar fluctuation within him, yet it is shrouded by some force. How curious. After departing from Granny Xia's abode, Qing had just reached the village entrance when he fortuitously encountered Qinzheng. Qing, I hear you have achieved minor success in body tempering? Qinzheng remarked with a smirk. Qing raised an eyebrow, smiling. Indeed, may I inquire if you have any advice? Advice? I dare not presume. Qinzheng replied coldly. You now have Lin who to protect you. However, a mere ant remains an ant, regardless of how high it climbs. I could crush you with a single hand. Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. Qing shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps you should attempt it. If one hand is sufficient to crush me, then those who require both hands are merely deceitful cowards. Humph, sharp-tongued, Qinzheng scoffed. Is there anything else? If not, I shall be on my way. Qing smiled, circumventing Qinzheng to leave directly. He had no intention of confronting Qinzheng just yet, wishing to avoid provoking him. As Qing departed, the coldness in Qinzheng's expression deepened. That fool Feng Yinshui couldn't even kill a single person and ended up losing his own life. What an idiot. Very well. I shall allow you to live a few more days. After all, an ant cannot overturn the heavens. Qing quickly dismissed Qinzheng from his thoughts. Upon exiting the village, a chilling and oppressive aura immediately enveloped him, causing him to frown and heighten his vigilance. Following his previous route, Qing's hand rested on the hilt of his knife as he patrolled along the narrow paths beside the fields, where traces of the monstrous skin that had been slain the day before remained visible. Suddenly, as he walked, a rustling sound emerged from the grass by the roadside. Qing furrowed his brow and drew his knife in readiness. However, after a moment of waiting, nothing emerged from the grass, and there was no sign of any anomaly. As the rustling subsided and nothing seemed to transpire, Qing prepared to depart. Yet, from the thicket, a faint rustling sound emerged once more. What could it be? Qing furrowed his brow, drawing his blade to part the underbrush in an attempt to unveil the mystery. However, as he pushed aside the foliage, a sudden chime of bells rang out, clear and melodious, akin to a sweet song. In that instant, upon hearing the sound, Qing's hand froze. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision. The sensation of vertigo was fleeting, lasting but a brief moment, and he quickly regained his senses. Upon awakening, a flicker of orange-red flame captured his attention, reminiscent of a candle's glow. Startled, Qing felt no immediate threat from the firelight, yet he remained cautious, hastily retreating. Yet, at the very moment he withdrew, that flicker of flame erupted violently, the orange-red blaze surging forth, flooding his vision and striking his face. Instantly, Qing felt a searing heat upon his countenance. However, the flames, though seemingly fierce and terrifying, bore a surprisingly mild temperature, akin to warm water, inflicting no harm upon him. Regaining his composure, Qing peered into the thicket, where he beheld 2 peculiar plants that appeared to possess legs, burrowing deeper into the underbrush. One of the plants, adorned with bell-like flowers, chimed melodiously with each movement, while the other bore lantern-like fruits, from which a flickering orange-red light emanated, reminiscent of a lit lantern. The wind chime flower and the lantern grass. In the moment Qing was lost in thought. The enchanting flower and the whimsical grass vanished into the woods. How unfortunate to have been played by these 2 plants. The first, named the wind chime flower, produced sounds akin to bells and had a brief enchanting effect on the mind. The second, known as lantern grass, bore fruits that resembled lanterns, glowing with a faint light, particularly radiant at night, serving as a source of illumination. Both the wind chime flower and the lantern grass were mundane yet peculiar, posing no real threat. Merely delighting in their mischief, the wind chime flower entranced the heart, while the lantern grass seized the opportunity to unleash its flames upon others. Although the fire from the lantern grass would not cause burns, it contained a black powder that, when combined with the flames, left individuals looking disheveled, as if they had been scorched by smoke. Using the gleam reflected from his blade, Qing indeed observed that his face resembled the bottom of a pot. His hair at the forehead singed and curled, exuding a burnt odor. "One day, I shall capture you both and strip you of your bells and lanterns," he muttered, shrugging with a bemused expression as he made his way toward the creek. Though the powder posed no toxicity, its sticky texture upon his face was uncomfortable and detrimental to his appearance, necessitating a wash. Upon reaching the creek, Qing carefully surveyed his surroundings, finding no signs of danger before kneeling to scoop up some water for cleansing. However, at that moment, a gentle ripple disturbed the water's surface, revealing an object that bore an uncanny resemblance to a face lurking beneath. The next instant, that visage began to undulate, transforming into a sinister gaping maw, lunging toward Qing, who was preoccupied with washing his face. With a swift motion, a flash of chilling blade light sliced through the air, cleaving the enormous maw in two. Seizing this moment, Qing retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed intently upon the water's surface. The so-called gigantic mouth was, in reality, a tangle of aquatic plants that had coalesced to resemble a monstrous jaw. Recognizing the sinister entity known as human face grass, Qing felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, the water plants erupted from the depths like spears, darting towards Qing on the shore. Unfazed, he swept his long blade with tremendous force, severing the encroaching tendrils. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his arm muscles bulging as he struck down at the aquatic flora. The plants writhed and intertwined, forming a shield that absorbed the impact of his blade, rendering his strike as ineffective as if it had met cotton, breaking only a few strands before exhausting his strength. How resilient! Truly deserving of its classification as a blood-level anomaly. Qing marveled, acknowledging that though he had not used his full power, his strike had far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner just entering the condensation realm. Yet, it had merely severed a few strands, underscoring the formidable toughness of the plants. Without hesitation, Qing attempted to withdraw his blade, but the water plants surged forth, ensnaring his weapon tightly before swiftly coiling around his arm, pulling him towards the depths. A tremendous force struck him, causing him to stagger momentarily before he regained his footing, standing resolute against the relentless tugging of the plants, as unyielding as a mountain. "Are we testing strength? How delightful." A smile curled at the corner of Qing's mouth as his blood surged and his bones resonated. With a powerful grip, he seized the strands entwined around his arm and yanked fiercely. A great mass of water plants was uprooted, thrashing like a green serpent, evoking a terrifying sight. Yet, a closer inspection revealed that all the plants shared a common root, which twisted at their center, resembling a human face that coldly and cruelly gazed down upon all living beings. This was the origin of the name human face grass, and its greatest vulnerability lay in its roots. Unless severed, no amount of destruction to the surrounding plants would suffice. Once dragged ashore, the roots of the human face grass were laid bare before Qing. However, sensing imminent danger, the surrounding plants seemed to go mad, wrapping around Qing with frenzied haste, inexorably drawing him towards the menacing visage. As the face began to writhe, and its gaping maw revealed a plethora of jagged teeth, a croak resonated from within the tightly coiling plants, just as Qing was pulled within mere feet of the gaping mouth. The water plants quivered, then contracted violently, bursting apart to reveal Qing's figure. As he emerged, another croak echoed from his chest, and he swung his long blade towards the roots of the menacing face. The sound of a tiger's roar reverberating, imbued with ferocity and intent. The blade gleamed with a chilling beauty, swift as a specter, before the myriad aquatic plants could react. The blade sliced through the visage formed by their roots. In an instant, the face, now a gaping maw, split in two, and the once swaying water plants eerily stilled. With a thunderous crash, the root visage shattered into countless fragments, causing the surrounding flora to wither in its wake. All the aquatic plants relied on the root visage for vitality. With its demise, their survival was rendered impossible. The prowess of the 5 tigers break-the-door technique, enhanced by the toad hook force, proved formidable. Qing gazed at the scattered remnants of the facial plants, a flicker of delight gracing his features. The previous strike employed the 5 tigers technique, yet it was imbued with the power of the toad hook. This single slash not only cleaved the resilient visage in twain, but also allowed the toad hook's force to penetrate its essence, ultimately leading to its catastrophic collapse. The might of the toad hook was vividly apparent. Moreover, as he had merely scratched the surface of mastering it. The increasing flow of his inner energy promised further enhancement of its potency. As for the 5 tigers break the door, he had only studied it the day prior. Its execution was not overly complex, emphasizing ferocity and ruthlessness. Beyond that, it was best left unmentioned. The ability to vanquish the facial plants suggested that he was no less formidable than other practitioners in the gathering Qi realm. While the facial plants belonged to the category of blood-level monstrosities, akin to the weakest practitioners in the gathering Qi realm, his ease in dispatching them implied that typical practitioners of this level were no match for him. Indeed, only one night of training has yielded such results. Surpassing Qinzheng is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a tinkling sound caught Yi Qing's attention. Following the sound, he beheld the previously encountered bellflower and lantern plant peeking nervously from the nearby thicket. Upon noticing Yi Qing, the 2 creatures, seemingly startled, hastily retreated into the woods. Am I truly that terrifying? He mused, scratching his nose, when an unsettling realization dawned upon him, causing a look of astonishment to spread across his face. Could it be? Gazing at the fleeing bellflower and lantern plant, a possibility flickered in his mind, that there might be a connection between the bellflower, the lantern plant, and the facial plants. More precisely, the bellflower and lantern plant might have been deliberately tormenting others, compelling them to approach the river for cleansing. While the facial plants lay in wait beneath the water, ready to ambush those unsuspecting bathers. The facial plants could enhance their strength and evolve by consuming flesh and blood, while the bellflower and lantern plant sought refuge. After all, weak creatures like the bellflower and lantern plant could scarcely survive alone. They needed the protection of more powerful beings. The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory became, and the likelihood seemed significant. Previously, he had heard Feng Ninshui mention that some intelligent monstrosities existed in this world. Akin to humans, capable of thought, understanding gains and losses, and even some could assume human forms, infiltrating cities to coexist with humanity. Initially skeptical, he now found himself compelled to believe. From now on, caution is imperative. Had I not stepped into the realm of Qi and mastered the art of Tiao Chan Jin yesterday, I would undoubtedly be facing dire consequences today. An overwhelming sense of vigilance surged within Yi Qing, who then spat in frustration and chuckled bitterly. Damn it, I almost let a few mere plants outsmart me. What an embarrassment. After resting for a moment, he resumed his patrol along the predetermined route. The following hours passed without incident, devoid of any threats or bizarre occurrences, which left Yi Qing, who was eager to slay strange creatures for the sake of acquiring dragon snake runes, feeling quite disappointed. As the sky began to darken, Yi Qing prepared to return, only to witness a burst of crimson fireworks erupting in the air. A message signal? An emergency? The release of a communication signal indicated a significant danger, necessitating assistance. Without hesitation, Yi Qing hastened towards the source of the signal. Upon arriving at the scene, he beheld 3 members of the patrol team engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of human skin monsters. To be precise, they were being besieged. The grotesque creatures formed a vast circle, numbering no fewer than 10, ruthlessly encircling the 3 men, while several bloodied figures lay on the ground, evidently flayed of their skin. Although human skin monsters were not particularly strong and could be easily shattered with a single strike, their sheer force rivaled that of a fully realized martial artist. Thus, a single blow could be fatal or grievous, compounded by the relentless nature of these creatures, who charged fearlessly at the patrolmen, leaving them perilously overwhelmed. Yi Qing did not hesitate. Lowering his body, he surged towards the human skin monsters like an arrow released from its bow, moving with a silence akin to the swift wind. Upon nearing the grotesque creatures, he swung his long blade with tremendous force, cleaving through 3 of them with the ease of parting a vast river. With a deft flick of his blade, he shattered 3 wisps of dark energy that erupted from the monsters. After dispatching the trio, Yi Qing swiftly changed his stance, transforming his heavy strikes into light, agile movements, like a tempest morphing into a gentle rain. His technique became fluid and rapid, as he glided past the heads of 2 more human skin monsters, sending their severed heads soaring into the air. After eliminating 5 of the creatures, he feared drawing too much attention, retreating with his blade in hand, feigning exhaustion, as if spent from the exertion. With the demise of the 5 monsters, the remaining 3 patrolmen felt a significant alleviation of pressure and seized the opportunity to counterattack, swiftly dispatching the remaining human skin creatures. Thank you, Yi Qing. Without your timely intervention, we would have surely perished. One of them exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. The speaker, Ma Shiyuan, was a squad leader. Goodness. I never imagined that in such a short time since joining the patrol, you'd become this formidable. It puts us old-timers to shame. Uncle Ma, you flatter me. I merely capitalized on the element of surprise. Had you not drawn the attention of these monsters, I wouldn't have been able to dispatch them so easily. Qing replied modestly, then shifted the topic. Uncle Ma, what exactly transpired? Ma Shiwan's expression grew grave as he gazed upon the three lifeless bodies on the ground. He spoke slowly. We only arrived after seeing the summoning talisman. Upon our arrival, we discovered the corpses of Old Wei and his companions. And then those grotesque skin creatures emerged, attacking us. Where on earth did these skin fiends come from? We searched all day yesterday and found not even a trace. One of the patrolling officers cursed under his breath. At that moment, several more patrol teams rushed over. Upon seeing the bodies and the skin creatures, and after hearing Ma Shiwan's words, they all wore expressions of solemnity and seriousness. This matter must be reported to the captain at once. We need his guidance. After discussing among themselves, several team leaders decided to hasten back to inform Lin Hu, seeking his counsel. They hurried back to Junshan village and relayed the events to Lin Hu. Upon hearing their account, Lin Hu's face mirrored their grave concerns. He resolved to conduct a thorough search around Junshan village the following day to uncover the hiding place of these skin creatures. However, the next day, despite a full day of searching, they found nothing. Those skin fiends seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. The same pattern persisted for the next 2 days, but just as the villagers began to relax their vigilance, the skin creatures re-emerged, launching surprise attacks on several patrol teams and resulting in casualties. In the beginning, these skin fiends often attacked multiple patrol teams simultaneously. Yet due to the heightened alertness and knowledge of the skin creatures' weaknesses, no fatalities occurred. Gradually, however, the skin fiends appeared to adapt, concentrating their forces to assail a single patrol team and retreating swiftly, causing significant losses. Yet, regarding the origins of these skin creatures, Lin Hu and his companions were utterly at a loss. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had descended upon the hearts of all in Junshan village. What, exactly, were these skin fiends? Despite the numerous lives taken, not a single dragon snake talisman had been illuminated. After patrolling, Qing returned home, exhausted, and fell onto his bed. He retrieved the tome of strange scriptures from his bosom and examined the scant dragon snake talismans inscribed within, his brow furrowing in concern. In recent days, he had vanquished many skin fiends but had yet to acquire a single dragon snake talisman. This undoubtedly indicated that these skin fiends were not the true entities, but rather some form of clones or puppets controlled by a more sinister force, with the original bodies still intact, thus preventing the illumination of the talismans. As this realization weighed heavily upon him, Qing's mood darkened further. If this were indeed the case, how formidable must the mysterious entity behind the skin fiends be? I must hasten my training. But these gray dragon snake talismans seemed to hold little potency. Qing gazed at the 3 gray dragon snake talismans inscribed in the tome and sighed softly. In recent days, sensing the impending threat, he had expended 2 dragon snake talismans each night for training. Consequently, within a short span, he had depleted all the talismans obtained from slaying the fiends, leaving only 3 gray dragon snake talismans acquired from defeating that facegrass fiend. However, the effects were not particularly pronounced. The power bestowed by the gray dragon snake rune seemed solely effective in enhancing vitality, offering little improvement to the true energy. Despite the considerable consumption of gray dragon snake runes, the quantity of true energy within his dantian had scarcely increased, remaining at the initial stage of condensation. In times of uncertainty, one might consult the enigmatic scripture. When faced with dilemmas, one turns to the celestial. When confronted with challenges, one seeks the wisdom of the arcane texts, for they are indeed formidable. How might one swiftly accumulate true energy? He sliced his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip upon the arcane scripture, yet this time it required nearly 2 large bowls of his blood before lines of crimson characters appeared. I have nearly exhausted all the gray dragon snake runes. Yet my true energy seems scarcely augmented. What should I do? Danger looms on the horizon. If I cannot rapidly bolster my strength, I may not survive this tribulation. Alas, I possess no elixirs or spiritual herbs to enhance my true energy, nor have I fortuitously encountered a master to impart teachings. Am I truly left to await my demise? No. I recall that the arcane scripture contains 2 silver dragon snake runes. Perhaps I should test them, as they might yield unexpected results. Silver dragon snake runes, of course. How could I have overlooked them? Qing slapped the table in excitement. Gazing at the 2 shimmering silver dragon snake runes inscribed in the scripture, his face alight with joy. Naturally, it was not that he had failed to consider them. Rather, he had subconsciously ignored their existence out of fear of waste. Yet, the arcane scripture was becoming increasingly audacious, mentioning masters bestowing their teachings. Why not suggest a celestial grandfather descending from the heavens? Yi Qing rolled his eyes, inhaled deeply, and pressed his finger upon one of the silver dragon snake runes. The rune transformed into a beam of silver light, merging into his body. Once the silver light entered, it did not immediately diffuse as the earlier gray dragon snake runes had. Instead, it directly plunged into his dantian. Boom! In the next instant, a torrent of energy surged forth within his dantian, as if unleashing a tempest. The essence of the earth's primordial energy, how pure! Yi Qing felt a wave of joy as he sensed it. However, before he could celebrate, the primordial energy within his dantian began to gradually dissipate and vanish. This is not good. I must hasten to refine it. Clearly, though this exquisitely pure primordial energy had entered his dantian, it was not yet his own. If he did not refine and absorb it promptly, all of it would escape and vanish. The dragon snake runes merely provided a shortcut. Whether he could traverse it to the end depended solely upon his own efforts. Without any hesitation, Yi Qing hastily lowered his body and activated the toad fishing heart method, circulating his energy throughout his meridians. The rampant primordial energy seemed to respond to his guidance and calming influence, gradually becoming tranquil and serene, slowly being refined. Time slipped away unnoticed. When the darkness receded and the first rays of light graced the horizon, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air. The energy waves expanded 3 feet around him, swirling like a dragon, coalescing without dispersing. Indeed, the silver dragon snake rune was powerful. In just one night, my true energy has increased remarkably. Yi Qing reveled in the dense, fog-like true energy within his dantian, his heart brimming with exhilaration. If the previous vital energy was merely a pond, then now it has transformed into vast rivers, increasing manifold. And the vital energy within his dantian has become increasingly solid and profound, exhibiting signs of cloud-like vaporization. This signifies that he is on the brink of entering the mid-stage of Qi condensation. The 3 realms of Qi condensation, initial, mid, and late, correspond to the 3 states of vital energy: mist condensing into vapor, vapor thickening into clouds, and clouds accumulating into water. Currently, the vital energy in his dantian resembles a dense fog, rich and potent. With just a few more days of cultivation, he could transition from mist to clouds, stepping into the mid-stage of Qi condensation. Moreover, he possesses a silver dragon snake rune. If he were to refine and absorb it, it might allow him to leap directly into the late stage of Qi condensation. At that point, Qinzheng would pose little threat. Yi Qing clenched his fist tightly. A sense of uncontainable pride etched across his face. Have I become arrogant? Indeed, I have. In a single night, I progressed from the initial to the mid-stage of Qi condensation, with the late stage merely a dragon snake rune away. Am I not allowed a moment of pride? After indulging in self-satisfaction for a brief period, Yi Qing calmed himself and gazed at the solitary silver dragon snake rune in his possession, a renewed sense of urgency blossoming within him. He required more silver dragon snake runes. While the late stage of Qi condensation is indeed a pinnacle existence in Junshan village, in this vast world, it remains no more than the status of an ant, susceptible to immediate peril upon stepping outside. Just like Lin Hu, who has been besieged by the bizarre occurrences involving human skin monsters, yet feels utterly helpless. Hence, he still needs power, greater power. Thus, he requires more silver dragon snake runes. The gray dragon snake runes enhance vitality, while the silver ones augment the quantity of vital energy. The subsequent realms after Qi condensation, such as meridian expansion and refining, still rely heavily on vital energy, necessitating vast amounts of it, making silver dragon snake runes indispensable. Regrettably, one silver dragon snake rune requires at least 1,000 gray dragon snake runes for its condensation. The thought of this made Yi Qing's head ache. How he longed to encounter another blood-sucking mosquito. How he wished to reap another wave of benefits. The 36th. Yi Qing sheathed his blade, casting a grim gaze upon the human skin monster on the ground, his expression dark enough to seem as though it could drip water. This was the 36th human skin monster he had slain today, marking the 3rd wave of such creatures he had encountered. It seemed as though these monsters were deliberately targeting him, launching 3 consecutive ambushes, each more numerous than the last. 5 in the first wave, 10 in the second, and a staggering 21 in the third. Were it not for the silver dragon snake rune he had refined just yesterday, greatly enhancing his strength, he would have faced grave danger today. Even if he survived, injuries would have been inevitable. The frequency of human skin monsters has been increasing, leading him to ponder what malevolent force is at play. Yi Qing's expression darkened. A foreboding intuition gnawing at him, an instinctive awareness of impending doom. Uncertainty shrouded him as he grappled with the unknown source of this disturbance. The ominous feeling lingering in his mind, inciting a sense of restlessness and urgency. If the cause of this turmoil remains elusive, the only viable course of action is to continue strengthening his power. Only then, when danger arises, can he better protect himself. Ultimately, the situation has returned to its origins. The strength is insufficient. Yet, how can one swiftly slay the peculiar creatures and acquire the dragon snake runes? It seems the question has once again fallen into a vicious cycle. In this world, peculiar creatures abound, yet it appears that Yi Qing's capacity to vanquish them is rather limited. Furthermore, ever since the emergence of the human skin monsters, the other peculiar beings surrounding Junshan village seem to have dwindled significantly, resulting in his near-total lack of slaying other entities in recent days. Thus, he has not obtained any dragon snake runes. The most vexing aspect is that killing these human skin monsters yields no dragon snake runes, merely exertion without reward, which is utterly infuriating. By heavens, do not let me discover your true nature, or I shall surely dismantle you piece by piece. Yi Qing grumbled for a moment, running his fingers through his hair in despair. Alas, if only all peculiar creatures were as abundant and easy to slay as blood-sucking mosquitoes. Blood-sucking mosquitoes? Ah, indeed. I can lure out the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Though he dared not venture into Little Jushan, he could devise a method to draw them out and eliminate them. Luring the blood-sucking mosquitoes is quite simple. One merely needs blood, for they are drawn to it. Thus, as long as there is sufficient blood, there exists a high probability of attracting the mosquitoes, just as he did last time. However, the dilemma lies in where to procure blood. The peculiar creatures in the vicinity of Junshan village, which possess flesh and blood, seem to have been frightened away by the human skin monsters, leaving only humans behind. Would he resort to killing humans? Clearly, that is rather unrealistic. Perhaps he could use his own blood? Yi Qing suddenly conceived a plan. After all, his vitality is robust, and a little waste would not matter. Moreover, if he could attract a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes, he would acquire a substantial number of dragon snake runes, and this little blood loss could easily be replenished. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Of course, to avoid detection by other team members. Yi Qing meticulously calculated the patrol timings of the other squads and sought a location far removed from their routes to commence his mosquito-luring scheme. Finding a clean stone, Yi Qing swiftly sliced open the artery on his wrist, causing blood to flow profusely, and in an instant, the stone was stained crimson. However, to Yi Qing's astonishment, when the blood fell upon the stone, the moss began to grow wildly. In no time, the green moss completely enveloped the stone, akin to a creeping vine, while the originally dark green moss transformed into a deep red hue, an exceedingly strange phenomenon. More alarmingly, the dark red moss, having absorbed his blood, began to aggressively erode the surrounding flowers and grasses, demonstrating a distinctively predatory nature. Clearly, due to the extraordinary nature of his blood, imbued with immense vitality and a devouring power, these mosses underwent a mutation. Once again, he had to start anew. Initially, he sought the stone to prevent the blood from sinking into the soil, which would hinder the dispersal of the blood scent. However, he had overlooked the peculiarity of his own blood. With a swift motion, Yi Qing cleaved the upper half of the stone away, excavating a pit in its center, and meticulously cleared the surrounding moss, flowers, and grasses before reopening his arm to let his blood drip into the hollow he had created. The stone pit was roughly the size of a human head. When the blood filled to half, Yi Qing willed it to cease flowing. In an instant, the muscles at the wound began to writhe and healed completely in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a trace of a scar. This time I truly invested my all. Oh, blood-sucking mosquitoes, please do not let me down. Having completed this, Yi Qing sat on the ground, casually plucking a blade of dogtail grass to chew on, gazing eagerly towards the direction of Little June Mountain. All was prepared, but the wind was still lacking. A quarter of an hour, 2 quarters, half an hour. Surely they will not fail to arrive. Yi Qing touched his nose, a hint of worry crossing his mind. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. If not, I shall consider other means. After waiting for another half hour, with the swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes still absent, Disappointment etched itself onto Yi Qing's face as he dusted off the dirt from his clothes, preparing to depart. However, just as he stood, a dark cloud suddenly loomed above Little June Mountain, rushing towards him at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a cacophony of buzzing. They have come. Yi Qing's expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy as he took 2 steps forward, eagerly watching the swarm of mosquitoes in the air. The swarm descended swiftly, enveloping him like a dark cloud upon discovering him and the blood below, eagerly darting towards him and engulfing him in an instant. Amidst the dark cloud, Yi Qing stood resolute, allowing the mosquitoes to cling to him in layers, draining his blood, yet in the next moment, they withered, lifeless, falling to the ground like dust. In no time, a thick layer of mosquito carcasses blanketed the ground, resembling a terrifying ocean of black bodies. How delightful! If only a few more swarms would come. My future cultivation would be assured. If I could eradicate all these mosquitoes today, I would at least acquire a dozen silver dragon snake runes. Just the thought fills me with excitement. Earning dragon snake runes while simply standing here. What a stroke of fortune. Suddenly, a cacophony of croaking interrupted his elation, echoing from afar. No way. Yi Qing's expression fell, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Indeed, in the next moment, a green frog, adorned with a red headband and green leaves reminiscent of a cloak on its back, descended from the sky, standing upright. Mid-air, the frog executed a spinning kick, its power roaring forth, instantly obliterating a large number of mosquitoes, then its tongue swept through, devouring the fallen insects. Upon landing, the frog unleashed a whirlwind of strikes with its palms, summoning chilling winds, causing more mosquitoes to perish and be consumed. Its speed and efficiency were unparalleled. Yi Qing. Observing the emergence of the martial arts frog, Yi Qing's eyes reddened, tears welling up in frustration as a thought lingered in his mind, when he was uncertain whether to voice. Watching the frog's increasing ferocity, Yi Qing felt his heart sink further. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to abandon passive defense. With his long knife in hand, he swept it horizontally, launching a proactive attack. The 5-tiger breaking door knife was executed to its utmost, the blade gleaming fiercely, shadows of the knife multiplying, impenetrable as water. However, despite his efforts, his speed still paled in comparison to that of the martial arts frog. As the kung fu frog executed its moves, an aura of energy radiated from it, akin to a tangible force unleashed from its being, sweeping through the air as effortlessly as leaves falling from trees, its efficiency in exterminating mosquitoes far surpassing any human endeavor. How pitiful it was for a mere human. The bitterness in Yi Qing's heart deepened, and he could only hasten his own actions, hoping to eliminate more of the blood-sucking pests. With a croak resonating from its chest, the kung fu frog demonstrated its prowess, and Yi Qing's technique became swifter, the lethality of his strikes increasing as he dispatched the increasingly scarce mosquitoes. Yet, utterly engrossed in his task, he remained oblivious to the curious glance the kung fu frog cast his way, its large eyes sparkling with intrigue. In due course, the pair, a man and a frog, had decimated the swarm of mosquitoes, leaving only a handful to flee into the depths of Little June Mountain. Watching the vanishing pests, Yi Qing sighed, feeling a sense of unfulfilled desire. His gaze then shifted to the kung fu frog, which was patting its belly in satisfaction, a look of contentment gracing its features. Had it not been for the interference of this formidable frog, his harvest would have undoubtedly been greater. A full third of the fallen mosquitoes had perished at the frog's hands. Yet, alas, it was a powerful being, one not to be trifled with. After consuming the corpses of the mosquitoes, the kung fu frog surprisingly lingered, calling out to Yi Qing. Yi Qing. Kung fu frog. Croak, croak. Yi Qing blinked. I don't understand. The kung fu frog gestured to its belly, which was slightly distended, and suddenly emitted a resonant croak that echoed like thunder. Could it be that it wished to witness his own technique? A surge of thought crossed Yi Qing's mind, and he summoned his own croaking technique, producing a sound that, though present, was considerably softer than that of the kung fu frog. Croak, croak, croak. Seeing that Yi Qing had grasped its intent, the kung fu frog pointed to its belly once more, its abdomen rhythmically expanding and contracting, the sounds emanating from it growing in intensity. With each croak, the atmosphere around the frog thickened with a burgeoning energy, and after 9 resonances, the air itself quivered, as if unable to withstand the overwhelming force. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the kung fu frog's mouth, unleashing a blast of white energy that surged forth, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the earth trembling. When the dust settled, Qing beheld a colossal pit before him, plunging down several dozens of feet, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. With wide eyes, Qing gazed at the abyss, his body trembling in response to the sheer power displayed. A single strike like this would likely overwhelm not only him but even formidable allies like Lin Hu and Qin Sheng. Croak, croak. The kung fu frog, hands behind its back, gestured toward its belly and then at the deep pit, proudly tilting its head as if to proclaim, "Did you see that, young one? This is the true essence of the croaking technique. Yours? Not quite up to par." Qing could only look at the boastful kung fu frog in bemusement. Oh, how utterly daunting it was to confront such a being. Indeed, the kung fu frog seems to harness its strength through the accumulation of breath, resulting in such formidable power. Why, then, can my Tiao Chan technique not achieve the same? Qing's eyes sparkled with a hint of inspiration as his chest and abdomen swelled, a surge of energy resonating like the croaking of a toad. Yet, he refrained from unleashing it immediately, instead mimicking the kung fu frog by gathering more energy. Amidst the croaks, Qing felt his strength multiply significantly. Truly, this approach is feasible. Qing began to gather energy once more, but this time he faltered. His vital energy dissipated halfway through, rendering his efforts fruitless. This failure, he surmised, was likely due to his lack of proficiency. Repeated practice would surely remedy it. A fervent excitement ignited within him. If he could indeed accumulate energy akin to the kung fu frog, reaching up to 9 times, the resultant power would be truly terrifying. The potential of the Tiao Chan technique was immense. Resolute, Qing resolved to contemplate this further upon his return. Even if he could not achieve 9 accumulations, attaining 5 or 6 would significantly enhance his combat prowess. "Thank you, Brother Frog." Qing clasped his hands in gratitude towards the kung fu frog, which he suspected was an intelligent creature, perhaps capable of understanding his words. To his surprise, upon hearing Qing, the kung fu frog reciprocated the gesture, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. However, after bowing, the kung fu frog did not depart. Instead, it pointed at Qing's long knife, then gestured towards itself, mimicking a few strokes in midair while croaking excitedly. "Are you suggesting that I teach you knife techniques?" Qing ventured cautiously. The kung fu frog nodded affirmatively. "You wish to learn from me?" Qing found this notion rather absurd, an enigmatic creature aspiring to master human martial arts, as if it possessed the same intellect as himself. "Brother Frog, I can teach you the techniques, but do not blame me if you find them beyond your grasp," Qing cautioned, then broke off a branch from a nearby tree, shaping it into a crude knife and presenting it to the kung fu frog before stepping aside, adopting a stance. "Now, Brother Frog, pay close attention." With that, he commenced demonstrating the 5 tigers breaking the door knife technique. The moves were relatively simple, with few variations, lacking the finesse of more advanced techniques, yet they conveyed a sense of ferocity and intensity. Within a few breaths, Qing completed the entire set without holding back any secrets. Furthermore, considering the frog's nature, he deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring the kung fu frog could observe clearly. He harbored no prejudice against animals, yet he truly did not believe the frog would grasp the techniques. "Did you manage to learn it?" Upon finishing, Qing turned to the kung fu frog, ready to repeat the demonstration, only to find the kung fu frog wielding the wooden knife, practicing diligently on its own. Each movement was swift as lightning, filled with vigor, executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any error. Qing's mouth fell agape, utterly speechless. What on earth was happening in this world? A frog had learned the martial art faster than he had, although the 5 tigers breaking the door was straightforward. He had spent over an hour mastering it initially. Yet here was a frog, having watched once, now seemingly more adept and seasoned than he. How embarrassing. Alas, it was evident. Humans could not compare to frogs. Truly, Brother Frog is a prodigious talent. After the kung fu frog completed its practice, Qing could only express genuine admiration. The kung fu frog appeared quite elated, croaking a couple of times and clasping its fists. Qing, feeling somewhat disheartened, returned the gesture with a bow, albeit with a gloomy demeanor. What manner of strange creature was that? Just as he was lost in thought, Qing suddenly spotted a bizarre entity materializing at the foot of June Mountain, slowly advancing towards him along the path. The creature had the head of a tiger and the body of an ox, standing approximately 2 meters tall, with hooves ablaze and 3 eyes. It boasted a pair of menacing horns resembling winding rivers, dark and shimmering with an eerie glow. Between the horns, there appeared to be a portal, ethereal and elusive, leading to another realm. Children emerged from this portal, flitting in and out, appearing and disappearing as they frolicked atop the colossal horns. What on earth was this being? Yi Qing's heart skipped a beat. Although the creature did not exude any formidable aura, he dared not let his guard down, retreating cautiously. On his very first day with the patrol team, Fang Ninshui had imparted a crucial lesson. When encountering strange creatures, one must never advance recklessly. As he stepped back, the Kung Fu frog, however, leaped forward with remarkable speed towards the approaching enigmatic creature. Wait, frog brother Yi Qing thought to intervene, but it was too late. Yet, as the Kung Fu frog neared within 3 meters of the strange being, it seemed to be ensnared in another dimension, unable to reach the mysterious creature no matter how it charged. The enigmatic entity paid no heed to the Kung Fu frog's antics and continued its slow march towards June Mountain Village. With a swift leap, the Kung Fu frog returned to Yi Qing's side, scratching its bald head, curiosity etched upon its face as it gazed at the slowly advancing being. Yi Qing wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, relieved that the mysterious creature showed no interest in them. Had the Kung Fu frog provoked it, he would likely suffer the consequences as well. Frog brother, do as you wish. I have matters to attend to. The creature's trajectory was towards June Mountain Village, and he could not ignore it. At the very least, he needed to alert the villagers. Thus, he took a shortcut, hastening back to June Mountain Village with utmost urgency. Open the door. I need to see the captain. Upon returning to the village, Yi Qing shouted loudly. The village gate swung open, and he immediately inquired of the guards atop the city wall, "Where is Captain Lin Hu? What brings you here? Has something happened?" Just then, Lin Hu approached from a distance. Yi Qing spoke directly. "While I was patrolling, I discovered a mysterious creature approaching the village." "What sort of creature?" Lin Hu's expression turned grave. It's here, Captain. You can see for yourself." Just as he was about to describe the creature to Lin Hu, he looked up to find the mysterious entity already at the village's entrance. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. Having taken a shortcut, he had thought the creature would take at least another 15 minutes to arrive, yet it had matched their pace remarkably. "Do not engage. That creature will not attack unless provoked," Yi Qing exclaimed urgently as the guards on the city wall drew their bows, preparing to shoot. "Do not engage." Lin Hu, with a voice as stern as thunder, commanded a nearby guard, summon Qinzheng and Granny Xia. After the guard departed, Lin Hu clutched the long knife at his waist, his gaze sharp and vigilant. As the mysterious entity drew closer, beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, each a testament to his unease. Fortunately, the enigmatic figure halted at a distance of approximately 9 zhang from the village, standing motionless, resembling a lifeless object. Nevertheless, Lin Hu, Yi Qing, and the others remained on high alert, their eyes fixed on the strange apparition below. Before long, Granny Xia and Qinzheng arrived atop the city walls. Upon sighting the mysterious being, Qinzheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What manner of creature is that?" Lin Hu shook his head. "I know not. I have never encountered such a thing before." Granny Xia, observing the entity outside the village, knitted her brow tightly, and as if struck by a sudden realization, her complexion paled, her body swaying precariously. "Granny, what troubles you? Do you recognize the creature below?" Yi Qing stepped forward, steadying her with concern. Granny Xia waved her hand, signaling that she was fine, and then spoke gravely. "If my memory serves me correctly, that entity down there should be the legendary Tubo." "Tubo?" Yi Qing and the others exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Granny Xia continued, "Tubo, the guardian of the underworld, governs the realm of the deceased, capable of driving away countless spirits. Most ominously, wherever Tubo appears, a wave of death invariably follows." Lin Hu was taken aback. "Death? Are you suggesting Tubo will slay us?" Granny Xia shook her head. "No, not Tubo. He does not attack living beings. He merely shepherds the dead." Yi Qing's eyes widened in understanding. "Granny, are you implying that our Junshan village may face a dire calamity, resulting in numerous fatalities?" "It is not a possibility, but a certainty." Granny Xia's voice was heavy, as though she had aged several years in that moment. "According to legend, Tubo has manifested 18 times, and each occurrence was marked by rivers of blood and countless lives lost, with none escaping unscathed. What shall we do?" Qinzheng's face turned grim, his body trembling ever so slightly. Granny Xia replied, "For now, we must swiftly notify the Jing'an division of Anyang County, requesting assistance to avert disaster before it strikes, to help our Junshan village weather this storm." "Very well, I shall not delay," Qinzheng exclaimed, turning to leave with renewed determination. "May we be in time." Granny Xia's form bent with weariness, her spirit heavy. It would take at least 2 days for the Jing'an division to respond. And the pressing question remained, could Junshan village endure for that long? "May we be in time?" She echoed, "Huzi, Immediately gather the villagers and organize patrols and defensive measures. Do not let your guard down? Lin Hu nodded. I understand. Then I shall take my leave for now, Granny Xiao instructed. Send someone to find me later. I have prepared some talismans that you can distribute. I hope they will aid Junshan village in overcoming this crisis. After Granny Xiao departed, Lin Hu promptly utilized a communication talisman to summon back all patrolling members, rallying everyone to commence preparations for defensive measures. After an arduous 4 to 5 hours of bustling activity, Qing finally found a moment to return home and rest. Upon his arrival, he disregarded the need for rest and extracted the mysterious tome from his bosom, discovering 5 silver dragon snake runes inscribed upon it, along with 3 gray dragon snake runes. This indicated that he had acquired 4 silver dragon snake runes from the blood-sucking mosquitoes he had slain that day, a bountiful harvest indeed. However, there was little time for celebration. Qing immediately employed 1 silver dragon snake rune to enhance his cultivation. The appearance of the earth uncle signified that great calamity would soon befall Junshan village. And if he could not swiftly bolster his strength and prepare to weather this impending storm, then all would be rendered meaningless. As the night deepened, devoid of stars and moonlight, the sky loomed heavy and oppressive, brimming with an ominous aura. Suddenly, a chilling horn echoed throughout Junshan village, rousing the villagers from their uneasy slumber. Flickering candlelight seeped from countless homes, yet it could not dispel the night's icy grasp. Had they arrived? In the darkness, Qing abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. He rose, neatly folded the tome, tucked it back into his garments, grasped his long knife, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the battlements, he beheld a throng of people, all members of the patrol holding bows, anxiously gazing toward the village outskirts. What manner of creatures approached? Qing sidled up to Ma Shiwan and inquired in a hushed tone. Ma Shiwan swallowed hard, his voice trembling with tension. Human skin monstrosities. A multitude of them. Peering over the battlements, Qing's gaze fell upon the fields beyond the village, where a dark mass of human skin monstrosities loomed, numbering in the thousands. They stood eerily still, silent as the grave, until a gust of wind swept through, causing the grotesque figures to sway like a field of black grain. An unsettling sight indeed. A chilling breeze swept past, and as if summoned by an unseen command, the human skin monstrosities began to surge toward Junshan village. Resembling a tide of darkness. Prepare the oil. Watching the relentless tide of monstrosities, Lin Hu's expression darkened as he bellowed. When the creatures reached the base of the walls, he raised his hand. Pour. Black oil cascaded down, causing those who were scrambling to scale the walls to slip and tumble into a chaotic heap with their fellow monstrosities below. Prepare the fire arrows. Fire. The arrows rained down, igniting the oil and transforming the scene into a roaring inferno. Within the flames, the human skin monstrosities burned fiercely, yet they pressed on toward the walls. Undeterred by death, though many turned to ash within mere moments, their numbers were inexhaustible, and they surged forth, extinguishing the flames in mere breaths as they began to ascend the battlements. Prepare the boulders. Throw. Lin Hu remained calm, signaling the archers to retreat while commanding others to lift the prepared boulders and logs, hurling them down to obstruct the advancing monstrosities. The colossal stones and logs fell like rain, shattering vast swathes of the skin monsters into fragments. However, Junshan village was not a metropolis. Its walls were modestly constructed, standing only about 2 zhang high. Although the skin monsters were fragile, they possessed immense strength, leaping several meters with ease. When the patrolling guards began to tire and their offensive waned, several skin monsters surged onto the battlements. A few guards, caught off guard, had their skulls crushed, brain splattering in a gruesome display. Even more horrifying, upon their demise, a wisp of black mist entered their bodies, and their skin was swiftly flayed away, transforming them into new skin monsters that turned upon others. Some, momentarily inattentive, fell victim to these newly emerged creatures in a sudden ambush. In an instant, the battlements were filled with screams, and chaos ensued among the populace. Remain calm. Form groups of 3 to slay the skin monsters. Lin Hu commanded, cleaving apart 2 advancing skin monsters with a single stroke. Furthermore, watch for the fallen. They too may rise as skin monsters. Adhering to their patrol formation, the guards quickly regrouped, fighting off the skin monsters that ascended the walls. As for Qing, accustomed to operating alone and relying on his own prowess, he did not team up, but instead focused on slaying the skin monsters independently. The previous night, he had refined 2 silver dragon snake runes, elevating his cultivation from the initial stage of qi condensation to the mid-stage of dense fog gathering clouds, significantly enhancing both the quantity of his vital energy and his strength. Even alone, the speed at which he dispatched the skin monsters rivaled that of the other squads. Had he not concealed his full potential to avoid arousing suspicion, his speed would have been even more formidable. The gleam of his blade flickered, cascading like water. In a single step, a group of skin monsters fell. With a single stroke, severed heads soared into the air. Wherever he passed, the skin monsters collapsed, none standing against him. With blade in hand, the skin monsters bowed before him. Suddenly, Yi Qing's gaze sharpened, and with a swift step as quick as lightning, he approached a precarious trio of guards. With a horizontal sweep of his sword, the roar of a tiger erupted, instantly annihilating all the skin monsters in the vicinity. "Thank you," the grateful squad leader exclaimed. "Not at all. Take care," Yi Qing replied, not looking back as he charged towards another retreating squad. "Isn't that the boy from the old Yi family? When did he become so formidable?" One guard questioned in bewilderment. "Indeed," another chimed in, with death looming. "Do you have time to ponder this? Watch out. The skin monsters are coming again. Kill." Unbeknownst to Yi Qing, the exchange among the guards continued without his awareness or concern as he relentlessly struck down the approaching monsters, rescuing those villagers and comrades on the brink of peril. Yet, despite his efforts, it was but a drop in the ocean. More patrol members perished, reanimating as skin monsters, leading to an ever-decreasing number of defenders on the battlements while the skin monsters multiplied exponentially. There are far too many skin monsters, it is impossible to slay them all. Lin, who wiped the blood from his face, his skull cracked and bleeding profusely from a blow by the skin-walking monstrosity. Though grievously wounded, he had no time to tend to his injuries as he continued slaying the abominations before him. If only we had the Sky Patrol mirror, he thought. A single strike from that artifact could annihilate all these creatures. Alas, its power had yet to be restored. With a sweep of her sleeve, Granny Xia shattered several skinwalkers, her voice heavy with despair. "These abominations are endless. If this continues, we'll all perish. What should we do?" Lin, who shook his head, his vision swimming with dizziness. "The only way now is to find and destroy the entity controlling these horrors," Granny Xia said, her clouded eyes glinting with cold determination. "Tiger boy, come with me beyond the walls. We must locate and slay the mastermind behind this scourge." "Understood," Lin Hu answered without hesitation. Though he knew venturing into the horde meant almost certain death, yet for the tens of thousands of innocent lives in Junshan village, he was willing to risk everything, even his own life. "Shenzhong," Granny Xia spoke solemnly, her tone carrying the weight of a final plea. "Hold the village while we're gone. If all is lost, lead the people through the escape passage. Save as many as you can." Her words were not mere caution, they were a farewell. She knew their chances of success were slim, their survival nearly impossible. Yet they had no choice but to try, for without this desperate gamble, they had no hope at all. "Tiger boy, let's go." With a wave of her hand, Granny Xia leaped from the wall, her sleeves billowing as countless talismans fluttered out, igniting midair into a roaring inferno that incinerated swathes of the skinwalkers. Her blackened cane rippled with power, summoning a fiery phoenix from the flames. The majestic creature soared forward, reducing the abominations to ash in its wake. Granny Xia followed, her cane guiding the blaze as she pressed onward. Lin, who guarded her rear, his blade dancing like a silver river, each stroke precise and deadly. Though he wielded the simplest of techniques, the 5 tigers severing gate saber, his mastery transformed it into an art of lethal elegance. Any monstrosity that dared approach was silently cleaved apart. Together, the two advanced through the endless tide of horrors, their steps slow but unyielding. Soon, they vanished from sight, leaving only distant echoes of battle to mark their struggle. On the ramparts, the villagers stood in silent reverence, their gazes fixed on the direction where the 2 warriors had disappeared, filled with admiration, sorrow, and unspoken grief. "What are you dawdling for? The skin monsters are charging forward. Kill them." Suddenly, Qinzhong shouted, commanding the men to attack the advancing skin monsters. "I hope you can survive." Watching the direction in which the 2 had vanished, Yi Qing sighed softly, filled with admiration for Granny Xia and Lin Hu's actions. He believed that if he were in their position, he would never have stepped forward. Coming from another world, he harbored no profound feelings for Junshan village. The villagers were merely familiar strangers to him. Thus, he could not bring himself to sacrifice his life for others. He admired such individuals, but had no desire to become one of them. Not at least for now. Captain Chun, it's bad. The village gate is about to break. We can't hold it." Just as he was lost in thought, a panicked voice called out as someone rushed up to the battlements. Although the village gate was constructed from sturdy ironwood, it was still fundamentally wood. And under the relentless assault of the skin monsters, it had become riddled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Damn it! There are so few people left on the tower. Qin glanced around and found that only a mere handful remained on the battlements. If he sent men down, their defensive strength would be severely diminished, putting himself in great danger as well. What should he do? Suddenly, Qin's peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Qing, who was dispatching monsters with ferocity. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Yi Qing, Ma Shiyuan, Zhang Yuan, you 3 squads will guard the village gate. If the monsters breach the village, I will hold you accountable. Captain Qin, with so few people, how can we? Ma Shiyuan exclaimed anxiously. Though he mentioned 3 squads, Yu Qi was alone, and his squad had been reduced to just him. Zhang Yuan's team still had 2 members left, but together they amounted to only 4. How could they possibly guard the gate? Was this not a death sentence? Follow the orders. The remaining men will defend the battlements. You must go quickly. If the gate falls and the monsters invade the village, the consequences will be dire. Qin asserted sternly. This. Ma Shiyuan and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances. Go. Do you wish to defy orders? Qin's expression darkened as he spoke sharply. Understood. Ma Shiyuan and Zhang Yuan resigned, accepted their orders, appearing as if they were prepared for martyrdom. Yi Qing smirked slightly but said nothing, leaping down from the battlements and making his way towards the gate. Humph, let's see if you have such good fortune this time around. Observing Yi Qing's retreating figure, a sinister smile crept across Qin's face. Indeed, he was deliberate in his actions. He fully understood that a mere 4 individuals could not possibly defend the gate or withstand the onslaught of the skin monsters. His intention was solely to send Yi Qing to his demise. He had been watching Yi Qing's performance on the battlements, and while the latter's realm posed no threat to him, an ominous feeling lingered in his heart. Better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. As for Ma Shiyuan and Zhang Yuan, they were mere collateral damage. Although he bore no deep grudge against them, they were loyal to Lin Hu and had once crossed him, so he decided to eliminate them as well. Certainly, if they were to disobey his commands, it would be quite simple for him to justify taking their lives. The thought of eliminating 3 individuals he despised brought a sense of relief to Qin, who couldn't help but grin ominously. While Ma Shiyuan and Zhang Yuan were unaware of Qin's intentions, Yi Qing had an inkling of what was brewing. Though he remained unconcerned, for Qin had miscalculated his approach. He was not merely at the initial stage of body tempering. He had reached the mid-stage of qi condensation. Ma Shiyuan, Zhang Yuan, and 2 others descended to the entrance, staring at the door riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse, their faces etched with worry. What shall we do now? They lamented. Once the door was breached, they would be the first to suffer the onslaught of the skin-wearing monstrosities, with no hope of escape. What can we do? We'll just have to endure. Zhang Yuan, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, spat defiantly. We'll hold out as long as we can. If we can't, well, we'll die fighting. Upon hearing this, Ma Shiyuan offered a wry smile, then fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to Zhang Yuan's sentiment. With a series of resounding crashes, the cracks in the door multiplied until it finally collapsed, unleashing a tide of dark, skin-clad horrors upon the 4. Kill. Zhang Yuan bellowed as he lunged forward, followed closely by Ma Shiyuan, while another companion guarded the left flank. The trio formed a defensive formation, colliding with the wave of skin-wearing fiends. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were engulfed, akin to a droplet of water vanishing into the vast ocean, without a ripple to mark their passing. Is it my turn? Yi Qing squinted, gripping his long knife. The moment the skin-wearing fiends surged toward him, a thunderous croak resonated, sending shockwaves that shattered dozens of the grotesque creatures. Immediately after, Yi Qing unleashed a powerful strike, with beams of silver light cascading forth, accompanied by a series of tiger roars, as swathes of skin-wearing horrors silently disintegrated. Yet, in the next heartbeat, countless more fiends charged anew. Yi Qing, unfazed, wielded his blade with one hand, executing the techniques of the 5 tigers, breaking the door with precision, slicing, hacking, sweeping, lifting, and thrusting. Each movement appeared deceptively simple, yet was executed with astonishing speed and weight. Each strike seemed to culminate only to be followed by another, creating an unbroken sequence of gleaming blade work. In the fleeting moments of light, numerous skin-wearing fiends were left in tatters. This was not due to Yi Qing's blade missing its mark, but rather because his strikes were so rapid they transcended the visual reaction time of others. Observers could only perceive the motion of the descending blade, never the moment it connected with a fiend or the retraction that followed. Initially, Yi Qing's technique bore the hallmarks of 5 tigers breaking the door, but gradually it evolved beyond those confines, deviating from the fierce and savage essence, leaving only sheer speed, pure, unadulterated swiftness. As the blade's brilliance continued unabated, it began as a gentle stream, intensified into a tempest, and ultimately transformed into a river of cutting light. Wherever it flowed, the skin-wearing fiends were utterly obliterated. One person guarding one door, and the relentless tide could not breach their defenses. 1 minute, 3 minutes, a quarter of an hour, another quarter. Yi Qing appeared tireless, his blade flashing with the same swiftness, steadiness, and precision as before, warding off the relentless tide of grotesque human skin creatures. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. The long knife in Yi Qing's hand shattered into 2 pieces. Trouble. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, clearly indicating that after prolonged combat, the long knife could no longer withstand his immense strength and had snapped. His swordplay, though seemingly rapid, was not light. Each strike was imbued with formidable power, and the blade, forged of mere iron, was bound to break. This development rendered him somewhat impotent against the encroaching horde of grotesques. It was time to retreat. Yi Qing lamented inwardly. Although he could persist for a few more minutes, what purpose would that serve? Granny Xia and Lin, who had yet to send news, and the creatures showed no signs of retreating. The plan to capture the leader had evidently failed, leaving the fates of the two uncertain. Remaining here would only lead to his demise. Perseverance had lost its significance, and he had to think of his own survival. Withdraw, withdraw. At that moment, an anguished roar erupted from Qinzheng atop the city tower, signaling that those within could no longer hold out. Moments later, a shadow dashed forth as Qinzheng spearheaded the charge into the village. There lay a tunnel excavated by the villagers, leading directly to a small hill outside the village. A contingency plan laid by Junshan village. How swiftly he runs. Yi Qing scoffed, but wasted no time following Qinzheng toward the village passage. Meanwhile, as the patrol retreated, the human skin creatures surged into the village like a tidal wave, killing anyone in sight. A cacophony of screams and cries echoing as if the world were coming to an end. Perhaps, for them, it was indeed their apocalypse. Sigh. Witnessing the lives of so many extinguished before his eyes while feeling utterly powerless, Yi Qing exhaled a weary sigh, his heart heavy with sorrow. How unfortunate it was that he was so weak. Had he arrived too late? Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out in the air, followed by the appearance of a figure atop the tower, seemingly holding 2 individuals. Upon sighting the newcomer, the creatures swarmed towards him, but he remained unfazed. Dropping the 2 individuals to the ground, he uncorked a wine gourd from his waist, took a swig, and flicked a drop of liquid towards an oncoming grotesque. In an instant, the creature froze in place as frost spread from the droplet, quickly transforming it into an ice sculpture. Yet, the frost did not cease. It continued to expand, encasing every grotesque it touched in ice. In mere moments, the entire city tower resembled a frosty realm, a sea of silvery white, with all the human skin creatures frozen solid. Then, the figure leapt high into the air, delivering a palm strike that plunged the surrounding atmosphere into an unbearable chill, shattering dozens of grotesques, each encased in frost. Subsequently, the figure strode through the air, each step accompanied by a graceful clap of his palm. With every strike, countless grotesque human skins shattered, and frost spread forth, while innumerable strange entities were frozen in place. In a brief span, the eerie beings within Junshan village were eradicated. Yet the man remained unsatisfied. After sipping some wine, he leisurely ventured outside the village, dispatching the grotesque entities lurking beyond. Amidst the inky tide, a silvery sheen akin to the moon emerged, radiating boundless light and chill. Where he passed, the dark waves receded, leaving only dazzling frost and brilliance in their wake. A sight that stirred the heart. With the moon illuminating the world, darkness was banished. The black tide diminished, and the grotesque entities dwindled. However, at that moment, as if receiving a silent command, all the eerie beings retreated in unison, swiftly vanishing into the night. The man made no effort to impede their retreat. Only after they had entirely disappeared did he turn slowly, stepping back towards Junshan village, enveloped in wind and frost, exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a deity. Though his pace appeared unhurried, he materialized within the village in the blink of an eye, allowing Yi Qing to finally discern his appearance. He was a young man, in his early 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his face resembling polished jade. Yet, a carefree smile adorned his visage, and his hair was tousled. His clothing loose and soiled with dirt and leaves, a stark contrast to his earlier divine demeanor. Rather than inciting disdain, he possessed an inexplicable charm of nonchalance and exceptional grace. Alas, I have arrived too late. I apologize for the loss of so many lives. It is my fault. My fault. The young man entered the village, surveying the corpses strewn across the ground. A hint of sorrow crossing his features as he sighed and took a few swigs from the gourd at his side. Thank you for saving my life. At that moment, two figures descended from the city tower. It was Granny Xia and Lin Hu. However, the two appeared quite disheveled. Lin, whose chest was caved in, his face smeared with blood, and one arm hung limply, clearly broken. Granny Xia, breathless and increasingly frail, bore a face lined with wrinkles, exuding an aura of age. It is nothing, nothing. It is I who have arrived too late, causing Junshan village to suffer such calamity. The young man waved his hand apologetically, then murmured softly, alas, indeed. Excessive drinking leads to negligence. Granny Xia coughed a couple of times, her voice trembling as she said, if not for you, my lord, the lives of over 10,000 villagers would have been lost today. Her words rang true, had it not been for this young man. She and Lin, who would have been torn apart by the grotesque entities, and Junshan village would have met its end. It could be said that the young man was the savior of all in Junshan village. The debt of life saved is as vast as the heavens. Granny Xia inquired, may I ask your esteemed name, my lord? I am Chu Ninjio, a wind catcher of the Qing division, the young man replied lazily, rummaging through his garments to produce a dirty token, which he handed to Granny Xia. Here, my token. Granny Xia accepted it, scrutinizing it closely before respectfully returning it to Chu Ninjio. I have the honor of meeting you, wind catcher. I have the honor of meeting you, wind catcher. Lin Hu quickly followed suit, bowing in reverence. Chu Ninjio nonchalantly replied, it's nothing, really. You are all injured, so there is no need for such formality. Lord Chu has saved the lives of countless souls in Junshan village. We are deeply grateful and have no means of repaying this immense kindness. Please allow us to bow to you. Granny Xia did not take it to heart and bent her body in a sincere gesture of thanks. Thank you, Lord Chu, for saving our lives. Lin Hu, Yu Qing, and the other survivors also bowed deeply to Chu Ninjio. Oh, no need for that. Chu Ninjio waved his sleeve, a surge of energy preventing everyone from bending further. You're joking, my lord, Granny Xia chuckled. Chu Ninjio laughed heartily. I am indeed not jesting. My name is Chu Ninjio, which implies a love for wine. Moreover, I am nearly out of wine. Without it, my life feels at stake. I have saved you. So if you present me with 2 jars of fine wine, it would be as if you saved my life in return, an eye for an eye, as the heavens dictate. Granny Xia smiled, sensing the sincerity in Chu Ninjio's words. Very well, I shall send someone to prepare exquisite food and wine to express our gratitude for your life-saving deed. Chu Ninjio's eyes sparkled with delight. That sounds splendid. I have been wandering in the mountains for days, using the sky as my blanket and the earth as my bed, befriending mosquitoes, and have not tasted a warm meal. My palate is nearly as bland as a bird's. Granny Xia nodded and promptly instructed a less severely injured patrolman to arrange for some food. By the way, may I inquire why you arrived in Junshan village so swiftly? Lord Chu, we only notified the Qing division in Anyang yesterday. Logically, it should take at least a day or 2 for them to send someone down. How is it that you came so quickly? Noticing Chu Ninjio's amiable demeanor and lack of arrogance, Granny Xia asked. Furthermore, she had never heard of such a person as Chu Ninjio in the Qing division, and while the token could not be forged, and given that he had saved their entire village, it was prudent to remain cautious. Chu Ninjio smiled gently. A few days ago. Didn't you report to the Qing division about the attack from a stone coffin? They dispatched me to investigate the matter. I have been wandering around the small Junshan these past few days. Once they received your message, they relayed it to me, and as luck would have it, I was not far away, allowing me to arrive promptly. Granny Xia understood at once. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Chu. She had anticipated that her initial caution would turn into a lifeline for Junshan village. By the way, do you know what exactly controls these skin-like apparitions? Granny Xia inquired further. Chu Ninjio took a sip of wine. Yes, if I am not mistaken, these skins are likely the product of some malevolent artifact. Maledictions? Granny Xia gasped. Nearby, Yi Qing was also taken aback. He had heard Lin Hu mention such artifacts. These so-called malevolent artifacts are weapons crafted from materials derived from sinister entities. They come in various forms, not limited to swords, spears, or clubs, and possess diverse functions and formidable powers, with some legendary artifacts even capable of parting rivers, soaring through the skies, and plucking stars from the heavens. Without exception, both the strange artifacts and the eerie beings are profoundly sinister, possessing formidable powers accompanied by various detrimental effects that befall their wielders, such as somnolence, voracity, disorientation, and ailments. These adverse consequences are merely mild. Some potent strange artifacts may even recoil against their masters, inflicting calamity upon the living. In essence, a strange artifact is simply a controllable anomaly. For instance, Qing harbors suspicions that his strange scriptures constitute a powerful strange artifact. However, the negative repercussions of the scriptures do not quite align with their immense capabilities, leading Qing to maintain a deep-seated apprehension regarding them. Indeed, it is undoubtedly a strange artifact. Chu Nianjiu pondered for a moment. It must be some form of strange artifact spiraling out of control, resulting in the current predicament. I have witnessed similar occurrences before. What shall we do? Granny Xia voiced her concerns, stating that if what Chu Nianjiu suggested were true, failing to rectify the out-of-control artifact could lead to unimaginable consequences. Chu Nianjiu responded with a light-hearted tone. No worries. Tomorrow I shall take a group to Shaojun Mountain to resolve the strange artifact. Granny Xia expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Chu. Chu Nianjiu smiled and yawned. It's no trouble at all. After all, I need to revisit Shaojun Mountain tomorrow to continue my investigation into the stone coffin. So it is merely a matter of convenience, sparing me an extra trip. To Chu Nianjiu, the out-of-control strange artifact seemed a trivial matter, hardly worthy of concern. Granny, the meal is ready. At that moment, a villager approached, speaking softly. Excellent. My stomach is just beginning to grumble. The languid Chu Nianjiu's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, instantly invigorated. Then let us dine. Granny Xia smiled and led Chu Nianjiu away, turning to Lin Hu. Tiger, please dispatch someone to assess the casualties among the villagers and reassure them. We must prevent any disturbances. Additionally, select a few lightly injured team members to accompany Lord Chu into the mountains tomorrow. Understood. The following day, at the break of dawn, Qing rose, freshened up, and made his way to the village entrance. Upon arrival, he found Lin Hu already waiting there, accompanied by Chen Zheng, Lu Jixue, Wu Biao, and Zhang Tao, totaling 5 individuals. Upon seeing Qing, Lin Hu nodded, and the others greeted him, though only Chen Zheng's eyes briefly glimmered with a hint of malice. Qing smiled and nodded in response, then grasped his long blade, standing to the side with closed eyes, meditating. They were not on patrol, rather, they were headed to Shaojun Mountain to assist Chu Nianjiu in addressing the issue of the out-of-control artifact. After waiting for about the duration of an incense stick, Chu Nianjiu, yawning and appearing lethargic, ambled over alongside Granny Xia. Good morning, everyone. Upon seeing Lin Hu and the others, Chu Nianjiu greeted them languidly. We have met Lord Chu. The group bowed. Indeed, Chu Nianjiu leaned against a tree, glancing at Qing and turning to Granny Xia. Are they the ones accompanying me to Shaojun Mountain today? Yes. Granny Xia nodded. Chu Nianjiu frowned slightly. Casting a glance at Qing, why is there a young brother with merely minor body refinement? He seems rather weak. With a melancholic smile, Granny Xia remarked, Lord Chu, please forgive us. Yesterday, the warriors of Junshan village either perished in battle or sustained injuries, leaving us with no capable individuals to offer. Chu Nianjiu nodded and replied, Very well. By the way, Captain Lin, there is no need for you to join us. You are gravely wounded, with broken ribs and significant internal injuries. Even your dantian has suffered severe damage. If you do not take the time to recuperate, you may be rendered incapacitated for life. Lin Hu furrowed his brow. Lord Chu. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Nianjiu. Given your current condition, you would be of no assistance. In fact, you would hinder our efforts. It is better for you to rest at home. Indeed, Captain Lin, please focus on your recovery without worry. Lord Chu is the renowned wine master of Luoshui County. With him present, no enigma can remain unresolved. As Lin Hu contemplated responding, Chen Zheng suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Luoshui County was not a mere backwater. It governed 9 counties and 36 villages, with Anyang County being one of its subordinates. For Chu Nianjiu to be esteemed in Luoshui County was indeed remarkable, a stature beyond their wildest imaginations. You know me? Chu Nianjiu inquired with curiosity, surprised that someone in such a small place recognized him. Had his reputation truly spread so far? Chen Zheng responded respectfully. I have heard my brother speak of your illustrious name, Lord Chu. With a puzzled expression, Chu Nianjiu asked, Who is your brother? A A flicker of pride crossed Chen Zheng's eyes. My brother is named Chen Song. The sword master Chen Song? Chu Nianjiu raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Chen Zheng nodded. Indeed. My brother is the sword master Chen Song. Chu Nianjiu exclaimed, You are actually the brother of Chen Song. I have known him for many years and only realized he hails from a humble place. I had no idea he had a sibling. How well you have concealed this. Are you related by blood? Chen Zheng. Chuckling, Chu Nianjiu replied, I jest. You are not some breathtaking beauty, so I wonder what there is to hide. Chen Zheng explained, My brother mentioned that over the years, he has offended many and vanquished numerous cunning creatures. Those individuals or creatures, unable to retaliate against him, might resort to targeting me as a means of revenge or coercion. Thus, he refrained from disclosing this to others and instructed me to be discreet. Chu Nianjiu nodded in understanding. That makes sense. He has indeed made quite a name for himself, vanquishing many foes, and must exercise caution. Listening to their conversation, Granny Xia, Lin Hu, and the others were astonished. It was indeed true. Chen Song was Chen Zheng's brother. The two siblings had relied on each other since childhood. With Chen Song displaying extraordinary martial talent from a young age, mastering every skill he encountered. Later, he was taken as a disciple by an elder who passed through Junshan village, and he had not been heard from since. Yet, now it seemed that, according to Chu Nianjiu, Chen Song had become a formidable master, known as the Sword Master. If this were true, Junshan village had indeed given rise to a golden phoenix. And with this phoenix, the village could expect to bask in its glory. When one ascends, all associated rise with them. Suddenly, an inexplicable excitement enveloped everyone, and their gazes toward Chen Zheng grew warm and envious. With such a remarkable brother, it was no wonder Chen Zheng often bore an air of superiority. Had they been in his position, they would have already been swept away by the winds of pride. However, one must ponder, with Chen Song's extraordinary prowess, why does your cultivation seem rather lacking? Chu Nianjiu took a sip of her drink and spoke up. Instantly, Chen Zheng's smile froze upon his face, and he awkwardly replied, Well, I certainly do not possess my brother's innate talent. Chu Nianjiu shrugged her shoulders. You appear far more astute than Chen Song, possessing the gift of gab. As for him, he bears a countenance as lifeless as a corpse, rarely breaking into a smile, as if he were owed a fortune in silver, exuding an air of drudgery. Hiki. Chen Zheng laughed awkwardly. While Chu Nianjiu dared to express such thoughts, he did not have the courage to follow suit. All right. It is getting late. Let us set off. Chu Nianjiu looked up at the sun and declared, May you have a safe journey, esteemed one. Granny Xia said with a respectful gesture. Also, these children will be under your care, Chu Darren. Indeed, you mean to care for Chen Zheng. Chu Nianjiu teased. Fear not. With me around, nothing will go awry. With that, she led Yi Qing and the others out of the village, heading towards Little June Mountain. As they entered Little June Mountain, a chill pervaded the air, sending shivers down their spines. Stay alert. Little June Mountain is notorious for its malevolence, home to numerous strange and sinister entities. Do not let your guard down. Should you lose your life, do not blame me. Chu Nianjiu instructed. Yi Qing and the others dared not be careless. Little June Mountain was a taboo for June Mountain Village, fraught with peril. Rarely did any villagers who ventured inside return alive, and even Granny Xia and Lin who dared only to roam the outskirts, never daring to delve deeper. Hey, what is that? Shortly after entering Little June Mountain, Yi Qing and the others suddenly spotted some shimmering mushrooms. The mushrooms were the size of grinding wheels, adorned with star-shaped spots that twinkled gently, reminiscent of a starry sky. Wow, they smell delightful, exclaimed Lu Jinshui, wrinkling his nose. Indeed, such a fragrant aroma emanates from those mushrooms. Zheng Tao closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Upon witnessing their actions, Yi Qing furrowed her brow and immediately held her breath, sensing an ominous premonition. Do not smell them. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? On the side, Chen Zheng took a deep breath, his expression blissful. About to inhale again when a hand clapped on his shoulder, sending a chill throughout his body and jolting him back to reality. Chen Zheng was taken aback, seeing it was Chu Nianjiu, and asked in confusion, Chu Darren, what is the matter? Chu Nianjiu smirked mischievously. What is the matter? Just look at them. Chen Zheng followed her gaze, only to find Lu Jinshui and Zheng Tao seemingly entranced, their expressions dazed, as they walked step by step toward the enormous mushrooms. More terrifyingly, countless star-shaped spots began to appear on their bodies, identical to those on the mushrooms, twinkling faintly. This, Chu Darren, please save them. Chen Zheng's face paled. Why the haste? Chu Nianjiu sipped his drink leisurely, flicked his fingers, and 2 drops of liquor landed on Lu Jinshui and Zhang Tao. An icy chill instantly enveloping both men, causing them to awaken abruptly. What just happened to us? The two, now alert, shivered as they noticed they were merely a few meters away from a mushroom the size of a grinding stone, and hurriedly retreated to Chu Nianzhou's side. What's the matter? You nearly perished, Chu Nianzhou remarked. This mushroom, known as the Starry Sky, is a blood-level anomaly. The fragrance it emits can beguile unsuspecting prey, luring them to their doom, just like this. As he spoke, he snapped off a branch and tossed it toward the starry sky. As the branch approached the mushroom, it became adorned with countless star-like spots, twinkling as if in a dream. Gradually, however, the branch began to dissolve, and by the time it reached the mushroom, it had completely transformed into a shimmering puddle of liquid, vanishing upon contact with the mushroom. Gulp. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard, their expressions frozen in horror. Had it not been for Chu Nianzhou, they would have likely become a mere puddle themselves. See that? Chu Nianzhou crossed his arms, a smile gracing his face. Thank you for saving our lives, esteemed sir. Chun Zheng, Lu Jinshui, Zheng Tao, and the others bowed in gratitude. Honestly, how can you all be so careless at your age, lacking even the slightest vigilance? You're not as astute as this young brother. Chu Nianzhou pointed at Yi Qing. Look at him. Upon sensing danger, he held his breath immediately, far superior to you all. Chun Zheng and the others glanced at Yi Qing, their expressions a mix of embarrassment, jealousy, and resentment. Yi Qing interjected, What does that have to do with me? Can you not drag me into your conflicts? All right, let us all be a bit more mindful and cautious. Chu Nianzhou instructed, continuing onward. What kind of tree is this? Is it on fire? Upon entering a valley, a colossal tree came into view. Its trunk was thick enough for 2 people to embrace with lush foliage. Yet flames danced vigorously upon its branches, casting a crimson glow throughout the valley. Although they felt no immediate danger, past experiences kept everyone from approaching recklessly. Their gazes shifting to Chu Nianzhou for guidance. Esteemed sir, is this flaming tree dangerous? Xinzheng inquired. Chu Nianzhou shot him a sidelong glance. Of course, it's dangerous. Have you ever seen a tree engulfed in flames? Xinzheng chuckled awkwardly. Then what should we do? To continue our ascent, we must cross this valley, or we'll have to take a much longer route. Chu Nianzhou took a sip of his drink and replied, It's perilous, yet easily remedied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved his hand, and a talisman soared into the air, transforming into a shroud of dark clouds, from which a gentle rain began to fall. In the next moment, the flames on the tree all took flight, and Yu Qing finally discerned that these were not flames at all but numerous butterflies that resembled flames, swirling in a dense cloud, fluttering toward the woods. That is a fire butterfly, a common yet elusive creature. A solitary fire butterfly is not formidable, but they are social beings, much like blood-sucking mosquitoes and skeletal ants. Making them quite troublesome, it is best not to provoke them. Chu Nianzhou explained, however, fire butterflies are fond of sunlight and flame, detesting the chill of shadows. They typically congregate in sunlit areas and shy away from snow and rain. During thunderstorms or snowy days, they retreat into the woods. Thus, if we can create a bit of rain, we can drive them away. Truly, your knowledge is vast and profound. Xinzheng seized the opportunity to flatter her. Enough with the flattery. It's not particularly delightful. Let us move quickly while the fire butterflies have left. Chu Nianzhou retorted, striding ahead. Fire butterflies, They might be worth harvesting. Yi Qing mused, observing the departing fire butterflies. He rubbed his nose, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Once I deal with the blood-sucking mosquitoes, capturing fire butterflies could prove to be a promising endeavor. However, unlike the mosquitoes, which are vulnerable to my blood, I must devise a comprehensive strategy for them. Yi Qing, what are you staring at? Hurry up, Wu Biao called out as he noticed Yi Qing lost in thought. Coming, Yi Qing replied, hastening to join the others as they dashed into the valley. Before long, they traversed the valley, but just then, a flurry of white began to drift through the air. Damn it, it's willow fluff. You startled me. Lu Jingshui, at the forefront, exclaimed upon seeing the airborne material. After realizing what it was, he cursed and swatted away the floating fluff. Do not touch that willow fluff. Chu Nianzhou admonished sharply. What's wrong? Lu Jingshui questioned, perplexed. It's just some fluff. What could possibly? Before he could finish, Lu Jingshui suddenly trembled, succumbing to a fit of uncontrollable sneezing, as if something were lodged in his throat or nose. The sneezing intensified, echoing loudly, and to their horror, countless wisps of willow fluff erupted from his mouth and nostrils, as if his very insides were filled with it. Help! Achu! Achu, save me. Lu Jingshui implored, staggering toward Chu Ninjio and the others, extending a trembling hand. Do not approach him. Zheng Tao was about to assist, but was swiftly halted by Chu Ninjio. There is no saving him. As her words fell, a torrent of white willow fluff spewed from Lu Jingshui's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What? What was that? Zheng Tao stammered, visibly shaken. Chu Ninjio explained, that was the willow fluff of the ghost willow. Once it enters the body, it assimilates the blood and internal organs into fluff. If you doubt my words, you may examine him. His insides are completely filled with it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, none daring to approach for a closer inspection. With a heavy heart, Chu Ninjio cast a blazing talisman, reducing Lu Jingshui's body to ashes, and sighed, remember, when you see something unusual, do not let curiosity get the better of you, or none shall be able to save you. Let us depart. Without pausing for long, the 5 individuals continued their journey into Shaojun Mountain after a brief respite. However, the death of Lu Jingshui cast a somber shadow over the atmosphere, prompting Qinzheng and the others to realize that even with Chu Ninjio by their side, safety was not guaranteed. At last, they emerged. After approximately half an hour of traversing through the dense, shadowy woods, the group finally arrived at a clearing adorned with vibrant red blossoms and lush greenery. While the sky above was a brilliant azure, momentarily lifting their spirits. Let us take a break and have a bite, Chu Ninjio instructed. Noticing the fatigue in her companions after more than an hour of walking, Qinzheng wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grave. Lord Chu, when shall we reach our destination? What, are you afraid? Chu Ninjio reclined on the ground, placing her gourd of wine upon her chest. As her chest rose and fell, a trickle of wine would escape the gourd and flow into her mouth, giving her an air of leisurely ease. Before Qinzheng could respond, she continued, we are close. Can't you sense it? The malevolent aura here is intense, identical to the one emanating from the skin of the strange creature. Thus, that peculiar artifact must be in the vicinity. That's good to hear. Qinzheng nodded, lowering his head in thought. After resting for a moment, Chu Ninjio stowed away her gourd and clapped her hands. All right, I can feel that the artifact is nearby. You 4 should form pairs and search the area. If you notice anything unusual, report back immediately. Remember, do not act recklessly. All right, Wu Biao, you're with Zheng Tao, and I'll pair with you Qing. Qinzheng declared, his eyes glinting with determination, preemptively speaking before anyone else could voice their opinions. Chu Ninjio and Zheng Tao had no objections to Qinzheng's arrangement, finding it quite reasonable. Among the 4, Yi Qing possessed the lowest cultivation level, while Qinzheng was the most powerful. His decision clearly showed consideration for Yi Qing. Only Yi Qing wore a faint smirk. While others saw Qinzheng's actions as protective, he understood the underlying intent was far more sinister. Nevertheless, Yi Qing remained indifferent, pondering who would ultimately be the hunter and who the hunted. Let us go. After Wu Biao and the others departed, Qinzheng turned to Yi Qing with a gentle smile. Yi Qing returned the smile, as if they shared no animosity, nor any bitter vendetta. The 2 walked in tandem, one behind the other, in silence, yet the air was thick with an unspoken chill and a sense of impending doom. Why do some people always overestimate their abilities in court danger? Qinzheng suddenly inquired, breaking the silence. Yi Qing replied with a detached tone. Some overestimate themselves in hopes of seizing an opportunity, others court danger simply because they fear death. Qinzheng chuckled derisively, an ant is still an ant. Do they truly believe that striving against fate will lead to a brighter future? Just because one does not wish to die, does that mean they can escape death? Yi Qing smiled lightly. Unless one tries, how can they know? Qinzheng's expression turned icy. Just like you? Yi Qing shook his head. Not me. For I, who will not perish, cannot be said to be courting my own demise. Haha. Upon hearing this, Qinzheng erupted into wild laughter. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Is that so? Then laugh a little longer. I fear that soon you won't be able to laugh at all. Yi Qing arched an eyebrow, and with a swift motion, drew her long blade. As rapid as the wind, Qinzheng's laughter was abruptly cut off, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Before he could react, a flash of cold steel glimmered before his eyes, sweeping across his neck. In the next instant, Qinzheng's body vanished, leaving behind a wooden doll, intricately carved, yet now marked by a thin line of a knife wound on its neck. What is this? Yi Qing pondered, observing the wooden figure on the ground, her brow furrowed. This strike had failed to slay Qinzheng. Where had he gone? Yi Qing, gripping her blade, scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of Chun Zheng, as if he had disappeared into thin air. It was impossible to vanish without a trace. He must have either teleported or turned invisible. Yi Qing's gaze deepened. Seemingly lost in thought, yet she keenly observed her surroundings with the corner of her eye. Suddenly, she noticed a slight depression in the bushes to her right. Her focus sharpening as the blade cascaded forth like a waterfall. A series of metallic clashes echoed, and Yi Qing felt as though her long knife struck solid steel, barely making an impact. Then, the air shimmered, and Chun Zheng's silhouette materialized nearby, surrounded by a radiant golden aura, resembling a bronze bell. Impossible. How can your blade be so swift? Chun Zheng's expression was one of shock, mingled with fear and anger. Were it not for the life-saving wooden doll and the golden bell talisman bestowed by his brother, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. The life-saving doll, the very one left on the ground, was a precious artifact crafted by a revered elder, a favor his brother owed. In critical moments, it could absorb a fatal blow on behalf of its master, allowing for escape, and afterwards, it would render the master invisible, facilitating a timely retreat from danger. Though the life-saving doll could only be used once, its value was immeasurable, capable of safeguarding one's life at a crucial juncture. After being saved, Chun Zheng felt he had been complacent, and with Yi Qing having the advantage of surprise, he intended to use his invisibility to retaliate. However, he was taken aback that Yi Qing had discerned his presence. Another flurry of blade strikes ensued, and had it not been for the automatic activation of his golden bell talisman, which deflected Yi Qing's long knife just in time, he would have been torn to shreds by her relentless assault. If the first instance was due to his carelessness and Yi Qing's ambush, the second demonstrated that even with heightened vigilance, he could not withstand the swiftness of her blade, revealing just how rapid her technique truly was. Fast is it? There are even swifter blades. Would you care to test them? Yi Qing maintained an impassive demeanor, though inwardly she felt a twinge of indignation. Chun Zheng's brother seemed excessively indulgent towards him, bestowing upon him numerous life-saving items, while she herself possessed not a single protective charm. Does having a powerful backing make one formidable? Though his heart brimmed with indignation, his movements were far from sluggish. As he spoke, he had already lunged forward, delivering a swift strike. The clash rang out. Seemingly, it was but a single blow, yet as the blade's radiance struck the golden aura enveloping Chun Zheng, it resonated 6 distinct times. Clearly, it was not one strike, but 6. The speed of the blade obscured the distinction, merging the 6 slashes into a singular appearance for any onlooker. Remarkably resilient, the 6 strikes landed upon the same spot without leaving a trace of damage on that golden light, which stood unwavering. No, this force. You are not merely at the minor stage of body refinement. You have reached the Qi condensation realm. The golden bell talisman may have shielded Chun Zheng from Yi Qing's long blade, yet the potent energy coursing through the blade distinctly penetrated his beings, allowing him to ascertain Yi Qing's level of mastery. Moreover, this energy was dense and formidable, coalescing rather than dissipating. It was evident that Yi Qing had delved deeply into the Qi condensation realm, suggesting his entry into this stage had been quite some time ago. Had he been masquerading as a fool to ensnare the unwary? However, just a month prior, when he had injured Yi Qing, the latter had appeared weak and untrained, devoid of any martial prowess. Yet, in merely a month, Yi Qing had ascended to the Qi condensation realm, a pace that was alarmingly swift. A prodigy? A fortuitous encounter? The reincarnation of a master? A perplexing possession? A multitude of possibilities flitted through Chun Zheng's mind, yet clarity eluded him, seizing the moment while Chun Zheng was distracted. Yi Qing's blood surged, his skin seemingly alive with the scurrying of tiny creatures. His arms swelled with newfound strength, and with a forceful swing, he struck the golden light. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar, the golden aura flickering yet remaining intact. In contrast, Yi Qing was met with a tremendous backlash, leaving his arm numb and aching. Startled by Yi Qing's earlier strike, Chun Zheng regained his composure, discovering that the golden light from the golden bell talisman remained unscathed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Observing Yi Qing's reaction, he suddenly realized, with the golden bell talisman in his possession, what was there to fear? The one who should be trembling was Yi Qing. Yi Qing, even though you have stepped into the Qi condensation realm, your blade, no matter how swift, cannot breach my golden bell talisman. Today marks your demise. Chun Zheng's laughter echoed, filled with deep-seated resentment. A creature he once could crush with a mere finger now forced him into such a precarious position. How could he quell his fury without extinguishing Yi Qing's life? What of genius? What of fortune? In the end, would he not meet his end at his hands, reduced to mere insect status once more? With a flick of his wrist, a long sword materialized in his grasp, its crystalline blade glinting ominously, a weapon of no ordinary caliber. As he thrust the sword forth, it resembled a plum blossom unfurling in the bitter wind, proud against the frost, solitary and ethereal, gracefully descending, a sight both beautiful and sorrowful. The blade served as petals, its tip as the stamen. As the plum blossom fell, 7 glimmers of cold light cascaded down, targeting the vital points of Yi Qing, his brow, throat, heart, and dantian, 7 places of lethal vulnerability. The plum blossoms dance, guiding you through the snow. Yet this guidance does not lead you homeward, but rather to the netherworld. As the 7 points of cold light descended, Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, wielding his long knife with grace. The blade shimmered like flowing water, forming a barrier of light before him that intercepted the icy beams descending from above. Amidst the crisp sounds, the 7 points of cold light vanished, the plum blossoms appearing both tangible and ethereal. At that moment, a flash of cold light suddenly emerged from the heart of the plum blossom, striking like a venomous serpent. Peculiar and fierce, imbued with an unusual force. The blade's brilliance shattered, the cold light piercing directly into Yi Qing's chest. With a resounding thud, a gaping hole erupted in his chest, blood splattering forth. Yi Qing staggered back a few steps, gazing at the gaping wound with profound eyes. Ha! The 7 transformations of the plum blossom, sending you off through the snow, the cold plum blooms, welcoming you to the yellow springs. Chen Zheng laughed heartily upon witnessing Yi Qing's injury. This technique, the cold plum's bloom, was a lethal move from the plum blossom sword manual, devious and swift as lightning, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. The plum blossom sword manual had been a gift from his brother Chen Song, a tome of swordsmanship surpassing the likes of the 5 tigers breaking the door blade in intricacy and might. Such a marvelous sword technique. Yi Qing flexed his arm, feeling the peculiar force within Chen Zheng's swordplay, which left his arm numb and aching. Indeed, it is an exceptional sword technique. To perish under the plum blossom sword manual is a distinction in itself. Chen Zheng boomed with laughter, suddenly darting towards Yi Qing, his sword lunging with ferocity. The cold plums blooming, casting an aura of chill across the land. Yi Qing, armed with his long knife, danced the blade through the air. Though employing the simplest of strikes, chops, slashes, thrusts, sweeps, his movements were so rapid that they transformed into a torrential tempest, relentless and overwhelming, surpassing even the plum blossoms in the sky. The rain beats upon the cold plums, each one exquisite. In that moment, the clash of blade and sword resonated continuously, as blossoms of cold plum burst forth in a storm of beauty and decay, only to blossom anew. The cold plums, resilient against the frost, remained unyielded by the tempest. Yet, despite Yi Qing's swift and unceasing blade, akin to a torrential storm, Chen Zheng's swordplay was unfathomable, a blend of gentleness and ferocity, pride and peculiarity, righteousness and ruthlessness. Bolstered by the protective golden bell talisman, he faced Yi Qing's onslaught with unwavering confidence, attacking with utmost ferocity, his techniques ruthless and sharp. Gradually, Yi Qing's wounds multiplied, his garments soaked in crimson. With a loud thud, another gaping hole erupted in his chest, forcing him to retreat a few steps to evade Chen Zheng's relentless assault. A slight frown creasing his brow. Yi Qing, what of your condensation realm? A mere ant remains an ant, unable to turn the tide. Chen Zheng reveled in Yi Qing's distress, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Unable to turn the tide, perhaps, because the ant has yet to grow strong enough. Yi Qing smiled softly, lowering his gaze to his wounds. As blood dripped to the ground, the flowers and grass beneath him began to burgeon wildly. Vibrant blossoms and lush greenery springing forth, soaring to heights that concealed Yi Qing entirely. Your blood? Now I understand. You possess an anomalous bloodline. No wonder your cultivation advances so swiftly. Chen Zheng realized, a mix of envy and admiration swirling within him as he observed the peculiar phenomenon at his feet. The enigmatic bloodline refers to individuals who, by a twist of fate, acquire extraordinary abilities, known as the enigmatic bloodline. This mysterious lineage possesses various formidable powers. Much like his brother Chen Song, who is endowed with the rare innate pure sword body, a natural prodigy in swordsmanship, thus attracting the mentorship of esteemed masters. Those blessed with the enigmatic bloodline are typically unparalleled geniuses. Regrettably, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Generally, The enigmatic bloodline is inherited. However, not all who share the same lineage can awaken this peculiar bloodline, and to this day, no one has been able to decipher the methods or patterns of awakening it. For instance, he and Qin Song are biological siblings, yet one is a prodigious talent while the other is merely of ordinary constitution. One is a genius, and the other an ordinary person. In summary, everything hinges upon destiny. Contemplating this, Qin felt a surge of jealousy. How could a mere insect awaken the enigmatic bloodline? A stroke of fortune that eluded him? His jealousy gradually morphed into boundless rage and murderous intent. The enigmatic bloodline, does it pertain to his very blood? Qing examined the blood coursing through his veins, uncertain of what Qin referred to as the enigmatic bloodline. Yet it was evident from Qin's expression that it was something remarkable. Of course, he remained indifferent. Even if you possess the enigmatic bloodline, what does it matter? I wonder how much blood you can actually spill? Observing Qing's nonchalance, Qin was engulfed by jealousy and anger. Qing shrugged. Sorry, but I genuinely have plenty of blood to spare. No sooner had he spoken than the blood from his body ceased to flow, and the wounds began to heal autonomously, restoring to normal in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of scars. Upon witnessing this, Qin felt a surge of fervor, his anger escalating, as if it could incinerate Qing to ashes. Qing, however, had no intention of engaging in a futile staring contest with Qin. Given that they had reached a point of no return, it was imperative to eliminate the threat entirely, lest it lead to future calamities. With a resounding crash, the ground erupted as Qing suddenly appeared before Qin, delivering a decisive strike. Qing, do not waste your efforts. You cannot break my golden bell talisman. Qin laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery, as though such derision could alleviate his jealousy and wrath. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. As Qing's blade descended, Qin's chest heaved, a thunderous croak emanating from within, and the force of the strike intensified. With a resounding crash, Qin was sent sprawling, his golden aura flickering and dimming. Toad fishing technique. The toad fishing heart method. Was it you who killed Fang Ninshui? In an instant, Qin recognized Qing's martial art. In truth, the toad fishing heart method was something he had bestowed upon Fang Ninshui, as she was a talent worth nurturing, and he had intended for her to discreetly eliminate Qing, offering her a superior energy cultivation method as compensation. However, it now appears that the fool, Fang Ninshui, was not slain by the mysterious creature but rather by Qing. The Diao-chan heart method he possessed naturally fell into the hands of his assailant. To be killed by one's own belongings is indeed a bitter irony. Qing, with a moment's contemplation, grasped the underlying reasons but did not pause in his actions. He swiftly pursued Qin, who was suspended in midair, and struck down with a blade infused with the Diao-chan force. Qin, now on guard, unleashed the plum blossom sword technique, aiming for Qing's vital points in an attempt to compel him to retreat. Yet Qing remained undeterred, relying on his robust vitality and life force to withstand the opponent's swordplay, delivering a decisive blow that struck the golden light. The brilliance flickered, dimming further than before. Once more, Qing's long blade flashed, and several strikes imbued with the Diao-chan force cleaved through the golden light. The light trembled, debris scattering like a candle flickering in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinction. Qin was genuinely alarmed. He was acutely aware of the potency of the Diao-chan force, which could indeed breach the protective golden bell symbol enveloping him. And so it was. Regrettably, his swordplay posed little threat to Qing. Any wounds he inflicted were rapidly healed, outpacing his own injuries, as though he were not human. Moreover, Qing's vital energy was formidable, and he had yet to exhaust his life force despite employing the Diao-chan technique repeatedly. If this continued, it was highly likely that he would be the one to perish. Was the bloodline of the mysterious creature truly that formidable? A flicker of fear and trepidation surfaced in Qin's heart. Without hesitation, Qin activated his communication talisman, a flash of red light erupting in the air. Qing's momentum faltered, and his brow furrowed slightly. Observing this, Qin laughed heartily. Qing, you cannot kill me. Chu Nianjiu and the others will soon arrive. That will be your demise. Qing was taken aback by Qin's decisiveness. Realizing his life was at stake, he too activated his communication talisman, alerting Chu Nianjiu and the others. Should Chu Nianjiu and her companions arrive, it would not matter that all the roots of the conflict lay with Qin. The misfortune would surely be his, setting aside the fact that the mysterious techniques he possessed were not meant to be revealed. Qin had a powerful brother who was acquainted with Chu Nianjiu. With such connections, even if he were not at fault, it was likely he would be blamed. In this world, right and wrong hold little significance. Strength is paramount. Hence, he faced a dilemma: to flee or to eliminate Qin Zheng decisively. Casting a glance at Qin Zheng's visage, filled with malice, Qing did not hesitate and chose the latter path. However, as his gaze swept over the golden light enveloping Qin Zheng, Qing's brow subtly furrowed. The Diao Chan force was indeed effective against the golden bell symbol, but to shatter it completely would likely require dozens of strikes, consuming considerable time. And given Chu Nianzhou's prowess, she would undoubtedly arrive before then. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. A croak resonated from deep within Qing's chest. Don't waste your efforts. It will be too late. With Qing's persistence, Qin Zheng's face was filled with derision. The weak are indeed so pitiable. Goo. But in the next moment, another croak resonated from within Qing. How is this possible? How could the croaking toad technique possibly stack? Suddenly, Qin Zheng's face changed dramatically, yet this was not the time for inquiries. He resolutely turned and fled into the distance. If he could endure just a moment longer, victory would be his. Goo, goo. Soon after, a series of 3 croaks echoed. The air around Qing hummed. The ground beneath him shattered violently. Suddenly, the air quivered, and Qing vanished, only to reappear behind the fleeing Qin Zheng, striking down with a blade. No. In Qin Zheng's horrified gaze, Qing resembled a demonic deity, his long knife descending and cleaving through the golden light. The golden aura trembled before shattering into fragments, a surge of violent energy flooding into Qin Zheng's body. Blood gushed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose as the sound of cracking bones reverberated. Countless bones shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Qing was not unscathed either. He sat heavily on the earth, his skin cracking and oozing crimson blood. He had directly compounded the croaking toad technique 5 times, unleashing a ferocious force that even his robust physique struggled to withstand. It was truly a case of killing 1,000 enemies while wounding oneself 800. Nevertheless, the result was evident. Not only had he shattered the golden bell talisman enveloping Qin Zheng, but the contained croaking toad energy surged into his opponent, fracturing his bones and organs. Yet even in such dire straits, Qin Zheng did not perish. A mysterious force within him seemed to sustain his life, continuously mending his injuries. You, cough cough, cannot kill me. My brother is Qin Song, one of the 4 great young lords renowned alongside Chu Nianzhou. If you slay me, you shall not survive. Qin Zheng lay on the ground, hurling threats at Qing. Qing spat out blood, remaining silent as he staggered to his feet and approached Qin Zheng. Qing, if you spare me, I promise never to trouble you again. And I will introduce you to my brother. You possess an enigmatic bloodline. Your future is undoubtedly boundless. The knife in his hand had long shattered into countless pieces, and Qing could only pick up a stone from the nearby grass, slowly advancing toward Qin Zheng. The words of Qin Zheng were only fit for a fool. In this world, only the dead could be trusted. You cannot kill me. My brother is Qin Song. As Qing remained unmoved, Qin Zheng cried out desperately, alternating between threats and pleas, like a drowning man clutching at every possible straw for salvation. Yet Qing remained steadfast, buzzing. Just then, a tremendous buzzing sound emanated from the sky. Qing looked up to see a dark cloud rushing towards them. It's a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Qing, if you flee now, you still have time. If you kill me, you shall not escape either. Upon seeing the approaching horde, Qin Zheng laughed maniacally. This swarm, clearly drawn by their blood, arrived just in time. He still possessed a treasure gifted by his brother that could temporarily bestow him strength, ensuring his vitality persisted. These blood-sucking mosquitoes posed no threat to him. If he could just drive Qing away, he could await Chu Nianzhou's arrival and thus secure his own survival. Qing lifted his gaze to the blood-sucking mosquito in the sky, his expression peculiar. He then averted his eyes, seemingly looking at Qin Zheng as if he were a simpleton. The blood-sucking mosquito was his cherished old friend. Could it be that he was truly about to receive a double blessing? To vanquish his nemesis while acquiring a substantial amount of dragon and serpent runes, was this not a double blessing? No, it was indeed a triple blessing. He would not even need to dispose of the corpse, which counted as one joy. With a resounding thud, Qing hurled a stone at Qin Zheng's head, instantly dazing him. Qing, are you truly courting death? Qin Zheng cried, his voice hoarse. Another stone fell with a thump. I am but a man of few words. At that moment, the blood-sucking mosquito swooped down, enveloping both of them. Qin Zheng's body visibly shriveled, yet he remained alive, clinging to a thread of existence. His eyes wide open, eager to witness how Yi Qing would be drained into a desiccated corpse. However, in the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he observed that Yi Qing had not been transformed into a desiccated corpse. Instead, the mosquitoes clinging to him had all shriveled up like withered leaves, drained of their blood and falling to the ground like dust. Furthermore, as the blood-sucking mosquitoes perished, Yi Qing's complexion gradually improved. Yi Qing turned to Qin Zheng and blinked, surprised. Are you? Unexpected, isn't it? Suddenly, a shrill and piercing sound echoed from afar. Following this, a dozen monstrous birds, each several yards long, with serpentine heads and avian bodies, their feathers a jade green, descended from the heavens. With a single breath, they summoned a foul wind. The sky full of blood-sucking mosquitoes was swept up by the fierce gust and devoured by the monstrous birds. The great wind bird? Yi Qing's temples throbbed as he gazed at the creatures that had landed. The great wind bird, towering 3 yards high, possessing a serpentine head and avian form, was known to feast on children. With its powerful wings, it could summon fierce winds, and its mouth expelled a toxic gale that would cause the skin to rot upon contact. The information regarding the great wind bird was gleaned from a tome titled Chronicles of the Strange, which he had perused in the archives of Junshan Village. This book, likely compiled by a scholar, contained tales of bizarre and supernatural phenomena, blending imagination with reality. It described various oddities, such as serpents that could consume a person whole, dream-eating entities, tiny beings dwelling in human ears, malevolent spirits that incited self-destruction, and colorful clouds that mirrored human emotions, among others. Initially, he had believed these to be mere figments of literary imagination meant for amusement. Yet, upon witnessing the monstrous bird before him, Yi Qing realized that the strange beings described in that book might not merely be fanciful tales, but indeed a reality. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over Yi Qing, and his flesh began to decay as if it were rotting. Was there truly poison? Yi Qing paid no heed to Qin Zheng, who lay on the ground, and hurriedly fled outside. Earlier, when confronted by the blood-sucking mosquitoes, he had remained unfazed. However, the gale bird was an entirely different matter. This strange creature could very well claim his life. Thus, escape was non-negotiable. As for Qin Zheng, if he managed to survive under such dire circumstances, it would be as if his ancestral grave had truly come back to life. And Yi Qi would have to resign himself to fate. The gale bird emitted 2 strange cries, its scarlet tongue flickering like a silk ribbon in the air. A fetid gust of wind surged forth once more, clearly aimed at Yi Qing. The powerful gale struck him, and he felt an overwhelming force pulling him backward. Despite his frantic attempts to run, "Don't you prefer to feast on children? I am an adult now, tough-skinned and unappetizing." Yi Qing inwardly cursed as he grasped a nearby boulder. But the suction behind him intensified, his flesh and blood eroding under the corrosive poison, resembling tattered cotton, being drawn inexorably toward the gale bird's maw. If this continued, even if he weren't devoured, he would be left as bare as if he had been consumed alive. In a moment of crisis, the entire hillside trembled violently, akin to a dragon awakening from slumber. Yi Qing jolted, and the gale bird, seemingly startled, ceased its gusting and took to the skies with its wings spread wide. Yet, at that instant, the earth cracked, and numerous vine-like appendages, as thick as water buckets, erupted from the ground. The vines moved with astonishing speed, swiftly ensnaring several gale birds that were not flying high, dragging them downward. The trapped gale birds struggled desperately, while the remaining ones flapped their wings frantically, howling against the wind, attempting to resist the vine's pull. However, they could inflict no harm upon the vines, and in the blink of an eye, several gale birds were pulled underground, vanishing from sight. The remaining 5 gale birds circled above, lamenting their loss with mournful cries, yet they dared not approach the ground. "What on earth is this ghastly creature?" Yi Qing exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. But the ground trembled again, the soil rumbling ominously, as a colossal and bizarre entity emerged before him. This creature, resembling a fusion of a bull and a horse, stood several dozen feet tall, with a body akin to that of a bull, adorned with a pair of crescent-shaped horns. Its skin was covered in brown scales, each as large as a grinding stone, glimmering with a blackish-yellow sheen under the sunlight. Its tail, thickly coated in hair, was as robust as a water barrel, and peculiarly, the tip bore a face, smeared in blood, with a few green feathers dangling from its mouth. It was evident that the gale birds had been devoured by the eerie face at the tail's end, while the earlier vines had presumably originated from the tail's hair. Giggling, "What are you staring at? Is my beauty too much for you to handle? Fear not. Soon I shall feast upon this little cutie, and you shall see me every day thereafter." He. Yi Qing's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld what appeared to be a talking tale of a bull, one that seemingly possessed feminine qualities. Most importantly, the woman atop the ox's tail has set her sights on him. This was intolerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing lifted his leg and dashed towards the distant woods. He, my dear, you cannot escape. The woman on the ox's tail chuckled, her voice sweet and enchanting, captivating the heart. If one were to listen solely to her voice, they would never suspect that the speaker was, in fact, a creature residing on an ox's tail. Daniel, slay those grotesque birds in the sky. Her beguiling voice echoed once more. Yi Qing instinctively turned back to behold a beast, as colossal as a small mountain, snorting thunderously, resembling the sound of a tempest. Even at a distance of several dozen paces, Yi Qing was left disoriented. The monstrous birds circling overhead met their demise with a resounding explosion, falling from the sky. Yet before they could touch the ground, the hair on the ox's tail surged forth, ensnaring the giant birds. Subsequently, the woman on the tail opened her mouth wide and devoured the fallen creatures, the crunching of bones echoing ominously as torrents of blood spewed from her lips. Painting a chilling scene. Peeking at sister again. Just wait. Sister will be there soon. The woman giggled, her laughter mingling with the sound of her chewing. Yet her voice resonated clearly in Yi Qing's ears, seemingly accompanied by a flirtatious wink. A chill ran down Yi Qing's spine, propelling him to hasten his pace into the woods. He feared that should he falter even slightly, he would meet the same fate as those wretched birds. His speed was remarkable, and he swiftly reached the base of the mountain, plunging into the dense thicket. Just as his foot crossed the threshold of the forest, an earth-shattering roar erupted behind him, accompanied by the lilting laughter of the woman. On a towering mountain, straight as a sword and reaching into the clouds, a young man in white, strikingly handsome yet exuding a cold, sharp demeanor, sat meditating at the precipice of a cliff. The peak soared high, and the fierce winds howled, sweeping across the sea of clouds below, which billowed and churned like tumultuous waves, wild and unrestrained, unfathomably deep. Yet, the young man sitting at the cliff's edge displayed no fear, remaining as serene as a stone, cold and unyielding. Zhang's life token is shattered. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, retrieving a wooden plaque, split in two from his bosom. His long, elegant fingers curled around it, resembling jade. As the plaque crumbled to dust under immense pressure, "Whoever has slain my brother shall pay the price," he murmured, his voice hoarse and somber, echoing like the calm before a storm, oppressive and heavy. In the next moment, the sea of clouds below erupted with the sound of clashing swords, dispersing into nothingness. As if countless sword energies had shredded the tranquil winds of that cloud sea into fragments. My master has said I have reached a bottleneck. It is time to descend the mountain and take a stroll. The young man rose and stepped forward, descending through the myriad clouds as if he were descending from the heavens to the mortal realm. Dear one, do not run. You cannot escape. Thunderous roars echoed behind Yi Qing as the towering trees, once robust and mighty, now lay trampled like mere weeds in the wilderness. What filled Yi Qing with dread was the beguiling voice that lingered in his ears, haunting him like a nightmare, refusing to be shaken off. Turning his head, he beheld a monstrous bull, as colossal as a small mountain, relentlessly pursuing him, its head crowned with a tail that arched high like a serpent, revealing a woman's face that flickered in and out of sight. "Look, my little darling, peeking at your sister. If only I could feast upon you. You would be forever by my side," it cooed. "Oh, how delicious your flesh smells." Yi Qing, deaf to its temptations, pressed on, driven by sheer will. Whenever his strength waned, he would painfully summon a dragon-snake rune to replenish his vigor, preventing the beast from closing in on him. Perhaps the creature was merely toying with him, akin to a tiger playing with its prey before the kill. Yet, Yi Qing remained oblivious to these thoughts. All he knew was that he yearned to live, and thus he ran with all his might. As he sprinted, the scenery abruptly transformed. The lush, verdant trees vanished, replaced by towering, leafless trunks, dark and foreboding, exuding an ominous aura. The deeper he ventured, the more the atmosphere darkened, revealing grotesque human skins hanging from each tree, a shroud of darkness enveloping them. Upon entering this eerie grove, the human skins seemed to awaken, twisting and turning, their hollow eyes fixated on Yi Qing, the intruder. Are these the lair of the skin monsters? Yi Qing recognized the sinister figures, a chill running down his spine. But then a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps these skin monsters could assist in thwarting the monstrous bull behind him. After all, it was a case of dog eat dog. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged deeper into the woods, bellowing, "Skin monsters, your grandpa is coming to vanquish you." At the sound of his voice, the skin monsters seemed to receive some unspoken command, cascading from the trees like autumn leaves, swarming towards Yi Qing. Yet, just as the last of them arrived, a colossal foot descended from above, crushing them into fragments. Such vile creatures, great bull, crush them into dust and protect my little darling. The bull's tail swayed, emitting a sultry voice. Soon after, the skin monsters met their doom, trampled without a chance to resist. Pathetic, Yi Qing muttered, taking a deep breath as he accelerated further into the forest. The surroundings grew ever darker and more sinister, the presence of the skin monsters multiplying around him. However, to the bull, these once dreaded skin monsters appeared as insignificant ants. A single step could obliterate a multitude, utterly incapable of hindering the beast's relentless pursuit. A chilling, manic laughter echoed through the mist as Yi Qing sprinted forward. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged before him, looming at an impressive height of approximately 3 meters. Its massive form reminiscent of a giant. Feng Yanxue? Yi Qing gasped in horror upon recognizing the face of the giant, yet a moment later, he discerned that this was not Feng Yanxue at all. The grotesque entity before him was not flesh and blood, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of countless human skins, stitched and melded together like a patchwork quilt, wrinkled and marred with fissures. The face, although resembling Feng Yanxue, was a horrific fusion of numerous visages, each crudely grafted together. With mouths, nostrils, eye sockets, and ears densely packed across its surface, evoking a sense of revulsion. From the seams of the giant's body, a dark, ominous essence seeped out, eerie and foreboding. Through the fissures, a small, 3-inch black dagger could be faintly discerned, nestled within its heart, from which the sinister aura emanated. This must be the uncontrollable eerie artifact that Chu Nianjiu had mentioned. The black mist exuding from the dagger mirrored the dark essence that coursed through the monstrous form, indicating that this dagger was likely the true orchestrator of the human skin abomination. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with realization, not from joy at uncovering the source of the horror, but rather from the recognition of the giant's formidable strength. Its power could potentially obstruct the monstrous bull pursuing him, even if it could not entirely halt the beast. It might buy him precious moments to escape. Ah, Nianxue, my friend, I rely on you. Even in death, you remain a loyal companion. A smile graced Yi Qing's lips as he charged straight toward the grotesque giant. Upon noticing Yi Qing, the giant's expression twisted with fury, and it swung a massive fist toward him, the swirling dark energy coalescing into an ominous flame, seemingly intent on incinerating him to ashes. Yi Qing appeared resolute, prepared to meet his fate alongside the giant, but at the last moment he accelerated, ducking low and rolling beneath the creature's outstretched arm, landing deftly behind it. Without a backward glance, Yi Qing dashed away into the distance. The giant, clearly not the sharpest, momentarily lost its target, hesitating before erupting into a furious roar. It then unleashed its wrath upon a nearby tree, smashing it in half with a single blow. As the thunderous roar reverberated, the colossal figure of the monstrous bull loomed before the skin-clad giant, its tail coiling atop its head. It gazed at the obstructing skin giant, exclaiming, "What an unsightly creature! How can such an abomination exist in this world? It's utterly horrifying. Great bull, trample him to death." The skin giant, already seething with fury, charged at the monstrous bull with a fierce roar. "Well done, brother Nianxue," thought Yi Qing, who was fleeing nearby. Catching sight of the skin giant rushing towards the bull, he felt a surge of joy and silently cheered for the giant. As the skin giant barreled toward him, the tail atop the bull's head disdainfully swayed, resembling a shake of the head. The bull snorted derisively, and a tremendous shockwave erupted from its center, expanding outward like a tsunami. Trees were uprooted, and earth was flung into the air, creating a terrifying spectacle. Even Yi Qing, who had managed to escape several dozen meters away, was caught off guard by the immense wave, tumbling several times, his body aching. When he regained his bearings and glanced back, he was astonished to find the previously dense and shadowy forest had vanished, reduced to mere flat ground, while the ominous tide of skin creatures had completely disappeared. As for the skin giant, it suffered the same fate, being annihilated inch by inch beneath the bull's thunderous snort. "What a useless creature!" Yi Qing exclaimed, his mouth agape. The skin giant appeared formidable, yet it was merely a decorative pillow, utterly incapable of withstanding even a sneeze from the bull. In the midst of his daze, a small knife fell from the sky, landing before him. Ah, it's that knife, he realized, recognizing it as the very blade he had seen inside the skin giant earlier. It must have been propelled here by the shockwave from the bull's snort that shattered the giant. Opportunity favors the prepared. I shall not let this chance slip away. Yu Qing's heart soared. Each peculiar artifact was a rare treasure, and though he had previously harbored no desire for this knife, now that it lay within his reach, it would be foolish to ignore it. However, he dared not grasp it directly, despite the knife currently displaying no peculiarities. The bizarre events he had witnessed were still fresh in his mind. Thus, he retrieved his strange tome from his robe, enveloped the knife within its pages, and tucked it safely away. If the tome could restrain that drop of mysterious blood, it should similarly contain this knife. With that, Yu Qing continued his flight, reminding himself that he was still in a perilous escape. Meanwhile, on the once picturesque hillside, Chu Nianjiu stood suspended in the air, surveying the wreckage that had replaced the landscape, her expression grave. Lord Chu, what has transpired? At that moment, Zheng Tao and Wu Biao arrived, their faces pale as they beheld the desolation before them. They had been searching for suspicious areas when suddenly they spotted a communication talisman in the air, prompting them to rush back. Almost immediately, they were met with the earth-shaking roar, akin to an earthquake, filling them with foreboding. It was evident that their fears had been justified. Master Chu, where are Captain Chun and Yi Qing? Zheng Tao inquired anxiously. I haven't seen them. There lingers a powerful, ominous aura here. It is likely that Chun Zheng and his companion have encountered danger and activated a communication talisman. Chu Nianjiu speculated. He had ventured a considerable distance earlier, which prevented him from returning in time. He could only hope that Chun Zheng was fortunate enough to escape. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to explain to that sword-wielding fool, Chen Song. This is troublesome. Chu Nianjiu muttered irritably, raking his fingers through his hair. After surveying the surroundings, he remarked, the traces on the ground indicate that the formidable entity has moved in this direction. Let us pursue. I hope they remain unharmed. Taking a swig from his flask, he strode forward, already several paces away. Zheng Tao and Wu Biao hurried to keep up. Despite Chu Nianjiu's seemingly leisurely pace, he was, in fact, moving with remarkable speed, forcing the two to exert themselves to avoid falling behind. As they followed the trail, their trepidation grew with each step. The ground bore massive hoof prints resembling small lakes, and the trees lay shattered, a testament to the creature's colossal form. Wait a moment, this scent. Is that the odor of human-skin monstrosities? Suddenly, Chu Nianjiu halted, closing his eyes to sense the atmosphere. He approached a tree that had been splintered into countless fragments, reaching out to touch it. Indeed, this must be the location of that cursed artifact. He hastened forward, and upon reaching the area where the aura was most potent, his steps abruptly faltered, shock etching itself onto his typically nonchalant visage. Master Chu, what is it? Zheng Tao and Wu Biao, panting heavily, arrived at his side. Yet, as they lifted their gazes, their mouths fell agape. The ground within a radius of several dozen paces had been transformed as if struck by a colossal boulder, forming a deep pit several yards in depth. Within it, a faint, searing heat still lingered, and the center had been scorched into crystalline form. Surrounding the pit lay a chaotic scattering of towering trees, strewn about in a disarray reminiscent of the devastation left in the wake of a cataclysmic storm. What on earth could have caused this? Wu Biao swallowed hard, stammering. A monstrosity, Chu Nianjiu replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he quickened his pace to pursue further. Blast it, how long must we chase? It has been over half an hour, and it shows no signs of letting up. Yi Qing gasped heavily. Her eyes reddened as she glanced back at the monstrous bull pursuing them relentlessly, gritting her teeth. Little darling, stop running. It's dangerous ahead. You want to be able to escape once you enter. The bull's tail, which bore a woman, called out loudly from behind. Stay with your sister, and you will be able to see her every day. Seeing you every day is hardly preferable to death. In truth, even without the creature's taunts, Yi Qing had already detected the thick scent of blood in the air, a scent that felt hauntingly familiar. Little darling, you are quite disobedient. Your sister is getting angry. As Yi Qing continued to ignore her and pressed onward, the woman atop the bull's tail grew increasingly irate, her hair beginning to writhe and grow wildly, resembling a mass of serpents poised to ensnare Yi Qing. Curse it! Yi Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, took a deep breath, and with his abdomen heaving rhythmically, a series of powerful croaks emanated from him, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth. His speed surged dramatically, a testament to the explosive force of the toad hook technique, which could serve both as a weapon for murder and a means of escape. With a sudden rush, Yi Qing burst forth from the woods, only to be confronted by a vast lake. However, the waters of this lake were not a pristine blue or a vibrant green. Instead, they were a deep, blood red, reminiscent of fresh blood. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that this was indeed the Blood Lake, the infamous Yulong Lake. The familiar scent of blood in the air suddenly made sense. It was the very same stench that enveloped the village on the day the stone coffin attacked. This lake, without a doubt, was the resting place of that terrifying stone coffin, Yulong Lake. Suddenly, a thick, bull-like strand surged towards Qing from behind. The towering trees along the way were reduced to mere twigs, utterly obliterated in the wake of its terrifying advance. With no time to ponder, Qing rolled forward, narrowly evading the onslaught, and accelerated towards Yulong Lake. With wolves in front and tigers behind, he thought, since death was inevitable, he might as well fight back. The bull-like strand pursued relentlessly, but as it neared the lake, it began to transform into a deep crimson hue, blood seeping from it in torrents. The next moment, the strand writhed as if alive, grotesque faces materializing upon it, contorted and terrifying, creating an unsettling sight. Yet, in that moment, the faces melted away like wax in the blood, struggling and screaming in agony. Amidst the horrific cries, the strand surged backward, but before it could retreat fully, it began to decay and dissolve into a pool of blood, splattering across the ground. Damn that wretched woman for ruining my hair. Just wait. A woman atop the bull's tail lamented, noticing a significant bald patch where the strand had once been. Sweetheart, sister remembers you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you. She cackled at Qing. Big bull, let us go? We need to find some fresh blood to replenish. I refuse to become bald. With a thunderous sound, the monstrous bull turned and charged in another direction, shattering and trampling through the woods with utter disregard. Finally, they are gone. Seeing the creature depart, Qing exhaled in relief and sank to the ground. Yet, he quickly sprang back to his feet, recalling that while the wolves had left, he remained in the tiger's den. The horrific fate of the villagers during the stone coffin's assault and the gruesome sight of the bull-like strand were still vivid in his mind. Moreover, he remembered the tales told by Granny Xia and others about the 3 forbidden zones in Junshan village, the depths of Little June Mountain, the Ghost Wailing Gorge, and Yulong Lake. Among them, Yulong Lake is the most enigmatic and terrifying. The water of Yulong Lake resembles blood, and within it lies a stone coffin. Anyone or anything that approaches Yulong Lake becomes tainted by the sanguine aura, transforming into a blood corpse or dissolving into blood water. Thus, the villagers of Junshan strictly forbid entry into the vicinity of Yulong Lake. Yet, why am I unaffected? Qing mused, touching his nose. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but he was also engulfed by an inexplicable sense of familiarity as the blood within him surged with vitality. Strands of sanguine energy infiltrating his body, devoured by his own blood. Was it the mysterious blood, or some arcane scripture? It must be due to my refinement of that enigmatic blood. This mysterious blood originated from the bizarre entity within the stone coffin, and the peculiarities of Yulong Lake likely stem from the same source. They are intrinsically linked, which explains my immunity. If it were merely arcane scripture, it might shield him from the pervasive sanguine aura, but it would not resonate with the blood energy saturating the air. Qing extended his hand, grasping at the air, and strands of blood energy rushed eagerly into his being. He could distinctly feel his internal wounds mending significantly. Indeed, this means I can safely move about here. Qing rejoiced inwardly. Yulong Lake is a taboo for all living beings. Apart from the stone coffin within the lake, there are no other strange entities nearby, rendering this place exceedingly safe. He could afford to rest for a while. After a brief respite, Qing sensed he had sufficiently recovered and rose to survey his surroundings. Yulong Lake spans several dozen feet, its waters a deep crimson, undisturbed by waves. Everything around was tinged in dark red, the grass, the rocks, the soil, and even the clouds on the horizon were stained a bloody hue, resembling a world drenched in crimson. At the heart of the lake, a stone coffin floated partially atop the water, as tendrils of blood energy continuously seeped into it, as though the mysterious entity within was absorbing the sanguine essence of the surroundings. Suddenly, the stone coffin trembled, startling Qing, who had been intently observing it. He instinctively prepared to flee, but after a moment's pause, and seeing no further movement from the coffin, he let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it is best not to look any longer. That coffin is far too sinister, fearing that lingering too long might bring misfortune. Qing averted his gaze and scanned the area. Aside from the dark red desolate grass and rocks, he found nothing of interest, prompting a sigh of disappointment. He had harbored hopes of uncovering some secret tomes or elixirs here, but it seemed he had overestimated his luck. Well then, it is time to depart. Qing gauged the passage of time and made his way out. Chu Nianjiu and the others would likely arrive soon. And if they discovered that he could roam Yulong Lake freely without consequence, it would spell trouble. In truth, were it not for the enigmatic creature lurking outside like a cunning specter, he would not have lingered here for even a moment longer. Indeed, just as he exited Yulong Lake and re-entered the woods, Yi Qing heard the rustling footsteps within the thicket. He swiftly ducked behind a large tree, feigning an appearance of heightened anxiety. Who goes there? As soon as she concealed herself, Chu Nianjiu emerged in the woods. The moment she appeared, her brow furrowed, casting her gaze towards the spot where Yi Qing was hidden. "Sir, is that you? How wonderful!" Yi Qing exclaimed, as if he had spotted a savior. Filled with exhilaration, he rushed out but stumbled clumsily, tumbling head over heels, appearing quite disheveled. "It is you. You are Yi Qing, correct?" Chu Nianjiu inquired. Yi Qing, brimming with excitement and tinged with the relief of having escaped a perilous situation, nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lord. You are here. What a Qinzheng." Chu Nianjiu surveyed the surroundings but saw no sign of Qinzheng, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. "Qinzheng?" Yi Qing's face involuntarily paled, a look of horror and dread washing over him. He stammered, "Captain Qin." He was consumed by a monstrous bull. "Consumed?" Chu Nianjiu hastily urged. "What exactly transpired? Please recount it in detail." Yi Qing steadied his nerves and began. "After we parted ways with you and had scarcely descended the slope, we suddenly encountered a swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Captain Chun and I fought valiantly against them, retreating as we defended ourselves. However, at that moment, a flock of enormous birds descended from the sky. These birds, with serpentine heads and avian bodies, unleashed fierce gales from their mouths, reeking foully. I merely brushed against one, and my skin began to rot significantly. That is a formidable and sinister creature, the wind bird." Chu Nianjiu interjected. "Continue." "Once those wind birds appeared, they expelled powerful winds, sweeping towards the blood-sucking mosquitoes. We thought we were saved and prepared to flee." Yi Qing spoke slowly. But then a dreadful realization struck him, causing his complexion to turn ashen. He stammered, but suddenly, from the ground, countless hairs, as thick as water buckets, erupted. Those hairs ensnared the wind birds, and Captain Chun, being too close, became entangled as well. In an instant, they were all dragged underground. Then, a great tremor shook the earth, and a monstrous bull with a head resembling that of a bull and a face akin to a horse emerged from the depths. This beast possessed a long tail, upon which a woman's face was grotesquely affixed. That woman took one bite and devoured Captain Chun. Yi Qing's face turned pale, trembling with fear. Moreover, the woman on the bull's tail could speak. It was utterly unfathomable. Chu Nianjiu squinted, sipping her drink, lost in contemplation. "If the beast is so formidable, how did you survive?" Yi Qing swallowed hard and replied slowly, "You see, that bull, or rather, its tail, intended to consume me as well. Sensing the peril, I darted into the woods, with the beast relentlessly pursuing me. Eventually, I fled here, and for some reason. Upon reaching this place, it ceased its pursuit and turned away. Feeling a lingering danger ahead and fearing the beast had not truly departed, I remained hidden until you arrived, my lord." Chu Nianjiu inquired further, "Along the way, did you encounter anything peculiar? Peculiar occurrences?" Yi Qing furrowed his brow and exclaimed in realization, "I've encountered it. Not far ahead lies a forest, filled with grotesque human skin creatures, and amongst them, a giant formed of human skin. Initially, these abominable beings pursued me relentlessly, but upon the appearance of that monstrous bull, they all charged towards it. Then, that beast let out a thunderous snort, and those human skin fiends were utterly obliterated." "A single snort?" Chu Nianjiu inquired. "Indeed, that monstrous bull merely snorted, and it was as if the heavens themselves had fractured. It was terrifying." Yi Qing wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his face betraying lingering trepidation. It dawned on Chu Nianjiu that the large pit was a result of that bull's snort. Observing Yi Qing's disheveled state, he sighed inwardly, failing to detect any inconsistencies in Yi Qing's words or demeanor. In truth, he too had witnessed the monstrous bull, and it matched Yi Qing's description perfectly. Along their path, the bull seemed to rampage uncontrollably, sending tufts of hair flying, ensnaring all living beings in its path, devouring them with the mouth of a woman attached to its tail, a scene of gruesome horror. "Oh dear, this is troublesome. If Chun Song learns that his brother was devoured by that monstrous bull while I stood by and watched the killer depart unscathed, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished." Chu Nianjiu took a sip of his drink, his expression clouded with gloom. "Well, Let the humiliation come. It's better than losing my life. He lamented, touching his nose. Besides, it's not my fault. Who could blame me for his ill fate? Both had encountered formidable malevolent beings. Those of lower realms survived while those of higher realms perished. Was it not a matter of fate? My lord, why do you think that abomination ceased its pursuit here? Yi Qing, who had been discreetly observing Chu Nianzhou's expressions, finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that Chu Nianzhou had passed this test, and he could easily attribute Qin Zhang's demise to that powerful creature, leaving no trace of doubt, an impeccable alibi. It must be due to the stone coffin in Jade Dragon Lake, Chu Nianzhou speculated. Although he had come to investigate the coffin, he had uncovered nothing thus far. For the past few days, he had lingered around the periphery of Jade Dragon Lake, too wary to venture closer. Despite possessing potent supernatural artifacts, he risked blood contamination if he approached within 2 yards of the lake, leaving him still unaware of what the coffin and the monstrous beings within truly were. Jade Dragon Lake. So the lake ahead is indeed Jade Dragon Lake. No wonder. Yi Qing feigned realization. My lord, what manner of grotesque creature resides within that stone coffin? Yi Qing asked, genuinely curious. In response, Chu Nianzhou took a swig of his drink and replied calmly, I have no idea. Is it necessary for you to speak so boldly? Yi Qing retorted. As if divining Yi Qing's thoughts, Chu Nianzhou replied nonchalantly. Is it so strange that even that terrifying bull dares not approach Jade Dragon Lake? Why would I know what lies within the coffin? Such reasoning is indeed compelling. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, nodding earnestly. At this moment, Chu Nianzhou cast a meaningful glance at Yi Qing, her eyes filled with intrigue. My lord, my lord. Just then, Zheng Tao and Wu Biao emerged from the woods. My lord, we searched the entire forest but found no strange artifact. Chu Nianzhou shook her head. If it cannot be found, so be it. Who knows where that peculiar artifact was sent flying by that monstrous bull snort? Yi Qing, you are still alive. What about Captain Chen? Zheng Tao inquired anxiously upon seeing Yi Qing. Before Yi Qing could respond, Chu Nianzhou interjected, he is dead, devoured by that monstrous bull just now. Ah, dead? Zheng Tao and Wu Biao's faces turned as pale as paper upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, they finally regained their composure and trembled. My lord, what shall we do now? What to do? Of course, we shall relax and return to drink. Chu Nianzhou replied. The uncontrollable artifact had been resolved by the monstrous bull's snort. She dared not approach Yulong Lake. If they did not return, would they linger here and drink the cold wind? Let us depart. Chu Nianzhou waved her hand and turned to leave. Yi Qing and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. Thud, thud, just as the four departed. The stone coffin in Yulong Lake suddenly emitted 2 sounds, followed by a creaking noise as the coffin lid slid open slightly. A hand, as white as jade, gently reached out from the stone coffin. In an instant, the winds and rains darkened over Yulong Lake. The swirling clouds within the Dantian condensed into a tangible mass, ominously dark, as if they might drip with water. The black clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred within the Dantian, causing the clouds to tremble, and it began to rain lightly. Gradually, it seemed as if a tear had formed in the clouds, and torrents of rain cascaded down. With the downpour, the water on the ground increased, first resembling a small stream, then a great river, and finally a vast expanse. The clouds above slowly dispersed, and when the last drop of rain fell, the skies cleared, revealing a brilliant blue, as if washed clean, with a gentle breeze like that of spring and autumn. The gathering clouds transformed into rain, signaling Yi Qing's breakthrough to the later stage of Qi condensation. He suddenly opened his eyes in exhilaration. It had been 3 days since his return from Shaojun Mountain, during which he had requested 3 days off from Lin Hu under the pretense of recuperation. During these 3 days, he had not ventured out, instead dedicating himself to cultivation, expending 3 silver dragon snake runes to progress from the mid-stage to the later stage of Qi condensation. As for Chu Nianzhou, she departed the very next day. The death of Qinzheng had caught Grandma Xia and Lin Hu off guard, leading to a sense of unease among them, fearing that Chen Song might retaliate against Junshan village due to Qinzheng's demise. Fortunately, with Chu Nianzhou standing in the forefront, she assured them that Chen Song would not seek trouble with Junshan village, alleviating their concerns. Of course, disappointment was inevitable. Just as they were about to gain a significant ally, they found themselves empty-handed. However, none of this concerned Yi Qing, or rather, he was indifferent to it all. His sole worry was Chen Song. Upon his return from Shaojun Mountain, he had subtly gleaned much information regarding Chen Song's character and temperament from Chu Nianzhou. According to Chu Nianzhou, Chun Song is a sword enthusiast solely devoted to his craft, indifferent to all else. Furthermore, he is characterized by his stubbornness. Indeed, it is often said that those who practice swordsmanship are invariably obstinate, for only through unwavering dedication can one achieve mastery of the sword. Such individuals, once they have set their minds on a particular matter, pursue it relentlessly, vowing not to rest until they achieve their aim. Despite Qin Song having meticulously deduced every detail surrounding Qin Zhang's death, leaving no trace behind, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Qin Song may fixate on him. After all, he was the last person to see Qin Zhang alive, and given the deep-seated conflict between them, the fact that he remains alive while Qin Zhang is dead casts him as the prime suspect. Should Qin Song persistently scrutinize him and uncover the secrets he harbors, it could indeed lead to serious complications. Chu Nianzhou's formidable prowess is well acknowledged, and since Qin Song's reputation rivals hers, one can only surmise the extent of his capabilities. Thus, he must now focus on enhancing his own strength as a precautionary measure. Having reached the latter stages of the Qi condensation realm, he ought to contemplate the next level, known as the meridian expansion realm. This realm involves utilizing true energy to open and connect the meridians and acupoints within the body, transforming it into a furnace that accommodates a greater volume of true energy and allows for smoother circulation, ultimately enabling the energy to separate from the body. The most notable distinction between the Qi condensation realm and the meridian expansion realm lies in the latter's ability to allow true energy to detach from the physical form. Whereas in the former, true energy can only adhere to objects such as hands and swords, remaining bound to them. However, he currently harbors no clear insights regarding the ascension to the meridian expansion realm. While he might possess some inkling, certainty eludes him. Perhaps it would be wise to consult the arcane scriptures. When in doubt, one should seek guidance from the arcane scriptures. How does one ascend to the meridian expansion realm? Qing sliced his palm, allowing blood to drip onto the scriptures, and after a prolonged moment, a line of blood-red characters emerged upon its surface. The unknown dangers render me as if walking on thin ice, filled with trepidation. The only course of action available to me is to prepare in advance and bolster my strength. Yet, I have reached a bottleneck in my abilities. How can I continue to enhance them? Perhaps I should attempt to ascend to the meridian expansion realm. Advancing to the meridian expansion realm necessitates a cultivation method specific to this level, and the better the method, the more meridians and acupoints one can open, thus amplifying one's strength. This is crucial to my future potential, and it must be approached with utmost caution. Indeed, the meridian expansion method is essential. Just as the Qi condensation realm requires a corresponding cultivation method, so too does the meridian expansion realm. Moreover, according to the arcane scriptures, the potency of the meridian expansion method correlates with the number of meridians and acupoints that can be accessed, which in turn affects future potential and limits. Thus, one cannot afford to settle for mediocrity. It must be treated with the seriousness it deserves. What is the finest method for the meridian expansion realm? Qing extended his palm, letting blood fall upon the arcane scriptures once more, but this time, unlike before, the scriptures did not immediately reveal the blood characters. Instead, it took a full quarter of an hour, during which his complexion grew pale and he nearly succumbed to the drain of his life essence, before lines of blood characters finally materialized upon the pages. The quality of the meridian expansion method profoundly impacts my potential and future, which is why I am fervently eager to discover the most superior methods that exist in this world. The celestial arts of Longhu Mountains Tian Gang Wu Lei Zheng Fa. Jimu Sex Tai Chi 18 forms, the sword burial scripture from Jianzhong, the flowing clouds and flying flowers order of the Bu Air Mountain Manor. The indomitable true skill of the Demon Mountain, the 9 innocent questions song from the Jixia Academy, the autumn inscription of the Son of Heaven from the Great Chu Dynasty. The 9 tripods suppressing the dragon technique of the Great Wei Dynasty, and the 7 kills questioning Heaven Steel from the Great Yin Dynasty. Alas, these superior techniques of meridian expansion are the closely guarded secrets of the prominent sects and dynasties. Perhaps I shall never obtain them in my lifetime. And thus it is futile to harbor such delusions. Cough, cough. Qing weakly coughed twice, a wave of dread washing over him. It was not that he wished to continue. Rather, he found himself ensnared by a mysterious force of the arcane scripture, rendering his body immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the esoteric text insatiably siphoned his blood, leaving him utterly powerless to intervene. It is likely that the inquiries I posed were far beyond the reach of one with my capabilities, hence the outcome. Qing pondered. In truth, he had previously sensed this phenomenon. The more intricate the question, the greater the difficulty, and the more blood it demanded, albeit less conspicuously. Now it was evident. He dared not overestimate his abilities by further probing into how to acquire those exalted techniques of meridian expansion, fearing that a misstep might lead him to become a mere husk. Moreover, the arcane scripture had explicitly cautioned him against clinging to such fantasies, clearly a prompt for him to desist from further attempts. Nevertheless, he did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, he had discerned one of the taboos of the esoteric text. Furthermore, names like Longhu Mountain, Zhenwu Sect, Great Chu, and Great Wei resonated as powerful sects or formidable forces, providing him insight into the vastness of this world and its pinnacle powers. I wish to know how I might obtain the meridian expansion technique most suited to me. After utilizing a gray dragon snake rune to restore his vitality, Qing posed his question anew. This time, he altered his approach. Instead of directly inquiring about the best technique, he sought to discover which technique was most appropriate for him, one that aligned with his current strength, ensuring his safety and practical applicability. Indeed, this time he expended merely 2 bowls of blood, and the arcane scripture offered him an answer. Unrealistic fantasies nearly cost me my life. I must ground myself in reality. If I seek a technique suited to my capabilities, a visit to Yulong Lake may hold my fortune. Yulong Lake? Qing was taken aback. He had just returned from there, and aside from a mysterious stone coffin, there was naught but emptiness. What fortune could possibly exist there as the scripture suggested? Or could it be that his fortune lay within that coffin and the enigmatic entity it contained? Surely, that cannot be. The thought of the terrifying presence within the coffin sent a cold sweat trickling down Qing's forehead, and he shook his head. It cannot be. The arcane scripture would not lead me to my demise, as long as it does not require him to engage directly with the mysterious entity within the coffin. Yulong Lake posed no danger to him. He ceased to squander his vitality, probing for more intricate details. For certain inquiries would only elicit a vague direction from the enigmatic tome, devoid of specific content. Should he persist in his questioning, no matter how much life essence he offered, the tome would remain obstinately silent, displaying a distinct personality. In truth, for questions laden with uncertainty or those that were exceedingly broad, such as predictions concerning a particular individual, event, or object in the future, the tome would offer no response. For instance, when he had previously covertly inquired about when Chun Zheng would take his life, the tome had remained unresponsive. Similarly, 3 days prior, before his journey to Little June Mountain, he had asked the tome whether he would encounter danger on that expedition, yet it too had offered no reaction. In summary, while the tome possessed formidable capabilities, it was not omnipotent, thus it could be utilized but never relied upon. However, what excuse should I concoct to leave the village? Qing furrowed his brow. To depart the village, a plausible excuse was imperative, lest he arouse suspicion among others. Just then, a sudden knock reverberated through the air. Who is it? Qing inquired as he rose. Qing, Captain Lin seeks your presence, came the voice of Sun Air from outside. Qing opened the door. Big brother Sun. It's you. What does the captain want with me? Sun Air shook his head. I'm not certain, but it likely pertains to the group that just arrived. Has someone come to our village? Who are they? Qing asked, puzzled. I don't know. But they are all dressed in finery and carry themselves with an air of arrogance. They appear rather formidable. Be cautious and do not offend them, Sun Air warned. Qing chuckled. Why would I provoke them? As they conversed, they soon arrived at Grandma Xiao's abode. Just as they reached the entrance, they overheard a disdainful snort from within. Humph, we only asked you to assist with a trivial task, yet you all make excuses and toy with us. Do you truly believe the Zheng family of Anyang to be so easily bullied? I would never dare to jest with esteemed guests. I am simply unable to assist due to severe injuries sustained a few days ago, Grandma Xia replied hastily, her tone humble. Excuse me? Excuse me, my foot. I see you simply do not wish to go. If you delay our young master's important business, I shall ensure you regret it. The speaker was a burly middle-aged man exuding a menacing aura. Bao, we are here to seek assistance, not to engage in conflict. Kindly be more courteous. A young man, dressed resplendently and bearing an air of superiority, sipped his tea and spoke slowly. If they truly refuse to help, we can resort to threats later. Indeed, young master. Bao's face contorted into a sinister smile, his gaze cold and malevolent as he regarded Grandma Xia and the others. Much like a dog surveying a flock of chickens and ducks, anger simmered within Grandma Xia, Linhu, and the others, yet they dared not reveal a hint of it. These individuals were not to be trifled with. Setting aside the Zheng family of Anyang, none of the 5 individuals within the room were to be underestimated. The elegantly dressed young man was Zheng Tianyuan, leading the group and reputedly the son of the Zheng family of Anyang, standing at the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Zheng Tianyuan's bodyguard, A Bao, was of the late stage of the same realm. Seated on the opposite side were 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, all of considerable distinction. One of the men, an elder in his 50s with grizzled hair and a goatee, introduced himself as Xiang Yi, emanating an aura of profound depth and inscrutability. The other man, named Qi Long, was a middle-aged figure with fiery red hair and a robust presence, radiating a warmth that could be felt from afar. The remaining individual was an elderly woman known as Granny Shi, who wielded a gnarled staff and possessed dark green eyes, from which a small jade-green snake seemed to slither in and out of her sleeves, exuding a sinister aura. All 3 possessed a cultivation level in the late stage of Qi condensation, their energy more substantial and formidable than that of a Bao, clearly surpassing him in prowess. Among them, Qi Long and Granny Shi were both esteemed acolytes of the Zheng family. Should these 3 choose to engage in combat, they would be more than capable of annihilating the entirety of Junshan village. Granny Xia, I understand you cannot go, but surely there are others who can assist? Xiangyi said, leisurely sipping his tea. We kindly request your assistance, as we are in dire need of this medicinal herb to save lives. If you can aid us this once, we shall surely reward you handsomely. Granny Xiao's expression softened slightly. There is indeed someone. A few days ago, Lord Nianjiao from the Jing'an division took a trip to Little Jushan and visited Yulong Lake. If you don't mind, he might be of assistance. Are you referring to that young man outside? Please invite him in. Xiangyi replied amiably. Granny Xia nodded. Yu Qing, please come in. Yu Qing entered the room as instructed, greeting Granny Xia and Lin Hu. Granny, you called for me? Granny Xia replied, Yu Qing. These esteemed guests from Anyang have a matter they wish to discuss with you. Assist? What do they need help with? Yu Qing had vaguely overheard Granny Xia mention Yulong Lake earlier. Could it be that they wish to go there? You have been to Yulong Lake? Before Granny Xia could respond, Zheng Tianyuan, the foremost figure among them, spoke with a tone of arrogance. Yu Qing glanced at Granny Xia, who encouraged him, just answer truthfully. He then respectfully addressed Zheng Tianyuan. 3 days ago, I accompanied Lord Chu Nianjiao to Little Junshan to handle a rogue artifact, during which we visited Yulong Lake. However, Lord Chu stated that the lake was too enigmatic, so we merely lingered at the periphery and did not venture inside. He had been lamenting the lack of an opportunity to visit Yulong Lake. If these individuals truly needed a guide, this could be a fortuitous chance. How fortuitous? You shall do nicely. Without seeking Yu Qing's consent, Zheng Tianyuan made a decisive proclamation. Feigning ignorance, Yu Qing wore a puzzled expression. Xiangyi smiled and explained. We are in urgent need of a rare herb called the blood Buddha lotus, which can only be found at Yulong Lake. Since you have been there, we kindly request your assistance. Well, Yu Qing hesitated, feigning reluctance. Though he secretly wished to go, he could not appear too eager. He had to maintain a semblance of restraint. Moreover, if it were anyone else, they might easily be deceived by these individuals, but he had actually been to Yulong Lake, where there was no blood Buddha lotus to be found. Not a single lotus-like plant could be found, only an abundance of weeds, which suggests that these individuals must have ulterior motives for their visit to Yulong Lake. Rest assured, my young friend, continued Master Xiang. You need only guide us around the periphery of Yulong Lake. There is no need for you to enter, and you shall face no danger. Once our objective is achieved, we shall reward you handsomely. Hiki, Master Xiang, why not allow my little treasure to entertain this young man? Perhaps he will be more inclined to comply. Suddenly interjecting was Granny Snake, who had remained silent since entering. Despite her face being etched with wrinkles, her voice was as delicate and alluring as that of a young maiden, a most peculiar contrast. As the group looked up, they beheld a slender emerald green snake, no thicker than a thumb, coiling around Yu Qing's neck, hissing softly. Gulping audibly, Yu Qing's lips turned pale, and his body trembled slightly, frozen in place as if gripped by sheer terror. In reality, he had sensed Granny Snake's intentions the moment she moved, but suppressed his reaction to avoid arousing suspicion. Furthermore, since they sought his guidance, they would not kill him, at least not at this juncture, so he had little cause for concern. What is the meaning of this, Senior? Lin Hu exclaimed, startled, as he hesitated to approach. Granny Snake smiled ominously. Fear not, it is merely a game. As long as this young man agrees to lead the way, all will be well. Should he refuse, she chuckled, then there shall be consequences. I agree. I agree. Yu Qing hastily nodded. That is the spirit. With a swift motion, Granny Snake summoned the jade-green serpent back into her palm, where it coiled harmlessly. Rest assured, We shall not shortchange you. This is a great strength tiger bone pill, known for fortifying the body and enhancing vitality. Given that you have reached the initial stage of body tempering, consuming this will elevate you to the advanced stage instantly. Master Xiang tossed Yi Qing a pill, adding, "Consider this an advance. Once our task is complete, another shall follow." Thank you, esteemed senior," Yi Qing exclaimed, joyfully accepting the pill, though inwardly he felt disdain. Such a rudimentary tactic, offering a reward after a threat, could fool no one. Moreover, the name Great Strength Tiger Bone Pill sounded rather unimpressive compared to his dragon snake runes. What a gaggle of impoverished pretenders. Well then, since we have found our guide, let us depart, Zhang Tianyuan declared, rising and striding toward the exit without casting a glance at Yi Qing. The others, including Qi Long and Granny Snake, followed suit. Since that is settled, we shall take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality. Master Xiang also stood to bid farewell, adding, "Rest assured, we will take good care of this young man and ensure no harm comes to him." Thank you. Do travel safely. Granny Xia and Lin Hu hurriedly rose to see them off. Once Zheng Tianyuan and his companions had departed, Granny Xia called out to Yi Qing, advising him, "Yi family lad, those individuals are not to be trifled with. Once you enter Little June Mountain, take care of yourself. If anything feels amiss, leave immediately. Do not attempt to be brave." "I understand. Thank you for your concern, Granny." Yi Qing nodded obediently, bowing to the two before turning to exit the room. Alas, it is our own inadequacy that compels Yi Qing to brave the peril. Watching Yi Qing and the others depart, Lin Hu slammed his hand upon the table. His face contorted in indignation. In this world, the weak possess no right to exist. Granny Xia sighed softly. "You and I are both the weak." "Granny, I fail to understand why you chose Yi Qing for this task instead of Zheng Tao and Wu Biao. Are they not stronger?" Lin Hu inquired, puzzled. Granny Xia responded, "The journey to Yulong Lake is fraught with danger. While Zheng Tao and Wu Biao are indeed powerful, they are less suited for the mountainous terrain compared to Yi Qing. Our Junshan village has already suffered great losses in our previous encounter with the bizarre creature, and just 3 days ago, even Chun Zheng perished. We have but a handful of us left, many injured and incapacitated, and cannot endure any further losses. Zheng Tao and Wu Biao are the strongest and most promising individuals in the village, aside from you and me, and thus they cannot afford to die. Hence, we must reluctantly send Yi Qing." "Granny, are you intentionally sending Yi Qing to his demise?" Lin Hu gasped. "This cannot be." "Granny, I must stop them." Yet, as Lin Hu moved, Granny Xia halted him. "Where do you think you're going? Do you wish to die? Your demise is inconsequential. But what of the rest of Junshan village? What will become of them?" Lin Hu paused, his countenance darkening. "I fight for the village too." Slowly, Granny Xia released her grip on Lin Hu, a weary sigh escaping her lips. As if years had been added to her age, the weak do not deserve to live in this world. At her words, Lin Hu closed his eyes tightly, his face ashen. "Weakness is indeed a sin. Senior, it is already quite late. By the time we reach Yulong Lake, nightfall will likely have descended." Yi Qing remarked to the elder Xiang beside him, "The dangers of the small Jushan at night will only escalate. Why not wait until morning to set out? There is no need to address me as senior. Simply call me Xiang Yi." Xiang Yi replied with a gentle smile, "Fear not, with me present, no danger shall befall you." "Hee, little brother, you cannot fathom the prowess of Xiang Yi. Rest assured," came the playful voice of the snake granny from behind. Hearing this made Yi Qing even more apprehensive, yet he wisely refrained from further inquiries. Upon reaching the foot of the small Junshan, the group suddenly halted. Xiang Yi stroked his goatee, pacing about, occasionally closing his eyes, gazing into the distance, contemplating and murmuring incantations. "What is Xiang Yi doing?" Yi Qing inquired with curiosity. The red-haired Qi Long replied, "He is surveying the feng shui and terrain." "Feng shui and terrain?" Yi Qing was taken aback. Could it be that this world also subscribes to such principles? Just then, Xiang Yi abruptly opened his eyes, taking 3 deliberate steps forward. Each step seemed imbued with some mystical force, the third step landing upon an almost palpable node, causing the air to tremble slightly. A gentle breeze enveloping Xiang Yi in an extraordinary aura. At that moment, Xiang Yi conjured a palm-sized incense burner, seemingly crafted from a certain type of wood. Dark and cool, exuding a faintly chilling essence. Placing the incense burner on the ground, the incense master inexplicably produced 3 vividly colored long sticks of incense, which he promptly ignited. As the 3 sticks were lit, a subtle fragrance wafted into Yi Qing's nostrils, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed, even sharpening his mind. After lighting the incense master held the sticks high above his head and bowed to the heavens. First, I pay homage to the celestial beings. May they bless my fortune. He then bowed to the earth. Second, I pay homage to the spirits of the underworld. May they protect me from malevolence. Lastly, he bowed toward Mount Shaojun. Third, I pay homage to the spirits of the mountains and rivers. May they grant me freedom from illness and disaster. Upon completing his bows, the incense master respectfully inserted the 3 sticks into the incense burner. After a brief moment of stillness, witnessing no adverse events, he took a deep breath, smiled, and lifted the incense burner. All right, let's go. Zhang Tianyuan and the others said nothing, seemingly placing their trust in the incense master as they proceeded towards Mount Shaojun with a sense of calm and ease. Yi Qing, however, remained perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Sensing Yi Qing's confusion, the red dragon scoffed with a grin. You find this strange, do you? Upon Yi Qing's earnest nod, the red dragon continued. To be frank, those are not ordinary incense sticks the incense master holds. They are offerings to the gods. First, to the heavens for fortune. Second, to the earth for protection against evil. And third, to the spirits for safeguarding against misfortune. As long as the incense burns, it signifies that the celestial beings have accepted our offerings and will ensure our journey is smooth. Is that truly effective? Yi Qing questioned, doubtful of the efficacy of mere rituals in the face of martial prowess. The red dragon sneered. Do you know why the incense master is called so? It is because he possesses an array of extraordinary incenses capable of inviting good fortune and warding off calamity. Just wait and see. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit about me, old fellow. A voice tinged with amusement interrupted from ahead. The red dragon's grin faltered as he offered a nervous laugh. Oh, that's merely hearsay. Incense master, I hope you take no offense. With that, the red dragon shot a fierce glare at Yi Qing, his eyes filled with ferocity. What has that got to do with me? You're the one who needs to answer. Yi Qing thought silently, feeling a sense of unwarranted calamity. Little brother Yi, if you're curious about my humble methods, once this matter is resolved, we shall delve into it thoroughly. The incense master said, ignoring the red dragon and addressing Yi Qing with a warm smile. Thank you, incense master. Yi Qing cupped his hands in gratitude. Be cautious, little brother. Those who have previously engaged in discussions with the incense master have ended up as incense themselves. Interjected Granny Serpent, a mischievous glint in her eye. At her words, Yi Qing shuddered. This time, the incense master did not take offense but turned to Granny Serpent with a smile. Sister, please do not mislead him, lest you frighten the young man. He then reassured Yi Qing, do not heed her nonsense. I am a most cultured, humble, and upright person. Upright, indeed. Yi Qing forced a smile, his expression strained. It seemed that this motley crew was not composed of virtuous individuals. Even the seemingly benign incense master appeared to conceal an intricate nature. Enough chatter. We are entering the mountains. Let us all exercise caution. As they traversed the path, Zhang Tianyuan, walking in the center, abruptly broke the silence, causing an immediate hush among the group. Be cautious. That is the willow fluff of Guai Lu. Do not touch it. As they proceeded, a gust of willow fluff suddenly floated toward them. Alarmed, Yi Qing hastily warned everyone, recalling Lu Jinshui's ordeal from 3 days prior, which remained vividly etched in his memory. Not to worry. Xiang Yi, unfazed, held his incense burner aloft and continued onward. Yi Qing, feeling compelled, followed suit. As they drew near the floating fluff, a refreshing breeze swept through the forest, altering the fluff's trajectory and allowing it to pass them by unobstructed. Do not overreact. With Xiang Yi present, what calamity could befall us? Grumbled the Bao, irritated at Yi Qing's anxiety. Yi Qing could only manage a sheepish smile, and soon enough, he would witness the remarkable efficacy of the incense. On one occasion, they encountered a horde of skeletal mice, creatures that thrived in groups, devouring all flesh in their path and leaving only bones in their wake. Yi Qing observed, aghast, as these skeletal mice consumed a blood-grade monster, the Jishui leopard, reducing it to mere bones. Yet, curiously, as the skeletal mice passed by, they paid no heed to the group standing nearby. Another time, they stumbled upon countless headless lanterns, which contained flickering candles. Any creature illuminated by the candlelight would be pursued relentlessly by the lanterns, only to have its head vanish upon the lantern's departure. Just as these lanterns approached, a sudden rain began to fall, extinguishing the candles within. Without their guiding light, the lanterns drifted away aimlessly, as though they had lost their purpose. Yet another instance involved a ferocious monster, the Li Chi tiger, which charged at them but inadvertently trampled a burrowing beast. The Jin Jia Chuanshan show. The two monsters clashed with such ferocity that the very ground trembled, leaving no attention to spare for Yi Qing and his companions. In summary, countless such occurrences broadened Yi Qing's horizons. Little brother, how much longer until we reach Yulong Lake? Xiang Yi inquired, breaking through Yi Qing's reverie. Regaining his focus, Yi Qing surveyed his surroundings. It will not be long. We need only cross this ridge and walk for a little over an hour. Very well. I hope you speak truthfully. Zheng Tianyuan remarked with a hint of disdain. Everyone, let us take a moment to rest. In response, a Bao produced a blanket crafted from beast hide, elegantly spreading it across the ground, followed by an assortment of jerky, dried fruits, and fine wine. Young master, the conditions are humble. I hope you will make do. Not at all. Zheng Tianyuan replied, settling onto the blanket and savoring the delicacies with graceful, refined movements. As though on a delightful picnic. That is a shanha shell, Xiang Yi explained, noticing Yi Qing's keen interest in a Bao shell. The shanha shell is a unique creature that contains a space within, capable of storing dead matter. With a little refinement, it can transform into a superior storage artifact. Shanha shell? Is it not simply a spatial artifact? As if I were unaware. Yi Qing retorted, his tone laced with a mix of incredulity and sarcasm. Yi Qing recalled the incense burner that had mysteriously appeared in the hands of Xiang Yi and inquired with curiosity, Xiang Yi, do you also possess a shanha shell? Indeed. I have one. With a flick of his wrist, Xiang Yi revealed a shell the size of an infant's palm, considerably smaller than the shanha shell in a Bao's possession, and of slightly inferior quality. My shanha shell is crafted from a juvenile specimen, classifying it as inferior, with limited storage capacity. It cannot compare to the exquisite shanha shell held by young Master Zhang, which is adorned with complete shanha patterns and is of exceptional quality. It is merely a shanha shell, nothing of significance. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tinyuan's face gleamed with pride as he declared, if Xiang Yi desires it, upon our return, I shall gift you a superior shanha shell. Ha! I thank you in advance, young Master Zhang. Xiang Yi chuckled in response. Sure, hold your voices, listen. It seems there is a sound? As they munched on their rations, the elderly snake granny, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly spoke. Yi Qing tilted his ear to listen and indeed discerned from the distant mountains and forests a series of high-pitched, jubilant sounds. A swana and drums? Yi Qing mused. Such a festive sound. It resembles a wedding procession. Xiang Yi interjected suddenly, his expression grave. A wedding procession? Xiang Yi, surely you jest, in this desolate wilderness. Who would be celebrating a wedding? It must be the wind. A Bao instinctively mocked. Yet his countenance shifted as he too began to hear the sounds of the swana and drums. Xiang Yi, cradling the incense burner, urged caution, everyone, be wary. We may be encountering something uncanny. Listening closely, the sounds are still some distance away. Let us take cover, suggested Snake Granny. However, scarcely had she spoken when the sounds of the swana and drums grew increasingly resounding, as if they were now mere steps away. In the next moment, a procession of figures clad in crimson robes, carrying a wedding palanquin, materialized before their eyes. To be precise, these figures in red were not human, but rather peculiar and bizarre creatures. Leading the way were four stout, squat beings, their faces riddled with warts and possessing extraordinarily large mouths, frogs. Their wide mouths enabled them to produce a thunderous, jubilant sound from the swana. Following closely were six elongated, insect-like entities with arms, one of which held a gong while the other five struck rhythmically with drumsticks, creating a tight and rhythmic beat. Behind the drumming creatures came a procession of stunningly beautiful women. However, these women possessed root-like legs, and with each step they took, countless flower petals cascaded down, filling the air with a sweet fragrance, clearly indicating their botanical nature. At the heart of the procession was the wedding palanquin, borne by four colossal rock giants. The palanquin itself resembled flowing water, constantly shifting its shape and color, at times appearing red, at others a pale blue or vibrant green. Above the palanquin, a flurry of colorful birds circled, gathering flowers and greenery, their melodious calls ringing sweetly in the air. After the bridal sedan, there followed a procession of chubby little children, adorned with red pouches and exuding a radiant glow. Some had arms resembling tendrils, while others were dressed in vibrant patterns, likely representing peculiar entities such as ginseng, reishi mushrooms, and other strange beings. Following these children were various humanoid creatures riding upon bears, tigers, lions, and leopards, clad in armor and wielding large blades, their faces devoid of expression. As the procession passed, the creatures bowed their heads, the flora bent low, and a path opened before them. The gentle breeze above seemed particularly lively, swirling and whispering. Master Xiang, what on earth is this? A trembling Bao inquired. Beside him, Zhang Tianyuan, though suppressing his voice to maintain an air of superiority, could not hide the fear evident on his pale visage. This must be the legendary wedding of the mountain deity. Master Xiang swallowed hard, his throat dry, rendering his voice somewhat hoarse. What is the wedding of the mountain deity? Granny Snake inquired, striving to contain her breath and speaking softly. Master Xiang shook his head, then nodded. I am not entirely certain. I merely recall snippets from an old travelogue that spoke of the mountain deity's wedding, where birds and beasts would play music. Flowers and grasses would accompany, clouds and rosy dawns would embellish, with tigers and leopards serving as soldiers, and wherever they went, all beasts would submit, the floor would part, dancing with the winds and drinking from the waters. I once thought it was merely a fable, yet I never imagined it to be real. Then, Master Xiang, what shall we do now? Qilong licked his cracked lips. I do not know, but it is best if we remain still. Master Xiang shook his head, lifting the incense burner high above his head. The incense, which had previously burned slowly, now ignited rapidly, with the smoke and fragrance gradually wafting towards the wedding procession. In the next moment, the wedding procession inexplicably halted, and an elderly man, short of stature with white hair and a plump, frail appearance, approached them, holding a staff taller than himself. The six felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, their breaths instinctively caught in their throats. The old man appeared to move slowly, yet each step brought him swiftly before them. He regarded Yu Qing and the others with a slight smile. Bowing slightly, today marks the wedding day of our esteemed mountain deity. Meeting you is a stroke of fate. Thus, my lady has specially instructed me to invite you to tonight's banquet to enhance joy and blessings. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Attend the banquet? The group exchanged glances, uncertain and bewildered. Would they emerge alive if they attended? Conversely, could they escape unharmed if they declined? Madam insists that you must accept this invitation. The old man added cheerfully, his gaze sweeping over the group until it settled on Yi Qing. At once, the eyes of Master Xiang and the others turned toward Yi Qing. With a forced smile, Yi Qing responded, it would be impolite to refuse the lady's generous invitation. So, we shall attend. Ah, it is indeed our fortune that the young master can agree. The elder chuckled softly, waved his hand, and the earth surged as 6 small sedan chairs formed before them. Esteemed guests, please. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing and the others, hesitant to defy him, obediently took their seats. In the next moment, the sedan chairs began to move. Curtains shrouded the outside world, obscuring the view, leaving only the sounds of the howling wind and festive drums to be heard. The pace was evidently brisk, yet Yu Qing felt no jolt, traversing mountains and valleys as though walking on level ground. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps it was a mere breath for several hours, when suddenly, the elder's voice resonated from outside the sedan. Esteemed guests, we have arrived. Upon disembarking, Yu Qing found himself in a grand hall, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, resplendent in gold and jade. The dome was embedded with luminous pearls, resembling stars that illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. Esteemed elder, may I inquire where this is? Yu Qing asked. Such flattery. Please. Simply call me Uncle Fu if you do not mind, the elder replied with a courteous smile. This is the palace of my family's mountain deity. You may rest here, enjoy some refreshments, and partake in spiritual fruits. The wedding will commence shortly. I must attend to matters, so please make yourselves comfortable. With a bow, Uncle Fu vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the group in a state of uncertainty. What now? As soon as Uncle Fu departed, Zhang Tianyuan turned to Elder Xiang. Elder Xiang, after a moment of calculation and glancing around, shook his head. The heavens conceal their secrets here. I cannot discern our exact location, rendering our escape impossible. Are we doomed then? Bao's expression darkened as he turned to Yi Qing, accusingly stating, this is all your fault. If you hadn't led us astray, we wouldn't be in this predicament. I will end you. Qilong, Granny Shi, and Zhang Tianyuan were similarly unfriendly expressions. As Bao charged at Yi Qing, Elder Xiang intervened. Bao, do not act rashly. This is not the time for blame. Yi Qing, arms crossed, appeared unperturbed by Bao's aggression. Everyone, please remain calm. I believe these mountain spirits mean us no harm, so we may not meet our demise here. Elder Xiang regarded Yi Qing with mild surprise, seemingly impressed by his composure amidst the turmoil. Nodding, he affirmed, indeed, young brother Yi is correct. These mountain spirits are far more powerful than we. Had they wished to harm us, they would have done so long ago. What shall we do now? Qilong inquired. Elder Xiang pondered for a moment before responding. Since we are here, we must make the best of it. Suddenly, a crisp sound interrupted the conversation, drawing their attention to Yi Qing, who had unknowingly seated himself at a table, savoring a vibrant green fruit. "What are you doing?" Zheng Tianyuan exclaimed in shock, his anger flaring anew at Yi Qing's audacity to touch the items within the hall. If he angered the spirits, none of them would survive. Yi Qing raised the fruit in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "Just eating some fruit. Is there a problem? Did not Master Fu just mention that we may freely indulge in the exquisite wines and spiritual fruits within the Great Hall? Surely, there should be no repercussions. Moreover, these fruits are quite delightful. Would you care to sample them? That is the Qing fruit, which can refine true energy and enhance one's physique." Suddenly, the serpent matriarch fixed her gaze upon the fruit in Yi Qing's hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? The Qing fruit?" With a swift motion, Master Xiang appeared before Yi Qing, snatching the fruit from his grasp to examine it closely, a look of elation spreading across his countenance. "Indeed, it is the Qing fruit. This is the crystal grape, which can augment the quantity of true energy." Master Xiang's eyes were riveted on a cluster of grapes that sparkled like crystal in the fruit platter, before shifting to a large, blood-red fruit, resembling a cat's eye, nearby. His voice trembled slightly. "This is the blood bodhi, capable of mending bones and extending life. It is said that as long as one draws breath, it can pull a soul back from the clutches of the underworld, a remarkable healing elixir. And here is the purple mist cloud tea, which possesses the effect of clarity and vision. This is the fig. This is the passion lotus seed. This is the langan flower. All of these are exceedingly rare and precious spiritual fruits." Suddenly, the sound of munching echoed through the hall as everyone rushed to occupy the tables, eagerly stuffing their mouths with the spiritual fruits. Master Xiang, taken aback, could only shake his head in disbelief. What manner of individuals are these? Moments ago, they were trembling with fear, and now, upon discovering these treasures, they have completely forgotten their apprehensions. Without further ado, Master Xiang hastened to find a seat, eager to savor the spiritual fruits himself. At the very least, if one must meet their end, let it be as a well-fed ghost. As he indulged, the hall suddenly dimmed, only to be illuminated by the flickering of candles, bathing the space in a warm, dark red glow that dispelled the chill and emptiness, creating an atmosphere of festivity and warmth. At the head of the hall, two figures appeared, one tall and imposing, the other petite and delicate, both adorned in vibrant red ceremonial robes. Yet, an inexplicable force seemed to shroud them, obscuring their features from Yi Qing's view, leaving him to discern only that one was male and the other female. Before Yi Qing could absorb this spectacle, the harmonious strains of string and wind instruments filled the hall, celebratory and melodious. The wedding commences, esteemed guests are cordially invited. Then, Master Fu's voice resonated from outside the hall, though his figure remained unseen. "Young Master Hai has arrived. Young Master Hai presents 2,000-year-old Guai water jade lotuses, wishing the bride and groom a flourishing union and a lifetime together." As soon as Master Fu's words faded, a young man, perhaps in his 20s and clad in a blue robe, entered with graceful strides. He wielded a jade folding fan and possessed long, azure hair that flowed like water, an unparalleled beauty that set him apart from ordinary mortals. "Ah, there is someone even swifter than I." Upon entering the hall, young Master Hai spotted Yi Qing and the others, offering a charming smile and a respectful bow before proceeding to the first table at the far end of the hall, where he seated himself in silence. Old Man Shan has arrived. Old Man Shan presents a statue of Shou Mountain Stone, wishing the bride and groom a harmonious partnership and a century of bliss. An elderly man, adorned in a resplendent yellow robe and exuding a benevolent aura, entered the grand hall, not so much walking as if the very earth beneath him surged like waves, propelling him forward. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully to the mountain deity couple seated on the elevated dais and took his place at the second seat. General who soon arrived, presenting a rare dragon-esque gallbladder herb, wishing for the newlyweds a life of eternal companionship and a harmonious union. A towering figure, with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, strode into the hall, clad in armor, general who emanated an air of brutality and ferocity. Upon his entrance, he cast a glance at Yi Qing and his companions, sneering, "Today is a momentous occasion for the mountain deity. Why invite these mere mortals? Why not allow me to feast upon them instead?" As he spoke, he lunged toward Yi Qing with a swift motion. "With so many present, if you must feast, do not choose me," Yi Qing exclaimed, momentarily stunned, realizing he was being targeted for his delicate frame. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a sudden stillness overcame General Hu's outstretched arm, his menacing grin transforming into a visage of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something dreadfully horrific. In the next instant, General Hu's chest, akin to exquisite porcelain, began to fissure outward, yet not a single drop of blood escaped. A sharp crack echoed from within him, and his countenance shifted drastically, revealing immense agony. Then, a dark bone erupted from his body, as if violently severed, landing upon Qing's table. Remarkably, the wound upon General Hu's form began to mend, as though nothing had transpired. These esteemed guests were invited by our mountain goddess. It would be prudent for you, General Hu, to refrain from any disrespect that could disrupt the sacred nuptials. For none can bear the consequences, echoed the voice of Fu Bo from outside the hall, who had not yet made his presence known. Very well, I shall remember you. General Hu stumbled back a few paces, casting a venomous glance at Qing. Ultimately, he chose to refrain from further provocation and took a seat. Curiosity piqued. Qing examined the dark bone on the table, which was approximately the length of an infant's arm, black as ink and imbued with a sinister aura, as if harboring a unique power. Though its purpose eluded him, its origin from General Hu assured him of its value. He carefully stowed the bone away, while the wedding festivities continued unabated. As Fu Bo's voice resonated, an array of peculiar beings entered the grand hall, some crowned with flowers, ethereal in beauty, others grotesque and reeking, some towering and imposing, reminiscent of mountains, others diminutive and frail, like wraiths, some faceless, akin to mere shadows, and others armored in scales with inverted pupils. Qing even beheld a blood-stained garment, a pair of red embroidered shoes, a carrying pole, a large urn, and an unusual hat among the myriad of strange entities. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, without exception, these beings radiated immense power, their mere presence leaving Qing and his companions utterly astounded. Fortunately, Fu Bo's earlier intimidation ensured that none dared disturb them. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. You insolent turtle spawn! How dare you occupy my throne? Are you tired of living? Qing and his companions looked up to see a bizarre figure resembling a bear, with a bear's head and a human body, covered in dark fur, glaring intently at Zhang Tianyuan. Zhang Tianyuan, noticing Qing and the others staring at him, felt a wave of unease wash over him. However, recalling the earlier encounter with General Hu, his courage swelled. I am a distinguished guest summoned by the mountain goddess. Do you dare to treat me with disrespect? The bear man scoffed, his voice deep and resonant. Do not deceive me. How could the mountain goddess invite a lowly wretch like you? Why not test it? Zhang Tianyuan let out a cold laugh, his pride unwavering. Huh, you wish to frighten me? Let us see. The bear man bellowed with laughter, seizing Zhang Tianyuan effortlessly. Let me go? Release me. Zhang Tianyuan struggled vehemently, but in the bear man's grasp, he felt as fragile as a mere cat, clawing helplessly without escape. Today marks the mountain deity's grand wedding. Bloodshed is ill-advised, so I shall spare you. Depart. With a flick of his hand, Zhang Tianyuan was hurled from the grand hall like a stone. Young master, a bow gasped in alarm. Oh, there is another lowly wretch. You too shall depart. The bear man spotted a bow, laughing heartily as he caught the retreating figure of a bow in his enormous hand and tossed him aside, mirroring Zhang Tianyuan's fate. Qing and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically as several more bizarre figures entered, heading directly towards Snake Granny and Qi Long. Upon seeing them, Snake Granny and Qi Long promptly vacated their seats, and the newcomers, recognizing their discretion, refrained from any aggression. Snake Granny and Qi Long exchanged relieved glances, then turned to Qing and Master Xiang, their faces alight with schadenfreude, as if anticipating the same fate for the two. More bizarre figures continued to enter. Yet to the astonishment of Qing and Master Xiang, these entities paid them no heed, seemingly acknowledging their status. Some even nodded in their direction as they passed. Snake Granny and Qi Long exchanged puzzled looks, while Master Xiang cast a knowing glance at Qing, a glint of enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. Here comes Hero Frog. Hero Frog presents a 5-poison pearl, wishing the bride and groom a century of happiness and prosperity. In the next moment, a familiar silhouette strode into the hall. Brother Frog, you've come too? Qing's eyes lit up, for entering was none other than Kung Fu Frog. Kung Fu Frog retained his previous appearance, with a grass band tied around his head and a cloak draped over him. The only difference was a wooden sword at his waist, the very one Qing had gifted him earlier. Ribbit. Upon hearing Qing's voice, Kung Fu Frog's eyes brightened, leaping to Qing's side and settling down. Brother Frog, have you come to attend the mountain deity's wedding banquet? Qing inquired, excitement bubbling within him at encountering a familiar face in such an unusual setting, even if it was merely a bizarre creature. Ribbit. Kung Fu Frog responded. grabbing the wine jug from the table and pouring a cup for Qing before indulging himself. He drank rapidly, one cup after another. And in the blink of an eye, he had consumed an entire jug without showing any signs of intoxication. Qing had tasted this wine before. Its flavor was pure and sweet, yet the after-effects were intense. After just one cup, he felt a slight intoxication, thus refraining from further indulgence. In contrast, however, the skilled frog consumed an entire pot without so much as a blush or a racing heart, clearly demonstrating exceptional drinking capacity. Humans could not compare to frogs. Boom, boom. At the sound of 3 drumbeats, the lively hall fell into an immediate silence, with everyone sitting upright and composed. It is my utmost honor to have esteemed guests attend the wedding of my wife and me. I raise a toast to you all. A voice, resonant and commanding, echoed from the main seat. The mountain deity is being too modest. Let us toast to the mountain deity and the lady for their union and eternal happiness. All the peculiar beings in the hall rose to offer their toasts, and Qing along with Elder Xiang did not dare to be remiss. Please be seated. The food and wine are ready. Enjoy to your heart's content, and do not leave until you are thoroughly intoxicated. After the toast, the mountain deity gestured for everyone to sit down. One by one, enchanting women clad in flowing robes with translucent wings gracefully entered the hall. Dancing to the melodious strains of stringed instruments, their movements ethereal and captivating, reminiscent of celestial beings. The previously solemn hall erupted into joyous chaos. Some drank, some chatted, and others cheered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Unbeknownst to Qing and Elder Xiang, they too gradually succumbed to the haze of intoxication, drifting into a dreamlike state. Where am I? Qing groggily opened his eyes as gentle sunlight poured down from above, warming him with its soft embrace. Suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, he jolted upright, scanning his surroundings and realizing he was not in the palace of the mountain deity, nor surrounded by formidable beings, which brought him a sigh of relief. He found himself on a patch of grass, accompanied by Elder Xiang, Granny Snake, the Red Dragon, Zheng Tianyuan, and Abao. Among the 5, Elder Xiang, Granny Snake, and the Red Dragon appeared relatively normal, while Zheng Tianyuan and Abao were covered in mud and filth, as if they had emerged from a mire. It seemed that Zheng Tianyuan and Abao had been thrown out by a bear-like creature the night before. Could this be the reason? Qing stroked his chin, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The events of the previous night still felt surreal, almost dreamlike. At that moment, Elder Xiang, Granny Snake, and the others began to awaken in succession. Elder Xiang, last night's events, surely it was not a dream? The Red Dragon scratched his head, looking around in confusion. Finding nothing amiss, Elder Xiang pondered for a moment. It should not be. Do you not feel a difference in your bodies? Granny Snake and the Red Dragon took a moment to reflect and soon noticed an abundance of internal energy and indescribable strength coursing through them. They exclaimed in delight. This is the effect of those spiritual fruits from yesterday. Elder Xiang, where are we? At that moment, Zheng Tianyuan and Abao also awakened. Just as Zheng Tianyuan began to speak, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. What is happening? Zheng Tianyuan was taken aback and quickly noticed the muck covering his body, prompting Elder Xiang and the others to do the same. Young master, it must have been from last night. Abao began to explain, but before he could finish, Zheng Tianyuan interrupted with a frosty glare. Silence. He also recalled that last night he was unceremoniously hurled from the grand hall by a burly man, landing directly in a muck-filled pit. For reasons unknown, the pit seemed to possess a mysterious power. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape its grasp, forcing him to remain in the cold, foul mire throughout the night. Consider Zheng Tianyuan, who had never endured such humiliation in his life. His face turned pale with indignation. Consequently, the hapless Abao found himself as a convenient outlet for his frustration. Fool, what are you waiting for? Retrieve my new clothes at once. Yes, young master. Abao's expression shifted, suppressing the humiliation within as he extracted a pristine outfit from the mountain's treasures, changing into it alongside Zheng Tianyuan. Cough, cough, Elder Xiang. Do you truly believe in mountain deities? In an effort to spare Zheng Tianyuan any further embarrassment, Snake Granny and the others deliberately turned the conversation to the events of last night's wedding of the mountain deity. Qing, equally intrigued, perked up his ears. Elder Xiang shook his head. The so-called mountain deity is likely just a peculiar entity, born from the essence of the land, mountains, and waters, possessing considerable strength. In truth, the incense I offer is meant for such entities. The Red Dragon scoffed. Ah, so it's merely a peculiar being. I thought there were actual immortals. Silence. Elder Xiang's expression darkened, scolding, "You dare belittle the mountain deity of this land?" The red dragon was startled, recalling the events of the previous night. Although the mountain deity had not shown itself, the presence of the guests and the revered Fu Bo hinted at the deity's formidable power. "Forgive me, great mountain deity. Do not take offense." The red dragon bowed respectfully, and fortunately, nothing untoward occurred, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. "Boy, bring out that bone from last night." Suddenly, now dressed, Bao fixed a menacing gaze upon Qing. "What bone?" Qing frowned. "Stop feigning ignorance. It's the bone that old man gave you yesterday. Hand it over." Bao's demeanor was vicious, a cruel smile etched on his face. Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. "That was given to me by Fu Bo." "Humph." At this, Bao sneered. "Given to you? What makes you worthy of such a thing? Hand it over, lest my patience wears thin." Elder Xiang, Snake Granny, and the others exchanged amused glances, observing with cold detachment. As for Zheng Tianyuan, he looked down upon Qing with an air of disdain, silently acquiescing to Bao's demands. Qing's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. When he had accepted that bone the day before, he had clearly sensed the avaricious glances from Zheng Tianyuan, Bao, and the others. He had expected them to exhibit some restraint. It appeared he had overestimated them. After all, they were all men. What need had they for modesty? "Boy, what are you dawdling for? Don't think for a moment that Bao would hesitate to take what is yours. If not for my young master's mercy in allowing you to join us in the mountains, you would never have encountered such fortune last night. Those spiritual fruits and wines are treasures you would never see in your lifetime. You've already struck it rich, so do not be greedy." Bao shouted furiously. "Hand it over, or I'll break your limbs." He sneered. "Hey kid, you'd better behave. That bone is beyond your reach." Qilong echoed with a sinister grin. "Well, since you insist, here you go." Qing shook his head with a faint smile and tossed the bone to Bao, showing no signs of anger or dissatisfaction. "At least you're sensible." Bao felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped Qing would resist, giving him a legitimate reason to vent his frustrations. However, he was taken aback by the kid's lack of courage. After shooting Qing a fierce glare, Bao took the bone and handed it to Zheng Tianyuan with a sycophantic smile. "Young master, here is the bone." Zheng Tianyuan received it, caressing it gently to sense its latent power, and smiled slightly, although he was yet to discern the bone's purpose. It must be extraordinary since it belonged to the Tiger General. He planned to take it home for his family's artifact master. Perhaps it could be refined into an intriguing item. Bao, put it away, Zheng Tianyuan instructed, tossing the bone back to Bao. He glanced at Qing, who maintained his serene smile, seemingly unfazed. A hint of unease stirred within him, but he quickly dismissed it with a self-deprecating chuckle. Just a mere insect. What waves could it possibly stir? Forget it. Once we reach Yulong Lake, I'll deal with him. Zheng Tianyuan found Qing's smile displeasing. If you didn't like it, then it was better to eliminate him. What are you staring at? Do you believe I won't gouge your eyes out? Bao felt irritated by Qing's calm demeanor. Qing shrugged, just looking around. If it bothers you, I won't look anymore. At that moment, Xiang Yi interjected to ease the tension. Brother Yi, that bone is undoubtedly remarkable. You can't keep it. A mere mortal may suffer for possessing such a treasure. If you hand it over to young Master Zhang, it would be for the best. Of course, we won't shortchange you. Once everything is settled, we'll compensate you with a few tiger bone body refining pills as a gesture of goodwill. Let it be as Xiang Yi says, Zheng Tianyuan replied slowly. After all, it was just a dead man's possession. No matter how much they offered, he couldn't take it with him. Well, thank you. Qing smiled, sarcastically grateful. Do you think I'm a foolish heir easy to deceive? A few tiger bone body refining pills can't compare to that bone. Xiang Yi stroked his goat beard and asked, Brother, how long until we reach Yulong Lake? Qing smiled slightly. In fact, we have already arrived. Look at the vegetation. It bears a hint of blood red. This indicates that these plants have long been tainted by blood energy, resulting in their coloration. Hence, we need only traverse this grove to behold Yulong Lake. Splendid. Xiang Yi clapped his hands, visibly excited. They had been a distance away from Yulong Lake the previous night. But upon waking, they found themselves here, evidently due to the mountain deity's intervention. This unexpected fortune saved them considerable effort. With Qing leading the way, it was long before they emerged from the woods to witness Yulong Lake, shrouded in a crimson mist, as vibrant as the dawn. Is this truly Yulong Lake? The crowd gazed at Yulong Lake, feeling the terrifying power it harbored, their expressions filled with shock. That stone coffin? Bao pointed to the mysterious, elusive coffin at the center of Yulong Lake, swallowing hard. Zheng Tianyuan inquired with curiosity. I have always heard tales of a mysterious coffin in Yulong Lake. It appears to be true, but what could possibly lie within? Xiangyi replied gravely, regardless of what it is not something we should provoke. Young Master Zheng, we are here to seek the treasure of the Blood Shadow Elder. Let us not stray from our purpose. I understand, Zheng Tianyuan responded, acknowledging that even without Xiangye's warning, he lacked the courage to pursue it, for even a mere glance at the coffin had sent a shiver through his soul, causing his blood to surge restlessly, a sign of instability. Indeed, these individuals were not here to search for herbs in Yulong Lake, but rather for treasure. Qing realized that merely observing the barren hills and terrain surrounding Yulong Lake did not suggest the presence of treasure. Could it be that the so-called treasure lies beneath the lake? Wouldn't he that be courting death? Young master, the treasure of the Blood Shadow Elder isn't hidden beneath Yulong Lake, is it? Bao trembled slightly, gazing at the blood-tinged waters of the lake. Fool, Zheng Tianyuan retorted. According to the map, the treasure left by the Blood Shadow Elder is not beneath the lake, but around it. However, this area is desolate and does not resemble a place of treasure. Young master, could it be a mistake? Qilong asked, puzzled. Zheng Tianyuan furrowed his brow. It should not be. I shall handle this. Xiangyi interjected, retrieving a stick of incense from his pouch. This incense, unlike the previous offerings, was dark and unremarkable, resembling ordinary joss sticks. Lighting the incense, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth, swirling gracefully. Divine incense possesses spirit and purpose. May it assist me in securing unparalleled fortune. Xiangyi placed the incense in a censer and bowed twice in reverence. Xiangyi, is this effective? Zheng Tianyuan watched his actions, hesitating. Xiangyi smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. This incense, named Fortune Incense, will ensure our luck is unmatched. With it, we shall effortlessly locate the treasure of the Blood Shadow Elder. No sooner had he spoken than the black smoke rising from the incense drifted directly toward a hill by Yulong Lake, seemingly unaffected by the wind, a most extraordinary sight. Behold, Xiangyi said with a hint of pride, follow closely. And what of this fellow? Bao suddenly turned his gaze toward Qing, a malicious glint in his eyes. Zheng Tianyuan, recalling Qing's presence, declared without hesitation, since his task is complete, let us send him on his way. On his way? Of course, meant to the netherworld. This is my specialty. Bao sneered, advancing toward Qing. Qing feigned surprise and stepped back. What do you intend to do? What else but to end your life? Fear not. Lord Bao is swift. You shall not feel a trace of pain. Bao clenched his fists, bloodlust and brutality flashing in his eyes. Not so fast. Suddenly, Xiangyi intervened to stop Bao, saying, Young Master Zheng, the treasure of the Blood Shadow Elder has yet to be discovered. This young man may still prove useful, so let us spare him for now. Zheng Tianyuan pondered for a moment. Although he harbored intentions of killing Qing, he did not wish to offend Xiangyi, as he still relied on him to locate the treasure. Thus, he nodded slightly and remarked, Since you say so, I shall grant him a reprieve. Bao returned. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate, you wretch. You have temporarily escaped death. Bao shot a glare at Qing and muttered a curse. Thank you, Xiangyi, for saving my life. Qing cupped his hands in gratitude. Though he was not afraid of Bao and his companions, he preferred to avoid conflict for the moment. If his assumptions were correct, the opportunities spoken of in the esoteric text were indeed related to the treasure that Zheng Tianyuan and others had mentioned. Thus he sought to refrain from confrontation for the time being. Fear not. Stay close behind me, and I shall ensure your safety. Xiangyi smiled kindly, holding an incense burner as he followed the direction of the black smoke, moving forward. Yet, after only a few steps, Bao suddenly let out a harrowing scream, blood gushing forth from his body. Young master, save me. Zheng, young master, I am counting on you. Xiangyi and the others sensed the dire situation. As they inhaled, the odor of blood enveloped them, and their own blood seemed to surge uncontrollably, threatening to burst forth. Zheng Tianyuan dared not linger. He retrieved a hand bone from his chest. The bone, as white as jade, emitted a warm glow upon its appearance, accompanied by a faint Buddhist chant. The radiance spread, instantly dissipating the surrounding stench of blood, allowing the group to return to normalcy. This Buddhist bone relic truly can subdue the malevolence here. Xiangyi exclaimed joyfully, urging everyone. We must hurry. Under the cover of the luminous aura, they hastily followed the direction indicated by the black smoke towards the Jade Dragon Lake. However, as they drew nearer, the lights reached diminished and grew increasingly faint, cracks gradually forming upon the Buddhist bone relic. The relic cannot endure much longer. Xiangyi, will we find it? If not, do we have an opportunity to retreat? Zhang Tinyuan's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. Xiangyi, abandoning his prior composure, displayed a hint of madness in his demeanor. It is close, very close. We must hold on a little longer. Following the smoke of the auspicious incense, the group weaved through the peaks surrounding Jade Dragon Lake. Upon reaching a small valley, the smoke directly entered the gorge within. Though it was termed a valley, it merely consisted of a small ravine between two earthen mounds, easily visible to its end. Yet, astonishingly, the wisp of smoke penetrated straight into the depths, vanishing from sight. We have found it, Xiangyi bellowed. Zhang Tianyuan and the others also exhibited expressions of joy as they rushed toward the gorge. Upon reaching the valley's end, they did not pause but pressed onward. In the next instant, the stone wall before them trembled slightly, offering no resistance, and the group seamlessly slipped through, disappearing from view. It turned out to be a minor illusionary formation. After traversing the stone barrier, they emerged into a relatively spacious valley before them. Strangely, the valley seemed like two distinct worlds, separated by just a wall. Within, it was lush with verdant grass, untouched by the crimson hue outside, as if shielded from the sanguine aura of Yulong Lake. More strikingly, at the center of the valley stood a tree, towering to the height of 2 men, beneath which sat a solitary figure. The Blood Shadow Elder? Zhang Tinyuan's eyes brightened, but in an instant, with a sharp crack, the Buddhist relic in his hand crumbled into dust, evidently expending all its power. The others were momentarily startled, yet soon felt a wave of relief, realizing that the Blood Shadow Elder must have set some kind of formation here, masking the external bloodlust, thus alleviating their concerns. I suspect this, remarked Xiangyi. Zhang Tianyuan, however, was fixated on the shadow beneath the tree, trembling as he asked, "Could that be the Blood Shadow Elder?" Xiangyi nodded. "It is quite possible." Zhang Tianyuan, puzzled, questioned, "Wasn't this merely a treasure trove of the Blood Shadow Elder? How could he have perished here?" "We shall see for ourselves." Xiangyi did not provide a direct answer but cautioned, "This place is peculiar. Everyone should tread carefully. You there, move ahead." Upon hearing this, the eager Bao hesitated, glancing at Yi Qing before declaring loudly, "You go first." Yi Qing complied without resistance, stepping forward. After all, they were merely a few meters from the exit, and should danger arise, he could easily flee the valley. Once at Yulong Lake, it would be his domain, his territory, where he held authority. Surprisingly, as they traversed from the stone wall to the tree, no peril materialized, leading to an unexpected ease. Upon reaching the base of the tree, the group then realized that the figure beneath was merely a pile of bones, the clothing still intact, preserved by the skeletal structure, giving the illusion of a person meditating. "So, he is already deceased." "Huh, that startled me." Bao scoffed, kicking the bones apart carelessly. "What are you doing?" Xiangyi and the others gasped, admonishing him urgently. "What are you afraid of? It's just a heap of bones." Bao shrugged nonchalantly. "Look, there's a stone tablet." Suddenly, Granny Snake exclaimed. Following her voice, the group turned to see a stone tablet standing amidst the overgrown grass. As they cleared the weeds, they discovered inscriptions adorning the tablet. "I, the Blood Shadow Elder Fu Shuiying, was betrayed by treacherous individuals and compelled to hide here. Severely injured and aware my time is short. I have left my lifelong mastery, the Blood Shadow Divine Art, fragrance of the Blood Sea, and the necessary Blood Shadow Divine pills for cultivating my skills, awaiting a fated one. Cultivate my martial arts, fulfill my aspirations, and vow to avenge me. Remember, my enemy is my own disciple, Fu Qinqiu. The remains indeed belong to the Blood Shadow Elder." Xiangyi and the others could only lament, astonished that the once renowned master of the Blood Shadow Demon Palace had met his end here. Even more tragic was the revelation that his murderer was none other than his own disciple. Such sorrow, such lamentation. However, upon reflection, it is only natural that the Blood Shadow Magic Palace is one of the most renowned demonic sects in the Luoshui Prefecture, notorious for its brazen and unscrupulous actions, employing ruthless means purely for profit. Incidents of disciples turning against their masters and fathers betraying their sons are countless. Thus, the demise of the Blood Shadow Elder at the hands of his disciple is hardly surprising. Yi Qing, unfamiliar with the Blood Shadow Elder or the name of the Blood Shadow Magic Palace, remained indifferent. His focus lay on the 2 martial arts mentioned on the stele, the Blood Shadow Divine Art and the Fragrant Sea of Blood. As for the Blood Shadow Divine Pill, it was evidently a mere auxiliary elixir for cultivation, and with the esoteric techniques he possessed, he had no use for it. However, after scanning the area, It appeared that no secret manuals were concealed nearby. Yi Qing, rubbing his nose, suddenly recalled the corpse of the Blood Shadow Elder in that tree. If the manual was not beside the steel, it must be on the Blood Shadow Elder's corpse or upon that tree. The bones had already been reduced to fragments by a Bao's kick, leaving nothing behind, so only the tree remained. Yi Qing approached the base of the tree and looked up, and indeed, he spotted 3 wooden boxes resting atop the branches. Within those boxes presumably lay the martial arts and elixirs spoken of on the Blood Shadow Elder's steel. Hey, kid, your eyes are quite sharp, but unfortunately, they do not belong to you. Yi Qing could foresee that Zheng Tianyuan and the others would reach the same conclusion. A Bao, witnessing Yi Qing's actions, couldn't help but sneer. A Bao quickly retrieved the wooden boxes from the tree. Elder Xiang exclaimed with urgency. Yi Qing's gaze flickered, casting a meaningful glance at Elder Xiang. All right, A Bao responded, leaping up to grasp the wooden boxes. However, the moment A Bao's hand made contact with the wooden box, his body suddenly trembled, and he plummeted straight down. A Bao, what happened to you? Zhang Tinyuan's expression changed dramatically as he called out, yet A Bao on the ground showed no response. As if he had lost all breath. Gradually, before the horrified gazes of everyone, A Bao's body began to wither away, resembling a corpse drained of all vitality. What is going on? Zhang Tianyuan's countenance was filled with terror, instinctively stepping back. Young master, be cautious. That tree seems peculiar. At that moment, Qilong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Tianyuan, regarding the tree with a wary expression. Meanwhile, the tree itself began to undergo a transformation. Its trunk shifted from a somber hue to a vibrant green, and leaves sprouted from its branches, while a flower bud quietly appeared at the top. The bud swayed without wind, continuously changing colors, emerald green, golden yellow, and blood red, emitting a rich and fragrant aroma that filled the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. What is that? Zhang Tianyuan, Granny Snake, and the others gazed at the flower bud with a blend of curiosity and reverence, yet none dared to approach. This flower was undoubtedly connected to A Bao's demise. How could they afford to be careless, given that A Bao, a late-stage practitioner of the condensation Qi realm, had perished silently? Unbeknownst to them, standing behind the group, Elder Xiang clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve, his body trembling with excitement. Allow me to give it a try. After observing for a while, the Crimson Dragon and his companions detected no imminent danger. The old shaman stepped forward and whistled, releasing a streak of green light from her sleeve that landed on a tree, revealing a small emerald serpent. The serpent began to ascend the trunk slowly. Initially, it seemed unperturbed. However, as it approached the wooden box, it suddenly halted. Come back. The shaman's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily whistled again. Yet the serpent remained utterly motionless. In an instant, it plummeted to the ground, transforming into a lifeless husk, reminiscent of the earlier fate of the panther. My precious. The shaman's anguished scream pierced the air. The serpent, a bizarre creature nurtured with various spiritual and poisonous herbs, possessed an extraordinarily potent venom, capable of instilling fear even in practitioners of the pulse expansion realm. It was her cherished companion, treasured beyond measure, and its untimely demise left her heartbroken. Upon the serpent's death, the flower bud atop the tree swelled larger, its fragrance growing more intense. Young man, retrieve the wooden box from the tree. The Crimson Dragon commanded, directing a fierce glare at Yi Qing, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, seemingly entertained. I refuse. Yi Qing quipped, raising an eyebrow with a smile. What did you say, boy? Speak again if you dare. The Crimson Dragon was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Yi Qing's defiance, his expression contorted with rage. Indeed. I said I won't. Climbing up there would be akin to courting death. Do you take me for a fool? Yi Qing shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining his posture. Moreover, I strongly advise you not to approach. Refusal is one thing, but I shall end your life now. The Crimson Dragon cackled menacingly, stepping forward in an instant to stand before Yi Qing, reaching for his head with a powerful grip. The Crimson Dragon was of immense stature, his hands resembling giant fans as they descended, casting an overwhelming shadow, instilling a sense of dread. Yi Qing appeared as a mere child in comparison, fragile and insignificant. The force of the dragoness strike radiated intense heat, akin to searing flames, and even from several yards away, onlookers felt a wave of scorching intensity. The technique practiced by the Crimson Dragon was known as Crimson Dragon Power, a fiercely domineering martial art infused with the essence of blazing sunfire. Its force could instantaneously shatter an opponent's meridians and incinerate their organs, if not swiftly countered, one could be reduced to cinders. Young man, meet your demise. The dragon's malevolent laughter resonated as his face flushed crimson under the might of his technique, his grin resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Suddenly, Qing slightly shifted to the side and stepped back, a brilliant flash of snow-white light darting forth with lightning speed, halting the dragon's descending hand in its tracks. How is this possible? The crimson dragon's face reflected sheer astonishment, his voice barely rising above a whisper. As the words escaped his lips, a crimson bloom erupted from his throat, followed by a torrent of blood as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a single drop of blood fell from Qing's lowered long knife. I had warned you. It was your choice to ignore my advice and advance. So do not blame me, Qing remarked, the corners of his mouth lifting in a slight smile, his demeanor as calm and composed as ever. The young man, Zheng Tianyuan and the snake granny were utterly astonished, unable to fathom how the formidable crimson dragon, renowned in Anyang and at the peak of the Qi condensation stage, could perish at the hands of a mere warrior of the body refinement stage, and in such a swift and decisive manner, as if it were a mere figment of their imagination. Yet, the lifeless body of the crimson dragon lying on the ground starkly reminded them that this was no dream, but an undeniable reality. Bang! Just as Zheng Tianyuan and the snake granny shifted their focus to Qing, Xiang Yi, who stood behind them, suddenly struck out, delivering a powerful blow to the snake granny. Caught off guard, she was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree. Ah, Xiang Yi, you. The snake granny screamed in agony, her expression one of resentment and confusion. However, in the next instant, her form crumpled to the ground, her body withering rapidly until she became a desiccated corpse. Even in death, her face bore traces of shock and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Xiang Yi paid no heed to either the snake granny or Zheng Tianyuan. With a flicker of movement, he appeared beside the lifeless crimson dragon, deftly kicking the body so that it too fell beneath the tree. Blood drained away, leaving behind a withered shell. What on earth are you doing, Xiang Yi? Have you lost your mind? All of this transpired in an instant, and by the time Zheng Tianyuan comprehended the situation, both the snake granny and the crimson dragon had transformed into mere corpses, while Xiang Yi gazed eagerly at the flower bud upon the tree. Mad. Huh. I am far from mad. How could I be? Xiang Yi replied, yet his gaze remained fixated on the flower bud, his expression bordering on madness. After absorbing the life essence from both the snake granny and the crimson dragon, the flower bud finally began to stir, its petals gradually unfurling, revealing a stunningly sinister bloom before the three observers. The flower possessed 5 petals, each displaying a distinct hue: red, yellow, blue, black, and white, vibrantly captivating the eye. Strangely, 3 of the petals bore human faces, faintly resembling those of a bow, the snake granny, and the crimson dragon. As a gentle breeze passed, the flower swayed, its petals opening and closing, the faces upon them subtly shifting as if smiling at the onlookers, evoking an unsettling chill. Zheng Tianyuan shuddered, his voice trembling. Wah! What is that? That is the dead man's flower, blooming upon the dead man's tree. When the dead man's flower falls, it bears the fruit of longevity. The fruit of longevity, as its name suggests, extends life, enhances health, and grants immunity to all toxins. Moreover, regardless of the severity of an injury, as long as there is breath remaining, the fruit can restore one to health. It is one of the 10 miraculous fruits, Xiang Yi explained, his gaze fervent as he spoke softly, as if fearing to disturb the flower above. The dead man's tree, the dead man's flower, and the fruit of longevity. It is indeed ironic. Qing scoffed. In essence, it merely shifts the lives of others onto oneself, does it not? Ah, a crude observation, yet not without merit. Xiang Yi grinned, his eyes still glued to the dead man's flower atop the tree. Thus, you assaulted the snake granny and her companions solely to induce the withered tree to bear fruit? Zheng Tianyuan inquired. Indeed. Xiang Yi nodded. The longevity fruit, splendid. Xiang Yi, as long as you bestow upon me the longevity fruit, I can overlook today's events. Zhang Tianyuan's gaze fell upon the dead flower, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yi finally turned to face Zheng Tianyuan, his expression a blend of astonishment and amusement. Alas, what a fool! Qing sighed, realizing that Zheng Tianyuan was nothing more than a dim-witted simpleton. What did you say? Zheng Tianyuan glared in fury. Qing shrugged. Zheng Gongzi, have you not discerned the truth? Today's events were likely orchestrated entirely by Xiang Yi. Xiang Yi regarded Qing with curiosity. When did you deduce this? Qing replied, just now. You must have known about the withered tree long before, for how else could you possess such intimate knowledge of it? Moreover, From the moment you entered this place, your attention was fixated on the withered tree, which seemed rather peculiar. If these occurrences were mere coincidences, then how do you explain your sudden departure from your usual caution, recklessly sending about to retrieve the wooden box from the tree without understanding its nature? There is but one answer. It was to allow the withered tree to siphon a bough's vitality and blood. The ambush on Snake Granny serves the same purpose. If I am not mistaken, Xiang Yi, your primary aim from the outset was the withered tree and the longevity fruit. And a bough and the others were merely sustenance prepared for the withered tree, were they not? Haha, the youth is indeed formidable. Xiang Yi laughed heartily. Correct. My initial target has always been the longevity fruit. What do you mean? Zheng Tianyuan still appeared perplexed. What I mean is that all of this was orchestrated by me. Xiang Yi proclaimed with prideful laughter. Otherwise, Zheng Gongzi, do you believe the treasure map of the Blood Shadow Elder in your possession was acquired by chance? It was deliberately entrusted to you through Snake Granny. Snake Granny is in league with you? Zheng Tianyuan instinctively responded. Xiang Yi stroked his beard. Of course. Otherwise, how would she have suggested you collaborate with me? Hiki, that too was my arrangement. Otherwise, how could you, in your ignorance, gather such a multitude of individuals to come here and meet your demise? Naturally, I merely concealed a few details regarding the withered tree and the longevity fruit. I trust Zheng Gongzi will not take offense. You would allow your own ally to perish? How could you be so ruthless? Zheng Tianyuan uttered in disbelief. A sinister smile crept across Xiang Ye's face. There is only one longevity fruit. How could two individuals share it? The best outcome would be for one to perish. How cruel. Zheng Tianyuan felt a chill enveloping his body, darkness clouding his vision, as if the very heavens were collapsing. He had once believed the treasure map of the Blood Shadow Elder to be an extraordinary fortune, only to discover it was an intricately laid trap. The dead tree requires the vitality and blood of the living to blossom and bear fruit. Why not simply eliminate those without influence or background instead of provoking the Zheng family? Qing inquired curiously. With a sigh, Xiang Yi responded, if it were not necessary, I would not resort to such measures. However, the dead tree stands beside the enigmatic Yulong Lake. The blood aura of Yulong Lake is exceedingly peculiar. Without special means or artifacts, one would not dare approach it. In Anyang County, individuals possessing such unique abilities and artifacts are exceedingly rare. After much investigation, I learned that the Zheng family possesses a relic of a Buddhist bone that can counteract the strange blood aura of Yulong Lake. Thus, I am left with no choice but to seek assistance from young Master Zheng. Moreover, the more vitality and blood the dead tree absorbs, the higher the quality of the longevity fruit it produces. What could be more potent than the life force and essence of a warrior? And which warrior could surpass those accompanying young Master Zheng in terms of cultivation? I have always strived for excellence in my endeavors, seeking perfection in every aspect. Qing nodded in understanding. I see. Xiang Yi truly possesses remarkable strategies and cunning. This time, I concede, good sir. After a moment, Zhang Tianyuan's mind began to clear. As for the longevity fruit, I shall forego it. You have plotted against me, and the deaths of a Bao, Qi Long, and others can be overlooked. Our Zheng family will not pursue the matter further, as long as you permit me to leave. What say you? Ah, it is splendid that you can think this way, young Master Zheng. Xiang Yi chuckled, gradually approaching Zheng Tianyuan. In truth, I have no desire to be adversarial with the Zheng family. Zheng Tianyuan felt a surge of relief. Possessing merely mid-level qi condensation, he was no match for Xiang Yi, especially after the demise of a Bao, Qi Long, and Granny Snake. His primary objective was to survive. As long as he could return alive, he would ensure that Xiang Yi would regret his calculations against him. However, as Xiang Yi drew nearer, he suddenly struck a palm towards Zheng Tianyuan's head. The attack was abrupt. Zheng Tianyuan, taken aback, was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Xiang Yi would dare to kill him. He stood frozen, watching Xiang Yi's hand descend towards him. At that moment, a flash of blade light seemed to transcend space, swiftly slicing towards Xiang Yi's neck. The strike was both rapid and unexpected. Yet, Xiang Yi reacted in time. As the blade approached his throat, he gracefully swayed backward like a falling leaf, evading the deadly blow. What a swift blade! Xiang Yi marveled. Qing sheathed his sword, smiling. You flatter me. Xiang Yi, unfazed by Qing's sudden intervention, maintained a genial demeanor. I am quite curious. How did you deduce that I intended to kill him? Qing chuckled softly. Young Master Zheng is no ordinary individual. Surely, you are more aware than I, good sir. If you let him go, would he spare you? With your astuteness, how could you allow him to leave unscathed? Furthermore, upon my observation, the so-called dead flower appears to be incompletely bloomed. This flower comprises 5 petals, yet only 3 individuals have perished thus far, leaving only 3 petals adorned with human facial images. Thus, it is evident that 2 additional souls are required for the flower to bear fruit. Currently, we are left with 3 individuals. Apart from Zheng Tianyuan and myself, could it possibly be you, Master Xiang? You intentionally allowed me to enter, did you not? Solely to fulfill the requirement of 5 people? In comparison to Zheng Tianyuan, he poses a far greater threat. Hence you, Master Xiang, would undoubtedly target him first. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Were it not for the fact that this longevity fruit necessitates the vitality and blood of 5 individuals to ripen, I would indeed find it difficult to take your life. Master Xiang exclaimed, clapping his hands with an expression of regret. You dare to kill me? You actually dare to kill me. My father is Zheng Feng, the head of the Zheng family and a practitioner of the treading pulse realm. Should you take my life, he will not let you go unpunished. Zheng Tianyuan, having regained his senses from his previous stupor, cried out in desperation. Master Xiang scoffed disdainfully. I cannot provoke the Zheng family. Yet who would know if I were to eliminate you? Do not forget, we are in Jade Dragon Lake, not within the confines of your Zheng family. Moreover, once I consume the longevity fruit and extend my lifespan, coupled with my training in the Blood Shadow Divine Art, the Zheng family will be inconsequential to me. Therefore, you must perish today. Zheng Tianyuan, filled with rage yet tinged with fear, retorted, You. I advise you, young Master Zheng, to conserve your strength. You will not spare us. Yu Qing interjected, halting Zheng Tianyuan. Our only course of action is to join forces and eliminate Master Xiang for a glimmer of hope. Indeed, Yu Qing's intention in saving Zheng Tianyuan was to unite against their common foe. Although Zheng Tianyuan is not without his own flaws, he is far more manageable than Master Xiang, making the immediate priority to vanquish Master Xiang. You wish to kill me? How presumptuous. Master Xiang sneered, raising his wrist lightly as 2 flying daggers sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yu Qing and Zheng Tianyuan. Yu Qing rolled on the ground, awkwardly evading the dagger aimed at him, while Zheng Tianyuan let out a roar, stepping through the air thrice and unleashing a powerful palm strike imbued with a thunderous resonance, employing the Zheng family's ultimate technique, the infinite thunder palm. However, just as his hand was poised to strike the flying dagger, it unexpectedly transformed into 3 daggers. To be precise, they were originally 3 daggers, which Master Xiang had intricately fused together with a unique force, creating the illusion of a single dagger. Upon becoming 3 separate daggers, their speed surged dramatically, and their angles became exceedingly cunning and devious, targeting different parts of Zheng Tianyuan's body. Zheng Tianyuan managed to deflect the first dagger, but the other 2 caught him unawares. One dagger pierced his chest, striking directly into his heart, while the other penetrated his forehead, delivering a fatal blow. One leaf opens 3 flowers. The flying daggers claim the soul. Truly useless, dead so swiftly. Yu Qing had saved Zheng Tianyuan with the intent of having him confront Master Xiang. In his view, Zheng Tianyuan possessed mid-stage qi condensation power. And as the scion of the Zheng family, even if he were not a match for Master Xiang, he would still provide some resistance. Once they were engaged in mutual destruction, he would then reap the benefits as the opportunist. Unexpectedly, Zheng Tianyuan proved to be utterly inept. Or perhaps his experience in combat was simply too scant, as he was swiftly slain by Master Xiang. Undoubtedly, Master Xiang's flying daggers were exceedingly peculiar. Not only swift as the wind, but also treacherously cunning, rendering one utterly defenseless. Truth be told, even if he had been prepared, it was uncertain whether he could have withstood the attack. Although disappointment lingered in his heart, Yu Qing's movements did not falter. With a flick of his wrist, a flame talisman materialized in his grasp, which he hurled towards Zheng Tianyuan's lifeless body. Do you dare? Upon witnessing this, Master Xiang's countenance shifted dramatically, and with a furious roar, he leaped several paces, positioning himself before Zheng Tianyuan to grasp the airborne flame talisman. After such meticulous planning to lure Zheng Tianyuan and his companions, he could not bear to watch the body incinerated by the talisman. Otherwise, all his efforts and schemes would amount to naught. With a resounding clap, Master Xiang's hand accurately clutched the descending flame talisman, crushing it with a sigh of relief. However, at that very moment, a glimmer of blade light, as pure as snow, sliced towards his neck. A mere trick. Master Xiang scoffed disdainfully, his hand morphing into a claw. Fingers growing as pallid as iron, gleaming with a cold, sinister sheen as he reached for the blade's radiance. His iron hand, honed over the years through the grinding of iron sand, had reached an unparalleled mastery, as solid as steel, far superior to ordinary weaponry. To him, Qing, with his seemingly low cultivation, relied solely on an unexpected swift strike, his victory over the Red Dragon merely a consequence of the latter's negligence. A swift strike, albeit weak, could not penetrate the might of his iron hand. Thus, if he could seize Qing's blade, the latter would be rendered as toothless as an elderly tiger, at his mercy. Yet, just as his fingers were about to grasp the airborne long knife, the air was suddenly pierced by 3 resonant croaks, as thunderous as a drum, echoing throughout the valley. Master Xiang's expression shifted alarmingly, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he hastily withdrew. However, the long knife trembled violently, accelerating once more, striking his palm. Amidst the clashing of metal and the anguished cry of Master Xiang, his once proud iron hand was cleaved asunder, fingers severed to the knuckle, akin to decayed twigs. The knife, relentless in its momentum, ascended, splitting his arm open as flesh and skin were forcibly parted, blood gushing forth to reveal stark white bones. Are you not at the minor completion of body tempering? You are in the late stage of qi condensation. Master Xiang exclaimed in disbelief as he fell back to the ground, clutching his arm, each word spilling forth with fresh blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Qing's strike not only rendered him one-armed but also unleashed a terrifying force that shattered his very viscera. Yet, even amidst such grievous injury, the astonishment and incredulity in his heart could not be obscured. In truth, Qing harbored opportunities and secrets that he had long suspected. Otherwise, why would Fu Bo have regarded him with such distinction in the mountain goddess hall, bestowing upon him a piece of the corpse? He, possessing the divine incense, did not receive such treatment, leading him to speculate that Qing harbored some hidden secret. His determination to ensure Qing's entry here was twofold: to gather numbers for the longevity fruit and to uncover the secret that lay within him. Initially, he believed that Qing's fortune and secret resided in his swift blade. However, he was taken aback to discover that Qing, like him, was a late-stage qi condensation warrior, equipped not merely with the realm, but also with corresponding techniques and strength. How could this be possible? Qing was merely a patroller from Junshan village, and he had specifically inquired about him, learning that Qing hailed from a humble background, was orphaned, and had trained in martial arts for less than a month. How could such a person possibly be a late-stage qi condensation warrior? How could that be? With a piercing gaze, Xiang Yi mused that he was indeed not a mere body refinement minor success. Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially intended to catch Xiang Yi off guard and eliminate him with the triple-toed strike. Yet, he had not anticipated Xiang Yi's remarkably swift reaction, which allowed him to evade the attack. Fortunately, he had still managed to injure his opponent, so it wasn't a total loss. Xiang Yi, lost in thought, replied vacantly. Qing countered, questioning the impossibility of his strength, asserting that every individual has their unique fate, just as Xiang Yi had discovered the longevity fruit. Why could he not possess late-stage qi condensation prowess? Of course, your fortune may very well be at stake today. Xiang Yi's demeanor shifted abruptly. His face contorted with a sinister grin. You think victory is assured? Before he could finish his sentence, Xiang Yi unleashed a sudden attack, hurling 3 flying daggers in a straight line. Yet, as the daggers approached Qing, the 2 trailing daggers accelerated, colliding with the foremost one, amplifying its speed several folds as it raced towards Qing's heart. The other 2 daggers altered their trajectories, one diving towards his lower abdomen while the other circled around, spinning towards the nape of his neck. Though Qing had remained vigilant against Xiang Yi's daggers, their unexpected and bizarre trajectory caught him off guard. His longsword flashed, transforming into a curtain of blade light that shielded him from the 3 daggers. With a swift motion, he lunged at Xiang Yi, seizing the moment of vulnerability. In contrast, Xiang Yi remained composed, retrieving a dark, ominous incense stick from his robe, inserting it into an incense burner, and igniting it. Xiang Yi. Seeking divine intervention now is futile. Though Qing had not practiced lightness techniques, his formidable vitality propelled him forward, reaching Xiang Yi in the blink of an eye. He swung his sword down with a roar, 5 arcs of blade light converging on 5 critical points of Xiang Yi's body. However, just as his blade was about to strike Xiang Yi, a thick cloud of smoke billowed towards him, stinging his eyes and causing his qi to falter, blurring his target. Swish, swish. The sound of slicing air reached Qing's ears, prompting him to retract his blade and retreat, rolling backward. In that fleeting moment, several flying daggers grazed his scalp, narrowly missing him and severing a few strands of hair. That was close. Qing's forehead glistened with a cold sweat. Had he not reacted swiftly, several flying daggers might have embedded themselves in his skull by now. In the fleeting moment of evading the daggers, Qing's eyes regained their clarity. He halted his backward roll, exerting a sudden force through his legs, and with a resounding crash, the earth erupted as he propelled himself toward Xiang Yi like an arrow released from a bow. Yi Qing's figure moved with remarkable speed, yet the blade in his hand moved even faster, almost reaching Xiang Yi in the blink of an eye, descending with another lethal strike. However, Xiang Yi's body floated gracefully, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind, narrowly evading Yi Qing's blow. From his sleeve, he unleashed a flying dagger aimed directly at Yi Qing's throat. In a display of mimicry, Yi Qing swiftly turned his head, the force so immense that a soft crack echoed from his cervical spine as he narrowly dodged the dagger that was perilously close. His long knife swept horizontally, cutting through the air with fluidity, as if carving a river, devoid of any awkwardness or hesitation. Yet at that moment, a wisp of smoke wafted into his nostrils, inciting an itch that compelled him to sneeze, momentarily slowing his actions. A single misstep could lead to further peril. Xiang Yi, seizing the opportunity, appeared weightless, suspended in midair, tracing an arc as if a crescent moon, unleashing a barrage of flying daggers toward Yi Qing. The onslaught resembled a tempest, fierce and relentless. Yi Qing, startled yet composed, sensed the impending danger as he sneezed. Pivoting on his legs like a great dragon, he twisted his torso and swung his long knife with immense force, embodying the power of a dragon's tail. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the storm, deflecting numerous daggers, their metallic clinks resonating in the air. However, with a sharp crack, a searing pain shot through his waist. Had he twisted it? Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, a martial artist of his caliber, in the late stages of qi condensation, had somehow injured his back. Who would believe such a tale? In this moment of distraction, several blood streaks appeared on his body. Fortunately, most of the daggers had been deflected, leaving him with only superficial wounds. Was it the incense's doing? Yi Qing focused his blood energy, healing the sprain in his lumbar spine, his expression grave as he gazed at the curling gray smoke emanating from the incense burner. The smoke obscured his vision, sneezing, twisting his waist. These occurrences seemed coincidental, yet the timing was rather uncanny. Each time he gained the upper hand, ready to severely wound Xiang Yi, an unexpected event thwarted his efforts, turning the tide and placing him in jeopardy. It had to be the incense. With narrowed eyes and no hesitation, Yi Qing charged toward the source of the smoke. If he failed to extinguish it, eliminating Xiang Yi would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, just as he exerted force beneath him, his foot landed on a round stone, causing him to stumble. As he regained his balance, a blade of grass ensnared his foot, sending him tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, dozens of flying daggers rained down upon the fallen Yi Qing. In desperation, he rolled on the ground, evading the majority of the daggers. Yet several still struck his arms and legs, blood flowing freely. Even more outrageous, as he rolled, his head collided directly with countless stones, not just one, but innumerable, and he emerged with a head full of bumps, stars dancing before his eyes. Haha, how does it feel, my dear friend, to taste the fragrance of misfortune? Observing Yi Qing's disheveled appearance, Master Xiang couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The fragrance of misfortune? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Master Xiang chuckled. Indeed, it is the fragrance of misfortune, my very own concoction, capable of turning a sip of water into a mouthful of thorns, inducing nightmares in slumber, twisting ankles while walking, and perpetuating a cycle of misfortune. How delightful it must be. I often wonder why I'm so unfortunate. Yi Qing suddenly comprehended that this fragrance of misfortune was indeed bizarre. Without it, Master Xiang would likely have met his end long ago. Young man, as long as the fragrance of misfortune lingers, you cannot kill me. Why not surrender willingly? It may spare you further suffering. Master Xiang grinned ominously. Whether I can kill you remains to be seen. Yi Qing rubbed his dizzy head, feeling his vitality surge as he began to mend his injuries. Moreover, I am quite resilient. These minor wounds are truly inconsequential. In that moment of vitality surging, Yi Qing felt a wave of weakness wash over him, accompanied by a cramping pain in his stomach. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his wounds were not healing. Instead, they used dark, putrid blood, and the injuries continued to fester, releasing a foul odor. Poison? Have you poisoned me? Yi Qing stared incredulously at Master Xiang. Haha, indeed. All's fair in war, Master Xiang declared with pride. Young man, in this world, the means are inconsequential as long as one achieves their ends. You have been struck by my heartbreak powder. In no time, it will flow through your veins, gradually eroding your insides, ensuring you suffer a slow, agonizing death. Master Xiang smiled slightly, yet his expression was laced with a sinister cruelty. and then your corpse will serve as nourishment for the dead tree. Hiss. The moment Qing moved, the cramping in his stomach intensified. He could distinctly feel his insides deteriorating. Fortunately, his vitality was robust, continually mending his ravaged stomach. Otherwise, he might truly perish from the agony. This cannot continue, although his vitality was strong and his life force abundant. If he could not expel the poison of the heartbreak powder in time, he would surely meet his demise. However, with the fragrance of misfortune present, coupled with Master Xiang's impressive agility and his own lack of lightness in movement, relying solely on brute strength, shortly dispatching his opponent seemed nearly impossible. In light of the current predicament, suddenly, Qing's eyes gleamed with resolve. He turned and dashed towards the valley's edge. Master Xiang, if you covet the longevity fruit, do not dream in vain. Even in death, I will not allow you to obtain it. Ha ha ha. Such is the nature of a man who harms others while benefiting himself. Seeing this, Master Xiang's expression shifted instantly, realizing Qing's intentions. The young man clearly sought to perish outside, thereby preventing him from gathering the life force and vitality required for the longevity fruit, ultimately rendering his efforts futile. Damn it, Master Xiang fumed, taken aback by the audacity of this young man, who remained restless even in the face of death. With a flick of his wrist, 3 flying daggers formed a triangular formation, hurtling towards Qing's legs and neck, as he himself pursued with a speed rivaling that of his own blades. Yet Qing remained undeterred, paying no heed to the flying daggers behind him. With his legs slightly bent and his abdomen rhythmically contracting, he unleashed a resonant croak akin to a toad's call. The ground beneath him erupted as he vaulted into the air, narrowly evading the daggers aimed at him and the palm strike from Xiang Yi. Cursing under his breath, Xiang Yi's countenance darkened, his expression shifting tumultuously. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, charging forth in pursuit. He had invested immeasurable effort into obtaining this life-extending fruit, even going so far as to offend the Zheng family. With success within his grasp, he was loath to relinquish it. Furthermore, with his lifespan dwindling, he could not afford to abandon the fruit that promised to prolong his life. Though the blood aura of Yulong Lake was extraordinarily bizarre, capable of eroding and contaminating the essence and consciousness of others, it required a certain duration to manifest its effects. Qing's injuries were more severe than his own, and thus it was reasonable to assume he would endure for a shorter time. Therefore, Xiang Yi believed he had ample opportunity to retrieve Qing's body. However, swiftness was imperative. Otherwise, if too much time elapsed, Qing would transform into a blood corpse, vitality dissipating and soul vanishing, rendering the endeavor futile. As soon as he burst forth from the valley, Xiang Yi felt an overwhelming tide of blood aura invade his body, replete with malevolent filth that corroded both flesh and mind. His skin began to fester, seeping rivulets of blood. Hastily, he summoned his true energy to fend off the insidious contamination while searching for Qing's form. Found you, you little beast. How difficult you are to locate, he muttered. Taking a few steps forward, amidst a pile of withered red grass, he discovered Qing. Yet at this moment, Qing's skin was in tatters, blood gushing from his body, resembling a grotesque figure of crimson. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, it would have been in vain. Xiang Yi gazed down at Qing, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Qing and dragged him back into the valley. At last, he had returned. Though the oppressive blood aura was terrifying, the brief distance felt like an eternity, and by the time he re-entered the valley, his clothes were drenched in blood, his face smeared with crimson, and as he spoke, chunks of flesh fell away, revealing his stark white cheekbones. All this trouble is due to that little beast. Xiang Yi wiped the blood from his face, a large piece of flesh tearing away and causing him to gasp in pain. What had once been a straightforward plan to effortlessly acquire the life-extending fruit, thereby enjoying an extended lifespan, had been utterly thwarted by Qing, introducing numerous complications. Not only had he suffered a severed arm, but without the assistance of the luck-enhancing incense, he might have already found himself in dire straits. Moreover, nearing death, he had been further ensnared by Qing's actions, almost perishing from the ordeal. The more he contemplated, the more frustrated and enraged he became. After cursing a few times, he remained unsatisfied and kicked at Qing's prone form. Crack. However, instead of sending Qing flying as he had anticipated, a sharp sound resonated from his own leg, followed by an excruciating pain that surged through his entire being. Ah! Xiang Yi cried out in despair, sensing the impending doom. He hastily prepared to retreat, but Qing, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, grinned at him, and sprang up, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. No. How could you? Xiang Yi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression one of sheer terror. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Qing stepped forward, brandishing a small knife that he plunged directly into Xiang Yi's chest, piercing through to his heart. No. No. I refuse to believe this. Xiang Yi's body froze, his hands falling limply to his sides, his face a canvas of confusion and disbelief. I forgot to mention that my greatest trump card is not my cultivation at the later stage of qi condensation, but rather my immunity to the blood pollution of Yulong Lake. Yi Qing observed Xiang Yi, a faint smile gracing his lips. The blood on him merely a ruse to deceive Xiang Yi. As for why he did not ambush Xiang Yi outside the valley, it was twofold: to exhaust Xiang Yi's energy and to procure the longevity fruit. Having been afflicted by Xiang Yi's heartbreak powder, although he could dispel it, the process would be lengthy and fraught with uncertainties regarding possible side effects. The longevity fruit, known for its ability to prolong life and cleanse the body of toxins, was the perfect antidote for the poison coursing through him. Suddenly, as Yi Qing prepared to discard Xiang Yi's corpse onto the tree of the dead, a fissure appeared in Xiang Yi's brow, the skin separating from the flesh, peeling away like paper. Human skin. It was the skinning knife. Yi Qing's gaze fell upon the knife in his hand, the very one he had retrieved from Shaojun Mountain. The skinning knife was not a name of Yi Qing's invention, but rather a piece of information imparted by the cryptic tome. According to the tome, the skinning knife was a mundane-level cursed object, originally a device used for dismemberment and flaying, imbued over time with the resentment and hatred of condemned criminals, which ultimately endowed it with a degree of power, leading it to be forged into a mundane-level artifact, aptly named the skinning knife. As its name implies, the skinning knife could strip the skin from others, allowing its wielder to manipulate it. The stronger the victim, the more potent the skin. However, the skinning knife had its limitations. The higher the opponent's realm and strength, the less effective it became. In truth, had Xiang Yu not already perished, the skinning knife would have been incapable of removing his skin at all. Ultimately, cursed objects are entities driven by human will, and thus carry inherent negative repercussions. The negative effect of the skinning knife was that for every piece of skin it peeled away, the wielder had to sacrifice an equivalent area of skin from their own palm. Failing to do so would result in the knife rebounding against its owner or spiraling out of control, with dire consequences. Naturally, if one's power significantly surpassed that of the skinning knife, one could disregard its backlash or loss of control. In summary, while cursed objects possess great strength, they also harbor considerable danger. Even the skinning knife, deemed a subpar cursed object by the cryptic tome, is no exception. As Xiang Yi's skin was stripped away, the skinning knife in Yi Qing's hand quivered slightly, as if it were beyond his control, dark, sinister energy swirling forth from the knife and infiltrating his body in a strange and inexplicable manner. This must be the negative effect. Yi Qing's body shuddered, blood surging within him, akin to a ferocious beast, as he consumed the encroaching dark energy. You wish to turn against me? Not yet. Yi Qing let out a cold chuckle, retrieving the enigmatic tome and wrapping it around the peculiar skinning knife. The once-eerie blade, upon contact with the tome, immediately quieted as if a mouse had encountered a cat, while the surging black mist swiftly seeped into the knife, rendering it docile. After securing the tome and the skinning knife, Yi Qing turned his gaze towards the nearby human skin, his thoughts stirring. Should I toss the corpse on the ground onto that tree? The human skin quivered slightly before rising, its arms entwining around Xiang Yi's corpse like ropes, hurling it towards the dead tree. As the possessor of the skinning knife, he had the ability to control the human skin, yet it lacked intelligence and required his manipulation, akin to a puppet. On the other side, as Xiang Yi's corpse made contact with the dead tree, it instantly shriveled, losing all vitality, while one of the petals of the dead flower adorned itself with a face resembling Xiang Yi's. The petals unfurled, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that filled the valley. And from the center of the flower emerged an unripe fruit. The longevity fruit? It should still be unripe. Upon seeing the fruit, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled, and he commanded the human skin of Xiang Yi to also cast Zheng Tianyuan's corpse onto the dead tree. As Zheng Tianyuan's body was drained of its essence, the dead flower erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, red, black, and white intertwining, resembling a resplendent rainbow. The longevity fruit in the center began to swell gradually, with each increment. A petal withered and fell. When all 5 petals had perished, the longevity fruit had grown to the size of an infant's fist, glistening crimson and exuding an irresistible aroma. The longevity fruit had ripened. Yi Qing's eyes brightened as he took a step forward, only to halt abruptly, realizing a critical dilemma. Although the longevity fruit was ripe, how could he procure it? He risked being drained to a mere husk if he approached the dead tree. But living flesh wouldn't do. He needed something devoid of blood and tissue. Yi Qing glanced at Xiangye's human skin, and with a thought, it soared toward the dead tree, encountering no mishap as it successfully plucked the longevity fruit. As the fruit was harvested, the dead tree seemed to lose all vitality. Its leaves turned yellow and fell. Branches withered, and what was once a lush tree transformed into a decayed stump in the blink of an eye. To gather all vitality for a single fruit. The dead tree was indeed sinister. Yi Qing accepted the longevity fruit, sighing in contemplation, yet he did not hastily consume it. Instead, he took out the enigmatic tome, dripping his blood upon it, and inquired, "Are there any dangers associated with the longevity fruit?" His caution was not unwarranted, for the conditions for the fruit's ripening were exceedingly strange. Who could say if it was truly as beneficial as Xiangye claimed? Better to inquire for peace of mind. The blood writhe, revealing 2 characters on the tome. Harmless. Simple yet distinct. I like it. With the answer in hand, Yi Qing promptly swallowed the fruit. The poison of the Duanchang powder coursed through his veins, demanding immediate attention. The longevity fruit dissolved upon entry, a golden elixir gliding down his throat, unleashing a formidable wave of vitality within him. Unlike the aggressive nature of the dragon and serpent runes, the essence of the longevity fruit felt akin to a gentle spring rain, nurturing without sound, soothing and soft, vanquishing the dark injuries and toxins within his body. Such a refined power. Though gentle and serene, the power encapsulated within the longevity fruit is not in the least inferior to that of the dragon snake runes. In fact, the strength of a single longevity fruit is equivalent to the combined force of 3 or 4 silver dragon snake runes, rendering it remarkably potent. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing immediately assumed a meditative posture, allowing the gentle and tranquil energy to circulate within his body, gradually expelling the poison of the heartbreak powder. After 3 hours, Yi Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling like stars, exuding a formidable aura. The longevity fruit indeed proved its might, not only purging the poison from his system, but also significantly augmenting his true energy, instantly elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Qi consolidation stage, thus saving him considerable time. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, Yi Qing clenched his fist in exhilaration. Although he had previously reached the late stage of Qi consolidation, he was still some distance from achieving the full mastery required to commence meridian expansion. Now, with the aid of a single longevity fruit, he had ascended to the consummate level of Qi consolidation, sparing him months of arduous training. More crucially, he now possessed the meridian expansion technique, allowing him to initiate his training forthwith. He turned his attention to the wooden boxes within the casket. Yi Qing rose and commanded the skin servant to retrieve the 3 wooden boxes from the dead tree. To mitigate any potential dangers, he refrained from approaching them directly, instead stepping back as the skin servant opened the boxes one by one. Upon confirming there was no threat, Yi Qing approached. The first 2 boxes contained jade slips, while the third housed a blood-red elixir, adorned with twisted and sinister patterns, exuding a strong metallic scent that sent a chill down one's spine upon mere inspection. The jade slips were presumably the blood shadow technique and fragrant sea as mentioned by the blood shadow elder, while the elixir was likely the blood shadow divine pill. Yi Qing first picked up the 2 jade slips, pressing one against his forehead. A torrent of esoteric information surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy before he regained his composure. Fragrant sea, a technique of lightness. Yi Qing rejoiced. This jade slip recorded the fragrant sea, a remarkable agility technique. The fragrant sea is an extraordinarily formidable art. When mastered, it grants swiftness akin to the tempest, silent as a whisper, enabling one to dance through the air like a celestial being, floating gracefully and effortlessly. It is renowned for its ability to traverse the heavens without leaving a trace, earning the epithet fragrant sea, a knight like the celestial realm. With the fragrant sea, he could finally compensate for his previous clumsiness and agility. Truth be told, had he possessed such a technique earlier, he would not have been so harshly pressed by the skin servant. Next, he turned his attention to the other jade slip. Calming his excited heart, Yi Qing took the second jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. This time, having prepared himself, he was not overwhelmed as before. However, the vast amount of information still took him some time to fully process. The blood shadow technique is indeed well suited for me. Once he assimilated the knowledge within, a smile of excitement graced Yi Qing's face. The Blood Shadow Divine Skill is an exquisite technique for meridian expansion. The human body comprises 12 primary meridians, 8 extraordinary vessels, and 360 acupoints, harmonizing with the number of the celestial cycle. Meridian expansion involves the unblocking, widening, and strengthening of these channels and acupoints, facilitating a significant increase in the storage capacity of true energy, enhancing its operational velocity, and allowing for an unparalleled dexterity akin to the effortless movement of one's own limbs. This embodies the essence of the saying, "A masterful brush gives birth to myriad blossoms." The true dragon resides within the heart, mustering the strength to part the clouds and ascend to the heavens. In general, the more meridians that are unblocked and the more acupoints that are expanded, the greater the capacity for true energy storage and the enhanced agility in its application, thereby amplifying future potential. Mastery of the Blood Shadow Divine Skill enables one to unblock all meridians and acupoints throughout the body, achieving perfect meridian expansion. Furthermore, this skill not only serves as a flawless technique for meridian expansion but also allows for the integration of true energy with vital blood post-expansion, culminating in the refinement of the Blood Shadow Divine Power. This power is elusive, formless, and governed by no fixed law, capable of manifesting in myriad forms and striking unseen. The true strength and terror of the Blood Shadow Divine Skill lie in its requirement for robust vital energy and blood to support the refinement of the Blood Shadow Divine Power. Without it, the power achieved would be significantly limited, unable to unleash the full might of the skill. Remarkably, he lacks nothing but vital energy and blood, making the Blood Shadow Divine Skill seemingly tailored for him. The Blood Shadow Divine Pill within the wooden box is intended to bolster his vital energy and assist in the refinement of this divine power. Having reached the late stage of Qi condensation and finding himself in a secure environment devoid of threats, it is the perfect moment for him to cultivate the Blood Shadow Divine Skill. Impatiently, Qing commenced his practice according to the method prescribed by the skill. Meanwhile, in a lavish hall, a middle-aged man of regal bearing and opulent attire bellowed in fury, his expression a mixture of anguish and rage. Those seated at the lower end of the hall lowered their heads in silence. This man was Zhang Tianyuan's father, Zhang Feng, the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Shou. As the steward of the Zhang family, what was Tianyuan doing when he left the house? Zhang Feng's eyes burned crimson as he fixed a menacing gaze upon a rotund middle-aged man, reminiscent of a predatory beast. Zhang Shou wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his voice trembling as he replied, "Before leaving, I overheard the young master mention that he went out to seek treasure." Seek treasure? What kind of treasure? Where? With whom? Zhang Feng demanded sharply. "I do not know what treasure they intended to find." Zhang Shou stammered. "I only heard the young master mention that they seemed to be heading to some village called Junshan. Accompanying him were his personal guard, a Bao, along with the serpent matron and the 2 esteemed guardians, Qi Long. With a Bao, the serpent matron, and Qi Long accompanying him, how could Tianyuan possibly come to harm?" Zhang Feng's furrowed brow exuded a chilling aura. "Junshan Village. What sort of place is that?" "Report to you, sir. Junshan Village is merely a remote little hamlet, approximately a day or two's journey from Anyang County." Zhang Shou hastily responded. "A small village. Splendid, splendid indeed." Zhang Feng let out a cold smile and inquired, "Who can tell me why Tianyuan met his demise there?" Addressing his adoptive father, he declared, "I shall set forth to Junshan Village at once to uncover the truth. Whoever is responsible for Tianyuan's death shall face retribution." At that moment, a young man with striking brows and an aura of sinister elegance rose and clasped his hands in respect, stating, "We are willing to accompany young Master Tianqi to Junshan Village to ascertain the cause of young Master Tianyuan's death." Several attendants echoed their agreement. Zhang Feng cast a scrutinizing glance at Zhang Tianqi and the attendants in the hall, his expression darkening. "Very well, Tianqi, you shall make the journey. Employ whatever means necessary and spare no effort to uncover the truth behind Tianyuan's demise. No one connected to his death shall be spared. Execute, execute, execute." "Understood. I shall comply." Zhang Tianqi responded, bowing as he turned, his gaze as chilling as ice. "Ah, Tianyuan." Within the confines of the room, Zhang Feng's voice resonated like a mournful cry of a primate, filled with sorrow and indignation. Upon returning, thankfully, he did not encounter that monstrous bull. At the foot of Little June Mountain, gazing at the nearby Junshan village, Qing's countenance revealed a faint smile, subtle yet complex. However, it was time to depart. From the moment Granny Xia chose to let him accompany Zheng Tianyuan and the others into Little June Mountain, rather than Zheng Tao and his group, it signified her abandonment of him. Viewed from Granny Xia's perspective, this decision was justifiable for the sake of Little June Mountain. Yet, from Yu Qing's vantage point, it felt like a betrayal. Although he had little affection for Junshan village, the sting of being forsaken was undeniable. On the brighter side, he had repaid the small debt of gratitude he owed to Junshan village. With no ties or attachments, it was indeed time to leave. Most importantly, he had entered the mountain alongside Zheng Tianyuan and his companions, yet he was the sole survivor. Should the Zheng family discover this, it would likely lead to dire consequences, potentially implicating Junshan village as well. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to depart quietly, allowing everyone to assume he too had perished in Little June Mountain, ensuring the matter faded into obscurity. Moreover, he had successfully expanded his meridians and gained a measure of self-protection. After leaving Junshan village, he could sustain himself anywhere, alleviating concerns for his safety. It was time to leave. Farewell, Junshan village. Yi Qing cast a lingering glance at the village, preparing to turn away, when a group emerged from the direction of Little June Mountain. Was that Captain Lin and Granny Xia? After expanding his meridians, his vision and perception had significantly improved, allowing him to recognize the approaching figures from a distance. However, he soon noted that both Lin Hu and Granny Xia appeared gravely unwell. Lin Hu's complexion was ashen, devoid of color, his arms hanging limply, clearly indicating fractures. Bloodstains marred his shirt. Granny Xia was similarly affected, her eyes clouded and her posture stooped, as if nearing the end of her days. In addition to Lin Hu and Granny Xia, 9 others accompanied them. A line of 9 individuals stood before me, at the center of which walked a young man clad in a moon-white robe, a faint smile gracing his face. Flanking him were 2 middle-aged men, one stout and the other slender, while the remaining 6 donned identical black attire, their waists adorned with long sabers, exuding a menacing aura. Surely, they must be members of the Zheng family? Observing Lin Hu and Granny Xia, who appeared to be ensnared among these unfamiliar figures, my brow furrowed slightly. Had they already learned of Zheng Tianyuan's demise and come to investigate the circumstances surrounding his death? But how could they possibly know? I pondered, confusion etched across my features. I could have slipped away unnoticed, yet the gravity of the situation before me rendered such an act impossible. Should I choose to depart, the fates of Lin Hu and Granny Xia would hang in the balance. I could dismiss Granny Xia, but Lin Hu was another matter entirely. He had aided me significantly. Had it not been for his intervention in securing my place within the patrol team and shielding me from Chen Zheng, I might well have met my end by now. Regardless of whether their intentions were deliberate or inadvertent, I felt compelled to repay this debt. I was not a foolhardy altruist, but a debt of gratitude must be honored, and bonds of kinship cherished. Ah, who is that figure ahead? At that moment, the young man had also noticed me and inquired of Lin Hu and Granny Xia. Who is he? The 2, upon hearing his words, gazed upwards and, upon spotting me at the foot of the mountain, exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting in alarm. Abruptly, Lin Hu broke free from the grasp of one nearby, surging forward with urgency as he bellowed at me, "Run, quickly." Seeking death. The gaunt middle-aged man beside the young master narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malice igniting within them. Like a ferocious tiger, he coiled and then sprung, appearing behind Lin Hu in an instant, his palm striking fiercely against Lin Hu's head. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Hu's skull shattered like a watermelon, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Who's he? Upon witnessing this, Granny Xia let out a heart-wrenching scream. In my eyes, a crimson hue surged forth, akin to 2 glistening rubies, radiant yet devoid of warmth. I understood that Lin Hu's earlier actions were in my defense. Yet the lean man's strike had been merciless and swift, leaving me no time to intervene. I could only stand by and watch as Lin Hu perished before me. For the first time, I felt an overwhelming desire to annihilate these individuals and the so-called Zheng family. They all deserve to die? With my hands clenched, I coldly uttered a few words, my gaze brimming with lethal intent. "My apologies, young master," the gaunt man sneered, retreating to the side of the young master after having taken Lin Hu's life. "I was rather upset just now and lost control." "Not to worry," the young man replied with a wicked smile. "He is dead, so be it. After all, there is still another, is there not? By the way, the individual ahead must be one of those who accompanied my brother in search of treasure. Otherwise, this fool would not be so agitated. Let us proceed and inquire about how my brother met his end." In short order, the group approached me, and the young man spoke first. "You must be Yu Qing. I am Zheng Tianqi, the brother of Zheng Tianyuan. You are remarkably astute. Had you heeded that fool's advice and attempted to flee, you would undoubtedly be a lifeless corpse by now." Yi Qing replied with an air of tranquility. His name is Lin Hu, the captain of the patrol team from Junshan village. Do you not fear the Jing division will come after you for such wanton killings? Before Zheng Tianqi could respond, the tall, thin man sneered. Trouble? Merely a swarm of ants. Killing them is no concern. What trouble could arise? Ants, you say? Do you consider us merely a horde of insignificant insects, subject to your disdain and easily extinguished? Yi Qing countered, his tone neither hurried nor agitated. Devoid of anger or resentment, yet as still and ominous as stagnant water. And what of it? The tall man retorted dismissively, in this world, the strong reign supreme, while the weak are no different from insects, unworthy of existence. Is that so? Yi Qing nodded, his expression indifferent. I see. He then turned to Zheng Tianqi. You are here to investigate the cause of Zheng Tianyuan's death, are you not? Quite intriguing. The placid tone and detached demeanor of Yi Qing left Zheng Tianqi somewhat perplexed. And amidst his confusion lingered a hint of unease, stirring both anger and curiosity within him. Upon hearing Yi Qing's inquiry, Zheng Tianqi shook his head vehemently. No. I believe you're mistaken. I care not for Zheng Tianyuan's fate. It is that old man who is concerned. I am merely here to curry favor with him and, incidentally, to relieve my boredom by taking some lives. Murder? To alleviate boredom? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, a smile threatening to break forth. Yet it was overshadowed by an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Ahem, young master, do mind your words. After all, he is an esteemed elder, deserving of some respect. It would not reflect well if others were to overhear, remarked a stout, good-natured middle-aged man with a jovial disposition. Zheng Tianqi shrugged nonchalantly. We are all comrades here. What is there to fear? Besides, with Zheng Tianyuan dead, I am the sole heir of the Zheng family. Even if the old man were to hear, he would not dare retaliate. Indeed, it is truly splendid. His demise is most welcome. Zheng Tianqi laughed maniacally. Oh, very well. You may now disclose the details regarding Zheng Tianyuan. Ah, my apologies, but I am not inclined to share at this moment, Yi Qing replied, shrugging with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Zheng Tianqi's eyes, his presence imposing. Why not? The others too cast menacing glances at Yi Qing, as though incredulous that such an insignificant being would dare speak to Zheng Tianqi in such a manner. Unperturbed by their hostile stares, Yi Qing merely smiled faintly. My initial intention was to grant you a clear understanding of your impending demise. However, I now perceive that such clarity is unnecessary. For allowing you to die in confusion is far more amusing. Wouldn't you agree? Ha. What nonsense are you spouting, boy? Have you lost your wits? The tall man sneered, lunging toward Yi Qing with a hand poised to strike, his fingers glinting ominously as they mirrored the previous assault on Lin Hu. Old Shun, do refrain from killing him. We still need a live one to report back to that old coot. Zheng Tianqi chuckled, issuing the command. The old man smirked, addressing the young master, but his words abruptly ceased mid-sentence, as if his throat had been seized by an unseen hand. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Zheng Tianqi and his companions, the old man's body trembled, a thin line of blood appearing upon his neck, and with a sudden jolt, his head fell to the ground. Even more terrifyingly, as the head dropped, the old man's body began to wither at an alarming rate, quickly transforming into a desiccated corpse. Following this grotesque transformation, a faint crimson light, like a shadow, surged back into Yi Qing's form. Ah, how delightful! Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, a look of rapture gracing his features, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and his aura suddenly intensified. Yet, to Zheng Tianqi and the others, this expression seemed nothing short of sinister, sending a chill coursing through their hearts. Kill him! Kill him! Zheng Tianqi stammered, then bellowed in fury. 6 guards clad in fitted attire swiftly drew their long blades, pairing off as they charged toward Yi Qing from different angles, their movements fierce and powerful, exhibiting a seamless coordination and decisiveness indicative of seasoned warriors. Come forth, for I shall put my blood shadow technique to the test. Yi Qing greeted their advance with a serene smile, extending his hand with a flourish, as if strumming a lute. 6 strands of blood shadow, seemingly imbued with sentience, darted toward the guards. These blood shadows were incredibly light and faint, appearing almost insubstantial, had it not been for the dark red hue intertwined within. They would have been nearly invisible to the naked eye. The guards reacted swiftly, slashing their blades at the air where the blood shadows danced. Although the shadows were cleaved in 2, they appeared unaffected, seamlessly merging back into one and entering the bodies of the 6 men. Suddenly, the guards shuddered. Terror etched across their faces, and in the next instant, their forms began to wither and shrink, as if some unseen force was siphoning away their life essence. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to lifeless husks, devoid of breath. Then, 6 strands of blood shadow erupted from their bodies, racing back to Qing, who felt his aura swell even further with their return. This, Zheng Tianqi and the portly middle-aged man gaped at Qing, their faces awash with disbelief and horror. Indeed, Qing disregarded their expressions, pleased with his own prowess. These blood shadows were a manifestation of the blood shadow technique. He had spent 3 full days at Yulong Lake. On the first day, he had opened the 4 major meridians, 2 extraordinary channels, and 36 acupoints, solidifying his foundation in the initial stage of meridian expansion. The remaining 2 days were devoted entirely to mastering the blood shadow technique and the blood sea lightness skill. Given his robust vitality and the assistance of silver dragon snake runes, he swiftly grasped both techniques. Among them, the progress and might of the blood shadow technique exceeded his expectations. This technique originally sought to fuse true energy with blood energy, transforming it into formless blood shadows that could multiply infinitely, striking unseen. Generally, the more vigorous the practitioner's true energy and the more abundant the blood energy, the greater the number of formidable blood shadows they could conjure, thus amplifying their power significantly. Qing possessed an overwhelming vitality, adorned with silver dragon and serpent runes. His blood essence and true energy were abundant, allowing him to swiftly condense 36 strands of blood shadows within his body, achieving the number of the heavenly pole and cultivating his blood shadow technique to a minor success. What brought him even greater joy was the unique nature of the blood within him, which endowed the shadows he formed with the ability to devour the vitality of others for his own use. In comparison to the original blood shadow technique, its power had increased manifold. The earlier gruesome fates of Elder Qin and the 6 guards were, naturally, a result of him siphoning their life essence through his blood shadow technique. The blood shadow technique was, indeed, a silent killer. So, Master Zheng, do you still feel stifled? If you do, I could dispatch a few more individuals to alleviate your boredom. Qing extended his hand, several strands of blood shadows weaving and dancing between his fingers. A faint crimson light enveloping him, his eyes a deep red akin to amber. With a smile, he exuded a sinister and enchanting aura. You are in the meridian expansion realm. How is this possible? Zheng Tianqi, horrified at the sight of Qing's unusual aura and recalling the gruesome deaths of Elder Qin and the others, was filled with dread. Young master, flee quickly. I will hold him off. A stout man shouted, producing a hand crossbow that he promptly fired, sending bolts hurtling towards Qing like streaks of light. Qing flicked his finger lightly, a blood shadow darting forth to collide with the bolt mid-air, resulting in an explosive shatter. The blood shadow transformed into a mist of crimson, which swiftly enveloped the stout man. The man, sensing the imminent danger, retreated nimbly, his corpulent form gliding backward with the grace of a feather, narrowly avoiding the encroaching blood mist. Yet, arrows rained down from all directions, each adorned with intricate, twisted patterns that ignited in blazing flames as they descended. In an instant, the fiery barrage fell like a tempest, confronting the deluge of bolts. Qing raised his hand and unleashed a punch, creating a resonant wave that rippled through the air, shattering the bolts in its path. The fiery arrows extinguished, and the stout man's crossbow splintered in 2. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face as he pushed off the ground, his arms slightly spread, darting backward with remarkable speed, akin to a swallow in flight. At that very moment, a surge of blood mist erupted from the spot where he had stood, a silent and uncanny presence. That was close. The stout man, glancing back at the blood mist, felt an overwhelming relief that he had sensed the danger in time. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have met the same fate as the guards who perished before him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he landed lightly, his feet barely disturbing the dust, soaring upward like a swallow skimming over water, swift as lightning. In a mere blink, he had traversed several yards, catching up to Zheng Tianqi. Young master, we must flee. We are no match for this person, the stout man urged, his voice laden with urgency. That is obvious. Zheng Tianqi retorted with a cold snort, then smirked darkly. But it matters not. Once we return to Junshan village, I have my methods to deal with him. That is reassuring. The stout man exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. However, in the next moment, a mocking voice suddenly echoed beside the two, sending a chill down their spines. Why run? I haven't had my fun yet. Instinctively, they turned to look behind, only to see Qing gliding through the air with an ethereal grace, akin to an immortal, yet moving with astonishing speed. One moment he was several paces away, and in the blink of an eye, he was right behind them. How is this possible? The short, stout man's eyes widened in fear. His technique, Swallow's 3 dives, was renowned among the martial arts for its unparalleled speed, akin to an arrow in flight, and few could catch up to him. He never anticipated that Yi Qing would surpass him in swiftness. As the two stood in shock, Yi Qing extended his hand downward, and several crimson shadows flickered and vanished. Both Zheng Tianqi and the stout man were taken aback simultaneously. In Zheng Tianqi's hand appeared a doll, seemingly crafted from an assortment of tattered cloth, vibrant yet disjointed, exuding an unsettling aura of distortion and malevolence. The amalgamation of twisted and sinister elements formed a grotesque visage, simultaneously smiling and weeping, inducing a sense of nausea and dread. The moment the doll materialized in his grasp, Zheng Tianqi produced a silver needle and plunged it into his own flesh, his face contorting in agony as if enduring insurmountable pain. Simultaneously, the doll appeared to come to life, its distorted face curling into an eerie smile as it slightly parted its lips. In the next instant, a piercing, shrill sound erupted from nowhere, distorting the air, shattering it along with several blood shadows. The stout man then donned a garment that was unmistakably a burial shroud. As he slipped into the shroud, his complexion rapidly faded to a pallid gray, vitality dissipating into nothingness, replaced by an overwhelming aura of death. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch, releasing a dense wave of death energy that shattered the intangible blood shadows. Strange artifacts? Yi Qing's brow furrowed, the crimson glow surrounding him intensifying as he unleashed a punch, the bloodlight surging forth, terrifying in its might. The overwhelming blood luminescence instilled a profound sense of dread in Zheng Tianqi and the stout man, causing their expressions to shift. Zheng Tianqi gritted his teeth and produced 3 silver needles, driving them into 3 acupoints on his body. A searing pain coursed through him, nearly rendering him crumpled in agony. Yet, at the moment the pain surged, the doll in his grasp trembled oddly, its features twisting further in malevolence. Amidst its cackling, an invisible ripple emanated, spreading a sinister aura through the void, clashing with the bloodlight, both entities continuously dissolving and annihilating one another. Meanwhile, the stout man continued to strike with his fist, the death energy exploding forth, piercing through the bloodlight. Feng Xian, I will hold him back. You must kill him. If we do not eliminate him, none of us shall survive today. With a thunderous roar, Zheng Tianqi twisted his wrist, driving 5 silver needles into 5 acupoints on his body. A wave of agony, more intense than before, surged through him, as if every inch of flesh and every bone was being mercilessly crushed and pulverized by a colossal hammer, only to be restored to its original state, and then shattered once more, in an endless cycle of torment. Die, die, I curse you, perish. The excruciating pain contorted Zheng Tianqi's face into a grotesque mask, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury, as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Amidst the curses and suffering, the voodoo doll slipped from Zheng Tianqi's grasp, soaring into the air, its eye sockets weeping crimson blood. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed. As Yi Qing felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his mind assaulted by the anguished wails of countless women, their cries filled with bitterness and rage. Soon after, a malevolent, frigid aura invaded his being, spreading like wildfire, as if seeking to freeze him whole. Hurry, Feng Xian, go kill him. My curse cannot last much longer. Seeing Yi Qing frozen in place, Zheng Tianqi's heart swelled with delight as he called out. The voodoo doll he wielded, known as the Cursed Doll, was an extraordinary and malevolent artifact, said to be crafted by a sorcerer well-versed in curses, stitched together with the hides of serpents, insects, and vermin, filled with the organs of the 5 poisonous creatures, and steeped for 49 days in the essence of the hearts of 49 young maidens. Legend has it that the sorcerer relished in tormenting women, employing unspeakable methods to torture them to death before extracting their life essence. Thus, the Cursed Doll, steeped in the boundless resentment and curses of these innocent souls, harbored the power to curse others with remarkable potency. However, the wielder must endure personal suffering to activate the doll's curse. The greater the pain they endure, the more formidable the curse unleashed. The needle technique he had just employed, known as torture needles, was originally a method used for interrogating criminals, inserting needles into acupoints to amplify the body's sensations, forcing individuals to experience extreme pain without the relief of unconsciousness. Hence, this technique was notorious, with the saying 1 needle is like death, 3 needles are hard to survive. 5 needles summoned the king of hell. All prisoners feared it, as most could withstand only one needle, those with slightly more resilience perhaps 3. But 5 needles would render one's existence more torturous than death, and prolonged exposure could indeed lead to a fatal demise. Previously, when he combined the torture needles with the curse doll, merely 3 needles sufficed to curse others to death. Yet now, after employing 5 needles, he encountered immense resistance and trepidation from the curse doll, indicating that his curse could not directly slay Qing. It would only be capable of momentarily controlling or severely injuring him, hence the need to seize the moment and kill him. To kill. Clad in a burial garment, Feng Xian seemed to process the words slowly, responding hoarsely and deliberately to Zhang Tianqi's command. However, despite his sluggish reaction, Feng Xian's movements were swift. He lunged forward, closing the distance to Qing, and unleashed a devastating punch, instantly enveloping the air in a suffocating aura of death. A fist imbued with immense force struck Qing's chest, causing the blood-red membrane surrounding him to suddenly cave in, yet it remained unbroken. Ack! Feng Xian roared, the surface of his burial garment shimmering with obscure light, as his form slowly withered away, replaced by an overwhelming tide of death energy surging from within. Hiss! As the death energy surged forth, the collision with the blood light produced a hissing sound of corrosion, both forces continuously dissolving and annihilating one another. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the blood light was gradually consuming the murky death energy, with the latter steadily losing ground. Kill. Seeing no success, Feng Xian howled again. Like a feral beast, his fist raining down upon Qing with frenzied intensity, as if he sought to shatter the protective blood light enveloping him. Yet, amidst the tempest, that layer of blood light flickered like a candle flame. Though frail and diminutive, it persisted, radiating its own warmth and brilliance. Have you had enough? After a barrage of over 10 strikes, Qing, who had appeared somewhat dazed, suddenly emanated a crimson glow from his eyes, radiant as the morning sun, his lips curving into a beguiling smile. Boom! As the smile spread, the cursed doll suspended in the air trembled eerily, emitting a piercing scream, followed by a burst of flames that engulfed it in a fierce blaze. Within the flames, the ethereal forms of dozens of youthful women could be faintly discerned, silently dissipating with expressions of relief, all smiling in unison at Qing. No, my cursed doll. Witnessing the cursed doll reduced to ashes, Zhang Tianqi spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted with terror. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance erupted from Qing, the blood light sweeping forth like a torrent, directly hurling Feng Xian away. Within this sanguine glow, 36 blood shadows descended upon him. These formless shadows swept in from all directions, enveloping Feng Xian. Strangely, however, the blood shadows did not penetrate Feng Xian's body as before. Instead, they seemed to encounter some obstruction, shattering into blood mist. It is the power of that burial garment. Qing noted the dark gray garment flickering with ominous light, repelling the onslaught of blood shadows. Yet it was evident that Feng Xian was not faring well either. The death energy around him thickened, his flesh withering, resembling a mere skeleton. I wonder how long you can endure. Qing extended his hand, grasping the dispersed blood mist as if an invisible force tightened around it, causing a violent tremor. In the center of the blood mist, Feng Xian felt as though an enormous mountain had descended upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The burial garment flashed with dark, eerie light, generating a dense fog of death energy that staunchly resisted the crushing force surrounding him. However, in place of this, Feng Xian's hair began to turn brittle and yellow, his teeth falling out, and one of his eyeballs dropped from his face as his flesh withered and decayed, creating a horrifying spectacle. Creak! Feng Xian was acutely aware of the events unfolding within him, his face reflecting boundless dread. The burial garment he wore, known as the garment of the deceased, was a mundane-grade cursed artifact. Anyone who dons a funeral garment is bestowed with the profound death energy it harbors, significantly enhancing their strength and speed, while also providing formidable protection, enabling a temporary surge of power. However, the reason this garment is referred to as the garment of the deceased is that it is intended for the deceased. A living person who wears it, despite gaining immense strength momentarily, will deplete their own vitality and life force, and with the passage of time, they will inevitably become a true corpse. Currently, he finds himself in such a predicament, yearning to shed the funeral garment and beg for mercy. Yet the terrifying power concealed within the surrounding blood mist weighs upon him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. Even uttering a word feels utterly beyond his capabilities. Crack! After a few fleeting breaths, the last vestige of life in Feng Xian's eyes dissipated into nothingness. Yet, he did not collapse. From his withered, desiccated form, A dense, almost tangible death energy flowed forth, while a ghostly green light flickered in his hollow eye sockets. Was this a precursor to the revival of a sinister artifact? Intriguing. A glimmer of interest sparked in Yi Qing's eyes as he exerted a slight pressure with his palm. The blood mist trembled. And under the influence of the blood shadow's power, Feng Xian's corpse shattered into fine powder as if struck by a tremendous force. With the funeral garment bereft of support, the ghostly light faded, gradually returning to its original state, slowly descending. In a flash, Yi Qing reached out to grasp the falling funeral garment. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he tucked it into the mountain river shell. This garment was clearly a sinister artifact. Its apparent power seemed modest. Yet that was merely due to Feng Xian's encounter with him. Feng Xian was merely at the late stage of qi condensation. While he had transcended to the meridian opening realm, having cultivated the supreme meridian opening technique, Blood Shadow Divine Art. The Blood Shadow Divine Art not only multiplied the quantity of his true qi several-fold, but, more critically, the Blood Shadow supernatural ability that fused with the life force proved immensely powerful and intuitive, rendering Feng Xian utterly inadequate. Had this confrontation occurred before his ascent to the meridian opening realm, he would have found Feng Xian's speed, strength, and defensive capabilities exceedingly formidable. Coupled with the overwhelming death energy contained within the garment, its malevolence, stillness, and filth, it possessed the capacity to erode one's vitality while corrupting the spirit and mental clarity of others. A truly bizarre phenomenon capable of inflicting grave injuries. Thus, it was not that the funeral garment was lacking. Rather, he was too formidable. As for the mountain river shell, it was naturally a trophy he had seized from Zhang Tianyuan and Elder Xiang. After securing the funeral garment, Yi Qing lifted his gaze towards Zhang Tianqi, who had already distanced himself, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a single step, the air quivered slightly. A gentle breeze passing by as Yi Qing's form gradually became ethereal, fragmenting and vanishing without a trace, revealing itself to be but a mere illusion. In the next instant, Yi Qing had appeared behind Zhang Tianqi, pressing a palm downwards. The surrounding air abruptly took on a faint blood-red hue, and Zhang Tianqi felt as though he were mired in a swamp, his speed dwindling as he helplessly watched Yi Qing approach step by step. Don't come any closer. Do you not wish for the lives of everyone in Junshan village? Zhang Tianqi, reluctantly halting his advance, faced Yi Qing, unexpectedly shedding his prior trepidation, as if suddenly imbued with immense confidence. Threatening me? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing let out a derisive smile. What makes you believe I care for their lives? What gives you the audacity to threaten me? A flicker of thought crossed Yi Qing's mind, and suddenly, a faint shadow of blood appeared beneath Zhang Tianqi's feet, merging into his body. In the next moment, Zhang Tianqi's form began to wither and shrink at an astonishing speed. It is you who have forced my hand. Let us perish together. Zhang Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Yi Qing's sudden assault. Yet soon a frenzied expression overcame his face as an eerie statue materialized in his grasp. The statue, pure white as if carved from jade, emitted an ethereal and mysterious glow, adorned with intricate patterns. Although the statue's visage was clear before his eyes, to Yi Qing it appeared as a void, pale and hollow. Beyond description. This is bad. An immediate sense of foreboding gripped Yi Qing. With a thought, the blood shadow within Zhang Tianqi erupted, shattering his heart vein in an attempt to extinguish his life. However, Zhang Tianqi, seemingly oblivious to the devastation, let out a maniacal laugh, his features contorted, and suddenly crushed the statue in his hand. As the statue shattered, Zhang Tianqi's body began to vanish, not in a fragmented or obliterated manner, but as if some wondrous force was meticulously erasing him from existence, inch by inch. Subsequently, an inexplicable, formidable power descended from above, and everything around, gentle breezes, white clouds, verdant flora, and fertile fields, gradually transformed into a haze, becoming illusory and distorted. It seemed as though all entities, whether living or inanimate, were transitioning from tangible existence into mere illusions. Retreat. A profound terror surged within Yi Qing, causing his figure to shatter and disappear. The technique Blood Sea Fragrance reached its zenith, leaving behind a faint blood trail in the air, swift as lightning, darting towards Little June Mountain. Meanwhile, a multitude of bizarre creatures, mud dolls, wind children, lantern grass, flower-headed beings, and two-headed leopards, whether harmful or harmless, powerful or weak, sensed the impending danger and rushed towards Little June Mountain. Yet many of these strange entities could not escape in time, enveloped by the force of the void, inch by inch dissolving into nothingness. In his peripheral vision, Qing observed that June Mountain Village too succumbed to this overwhelming power, transforming from reality into illusion, gradually becoming ephemeral and dreamlike. He even witnessed patrolmen atop the city walls, who moments ago were vigilant, suddenly tremble and, in their bewilderment, fade into the void. What manner of dreadful force is this? Qing cursed inwardly. He had initially thought Zhang Tianqi was merely bluffing, stalling for time, which prompted his aggressive approach. Little did he know that such a terrifying entity truly existed within Zhang Tianqi, intent on mutual destruction. Had he been aware, he would have refrained from his earlier brashness. Alas, impulsiveness is indeed a devil. What to do? Qing's eyes darted anxiously, his vital energy surging as the blood shadow enveloped him, swirling through the air, shredding and annihilating all strange entities that approached, transforming him into a blood cloud that rapidly surged toward Little June Mountain. In the face of impending doom, it seems the only recourse lies in relying on the enigmatic and formidable entities within the Little June Mountain to fend off the encroaching void. Should they prove ineffective, he would be left to await his demise. As he plunged into the heart of Little June Mountain, it seemed as though the mountain had awakened. A gentle breeze caressed the slopes, colorful clouds traversed the sky, and birds flitted through the trees. All living beings stirred to life, though the mountain remained unchanged. In Qing's perception, layers of power cascaded down like ocean waves, colliding fiercely with the advancing void. In an instant, the air quaked, and an invisible tempest erupted, transforming into a terrifying abyss of emptiness and chaos. Amidst the tumult, a towering, ethereal silhouette emerged. This figure was transparent and insubstantial, resembling a fragment of nothingness, with countless invisible tendrils spreading out, coiling through the void, slowly writhing and ensnaring June Mountain Village and everything around it. As if these tendrils were the root cause of all calamity. At that moment, these colossal, intangible appendages floated above Little June Mountain, writhing in an attempt to dissolve it into nothingness. Yet, it appeared that an enigmatic force shielded the mountain against the invisible tendrils. Suddenly, a profound thought emanated from the mountain, imbued with terrifying strength. It surged forth like a torrential flood, causing the intangible tendrils hovering above Little June Mountain to disintegrate into nothingness. Could that have been the voice of the mountain deity? As the ethereal energy dissipated into the air, blood seeped from Qing's eyes, and he instinctively lowered his gaze, too frightened to look up again. However, the voice he had heard earlier bore a striking resemblance to that of the mountain deity he had encountered during her union with the mountain god in her palace. The void. In the next moment, the horrifying figure of nothingness seemed to stir, and a wave of dread emanated from the void, causing Little June Mountain to tremble mysteriously. Every living being felt a profound terror seeping into their very souls. It is watching us. Although Qing could not discern the features of the figure, he could distinctly sense its gaze upon them, or rather, upon Little June Mountain. Ho ho, dear mountain god. It seems you are faltering. You still need my assistance. A delicate voice suddenly chimed in. The voice was enchanting, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping across the slopes, gradually dispelling the fear and trepidation that had enveloped them. It was the strange cow with a tail. Upon hearing the voice, Qing's expression shifted, and he quickly concealed his presence. He did not wish to attract the attention of that peculiar bovine. The mere thought of that experience was unsettling. Accompanied by the charming voice, the spectral form of the strange cow materialized in the air, expanding rapidly to nearly dominate half the sky. With a resounding moo, a colossal roar echoed, the sound waves crashing forth like a tangible force, as invisible powers clashed and collided, distorting the entire sky into a chaotic void. Yet, Qing could distinctly perceive that amidst the clash of these two forces, the power of the strange cow was gradually succumbing, being eroded and assimilated by the void. Retreating step by step, as the monstrous shadows of the bull receded and shattered, two colossal, invisible tendrils descended, seemingly intent on erasing Shao Jun Mountain from existence. Such overwhelming force. This spells doom. Qing let out a rueful laugh, realizing that not even the mountain deity nor the monstrous bull could contend with that figure. What on earth could it be? Yet, just as Qing believed he was doomed, a sudden apparition of crimson blood mist materialized above Shaojun Mountain. The mist appeared frail, yet the moment the invisible tendrils made contact, they recoiled as if confronted by a natural predator. Nevertheless, those two tendrils seemed to be tainted, revealing streaks of blood red, which spread rapidly. The once ethereal tendrils transitioned from void to substance, oozing thick, putrid blood that rained down from the heavens. A voice. laden with unspeakable agony and malevolence, resonated through the air as the blood-tainted tendrils shattered, transforming into a deluge of sanguine rain, while the towering figure silently vanished. Along with it, June Mountain Village and all surrounding entities disappeared. The place where the village once stood morphed into a blank void, devoid of verdant life, smoke, or sentience, an expanse of hollow pallor, akin to a canvas from which half the image had been erased, stripped of color, bizarre and uncanny. Then, the torrential blood rain descended, the dark crimson liquid filling the empty void, becoming the sole hue in the realm. The incessant deluge coalesced into delicate streams, collecting in depressions, gradually forming a blood lake, similar yet distinct from Jade Dragon Lake. Such a formidable presence could not withstand the miasma of blood emanating from Jade Dragon Lake. What was the origin of the stone sarcophagus and the peculiar entities within it? Yi Qing gazed at the dissipating blood mist, murmuring to himself, filled with both bewilderment and relief at his survival. Yet, upon witnessing the transformation of June Mountain Village into a blood lake, an inexplicable sorrow welled within him. June Mountain Village had been his initial anchor in this world, but its absurd demise left him with a tinge of sadness and regret. The most lamentable aspect was that this was entirely an unwarranted catastrophe. Zheng Tranqi, the Zheng clan of Anyang? A flicker of rage ignited within Yi Qing. Had it not been for them, June Mountain Village would not have faced such a senseless disaster. Had it not been for them, Lin Hu and the others would still be alive. Very well, I shall avenge you, as a means of atonement for myself, though not entirely his fault. He bore a degree of responsibility, thus, he must shoulder the burden, atone for the sin, and seek vengeance, not only for Lin Hu, nor solely for the innocent villagers of June Mountain, but also to quell the discontent festering within his heart. Just as he was engulfed in sorrow, a sultry voice suddenly echoed in Yi Qing's ear. Hee, is that not my little darling? Come, hurry, come into your sister's embrace. Oh no, I almost forgot about this troublesome presence. Yi Qing felt a sudden tremor in his heart, and the flicker of sorrow that had just emerged vanished without a trace, replaced by a surge of panic and fear. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped into the air and fled down the path of Shaojun Mountain. Oh, my dear little one, don't run away. Isn't it delightful to stay with such a beautiful sister? A seductive voice echoed, accompanied by a deafening roar as massive trees were uprooted and crushed, evidently caused by the monstrous ox charging down the mountain. Beautiful? As a mere tale of an ox. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Yi Qing rolled his eyes, quickening his pace. Know your limits. Suddenly, a cold snort resonated from the mountain, causing the peaks to undulate like waves. As Yi Qing fled, he felt the ground beneath him shift and push him forward, accelerating his speed exponentially. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the mountains. Mountain God, how dare you meddle in my affairs? I shall not forgive you. Before disappearing, Yi Qing faintly heard the irate voice of the monstrous ox's tail and the relentless cacophony of destruction echoing through the forest. Where am I? Where has the mountain God sent me? When the earth ceased its tumultuous movements, Yi Qing found himself several kilometers away, beyond the confines of Shaojun Mountain, in a location entirely unfamiliar to him. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he stood on an official road, flanked by towering mountains, devoid of any signs of villages or passers-by. Monkey's Ridge? As Yi Qing continued along the official road, he soon encountered a stone tablet inscribed with the words Monkey's Ridge. Surely, this referred to the mountain before him? He mused, gazing at the peak that bore a striking resemblance to a monkey. Let me consult the map. Yi Qing retrieved a map from the river and mountain shell, locating the marked name of Monkey's Ridge. To his astonishment, he realized he had traveled so far from June Mountain Village. Although Monkey's Ridge was adjacent to Shaojun Mountain, it was still a considerable distance from June Mountain Village, requiring at least several hours of travel to return. However, this place was quite close to Anyang County. By circumventing Monkey's Ridge and traversing the Redstone Forest and the Silent Gorge, he would reach the borders of Anyang County, with June Mountain Village behind him. And given that he had intended to leave, the mountain god had inadvertently rendered him a tremendous service. The map in his possession had been discovered within Zhang Tanqi's river and mountain shell, depicting the distribution of Anyang County and its surrounding villages. Presumably prepared for his treasure-seeking expedition to Shaojun Mountain, Yi Qing paused momentarily to recuperate his depleted vital energy and mend his injuries before proceeding along the official road towards Anyang County. Ribbit. After taking only a few steps, an urgent chorus of croaking erupted from above. Yi Qing looked up to see a frog plummeting from the sky, landing with its limbs splayed out. It appeared as if it had been thrown down. A kung fu frog? With its crimson headband, green cloak, and a wooden sword slung at its waist, it could be none other. Yi Qing felt a surge of joy and reached out to catch it, only to witness the kung fu frog execute a deft somersault in midair, stabilizing itself before landing gracefully on the ground. Brother Frog. Yi Qing expressed his delight as the kung fu frog also recognized him, croaking joyfully a couple of times. Brother Frog, what was that just now? Yi Qing inquired, puzzled. In response, the kung fu frog croaked twice, opening its mouth to reveal 2 spirit fruits, gesturing towards them and then pointing at the small June mountain, its face displaying a human-like indignation. Are you implying that you were cast down by the mountain deity after picking a few spirit fruits? Without needing to question how Yi Qing understood, he simply did. The kung fu frog nodded, appearing quite miffed at the other party's pettiness. Subsequently, it handed the 2 spirit fruits to Yi Qing. For me? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, and the kung fu frog nodded, then opened its mouth again to produce 2 different spirit fruits, indicating that it had more. Yi Qing curled his lips and reached out to accept the 2 spirit fruits. One was a vibrant green, exuding a rich vitality and a fragrant aroma. The other, roughly the size of a baby's fist, was a fiery red, adorned with mysterious flame-like patterns on its surface, with a dazzling red light flowing within, radiating a palpable warmth when held. How many of these spirit fruits did you pick? Yi Qing was no longer the naive novice he once was. Though he did not know the names or functions of these 2 spirit fruits, the immense power they contained assured him of their extraordinary nature, far surpassing the crystal grapes and jade fruits they had consumed during the mountain deity's wedding. The kung fu frog, consuming a spirit fruit that was distinctly different yet equally remarkable, crunched down, splattering juice everywhere, filling the air with its delightful fragrance. After hearing Yi Qing's words, the kung fu frog spat out 3 more spirit fruits and tossed them to Yi Qing, then proudly patted its seemingly bottomless belly, indicating that there were plenty more. Yi Qing caught the spirit fruits, glancing at the kung fu frog with an eye roll, estimating that it had pilfered a considerable number of the mountain deity's treasures. If it were him, he would have torn the kung fu frog to shreds. That the mountain deity merely cast it away instead of killing it was already a show of great mercy. Brother Frog, where do you plan to go next? Yi Qing unceremoniously stored the 5 spirit fruits into the mountain river shell, thinking that since the kung fu frog had so many, he might as well take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, the kung fu frog paused, gazing up at the small June mountain, a flicker of hesitation and confusion passing through its large eyes. Brother Frog, you cannot return to June Mountain. If you have nowhere to go, why not join me? We can traverse the world together. Observing the kung fu frog's slightly bewildered expression, an idea suddenly sparked in Yi Qing's mind, his gaze turning fervent. On one hand, he wished to assist the kung fu frog. On the other, he sought a companion. The wilderness was unlike villages or towns, teeming with peculiarities and dangers. Although he had reached the pulse expansion realm and possessed a degree of self-preservation, he could not confidently claim he could safely reach Anyang. With the kung fu frog's assistance, the journey would undoubtedly be much easier. He had previously been unaware of the formidable prowess of the kung fu frog, but after advancing to the Meridian realm, he could vaguely sense that the kung fu frog was also in this realm, corresponding to the level of a formidable anomaly, classified as a Li level, which was indeed an exceptionally powerful entity. Therefore, if he could travel alongside the kung fu frog, the strength of such a formidable anomaly would undoubtedly spare him much trouble. Frog brother, do not hesitate. You have nowhere else to go. Accompany me, and you shall feast on meat and drink wine. Admire the blooming peach blossoms across 100 miles, embrace the timeless beauty of nature, and traverse the vast landscapes. How delightful it shall be. Yi Qing spoke with a gentle tone, his gaze warm, resembling a whimsical uncle coaxing a child. Upon hearing the mention of wine, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the kung fu frog's bulging eyes as it licked its lips. There was potential. A smile curled at the corners of Yi Qing's mouth as he hastily retrieved a flask of wine from the river and mountain shell, which had been brought by Zheng Tianyuan, along with an assortment of exquisite delicacies. Seeing the fine wine, the kung fu frog eagerly hopped over, fixated on the drink, licking its lips while casting a hopeful glance at Yi Qing. What do you say? If you agree, this flask of wine shall be yours. Yi Qing raised the flask playfully, chuckling. The kung fu frog nodded enthusiastically, and once Yi Qing consented, it eagerly took the flask from his hand, savoring the wine with delight. TSK, you might as well change your name to Drunken Frog, Yi Qing remarked with a laugh, shrugging at the sight of the inebriated kung fu frog. Who could fathom why an anomaly would have such a penchant for alcohol? As the years passed, With mountains and rivers stretching far, Qing, having successfully coaxed the little companion, wore a proud smile as he waved goodbye, and the duo, one large and one small, slowly faded into the horizon under the setting sun. The moldy incense, imbued with a unique aura of misfortune and decay, encapsulates elements of poverty, degradation, sorrow, and suffering. When ignited, it can afflict others with a curse of misfortune, bringing relentless calamity. However, no matter how unfortunate the circumstances, the moldy incense will not bring about direct death. Moldy incense, how intriguing. On the official road, Qing held a book in hand, riding a donkey with great interest. Perched atop the donkey was the Kung Fu frog, clutching a wine flask and occasionally taking a sip, appearing tipsy. The donkey was a wild one that the Kung Fu frog had captured from the forest, a blood-level anomaly. But it proved utterly feeble before the might of a Li-level anomaly like the Kung Fu frog, and after receiving a good thrashing, it obediently became their steed. The book he held was titled The 12 Incenses of Ghosts and Deities, a compendium of incense recipes found within the river and mountain shell of the incense master. It was arguably his most significant gain from the journey to Yulong Lake, aside from the techniques such as Blood Shadow Divine Art and Blood Sea Fragrance. Within the 12 incenses of ghosts and deities, 12 terrifying and bizarre incenses were documented, including the incense of reverence, exorcism incense, summoning incense, fortune incense, moldy incense, curse incense, disease incense, soul-restoring incense, pain incense, aging incense, dream illusion incense, and 7 emotions incense. Among these, the powers and wonders of the incenses of reverence, fortune, and moldy had been witnessed and personally experienced by him, leaving an indelible impression. Thus, he was naturally inclined to study them thoroughly, as mastering the methods of crafting these divine incenses would greatly benefit him in the future. To concoct the incense of misfortune, one requires a bowl of rootless water, a pinch of the impoverished spirit, 3 sorrowful flowers, a pair of unlucky cat's eyes, a wisp of ghostly wind, and a solitary leaf from a desolate tree. This must be crafted in a place where the 5 elements are waning, during the twilight hours of dawn and dusk, to ensure the incense is perfected. The rootless water, untouched by rain or dust, is known as such and is also referred to as dustless water and sourceless water, collectively termed the 3 formless waters. Among these, the rootless water gathered on a dark moon, during an ominous day and hour, is deemed the finest. The impoverished spirit, with a head as large as a basin and eyes like bells, is a gaunt figure, once a wretched soul in life, possessing nothing. In death, it transforms into a ghost, entwined with the forces of poverty and decay. Anyone ensnared by the impoverished spirit is destined for ruin, their families shattered and homes destroyed. For every soul it claims, a strand of hair grows upon the spirit's head. This spirit typically manifests in the homes of the affluent, particularly among the benevolent and joyful. Should one wish to capture it, they may follow this guidance. It is crucial to remember that the impoverished spirit is an ethereal entity, formless and impervious to weapons. Yet its hair is its Achilles heel and source of power. A simple cut of its hair will cause the spirit to dissipate into nothingness. The sorrowful flower, born from the tears of those who have endured anguish and hardship, reveals its essence as one delves deeper into the text. Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he perused the 12 incenses of the ghostly deities, which not only detailed the methods and materials for crafting 12 divine incenses, but also provided a comprehensive examination of the properties, origins, and procurement of various components. This tome is replete with descriptions of hundreds of peculiar materials and strange phenomena, serving as an encyclopedic compendium of the bizarre, profoundly enlightening Qing. The value of this book is incalculable. With this knowledge regarding the peculiarities and strange entities, confronting such anomalies will become exceedingly manageable. Often, this wisdom will undoubtedly save one's life, becoming the very foundation upon which one can thrive and survive. Knowledge is power. It is not merely an empty adage. Brother Frog, remain vigilant. I shall read for a while, Qing instructed, immersing himself in the 12 incenses of the ghostly deities. As he turned the pages, the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats approached from the nearby official road. Suddenly, a group of a dozen riders appeared, led by 4 young men clad in fitted attire, each wielding a standard long knife, their expressions stern and cold, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. In the center was a dark yet opulent carriage, gliding smoothly over the uneven terrain without a sound. Flanking the carriage were several grim-faced men, particularly a robust middle-aged figure riding a jet-black steed, whose strong features radiated an air of iron resolve and fierce tenacity. Upon spotting Yi Qing, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and signaled, causing the procession to slow abruptly and form a distinct defensive formation around the carriage. Yin Feng, what is amiss? Has something occurred? A rich and refined voice emanated from within the carriage. A middle-aged man leaned closer to the car window and whispered, "There is someone ahead. A rather peculiar individual." A youth, approximately 18 or 19 years old, cradled a book in his hands while riding a rather strange donkey, accompanied by an enigmatic frog whose strengths were indiscernible. Notably, this frog donned a red scarf, bore a wooden sword at its waist, and occasionally took sips from a jug of wine. Could such a combination not be odd? A peculiar individual? The occupants of the car pondered momentarily, one suggesting, perhaps it's just a passerby. If they harbor no malevolence, we should avoid provoking them. Yin Feng cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Indeed, these individuals are anything but ordinary. Observing the approaching group, Yi Qing assessed that they were all martial artists, the majority being at least mid-stage Qi consolidation practitioners, with Yin Feng appearing to be at the late stage of Qi consolidation. Each of them exuded an extraordinary demeanor, their movements systematic, clearly indicative of rigorous training. As the group drew near, Yi Qing gently patted the donkey's head and retreated to the roadside. Amidst the wary expressions of the others, he raised an amused smile and nodded at them. Yin Feng was taken aback, sensing no ill intent from the youth, and instinctively nodded in response. Oh, could they be headed to Anyak as well? What a coincidence! Yi Qing chuckled to himself as he observed the direction in which Yin Feng and the others departed. He then cast aside all distractions, patted the donkey, and leisurely followed behind the group, resuming his perusal of the book titled 12 Cents of Ghosts and Deities. My lord. After a while, Yin Feng noticed Yi Qing, who was leisurely trailing them from several dozen paces away, and frowned as he reported to the occupants of the car. What is it? They inquired. Yin Feng responded, That peculiar youth has been following us. Should I drive him away? After a brief silence within the car, they replied, No need. He may be traveling the same route. As long as he means no harm, let him follow. We must remain vigilant. They added, By the way, should he encounter any danger, assist him if possible. Yes, my lord, Yin Feng replied. After circumventing the Monkey Ridge, the mountains on either side seemed to vanish, revealing a broad valley. A river meandered through, flanked by verdant woods. However, the trees bore a somber hue, permeated by an eerie aura that instilled discomfort. As Yin Feng and the others traversed the forest, a chilling, mournful wind howled past, causing the shadows of the trees to writhe ominously on the ground, resembling malevolent spirits. Everyone felt a sudden chill enveloping their bodies, their minds momentarily fogged. This wind is troubling. Not far off, Yi Qing, still engrossed in his book, felt the sinister breeze brush against him. Only for a flash of crimson light to disperse the malevolent gusts, his eyes glinting momentarily. Suddenly, amidst the howling winds, the distinct sound of neighing horses resonated, followed by the emergence of ethereal figures materializing within the cold, ghostly wind. Figures cloaked in shadows rode upon steeds forged from the essence of darkness, clad in armor and wielding great blades, their eerie green eyes flickering like spectral flames in the chilling winds. At that moment, these phantoms, harnessing the ghostly gales, howled silently, charging towards Yin Feng and his companions like marauding brigands, the Shadow Wind Bandits. In an instant, as Yi Qing discerned the apparitions, memories surged forth from the tome The 12 Fragrances of Ghosts and Deities, detailing the nature of the Shadow Wind Bandits. These malevolent entities, once mere thieves in life, had succumbed to the corruption of the shadowy winds after death, transforming into relentless creatures of slaughter. Darkness as their steeds, and the winds as their forms, they roamed the world. Hence the name Shadow Wind Bandits. They reveled in the annihilation of travelers, devouring their corporeal forms, ensnaring their souls, and corrupting their spirits, turning them into eternal slaves. Form a formation. Protect the master. Yin Feng reacted swiftly, recognizing the specters before him and issuing a commanding order. Upon hearing this, all the guards unsheathed their long blades, encircling the carriage in a state of readiness. Prepare the flame talismans. As the Shadow Wind Bandits advanced menacingly, Yin Feng spoke again, and all drew forth flame talismans, affixing them to their blades, which ignited in a blaze of fire. Strike! In the next moment, every warrior wielded their fiery swords against the approaching Shadow Wind Bandits. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, tearing through the gales, as several of the bandits were incinerated. Subsequently, Yin Feng and his allies pressed forward, once more bringing their blades down in unison, their combined strength enhanced by the flame talismans, swiftly shattering the remnants of the bandits. The principle of hard overcoming soft, light conquering darkness, employing flame talismans against the Shadow Wind bandits was indeed a clever strategy. Witnessing Yin Feng and his companions effortlessly vanquishing the bandits, Yu Qing nodded in approval, only to sigh, alas, it is still insufficient. Indeed, in the following moment, the shattered forms of the Shadow Wind bandits reconstituted silently, charging once more at Yin Feng and his group. Yet, they remained unperturbed, steadfast in their formation, once again repelling the advancing phantoms. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the Shadow Wind bandits reformed yet again, rising as if undying. Compared to before, the shadowy winds had thinned considerably, and the ghostly flames in their eyes dimmed slightly, indicating that Yin Feng and his companions' attacks were not without effect. Brothers, hold firm. A few more strikes, and the Shadow Wind bandits will be utterly vanquished, Yin Feng declared solemnly, his blade poised. Though the individual strength of the Shadow Wind bandits was not formidable, as spectral entities, they embodied resentment as their essence and were formed from intangible winds. As long as the winds persisted and the flames of their souls burned, extermination remained a daunting challenge. Relentless assaults were essential to gradually erode their power until they could be completely obliterated. Thus, many would prefer to encounter more powerful apparitions rather than the Shadow Wind bandits. It is a strategy, yet the cost is exorbitant. Yu Qing lamented, recognizing that while repeatedly slaying the Shadow Wind bandits could diminish their power, it was a most inferior method. Such actions not only demanded immense effort, but could also lead to casualties, effectively wounding oneself while attempting to harm the enemy. Indeed, after several fierce assaults, although Yin Feng and his companions repeatedly thwarted the onslaughts of the Yin Wind bandits, they too sustained injuries. Several guards, depleted of their vital energy and fatigued, fell victim to the bandits and were compelled to withdraw from the battle, while the Yin Wind bandits also grew weaker. Their numbers remained unchanged. As the balance shifted, Yin Feng and his allies gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of peril. Enough, let us assist them. Yu Qing mused with a raised eyebrow and a smile, his figure shimmering momentarily before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. In the foreboding woods, shrouded in an ominous atmosphere, Yu Qing suddenly materialized. In the clearing at the heart of the forest, a tempest of wrath howled and spiraled, resembling a colossal vortex, with a shadowy figure faintly discernible at its center. Indeed, this is the place, Yu Qing thought, casting a brief glance at the swirling tempest. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward into its depths, and as the furious blades of wind approached, they were effortlessly shredded by a faint crimson glow. The raging storm seemed to regard him with indifference. With a thunderous roar, as he entered the vortex's core, a skeletal spear materialized abruptly, aiming for Yu Qing's head. The spear's appearance was silent, yet Yu Qing seemed to sense it beforehand, tilting his head just enough for the spear to narrowly graze his cheek. Immediately, he advanced a step forward, his fingers striking the skeletal spear with the force of thunder. In an instant, the entire skeletal spear shattered under the impact. However, at that very moment, a multitude of spears formed from the gathered Yin wind surged toward him. Unfazed, Yu Qing unleashed a powerful punch, his blood energy erupting into a cascade of crimson light, obliterating the oncoming spears in its path. As the spears disintegrated and the Yin wind dissipated, a tall and formidable Yin wind bandit emerged before Yu Qing. This bandit was even larger and more ferocious than those encountered previously. His body, coalesced from Yin wind, appeared almost tangible. Clad in armor and wielding a spear, his skull-like head housed two glowing orbs of soul fire, which burned with an eerie intensity, exuding an aura of endless chill and madness. The leader of the Yin Wind bandits, excellent. If I can eliminate you, all my trouble shall vanish. Thoughts of the method to vanquish the Yin Wind bandits from the tome The 12 Fragrances of the Ghostly Deity surfaced in Yu Qing's mind. Repeatedly slaying the bandits to extinguish their soul fires and strength could indeed eradicate them entirely, yet it was the most primitive approach. According to the text, for every thief, there is a king. For every bandit, there is a leader. The leader of the Yin Wind bandits is the strongest among them, wielding soul fire to control all the others. Hence, the adage to catch a thief, one must first catch the king holds true, by eliminating the leader. The rest would surrender without a fight. Of course, only the leader possesses soul fire, which is a principal ingredient in crafting the malignant fortune incense. The soul fires of the other bandits are merely derivatives, used as a means of control, lacking true essence. This was one of Yu Qing's primary objectives. Having encountered the materials for the malignant fortune incense, How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? With a thunderous roar, the leader of the Yin bandits, upon seeing Yi Qing, bellowed into the sky and struck towards him with a mighty fist. As the fist descended, a chilling wind converged from all directions, gathering upon the tip of the punch, transforming into a formidable torrent. With a single blow, it became a river of malevolent gusts, exuding an overwhelming might. Yi Qing remained undeterred, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. With a swift motion, he pressed down his palm. Amidst the croak of a toad, a blood-red toad materialized in the air, vividly lifelike, croaking upon the ground, its voice resonating throughout the surroundings. In the next moment, the chilling wind collided with the blood-red toad, shattering the gusts as if they were fragile parchment, while the toad's residual force continued unabated, crashing into the leader of the wind thieves. In an instant, the leader's form erupted, dissipating into intangible shadows. The explosive force of the toad technique, combined with the mastery of true energy showcased in the blood shadow art, proved to be truly remarkable. Yi Qing squinted and smiled, immediately seizing the moment when the wind thief leader's body began to coalesce. Countless slender blood shadows appeared as if spun from the air, ensnaring the leader like a net. The leader of the wind thieves roared in fury, yet could not escape the seemingly frail bindings of the blood shadows, remaining rooted in place. Yi Qing then produced a porcelain vial, reaching toward the leader's head. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the leader silently howled and struggled, the surrounding chilling winds instantly descending into chaos, surging toward Yi Qing like a tide. Yet, Yi Qing remained unfazed, his hand accelerating suddenly as it pressed firmly against the leader's head. With a slight exertion of force, the head exploded. In that fleeting moment of rupture, Yi Qing transformed his palm into claws, delicate blood threads swaying in his grasp, ensnaring two strands of ethereal green soul flames and pulling them outward. As the soul flames were extracted, the previously thrashing leader of the wind thieves gradually ceased its struggles, and at the moment the soul flames were fully withdrawn, it disintegrated entirely, along with the howling winds that had once surrounded it. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned to the woods, as if nothing had transpired. Yi Qing was not surprised by the surrounding circumstances. The soul flames were the very essence of the wind thief leader. As long as the soul flames persisted, the leader would not perish, but once extinguished, its existence would naturally vanish. Such a peculiar energy. After toying with the soul flames in his hand, Yi Qing stored them within the porcelain vial, sealing it with satisfaction. Time to return. On the official road, battered and weary, Yin Feng gazed at the vanishing wind thieves, his eyes wide in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother Yin, what happened?" A guard, wiping blood from his face, asked in astonishment. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Yin Feng snapped back, rolling his eyes at the guard, muttering, "Perhaps they were afraid of us. But could that really be the case?" "Yin Feng, what is the situation?" A man, appearing to be in his 50s and dressed in scholarly garb, peered out from the carriage, inquiring. The man, gaunt yet dignified, exuded an unspoken authority, remaining calm and composed despite earlier life-threatening perils. "My lord, it is all well." Yin Feng hurried over, cupping his fist in respect, hesitating momentarily before adding, "I am not certain why, but the wind thieves suddenly vanished completely." The man pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "There is no need to dwell on it. The world is rife with the extraordinary, and contemplation proves futile. Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us set forth. We must reach Anyang County by the day after tomorrow at the latest." Indeed, Yin Feng clasped his fists. Although everyone bore injuries, they were not severe. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. Just before departing, Yin Feng glanced back, but saw neither the boy nor the peculiar duo. His expression darkened. Perhaps they have perished. Alas! In the earlier peril, they had been preoccupied with confronting the Yin bandits, neglecting the young boy behind. It was likely that he had fallen victim to their assault. Alas, let us depart. Yin Feng sighed and gestured to continue. However, after walking a short distance, the sound of soft hoofbeats suddenly echoed from behind, neither too far nor too near, resonating with a crisp and pleasant tone. Yin Feng instinctively turned to look and beheld a young boy seated atop a donkey, engrossed in a book, while a peculiar frog perched on the donkey's head. An odd boy, an odd frog, an odd combination. He is alive. Yin Feng was taken aback, momentarily stunned. As if sensing his gaze, the boy on the donkey lifted his head, offered a slight smile, and nodded before returning to his reading. Could he be a remarkable figure? Yin Feng stiffly returned the gesture, his thoughts racing. Surely not. How could such youth harbor such prowess? Perhaps he merely escaped a calamity by sheer fortune. Perhaps. Let us camp here for the night. As the sun descended, casting a dimming veil over the sky, Yin Feng and his companions halted at a clearing near a babbling brook. They soon set up camp, preparing a bonfire, tents, and provisions, and before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. The warmth of the fire and the scent of the meal brought a sense of relaxation to those who had traversed the day and faced life and death struggles. Young Guan, take a bowl of meat soup to that young boy. After the soup was prepared, Yin Feng turned to a young man in his 20s who was seated on a rock at the edge of the camp, reading intently by the firelight. Why should I give it to him? Yang Guan grumbled, having snatched a piece of meat from a companion's hand and chewing it with a mouthful. Traveling together is a bond of fate. Moreover, when I ask you to go, you should go without grumbling. Yin Feng's brows furrowed, his expression stern. Observing Yang Guan's reluctance as he languidly ladled the soup, deliberately piling extra meat into the bowl, Yin Feng could not help but scold with a chuckle. You rascal, hurry. If you tarry too long, there may be no meat left for you. Right. Yang Guan's eyes lit up as he hurried toward Qing with the bowl, not forgetting to shove 2 pieces of meat into his mouth before departing, muttering, Brothers, this soup was made by me, so don't forget your old mother. Save some for me. Get lost. Laughter erupted from behind, accompanied by the clattering of chopsticks and the sounds of meat being contested. Yang Guan ran swiftly with a bowl in hand, yet the soup remained as steady as a mountain, not a single drop spilled. He soon arrived by the fire pit, where Qing was situated. Here you go, little brother. This is the meat soup that Yengu asked me to bring you. Yang Guan cheerfully extended the bowl, saying, on a chilly night with heavy dew, a warm bowl of soup will surely warm you up. Thank you. Qing accepted it with a smile, bringing the bowl to his lips. He blew gently on the surface and took a delicate sip, remarking, the broth is fresh and flavorful. It's delightful. Thank you. Little brother, you have a discerning palate. Upon hearing Qing's praise, the slight annoyance Yang Guan had felt dissipated entirely. This is my family recipe. Many have sought it, but few have tasted it. By the way, I am Yang Guan. What is your name, little brother? Where are you headed, and why are you alone? I am Qing. Traveling to Wine for scholarly pursuits. Qing replied, lightly sidestepping the question. Scholarly pursuits? Are you a scholar? Yang Guan exclaimed in surprise, then realized. Muttering to himself, it makes sense. You've been reading all day, clearly a bookworm. However, for a scholar without any means of self-defense to travel alone is rather audacious. Don't you think? Who says scholars lack the ability to defend themselves? Qing chuckled. Moreover, I am not entirely alone. I have Brother Frog accompanying me. Quack. In the darkness, a croak resonated, and the Kung Fu Frog suddenly leapt out, performing an impressive somersault before landing on a nearby stone. Yang Guan jumped back in alarm, recognizing the peculiar creature as the odd frog that had previously perched upon the donkey's head. Initially, he had not perceived it as a threat, but now it seemed to loom before him like a terrifying beast, suffocating him with fear and robbing him of any inclination to resist. A little, brother, this is... Yang Guan stammered, his body rigid and voice trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. Do not be afraid. He is Kung Fu Frog and means no harm. Qing reassured him, patting Yang Guan's shoulder with a smile. The hearty laughter gradually eased Yang Guan's fear, though he still felt a hint of tension as he swallowed nervously. He really, truly won't harm me? Of course not. Look, I am perfectly fine, and you are too, are you not? Qing grinned, then turned to Kung Fu Frog. Brother Frog, Yang Degu just gifted us a bowl of meat soup. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, wouldn't it? Kung Fu Frog pondered for a moment, then slapped his belly, producing a jug of wine which he offered to Yang Guan. Yang Guan instinctively took a step back, hesitating to accept, and instead glanced at Qing. Do not be anxious, Yang Degu. This jug of wine is Brother Frog's gesture of gratitude. It is his favorite, so please do not refuse. Qing encouraged with a beaming smile. Is that so? Yang Guan gingerly accepted the jug, relieved to find no ill intent, and sighed, Thank you, Brother Frog. Quack! Kung Fu Frog exclaimed, approaching the meat soup. He took a sip from the bowl, and his eyes lit up, croaking excitedly at Yang Guan as if to say it was delicious, before he indulged in the soup ravenously. Haha. Upon encountering the Kung Fu Frog, Yang Guan felt an immediate fondness for its broth, allowing him to relax and a sense of pride to swell within him. He turned to Qing and said, Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Very well, Brother Yang, travel safely. Qing replied, clasping his hands in farewell. Yet, after Yang Guan had taken a few steps, he seemed to recall something. Young brother, it would be wise to stay closer to our camp while you sleep tonight. It is safer that way. However, As soon as he spoke, he suddenly remembered the kung fu frog. With such a formidable creature nearby, what danger could there possibly be? It was no wonder that the young man dared to venture out alone for his studies. Feeling a bit sheepish, he scratched his head. He's a good person. Yu Qing smiled gently. Although Yang Guan exhibited a hint of arrogance, he possessed a straightforward disposition, simple thoughts, and a kind heart. Yu Qing expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yang. I will keep that in mind." Heh. Yang Guan chuckled, scratching his head in a good-natured manner. Before waving goodbye and heading back to the camp. Upon returning to the camp, Yin Feng approached him with a curious expression. "Yang Guan, what happened? Why have you returned so late?" Yang Guan ladled himself a bowl of soup and slurped it down. "Nothing much, just had a chat with young brother Yi Qing." "Yi Qing?" Yin Feng inquired with keen interest. "Did you manage to find out more about him? What is he about, and where is he headed?" Yang Guan replied. "Yi Qing is an intellectual, preparing to study in Anyang County." Yin Feng was taken aback. "An intellectual, and he dares to travel alone for his studies? Quite bold. Isn't he?" Heh. Yang Guan smirked, clearly amused by Yin Feng's reaction, who says that an intellectual cannot embark on such a journey alone. Moreover, who claims that young brother Yi is indeed alone. With that, he turned and departed. Yin Feng could only stare in silence, realizing that a day without teasing was indeed a day of itchiness, and he had dared to provoke him. In the stillness of the night, Yang Guan and 4 sentinels sat around the fire, engaged in conversation while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted through the night air, enveloping the camp in its mysterious allure. Suddenly, Yang Guan rose and walked toward the camp's edge. The other 4, seemingly oblivious to their departing companion, continued their chatter, occasionally directing remarks to the empty space as if someone were still present, an uncanny phenomenon indeed. After leaving the camp, Yang Guan made his way toward a small grove, waving his hand as though beckoning another presence within the trees. Strangely enough, the grove was entirely deserted, shrouded in a light mist, save for a peculiar bird perched high on a branch. This odd bird, the size of a crow, had feathers as dark as night and possessed a pair of emerald green eyes that shimmered in the starlit sky. Curiously, it sported a long tail reminiscent of a rat's, from which a series of enchanting scents emanated. At that moment, the strange bird gazed at the approaching Yang Guan with a flicker of human-like delight and cruelty in its verdant eyes, its tail swaying gently as the fragrance intensified. "Brother Yang, what are you doing here?" As Yang Guan was about to reach the tree, a hand suddenly descended upon his shoulder, halting him. He felt a gentle breath surge within him, clearing his somewhat muddled mind. Turning to look, he was greeted by the warm and soothing smile of Yu Qing. "Ah, little brother, it's you. You startled me." Yang Guan chuckled, then explained, "My friend just called me." "Wait, where did he go?" Confused, he gazed into the empty woods, having distinctly seen his companion standing right there moments ago. "Friend?" Yu Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled, pointing to the tree above. "You mean that?" Yang Guan looked up to see a bizarre bird, its deep emerald eyes fixated on him, sending a chill down his spine. "What is that?" "It's a misty bird," Yi Qing explained, "a blood-level anomaly resembling a crow, with a rat's tail that emits a fragrance akin to rosemary. However, this scent possesses a potent hallucinogenic effect, luring others closer. Once someone approaches, the misty bird releases a strong aroma that gradually numbs their senses. It then perches atop their head, pecking through the skull to consume the brain. During this gruesome process, the affected individual feels no pain and remains alive until their brain is entirely devoured. So, the friend you saw earlier was merely an illusion." Upon hearing this, Yang Guan's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively touched his head, cold sweat trickling down his back. Had it not been for Yu Qing, the consequences would have been dire. "Well then, Yang de Ge, do you still wish to seek out friends?" Yu Qing teased. "Haha. Little brother, don't mock me." Yang Guan chuckled awkwardly, but then anger surged within him as he drew his knife, aiming to strike the misty bird in the tree. Yet, just as he moved, Yi Qing stopped him. "Yang de Ge, there's no need for you to take action." As soon as the words left his lips, the misty bird abruptly fell from the tree, its neck snapped, and the silhouette of the kung fu frog slowly emerged from the branches. "Frog brother." Yang Guan sheathed his knife, suddenly recalling the prowess of this mighty being. "Ribbit." The kung fu frog croaked, leaping down from the branch. Meanwhile, as the misty bird fell, Yi Qing crouched down, retrieving a small knife to sever the bird's tail, then slicing open its abdomen to extract a gallbladder-like object, which surprisingly emitted a faint fragrance rather than a foul odor. "Little brother, what is this?" Yang Guan inquired, observing Yi Qing collect the gallbladder-like substance. Qing replied. This is the misty bird's fragrance pouch, akin to a snake's venom sac. It stores the scent that bewilders others. What is its purpose? Guan asked with curiosity. It serves numerous functions. This fragrance can be used for incense, as a spice, in alchemical concoctions, and even for cultivating martial arts techniques. Furthermore, the pouch is one of the materials used to create dream incense. Oh, Guan replied, somewhat dazed. After Qing secured the pouch, he produced a porcelain vial to collect the misty bird's blood. What purpose do you serve in collecting this blood, which reeks so foully? Surely, it cannot be used for alchemy? Guan questioned, perplexed. Qing carefully stored the blood and handed the porcelain vial to Guan, smiling as he explained. The blood of the Miedai bird cannot be utilized for potions, yet it possesses the power to save lives. You and your companions have inhaled the fragrance of the Miedai bird, a scent that inherently contains a measure of toxin. If not remedied promptly, come dawn, you shall awaken with excruciating headaches, nausea, and dizziness, suffering for days on end. Fortunately, the blood of the Miedai bird is precisely what you need to purge the toxins from your bodies. Upon your return, administer a drop to each individual. But refrain from excess, and all shall be well. Guan was momentarily taken aback. He harbored no doubts regarding Qing's words. Without him, he would have perished long ago. Yet, the marvels he had witnessed today imparted a surreal sensation. To think that a youth even younger than himself possessed such profound knowledge of the arcane. Even those who had long dealt with the supernatural might not grasp these intricacies, truly astonishing. What troubles you? Qing inquired, noticing Guan's silence and his dazed gaze. Guan replied, I must ask, young scholar, how is it that you possess such extensive knowledge of the uncanny? Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Is it not rather ordinary for a scholar to be acquainted with such matters? Guan retorted, ordinary? A typical scholar is only versed in the classics, not in such esoteric knowledge. You must be a pretender. Suddenly, a frantic exclamation shattered the tranquility of the encampment. What has occurred? Demanded a stern middle-aged man. Parting the tent flap, followed closely by Yanfeng. My lord, it is grave. Just moments ago, two brothers washing by the river suddenly cried out in agony. Claiming their bellies hurt, the man revealed, fear flickering in his eyes as if recalling something dreadful. And then what transpired? Yanfeng inquired anxiously. The man steadied himself, continuing. Their abdomens began to swell, slowly at first, but then they grew increasingly larger. Let us hasten to investigate. The authoritative figure strode towards the riverbank, with Yanfeng and the others following closely behind. My lord has arrived. As the stern man and Yanfeng approached the riverbank, they were met with the sounds of unbearable pain and groans. There, on the ground, lay two men, their bellies swollen as if they were in the final stages of pregnancy, their faces contorted in anguish. Surrounding them were onlookers, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and confusion. What has transpired? How did Luofeng and Xiaobo come to be in such a state? The stern man knelt beside them, taking their pulses, yet found no discernible illness, his face taut with concern. We have no idea. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched upon their faces. Yanfeng, come and take a look. The imposing man gestured to Yanfeng, who dutifully crouched down to inspect the situation. Despite his careful examination, nothing seemed amiss. Finally, he reached out to press against the distended bellies of the two men, but the moment he made contact, they both shrieked in agony. Their already swollen abdomens expanded even further, prompting Yanfeng to retract his hand in alarm. Luofeng, Xiaoba, can you hear me? Please, tell me what has transpired. Yanfeng urgently inquired, noting that despite their evident suffering, the two still retained some clarity of mind. Why yes, brother Yin, we are uncertain about what has occurred. While washing up, we drank a few sips of water, Luofeng stammered, but before he could finish his sentence, both their bellies swelled once more, straining their clothing to the point where veins and tendons became visibly pronounced. Water? The imposing man exchanged a glance with Yanfeng and approached the riverbank. Peering into the crystal-clear water, he observed fish frolicking about, with no signs of anything unusual. Master, what should we do now? Yanfeng asked, his expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, the imposing man replied, it seems Luofeng and Xiaoba have encountered some peculiar phenomenon. Unfortunately, we lack the expertise of a specialist or a healer here. Our only course of action is to promptly journey to Anyang County and seek the assistance of the Jing'an Division. Understood, Yanfeng affirmed, instructing. Let us lift Luofeng and Xiaoba onto the carriage and set forth for Anyang County at once. Yes, the others echoed, hastily moving to lift Luofeng and Xiaoba. However, The instant their fingers made contact, the two men screamed in torment, their cries piercing the air, as their bellies visibly expanded at an alarming rate, appearing almost translucent, like water-filled sacks ready to burst. Terrified, the group halted, hesitating to touch them again. Master, what are we to do? We cannot even touch them, let alone reach Anyang County. At this rate, they may perish from the pressure. The imposing man wore a look of deep concern, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Why yes, Master, Brother Yin, I have an idea. A timid voice suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere. Yang Guan, what is your suggestion? Yin Feng asked. Noticing it was Yang Guan who spoke, Yang Guan, appearing anxious, replied, there is someone who may know what has happened and could save Luo Dao and Lin Go. Who is this person? Yin Feng inquired, perplexed. Yi Qing, young brother Yi. Yang Guan exclaimed. Yi Qing? The traveling scholar? Yin Feng paused, recalling the youthful visage, and shook his head, frustration evident. Yang Guan, lives are at stake. Do not complicate matters further. What can a mere boy possibly do? What does age matter? He is a learned individual, Yang Guan countered. And what does being learned have to do with it? A scholar possesses knowledge, Yang Guan insisted. A scholar possesses knowledge, indeed. Yet our master is also a scholar, well-versed in many subjects, and he too finds himself at a loss. Yin Feng and the others instinctively turned their gaze toward the imposing man, who displayed a hint of embarrassment, feeling as though he had sullied the reputation of scholars. However, this thought quickly dissipated in his mind as the imposing man cleared his throat twice and inquired, Yang Guan, why do you say that? Yang Guan composed himself and succinctly recounted the events of the previous night. The expressions of bewilderment on the faces surrounding him, one face, two faces, three faces, were unmistakable. Even the four individuals who had kept vigil with Yang Guan last night appeared equally perplexed. Cough, cough, Yang Guan, you must be joking, right? Yin Feng interjected, his tone laced with disbelief, for he had felt nothing unusual the previous night. How could that be? I assure you, I speak the truth, Yang Guan insisted fervently. If you don't believe me, go check the woods over there. The body of the mysterious bird is likely still lying there. Very well, Yang Guan. Please fetch that young brother Yi. Remember to be courteous. The authoritative man pondered briefly before decisively stating, at this point, we can only hope for a miracle. Understood. Yang Guan responded promptly and hurried towards the outskirts of the camp to find Yi Qing. Outside the camp, Yi Qing had naturally noticed the commotion and recognized that something was amiss. However, he refrained from approaching, for he did not want to be mistaken for someone with ill intentions. As he prepared to depart, he suddenly saw Yang Guan rushing towards him, his voice preceding his arrival. Young brother, come quickly. Yi Qing halted, and as Yang Guan reached him, he smiled and asked, what has happened? Come with me, Yang Guan urged, grasping Yi Qing's arm. As they walked, Yang Guan shared a brief overview of the situation. Drinking water? Enlarged abdomen? Yi Qing pondered. Just as two individuals approached, one was the authoritative man, and the other was Yin Feng. The imposing man scrutinized Yi Qing before introducing himself. Greetings, young brother. I am Yin Yufei. I sincerely thank you for your assistance. Lord Yin, you are too kind. I am Yi Qing, with Yi being the character for leaf, and Qing signifying the verdant mountains. Yi Qing returned the gesture, adding, however, I cannot guarantee that I will be of much help. I can only try my best. Your willingness to lend a hand is a great blessing, regardless of the outcome. We are immensely grateful, Yin Yufei expressed with utmost courtesy, not underestimating Yi Qing due to his youth. Conversely, Yin Feng regarded Yi Qing warily, specifically eyeing the kung fu frog behind him, sensing a palpable threat emanating from it. There is no need for concern. This is kung fu frog, my friend, and he means no harm, Yi Qing reassured with a smile. I am Yin Feng. Yin Feng responded tersely. Though he did not perceive any malice from kung fu frog and did not doubt Yi Qing's words, he remained vigilant. Please, this way. Yin Yufei gestured for Yi Qing to follow him to where Luo Feng and Lin Xiaobo were situated, stating, these two just drank from the river, and now they have become like this. Moreover, we cannot touch them. Any contact causes their abdomens to swell painfully. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded, casting a distant glance at the two individuals before kneeling by the brook, intently observing the water. What is he doing? Unclear. Perhaps they are searching for clues. I think not. The stream is so shallow that one can see the bottom at a glance. If there were any clues, we would have discovered them long ago. Wouldn't we? Indeed. I believe he is merely putting on a show. What genuine skill could a mere boy, still in his youth, possess? Hush, keep your voice down. The crowd around could not help but murmur about Yi Qing's actions. Ahem. Yin Yufei cleared his throat, signaling everyone to cease their chatter. Although he too did not believe Qing would uncover anything significant, the young man was here to assist, and it would be ungracious to treat goodwill with malice. At that moment, Qing suddenly stood up and rubbed his aching neck. "Little brother, have you found anything?" Yin Yufei inquired. "Yes, I have made some discoveries." Qing nodded. "Oh, what did you say? You've made a discovery?" Yin Yufei asked out of courtesy, surprised to hear that Qing truly had found something. "What is it? Come here." Qing beckoned the crowd closer and addressed one of the guards. "Could you please extend your hand?" "What for?" the guard asked, bewildered. Yet complied. Qing grasped the guard's arm and plunged his hand into the frigid water of the stream. The icy water sent a shiver through the guard, who instinctively tried to withdraw his hand, but Qing held on tightly, rendering him immobile. "Do not move." The guard's face flushed. He wished to move, yet found himself unable to. The seemingly frail youth possessed an astonishing grip. How curious. In the next moment, a white pebble at the riverbed began to tremble slightly. And then it shattered with a resounding crack. Tiny white particles filled the stream instantaneously, so minuscule and white that they blended seamlessly into the water, making them difficult to notice. Subsequently, the white particles began to converge towards the guard's palm as if they were sentient, startling him into retracting his hand, which Qing did not prevent this time. Once the guard withdrew his hand, the particles seemed to lose their target, floating for a moment before slowly sinking and coalescing into another pebble. What is this?" Yin Feng asked. "Fish roe," Qing replied. "Fish roe? Are you saying that was fish roe?" Yang Guan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. The belly fish, a mundane anomaly, though classified as such, it is exceedingly perilous. The belly fish thrives in warmth, yet can only breed in cold streams throughout its life, possessing no offensive capabilities. The roe it produces does not emerge in sunlight and cannot develop in warmth. Typically, they gather together, resembling stones in a state of apparent death. However, once a person, beast, or anomaly approaches the riverbank to drink, the roe, sensing warmth, awakens, disperses, and seeks entry into the unsuspecting creature's belly. Once consumed by another or an anomaly, the roe rapidly hatches, growing ferociously until it becomes a sizable fish. Born within the belly and growing therein, this is the origin of its name. Qing's voice was soothing and clear, his expression calm, yet the others wore grave faces, due to the peculiar nature of the gut fish, which grew uncontrollably after being consumed. Those who ingested its eggs would find their belly swelling, akin to a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Hence, the gut fish was also known as the pregnant fish. As the gut fish continued to grow, the unfortunate individuals or creatures who had mistakenly consumed its eggs would eventually be painfully ruptured from within, their bellies bursting open, returning to the stream to spawn anew and seek out new hosts, perpetuating a grim cycle. Upon hearing Qing's account, Yin Yufei solemnly inquired, "Are you suggesting that Luo Fang and Xiaoba will ultimately be ripped apart?" "Indeed," Qing affirmed with a nod. "How terrifying," remarked one of the guards, who had just dipped his hand into the water, his face pale with fear. Qing solemnly nodded. "It is indeed quite horrifying." The guard muttered under his breath, "If you find it so terrifying, why use my hand instead of your own?" Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Precisely because it is terrifying that I choose your hand. Furthermore, using your hand serves to illustrate that I am not engaging in mere theatrics." At this, everyone displayed a hint of embarrassment, exchanging awkward smiles. Nothing is more mortifying than being caught gossiping behind someone's back. Oh, by the way, I must remind you all that gut fish eggs possess remarkable vitality. Anyone who washed in the river this morning might not have ingested the eggs yet, but they could very well be clinging to your hands. When you touch your mouths, pick your noses, or handle food, they might find their way into your stomachs. Just imagine, a group of male pregnant individuals, filled with fish. That scene would be quite a spectacle. A collective gasp echoed through the group as their expressions shifted dramatically. What should we do?" they stammered. "Yes, what do you think should be done?" Qing teased, scratching his nose with a smirk. "Young sir." "No, Mr. Yi, on behalf of everyone, I apologize and plead for your mercy. We would be eternally grateful for your aid." Yin Yufei suddenly bowed in earnest. Qing placed a hand on Yin Yufei's shoulder, chuckling, "What need is there for apologies? Am I such a petty person? You are far too courteous. To rid yourselves of the gut fish eggs is quite simple. Though resilient and fond of warmth, they have their limits. A brief exposure to fire will ensure their complete demise. Just like when you cooked rice in the stream last night. Did that not work out well?" Qing's smile grew broader. "Just remember to roast them a little longer." In truth, He possessed an even simpler method. Immersing one's hands in water slightly warmer than body temperature would cause the gut fish eggs to detach naturally. However, he chose to withhold this information. He wanted them to learn a lesson. Gossiping behind others' backs is simply unacceptable. Alas, you may curse me, yet I selflessly save your lives, painstakingly guiding you toward a proper worldview and values. What can I say? I am just that magnanimous. The thought of burning their hands was excruciating. And with Qing's smile, an ominous premonition lingered among the crowd. We harbor suspicions of your ill intentions, yet we possess no evidence. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yin Yufei exclaimed with joy, then turned to Luo Feng and Lin Xiaoba, frowning as he implored, "Please, gentlemen, save them both." "Certainly," Qing replied with a relaxed smile. He meandered by the brook, plucking several blades of grass, and instructed Yin Yufei, "Kindle a fire beside them. They are immobile at present. As you approach, their body temperature will rise, causing the fish within them to become increasingly active." Yin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder when they previously touched the two, their bellies swelled. He promptly instructed, "You all, gather some dry twigs and start a fire." Understood. Several individuals complied, and swiftly kindled a blaze. As the flames roared to life, Luo Feng and Lin Xiaoba's bellies began to writhe, as if countless creatures stirred within, their abdomens gradually expanding, and their expressions grew more anguished. "What shall we do, sir?" It was evident that as the fire blazed, their body temperatures escalated, and the fish were growing wildly. At this rate, their bellies would soon burst. "Fear not," Qing replied unperturbed, grinding the grass in his hand and feeding it to the two. Initially, they shuddered, but soon their temperatures visibly plummeted, their lips turned blue, and their faces paled. Subsequently, their bellies bulged with fist-sized lumps, as if the fish within were desperate to escape. "Ah, it hurts," they cried out in anguish. "Sir," Yin Feng's expression was one of urgent concern upon witnessing their suffering. "Do not worry. I have given them frost grass, which thrives by the stream, possessing a cooling nature with a trace of toxin. Ingesting it in abundance will freeze the blood and lower body temperature. Once their temperatures drop, the fish will cease to grow." Qing, unfazed by their agony, remarked lightly, "Soon, these fish will sense the new heat source, the fire, and they will be eager to burst forth." He then positioned himself half-crouched, lifting Luo Feng upside down, resting his belly on his knee, prying open his mouth, and then striking his back forcefully. Well, in the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, Luo Feng began to expel wriggling fish, each the size of 2 fingers. Upon hitting the ground, the fish leapt towards the fire, seemingly unafraid of death. In no time, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, utterly irresistible. The fish were meaty, with few bones, and delightfully fresh, a rare delicacy. Would you care to sample? With each strike, Luo Feng's belly visibly shrank, and the agony on his face gradually faded. Just as everyone sighed in relief, Qing suddenly remarked, "Looking at the smile spreading across my face, how can we be certain that what emerges from his belly is fit for consumption? TSK, do not be so unappreciative. Many affluent individuals are quite fond of this." Qing shook his head, feigning disappointment. "If it's so delectable, why do you not partake yourself?" "I find that hard to believe." Everyone rolled their eyes in unison, as if to say, "Do you take us for fools?" "Ahem." Yin Yufei cleared her throat lightly and said to Yin Feng, "Please assist Xiaoba." "All right," Yin Feng replied, mimicking her tone, and proceeded to expel the fish from Lin Xiaoba's stomach. There we go. After a while, once both had returned to normal and ceased their retching, Qing gently set Luo Feng down. Having expelled everything is good. Even if not completely, leaving a few behind won't cause harm. It won't burst the stomach. Moreover, it could be beneficial to keep some. They can be nurtured inside until they're sufficiently large and plump. Whenever one desires fish, they can simply regurgitate them, steamed, braised, or fried. Such convenience. The others chose to overlook Qing's morbid sense of humor. This youth was quite mischievous. Boring. Qing pouted and instructed, "They'll be fine. Just let them rest for a day or 2. Yang Guan, Chao Feng, please help Luo Feng and Xiaoba to rest and prepare some porridge for them." Yin Yufei commanded. Then turned to the others. "If anyone has come into contact with stream water this morning, come here to the fire and warm yourselves to prevent any mishaps." Hearing this, 5 or 6 individuals approached the fire with grim expressions, extending their hands over the flames, grimacing as they endured the fiery ordeal, fearing for their own lives. None dared to be careless, quickly withdrawing their hands, forcing themselves to bear the pain while exchanging glances filled with innocence, continuing to endure this peculiar blend of suffering and joy. Meanwhile, Qing smirked, observing the group treating their hands like chicken claws over the flames, thoroughly amused. Yin Yufei and Yin Feng watched the unabashedly mischievous Yi Qing with a sense of resignation. Ahem, we owe you a great debt of gratitude, Mr. Yi, for saving our lives. Yin Yufei expressed gratefully. There's no need for thanks, it was but a trifling matter. Yi Qing chuckled. Besides, I had quite a bit of fun. Indeed, you were playing with us, and I have evidence, though I cannot reveal it. Regardless, Mr. Yi has saved our lives. This debt of gratitude is greater than the heavens, and we shall never forget it. Then, Yin Yufei shifted the topic. I hear that, Mr. Yi is a scholar and intends to travel to Anyang for studies? Yi Qing nodded. Coincidentally, we are also heading to Anyang, if you do not mind. We could travel together for mutual support. Yin Yufei invited. Without hesitation, Yi Qing smiled and replied, that sounds good. I would appreciate your company. It's an honor for us that Mr. Yi could accompany us. Yin Yufei said with a bow and a smile. Yi Qing returned the smile, saying, by the way, you are older than I, and as a scholar, one must respect their elders. I cannot claim to be worthy. My name is Yi Qing, but you may call me Wu Huan. In the world of Jianghu, one must have a resounding or poetic name. Wu Huan is my online alias from another realm. Quite stylish and poetic. Then I shall not be polite, Wu Huan. Yin Yufei smiled brightly and said, Wu Huan, at such a young age, you possess such extensive knowledge. Your future is boundless. Yi Qing humbly replied, hee, it's nothing special, just a bit of reading, really not worth mentioning. I suspect someone is putting on airs? Indeed, it must be so, yet we seem unable to voice it. Ahead lies the redstone forest. Everyone, stay alert. Suddenly, Yin Feng's voice rang out from the front of the group. Yi Qing shifted his gaze from ghostly fragrance and raised his head, staring at the towering stone forest ahead. His expression one of awe. The stone forest before him resembled long spears, standing straight and tall, devoid of any greenery. The exposed rocks glowed a blood-red hue. As he looked around, the scene appeared densely packed with crimson, reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by war, half the sky trembling and half painted red, vast and overwhelming. Quack. Even the kung fu frog seemed to have never witnessed such a breathtaking sight, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, it was a striking spectacle. Yi Qing nodded. Reaching out to pluck a piece of rock from the nearby stone forest, discovering that the entire rock was blood-red inside, cool to the touch and rather heavy. It must be some kind of mineral. Yi Qing waited for a moment before casually tossing it aside. Squeak. Suddenly, a blood-red mouse darted out from the stone forest, squeaking in alarm as it fled into the distance. The redstone mouse startled me. Yang observed the fleeing creature and chuckled. It's probably frightened by your rock. Yi Qing shrugged. The redstone mouse is a peculiar creature that feeds on insects, nuts, and flowers, known for its timid nature and lack of danger. Squeak. In the next instant, several more redstone mice sprang out, scurrying past the group toward the distance. They must be part of a family, Yi Qing conjectured. However, soon after, a cacophony of squeaks erupted from the redstone forest once more, accompanied by a cloud of red dust rising from the depths of the forest, creating a rather bizarre scene. Could it be the relatives of that redstone mouse? Yi Qing pondered, letting his imagination wander. Gradually, the sounds grew louder, and the red dust surged towards the group like a torrential storm, an overwhelming force. Stand guard. Yin Feng, noticing the anomaly, shouted loudly. All the guards immediately drew their long blades, their expressions grave. It's a swarm of redstone mice, countless of them. As the torrent approached, the crowd finally realized that it was not a flood or storm, but a multitude of redstone mice. The countless creatures surged together, racing in unison, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that mingled in the air, resembling a crimson tempest. Dismount and gather closely, quickly. Upon witnessing the scene, Yin Feng's face changed dramatically, and he bellowed. Everyone, not daring to hesitate, swiftly grouped together, forming a circle around Yin Yufei's carriage. Wu Huan, why are you dazed? Hurry up. After the group assembled, they noticed Yi Qing standing alone by the roadside, seemingly still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. It's nothing. Yi Qing shook his head, leisurely moving closer to Yin Feng and the others. He then patted the shoulder of the kung fu frog, smiling, I'm counting on you, brother frog. Wu Huan. Hurry over. Are you courting death? Yin Yufei lifted the curtain, his expression grave as he beheld the surging tide of redstone rats. Upon noticing Yi Qing standing alone, his face changed dramatically. Although the redstone rats posed no immediate threat, such a massive horde, rushing forth like a tsunami, could inflict serious harm or even endanger lives. Fear not, there is no cause for alarm. While others were anxious, Qing remained unperturbed. As the swarm of red stone rats approached, the kung fu frog beside him took a few deliberate steps forward, patting its belly with an air of formidable mastery. Subsequently, the kung fu frog brought its palms together, as if gathering an invisible energy. Its body bent slightly, and its hands gradually drew towards its right waist. With each inch retracted, the aura surrounding the kung fu frog intensified, the energy in its palms swelling with might. Suddenly, after 3 inches, the kung fu frog opened its mouth, summoning a tempest that reverberated through the air. Its palms thrust forward with tremendous force, unleashing an invisible wave akin to a beam of light. The oncoming horde of red stone rats was cleaved apart, creating a gaping rift, and the residual power of the beam continued onward, obliterating numerous red stone rats in its wake. Before long, the entire mass of red stone rats had been split asunder, resembling a crimson ocean divided by an unseen force. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the extraordinary scene before them. Qing's demeanor remained composed, though internally he was engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? He had initially intended for the kung fu frog to confront the swarm head-on, while Yin Feng and the others provided support to navigate through this peril. Yet, to his astonishment, the kung fu frog had effortlessly pierced through the horde with a single energy wave. Furthermore, the technique employed by the kung fu frog seemed strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the Kamehameha from another realm. Could it be that the kung fu frog was trained under the venerable turtle sage? The red stone rats surged past like 2 torrents, while the group stood unharmed as if on the riverbank, until the last of the swarm disappeared into the distance, at which point they began to regain their senses. Wu Huan, your kung fu frog is truly remarkable, Yin Feng exclaimed, admiring the creature with its hands on its hips, its red scarf and cloak fluttering in the wind, embodying the essence of a solitary master. Although he had sensed the kung fu frog's potential threat earlier, he had believed he could manage it, yet it now appeared that the opponent could effortlessly handle several of them at once. Such a formidable anomaly. Indeed a paragon among its kind, not to be trifled with. Quite impressive, Qing said with a humble expression, secretly astonished himself. Wu Huan, is your kung fu frog an elite anomaly? Although Yin Yufei lacked martial skills, he possessed keen insight and inquired with a smile. Qing nodded. You have sharp eyes, Elder Yin. Truly impressive, Yin Yufei exclaimed in admiration and tentatively inquired. With such a formidable creature as your guardian, it must be that your origins are quite extraordinary, Wu Huan. Qing humbly smiled. It's nothing much, really. In truth, he spoke no falsehood, having traversed dimensions. His background was indeed remarkable. As suspected, the other party hailed from a prestigious family seeking experience in the world, which elucidated their profound knowledge in the presence of a formidable creature as a protector. Yin Yufei pondered this in his mind. The others shared similar thoughts, their gazes toward Qing filled with curiosity and deep respect. They had confirmed through their looks that he was not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, Qing summoned the kung fu frog back, furrowing his brow. The stunned crowd snapped back to reality, gazing at Qing with perplexity. Yin Yufei asked, what is it? Wu Huan, what seems amiss? Qing replied, the redstone mice are usually gentle and exceptionally timid. They would typically flee at the sight of humans. Yet just now, they behaved contrary to their nature, charging toward us. Even though Brother Frog has slain numerous redstone mice, revealing the aura of a formidable creature, they did not relent. As if driven by desperation, Yin Feng contemplated briefly before agreeing. Indeed, that is true. Yin Yufei then queried, Wu Huan, what is your perspective? Qing stroked his nose and slowly articulated, I believe they are fleeing for their lives. Fleeing for their lives? The two frowned, deep in thought. Qing continued, indeed. They're escaping. It is likely that something perilous has transpired within the redstone forest, where there exists an overwhelmingly powerful creature, at least more dangerous than us and the kung fu frog. This would explain why these redstone mice are recklessly charging toward us. Furthermore, this is a matter that affects the entirety of the redstone forest. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many redstone mice fleeing together. That makes sense. Yin Yufei and Yin Feng exchanged glances, concurring with Qing's assessment. At that moment, the kung fu frog ceased its antics, leaping onto the head of the donkey, gesticulating frantically, its expression one of urgency as it croaked loudly. Brother Frog, do you sense the danger as well? Very well, let us depart. With that, Qing eagerly mounted his beloved little donkey and galloped toward the direction the redstone mice had fled. Wu Huan, what are you doing? But after just a couple of strides, he was called back by Yin Yufei. Yi Qing turned and said, fleeing for our lives. If something terrifying or dangerous is about to happen here, we must escape. Shall we not flee and await our demise? Yin Yufei and the others exchanged glances. While his words rang true, his retreat seemed rather swift and decisive. Quite skilled at this, young man. I presume you have practiced before. Cough. Everyone mount up and follow Wu Huan, quickly. Though they thought this, Yin Yufei and the others hastily mounted their steeds, earnestly trailing behind Yi Qing as they fled into the distance. The rationale for following the swarm of redstone mice was that creatures are most sensitive to danger, and by following them, they stood a significant chance of evading peril. Moreover, the direction in which the redstone mice fled did not conflict with the path to Anyang County, achieving a dual purpose. Look swiftly, a fog has arisen behind us. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. The crowd turned towards the voice, only to discover that a thick fog, of an unknown origin, had enveloped them, eerily tinged crimson. A blood-red mist. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. One of the guards exclaimed curiously, reaching out to touch the ominous fog that loomed before him. Do not touch it. Yin Feng quickly admonished. Yet, alas, it was too late. The guard's hand had already made contact with the sanguine vapor. In that very instant of contact, he transformed as if plunged into a vat of dye, his entire being instantaneously suffused with a deep crimson hue. Qianlong, you. However, before any further words could escape the other's lips, the surrounding blood mist abruptly shifted in color, transitioning from red to a vibrant green. More alarmingly, it was not merely the mist that changed. The towering stone forest that surrounded them also morphed into a brilliant green, as if assimilated by the fog itself. Qianlong, too, was transformed, enveloped in a lush green. After 3 breaths, the mist transitioned once again, this time from green to a deep azure, reminiscent of the vast sea. Following the azure, it swiftly transformed into a majestic purple, cyan, orange, yellow. The colors of the mist incessantly shifted. Along with the stone forest, the air, and even the clouds within the mist's embrace. It was a spectacle both resplendent and surreal. Even more bizarre was the phenomenon that accompanied these color changes. Vast swathes of the stone forest appeared to weather the ravages of time, gradually becoming frail, collapsing, and ultimately vanishing. The transformation of Qianlong was even more harrowing. With each shift in color, he aged by several years, wrinkles creeping across his visage, hair turning to a frosty white, and teeth slowly falling away. It was as if his very lifespan was being siphoned away, piece by piece. After 7 transformations of color, Qianlong met a grim fate, succumbing to age, reduced to a pile of desiccated bones, which began to decay at an alarming rate before their eyes. A chill gripped everyone, rising from their cores to the very tops of their heads, leaving them utterly frozen. This is the 7-colored age mist. We must flee, everyone. The farther away, the better. Suddenly, the ever-composed Yin Yufei, who seemed unperturbed even by the sky's collapse, appeared to grasp something, his expression shifting dramatically, fear glinting in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the group wasted no time, hastily dashing forward. In truth, even without Yin Yufei's warning, the horrific fate of Qianlong was vividly etched in their minds. Who would dare linger? Their heads were not so thick. However, after running a short distance, a small donkey, with its short legs, brayed loudly as it dashed past them, overtaking them all. Eeyore! Eeyore! After surpassing them, the little donkey glanced back, grinning widely to reveal its large teeth, seemingly mocking them. Strangely, they found themselves unable to keep pace, a source of irritation, indeed. Alas, the master is formidable, and so is the pet. They are both formidable characters, beyond reproach. Everyone, hurry. The mist continues to spread. Yin Feng glanced at the nearly invisible little donkey, and Yi Qing perched upon it, then shot a look at the rapidly expanding fog, and shouted loudly, quickening his pace even further. After a brief respite, all were sprawled on the outskirts of the redstone forest, their faces flushed, lips tinged with blue, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of having survived. Although they had ridden horses midway through their flight, all the steeds had succumbed to fatigue, and with the mist still encroaching, they had no choice but to abandon their mounts, discard the unnecessary, and flee on foot. Thankfully, they had managed to escape. Of course, not everyone shared their disheveled state. One individual stood quietly by the roadside, impeccably dressed, his demeanor calm, a striking figure amidst the crowd. At this moment, Yi Qing, the most dapper among them, stood with his arms crossed, observing the mist enveloping the entire redstone forest. Perpetually shifting in color, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This mist, he noted, was not mentioned in the 12 fragrances of ghosts and deities, which piqued his curiosity. Master Yin, you just referred to this as the seven-colored age mist. Do you recognize this phenomenon? Qing could no longer suppress his inquisitiveness and approached Yin Yufei, who was resting by the roadside. After a brief reprieve, Yin Yufei regained some of his composure and teased, "Ah, Wu Huan. It seems there are indeed things you are unaware of." Qing rubbed his nose sheepishly, responding, "Haha, Master Yin jests. There is much in this world I do not know. Learning is an endless journey." Well said. Yin Yufei chuckled and elaborated. "This mist is known as the seven-colored age mist. I previously encountered information about it in a certain dossier. The seven-colored age mist is unpredictable and uncanny." Qing recalled that the term unpredictable and uncanny was mentioned in the 12 fragrances of ghosts and deities, where 2 or 3 divine fragrances required materials derived from such beings, thus he was aware of their existence. The uncanny beings are classified into 4 tiers: ordinary, blood, fierce, and vengeful, with their powers roughly equivalent to the 4 realms of martial artists, and they are relatively common. Above these 4 tiers, there exists the soul-snatching, unpredictable, natural disaster, ancient, and world-destroying levels. The term unpredictable refers to the ever-changing forms and powers of such beings, which are no longer confined to animals or plants. It also denotes their perilous, bizarre, and harmful nature, which defies comprehension. As for the natural disaster level, as the name suggests, it encompasses uncanny beings akin to hurricanes, floods, landslides, and earthquakes. Their appearance heralds irreparable loss and immense power. The ancient and world-destroying levels are seldom witnessed, thus remain unfathomable. The seven-colored age mist, with its vibrant hues, perpetually morphs, containing the mysterious power of temporal essence, its origins unknown, and its formation and means of defense shrouded in mystery. Once it manifests in a certain vicinity, it spreads with alarming rapidity, enveloping an area that can range from several miles to dozens, or even hundreds of miles. Anything shrouded by this mist, be it mountains, stones, grass, trees, humans, beasts, winds, or clouds, whether animate or inanimate, succumbs to the mist's corrosive and assimilating influence. As the mist continuously shifts in color, each transformation seems to wash away the essence of time. Entities dissipate, beasts grow old, and humans meet their demise. Due to its prismatic nature and inherent temporal power, it is aptly named the Rainbow Age Mist. This enigmatic mist cannot be dispersed, obstructed, obliterated, or harnessed. Those who fall prey to its encroachment, be they people or objects, are beyond salvation, posing an extraordinary danger, even surpassing certain natural disasters in their malevolence. Yin Yufei spoke slowly, his tone grave. Years ago, a catastrophic event involving the Rainbow Age Mist occurred in Longchuan County. It appeared in the dead of night, unnoticed by anyone. With its rapid propagation, by the time dawn broke, the entire county had been reduced to a wasteland of rubble. A city spanning 100 miles lay in ruins, with countless lives turned to bones, a scene of utter horror. Fortunately, the mist has a defined range and a limited duration, lasting at most 2 to 3 days. Therefore, as long as it does not manifest in densely populated areas, its threat is considerably diminished, which is why it is classified as a transient-level anomaly. How terrifying. Truly formidable. Listening to Yin Yufei's account, Qing gained a clearer understanding of the Rainbow Age Mist and a general awareness of transient-level anomalies. Essentially, it is formidable and not to be trifled with. As the two conversed, they observed vast expanses of stone forest crumbling under the influence of temporal forces, becoming as fragile as decaying wood and transforming into torrents of gravel. It would not be long before what was once a majestic sight in Anyang, the redstone forest, might vanish entirely from the annals of history. No. We must immediately proceed to Anyang County and inform the populace to keep their distance from the redstone forest. Suddenly, Yin Yufei's demeanor shifted, and he rose decisively. Yin Feng, instruct everyone to set out at once. We must reach Anyang County before nightfall. Yes. Yin Feng quickly rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and swiftly conveyed the command. In no time, the expedition resumed its journey. Qing obediently trailed behind, holding the incense register, dutifully embodying the role of a scholar. After traversing the redstone forest and following the official road for a considerable time, a narrow and constricted gorge came into view. This ravine resembled a cleft left by a mountain being split asunder, with sheer, smooth cliffs rising steeply on either side, presenting a formidable sight. Curiously, the gorge was enveloped in an eerie silence. There were no sounds of insects, roars of beasts, or even the whisper of the wind. An unsettling stillness prevailed, akin to a deathly quiet. The silent gorge. Gazing into the abyss, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. Everyone dismount. Wrap the horses' hooves in cloth, and secure their halters to ensure not a sound escapes. Yanfeng instructed softly as he dismounted. In the silent gorge, silence is paramount. Even the faintest sound can rouse a peculiar creature known as the silent bug, leading to a frenzied assault. Although individual silent bugs are not formidable, they swarm in vast numbers, and the sight of thousands of them can instill fear in anyone. Thankfully, as long as one remains quiet, the silent bugs will not attack. The group dismounted and dutifully wrapped their horses' hooves and mouths with cloth before continuing their journey. Once they entered the silent gorge, everyone proceeded with utmost caution, mindful even of their breathing, fearful of producing any noise. However, one individual stood out, Yi Qing, with an exuberant demeanor. Gazed at the countless silent bugs crawling along the cliffs, contemplating whether to create a disturbance to lure them in, hoping to reap rewards and enhance his dragon snake runes. His stock of gray dragon snake runes was substantial, yet his silver ones had dwindled considerably during his training of the blood shadow technique, leaving him with only 2, which he had intentionally reserved for emergencies. Thus, he found himself in a precarious situation, eager to seize an opportunity. He relished the prospect of engaging with creatures that, though lacking in strength, compensated with sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Yanfeng observed Yi Qing's intense gaze, feeling an unsettling premonition that something untoward was imminent, as if someone were about to stir trouble. Sensing Yanfeng's scrutiny, Yi Qing turned and offered a gentle smile, ultimately abandoning his reckless plan. After all, besides himself, there were others like Yanfeng and Yin Yufei present. While he was unperturbed by the potential danger, he was wary of causing harm to the innocent. Alas, being a good person had its burdens. Resigned, he consoled himself with the thought that the silent bugs were not going anywhere. They seemed fewer in number compared to the swarms of blood-sucking mosquitoes. He decided to wait until their numbers increased for a more satisfying harvest. With a shrug, he gazed at the bustling silent bugs and sighed in disappointment. The group successfully traversed the silent gorge, and upon emerging, they collectively exhaled in relief, breaking into laughter and conversation. "What happened to you just now, Wuan? You look rather disappointed," Yang Guan inquired cheerfully as he approached. Yi Qing sighed. "Indeed, I am rather disheartened. Why do these silent bugs not attack us? They seem overly timid." Yang Guan responded. "Did I mishear you, or is there something amiss with your reasoning? Moreover, there are hardly any silent bugs here." The others echoed his disbelief. "We would prefer there to be none at all. Are you some sort of fiend?" Anyang County is one of the 9 counties under the jurisdiction of Luoshui Prefecture. Nestled against the Beishan Mountains and bordering the Mo River, often regarded as the most remote and impoverished of the 9 counties. Yet, gazing at the towering, majestic city before him, Yi Qing felt a surge of awe. It was certainly more impressive than Junshan Village. As the group approached the city gate, they were halted by the watchful soldiers on duty. "Halt. Do you possess the necessary travel permits?" Upon hearing this, Yanfeng handed over the travel permit, which was seized by a soldier with a face full of cunning. He glanced over it hastily and then turned his gaze towards the cart behind Yanfeng, his eyes glinting with avarice. "What is in the cart? Open it. We must inspect." Yang Guan, incensed by the soldier's crude tone, muttered indignantly. "Of course there are people in the cart. What else could it be?" The city guard, infuriated, retorted, "You audacious fool. Who do you think you are, daring to speak so insolently? I suspect you are the bandits who ambushed the Qifeng Trading Company outside the city yesterday. Men, seize them." "Ha ha. Yes, Captain." At these words, the soldiers erupted into laughter, their eyes glimmering with greed and their expressions twisted, resembling a pack of wolves confronting a lamb. "Look, another fat sheep has wandered in. This is our chance for a hefty profit. These merchants are dripping with wealth yet timid as mice. It would be a disservice to our standing not to extort them thoroughly." Faint whispers of the soldiers could be heard. "It seems a good show is about to unfold." Yi Qing observed the encroaching soldiers, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You dare not know who I am?" In the next moment, as the soldiers surged forward, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Yin Yufei's commanding and austere visage. Instantly, all soldiers were awed by Yin Yufei's imposing presence and halted in their tracks. Witnessing this, the cunning captain was momentarily taken aback, then sneered derisively. "I care not who you are. I am an official, and you are but commoners. I declare you guilty. And thus you are guilty. Brothers, seize them. Any who resist shall be slain without mercy." "You dare? Let us see who dares." Yanfeng stepped forward. hand resting on his long blade, exuding an unrestrained aura of the condensation realm, his fierce gaze fixed on the crowd. Condensation realm? The soldiers hesitated, their steps faltering. They had anticipated an easy target, yet it seemed they had encountered an iron wall. Captain. The soldiers faltered, and the captain's expression shifted from doubt to defiance. Finally, with a stiff neck, he blustered, "So what if you are in the condensation realm? My brother-in-law is in the expansion realm, the county lieutenant of Anyang. I advise you to lay down your weapons and come with us willingly, or do not blame us for our rudeness." He was clever, directly invoking his powerful connection. Rudeness? I shall see how you dare to be rude. Yin Yufei remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he produced a bright yellow silk cloth from his robes. Unfurling it, the skies above Anyang County roiled with clouds, an overwhelming aura of majesty permeating the air, striking terror into all. County magistrate? The captain stared in shock at the silk, his eyes widening, legs trembling, as he collapsed to the ground. We pay our respects to the county magistrate. The other soldiers, having witnessed the contents of the yellow silk and felt the overwhelming might above Anyang County, were instantly struck with fear, bowing low. With a quack, the Kung Fu frog felt the overwhelming majesty of the heavens, clearly unsettled, perhaps even stifled, while the little donkey lay paralyzed on the ground, overwhelmed with fear. This was the awe of celestial authority, the fortune of a city. Qing gently patted the Kung Fu frog's head to reassure it, his gaze flickering. The so-called celestial authority refers to the emperor's might, while the fortune of a city denotes the collective will and sentiment of its people, as well as the power of the mountains and rivers. Every official of the Great Chu carries a trace of the emperor's dragon might, and any local official is endowed with the dragon's energy, recognized by the heavens, earth, and the landscape, wielding the hearts of the populace and drawing upon the strength of the land to exert influence and engage in conflict. Thus, within a city or region, even a scholar with no martial prowess can possess formidable means of offense, a path entirely distinct from personal martial cultivation. However, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. Within a city's borders, while scholars may wield tremendous power, once they step outside their jurisdiction or are stripped of their official status, devoid of the dragon's protection, they revert to being ordinary civilians. Yin Yufei is a striking example. Earlier, while on the road and outside his jurisdiction, he was simply an ordinary person in need of protection. Yet now, he exudes an imposing presence, his aura rivaling that of a practitioner in the treading pulse realm. It was unexpected that Lord Yin was actually the magistrate of Anyang County. As for the identities of Yin Yufei and his companions, throughout their journey, Qing could discern from their demeanor and the cultivation levels of Yin Feng and others that they were certainly not ordinary individuals. Yet he was taken aback to learn that Yin Yufei was the newly appointed magistrate of Anyang County. However, this revelation only added to the intrigue, did it not? Everyone, rise. Yin Yufei commanded as he tucked away the bright yellow silk, causing the overwhelming presence and strange phenomena in the air to dissipate, leaving everyone feeling a sense of relief. Thank you, my lord. All the soldiers responded as they stood. I did not instruct you to rise. The captain also stood. But upon hearing Yin Yufei's icy tone, he instinctively knelt again. My lord, the captain stammered. Yin Yufei inquired, what is your name and position? The captain trembled and replied, I am Tang Yan, currently serving as the gatekeeper of Anyang County. Tang Yan, what a pity for such a fine name. Yin Yufei remarked with sarcasm. As an official, you should lead by example and alleviate the concerns of the people. Yet you abuse your position to wield power and assert dominance. What audacity! I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please forgive me, my lord. Tang Yan quaked, bowing his head in penance. Then quickly added, allow me to explain, my lord. Yesterday, the Qing Trading Company was raided outside Anyang, suffering substantial losses. The county lieutenant ordered us to scrutinize the pedestrians at the city gate diligently, as it is our duty, and I dare not neglect it. Hence the offense to your lordship. I ask for your mercy. Humph. Yin Yufei narrowed his eyes, surprised that Tang Yan possessed a modicum of cleverness, not only finding an excuse, but also subtly mentioning his backing. The county lieutenant, though of a rank lower than his own, commanded military authority and wielded considerable power. Upon his arrival, he grasped the matter tightly. Such obstinacy would not only cast him in an unflattering light of meanness and pettiness, but also offend the county lieutenant, proving detrimental to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he coldly remarked, even so, you ought not to act with such reckless abandon, transgressing the limits of propriety. Should there be a next time, I shall not show leniency. I will obey. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. Tang Yan felt a surge of relief, naturally. He was aware that with his brother-in-law present, the newly appointed county magistrate would not dare to take any action against him. Since you enjoy kneeling, then kneel a while longer. As Tang Ian prepared to rise again, Yin Yufei suddenly interjected with a nonchalant tone. Who the hell enjoys kneeling? The corners of Tang Ian's mouth twitched, yet he dared not defy Yin Yufei's command, resigning himself to kneel obediently. You shall continue your patrols and maintain your posts. Should you dare to commit further misdeeds or neglect your duties, I will not be merciful. Yin Yufei cast a cold glance at the others, his voice frigid. Yes. The remaining soldiers echoed in unison, for they lacked Tang Ian's advantageous connections and thus complied without question. Let us proceed to the city, Yin Yufei commanded. Dismounting the carriage and walking towards the city. Having witnessed the unfolding drama, Qing naturally trailed behind, leisurely making his way into the city, basking in Yin Yufei's aura. Unimpeded by anyone, saving himself considerable effort. Oh dear. Suddenly, as Qing led a donkey past Tang Ian, the already anxious donkey unexpectedly relieved itself, splattering Tang Ian's face. Tang Ian, Qing. Their gazes met, and for a moment, words escaped them. You. Tang Ian fumed with rage, ready to unleash his wrath, only to hear Qing apologetically interject, I beg your pardon, my lord. Your imposing presence has frightened this creature, causing it to act uncontrollably. I hope you will forgive me and not hold it against a mere beast. Tang Ian could discern the mockery laced within Qing's tone. His face darkened, and he was about to unleash a tirade when Yin Yufei abruptly turned back. Wu Huan, what are you doing? Hurry up. Oh, coming, Qing replied. While the words Tang Ian had poised to utter were instantly swallowed back down. Given Yin Yufei's tone, it seemed the two were quite familiar. Leaving Tang Ian uncertain of their relationship, and he dared not express his anger, his complexion oscillating between shades of blue and red. By the way, my lord. After taking a few steps, Qing suddenly turned back with a smile. The weather is sweltering, and you seem quite irritable. The urine of my donkey is beneficial for the liver and lungs, alleviating heat and quenching thirst, perfectly suited to cool you down and temper your fervor. No need for thanks. Qing waved his hand, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Pfft. At his words, those around them could not help but burst into laughter. Creak. Tang Ian's face turned a deep shade of anger, his teeth clenched tightly. How could he, Tang Ian, have ever faced such humiliation? As he gazed at Qing's departing figure, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Wu Huan, the earlier events were circumstantial. We did not intentionally conceal our identities. I hope you will not hold it against us. Upon entering the city, Yin Yufei respectfully clasped his fists towards Qing, his tone sincere, shedding the earlier air of authority. Qing smiled gently, acknowledging, I understand, Master Yin. No, Lord Yin, there is no need for concern. In truth, I had already suspected you were not an ordinary person, though I must admit, I did not anticipate your esteemed position as the county magistrate of Anyang. It is indeed a delightful surprise. Yin Yufei chuckled, I knew I couldn't keep that from you, Wu Huan. Delighted by Qing's candor, Yin Yufei inquired. Now that we are in Anyang County, what are your plans? Qing pondered. First, I need to secure a place to stay, and then I shall consider the next steps. Yin Yufei responded with a hearty laugh. Very well. Once you are settled, please send word to the county office, and I shall invite you for a drink to express my gratitude for your assistance. Though Yin Yufei was not dismissing the invitation, he had recently assumed the role of county magistrate and was swamped with responsibilities. Thus, he could only promise a proper thank you at a later time. Qing understood and replied, You are too kind, Lord Yin. When you find the time, I shall certainly come to share a drink. Agreed. Yin Yufei laughed heartily, clasping his fist once more. We shall take our leave for now. Please take care, my lord, Qing responded, bidding farewell to Yin Yufei, Yin Feng, Yang Guan, and others. Once alone with the Kung Fu Frog, he remarked, It appears we are left with just the two of us. Let us find a place to settle down. The Kung Fu Frog croaked in agreement. They strolled along the streets, searching for lodging. However, at each inn, the proprietors hesitated upon seeing the peculiar frog. Despite its seemingly harmless appearance, they uniformly declined service, citing concerns that the creature might frighten away other guests and harm their business. After wandering through much of Anyang, they found themselves without a suitable place to stay. Sighing, Qing and the Kung Fu Frog sat beneath a stone bridge, gazing into the clear waters of the river. Feeling somewhat helpless, although many in the city kept strange creatures as companions, the general populace still regarded them with trepidation, which Qing could understand. Yet, it was he who ultimately bore the brunt of this prejudice. How could a formidable cultivator of the meridian opening realm be reduced to living on the streets? This was simply unacceptable. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yi Qing's mind. What if we were to purchase a shop or a house outright? His eyes brightened as he recalled the substantial amount of snowflake silver he had acquired from Xiang Yi and Zhang Tianyuan, particularly the considerable savings from Xiang Ye's haul. As a wealthy second-generation heir, Zhang Tianyuan also possessed a fair share of silver, all of which ultimately benefited Yi Qing. He was certainly not short on funds. The Kung Fu Frog nodded in agreement. Very well, then. Let us proceed with this plan. Determined, Yi Qing resolved to buy a property and sought out a real estate agency, akin to a brokerage in another world, which would facilitate transactions in exchange for a commission. After inquiring with a passerby and ascertaining the address, Yi Qing promptly arrived at a commercial establishment named Yijuan Dental Shop. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted. Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you interested in purchasing, sending, or selling items? At Yijuan Dental Shop, we offer all these services at reasonable prices, ensuring your satisfaction. Such blatant advertising. Confronted by the loquacious shop assistant, Yi Qing directly stated, I am looking to buy a house or perhaps a reasonably priced commercial property. Upon hearing this, the assistant's eyes sparkled. Buying a house entailed significant business, and if the deal materialized, he could earn a handsome commission. His smile brightened even further. May I inquire what type of house or commercial property you desire? Do you have any specific requirements? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing replied, I prefer a tranquil environment with good surroundings and a moderate price. Very well, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment. The assistant poured Yi Qing a cup of tea and diligently began to sift through a ledger. I have found 2 houses and 1 commercial property that meet your criteria. As he spoke, the assistant elaborated on the details of the 2 houses and the commercial property. Upon concluding the presentation, Yi Qing furrowed his brows, expressing hesitation. To be frank, he was not entirely satisfied with any of the 3 properties for sale. One of the houses was a 4-courtyard residence, previously owned by a down-and-out scholar who wished to sell his ancestral home to fund his journey to the capital for the imperial examination. Unfortunately, the house had fallen into disrepair and was in a lamentable state. The other property belonged to a wealthy family, grand and opulent, but the owner was relocating for business. While the house itself was commendable and met Yi Qing's other requirements, its sheer size rendered it prohibitively expensive. Moreover, occupying such a large space alone would be an extravagant waste. As for the remaining commercial property, it was best left unmentioned, a butcher shop. What would he do with it? Slaughter pigs or engage in some dubious dealings. Furthermore, his demeanor and appearance were hardly befitting of such a trade. He dismissed the notion. Are there no other houses or commercial properties available? Yi Qing inquired. The assistant appeared troubled. Currently, these are the only 3 properties for sale. However, suddenly, the assistant's expression brightened as if a thought had struck him. There is a bookstore for sale, set in a beautiful environment and reasonably priced, but what? Do not hesitate. Speak plainly. Yi Qing urged, taking a sip of tea. The assistant continued. It is rumored that this bookstore is not entirely clean. It is said to be haunted. Allegedly, every night, the sound of reading echoes within, fluctuating in volume and emotion. Yet, when anyone enters, the reading ceases abruptly, and no anomalies can be found. It is quite peculiar. After several such occurrences, the staff became uneasy and left, leaving only the bookstore's owner behind. This bookstore has been a cherished establishment for several decades, gaining considerable renown in Anyang County. Although the proprietor is reluctant to part with it, due to recent unsettling events and his advancing age, lacking both heirs and the vigor to manage the store, he finds himself compelled to sell, including all its books and rare volumes. However, the rumors of it being haunted have circulated widely, preventing any sale despite the continually dropping price. Truth be told, had there not been a history of no fatalities within the bookstore aside from the whispers of ghostly occurrences, our firm would scarcely have considered this commission. A bookstore haunted? Intrigued, Yi Qing pondered. While others may tremble at such tales, he remained unperturbed. What is the name of this bookstore? Where is it located? How much does it cost? The establishment is called Wui Bookstore, symbolizing the boundless ocean of knowledge. It is situated at the intersection of Anyang Street and Yuhua Lane, boasting an excellent geographical position. The price is remarkably low, merely 100 taels of silver, which is undeniably a bargain in this prime locale. The attendant, in his habitual manner, began to extol the virtues of Wui Bookstore, but remembering the strange incidents associated with it, he hesitated and fell silent. It stands to reason that few would be interested in a place rumored to be unclean. Excellent. I shall purchase it, Yi Qing declared grandly. Ah, esteemed guest, do you truly intend to buy Wui bookstore? The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Qing nodded. Having heard you speak so highly of it, how could I be foolish enough not to buy? The attendant was taken aback. He had previously made similar recommendations without stirring interest in others. Was it that they were foolish, or that Yi Qing was simply naive? Naturally, he kept such thoughts to himself. However, esteemed guest, it is said to be rather unclean, the attendant kindly cautioned. In response, Yi Qing merely smiled gently. If it is unclean, we shall tidy it up, will we not? Now, expedite the paperwork, for I might reconsider. Ah, yes, of course. The attendant nodded vigorously, delightedly assisting Yi Qing in completing all necessary formalities, personally guiding him to meet the former owner of Wui bookstore. After Yi Qing settled the full payment, the previous owner handed over the keys, property deeds, and other documents, finalizing the transaction with a signed agreement. Henceforth, this shall be our domain, Yi Qing exclaimed with joy. Standing before the ancient wooden structure of the bookstore, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wui bookstore stands 3 stories tall, adorned with elegantly curved eaves and bronze bells, exuding an air of antiquity and charm. Upon entering, one is greeted by a spacious and immaculate lobby, where tables and chairs are neatly arranged. Along the walls, circular shelves brim with an impressive array of books, numbering in the thousands at first glance. The furnishings within the lobby are clearly intended for patrons, allowing those purchasing books to peruse at their leisure, while others may enjoy reading, embodying a truly thoughtful design. Ascending the staircase to the second floor reveals smaller rooms, where rare and valuable volumes are meticulously categorized, showcasing books that are both uncommon and precious. In addition, there are several elegantly arranged private rooms designated for individuals of distinction. The third floor houses a rest area, with a bedroom at the innermost part and a tea room for entertaining esteemed guests adjacent to it. On either side lie a study and a kitchen, replete with all manner of furniture and items, which significantly alleviated his burdens. A splendid location, indeed, offering exceptional value. Setting aside the prime location, the arrangement of the bookshop and the diverse collection of books within undoubtedly surpassed the worth of 100 taels of silver. It is no wonder the former proprietor displayed such reluctance during the transfer of the deed. After tidying the bedroom, he proceeded to dust the various corners of the ground floor. Yi Qing gazed at the rejuvenated bookshop and smiled faintly. All set, next. It is time to attend to that book-loving spirit. He was curious to uncover the true nature of this literary ghost. The night was devoid of wind and moonlight. As the gong struck thrice, resonating through the stillness, the silence of the bookshop was abruptly pierced by the sound of reading. The voice, clear and melodious, oscillated between exuberance and melancholy, rising and falling with an inexplicable rhythm and beauty reminiscent of a Confucian sage reciting the works of the ancients. Yet, within the emptiness of the bookshop, this phenomenon felt particularly eerie. It has arrived. On the third floor, Yi Qing, who had been feigning slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, and the kung fu frog beside him sprang up. Listening closely, the voice was somewhat juvenile, as if it belonged to a child. Yi Qing tilted his ear in contemplation before making a decision. "Brother Frog, let us descend and investigate," he whispered, gliding out of the room like a wisp of smoke, silently making his way downstairs. However, just as he reached the grand hall, the vibrant reading ceased abruptly, and the bookshop returned to its former quietude. Quite alert, indeed. Yi Qing smiled faintly, yet curiously. He sensed no ominous presence within the bookshop, as though no ghostly entity lingered there. Moreover, the previously heard reading voice was bright and clear, not akin to a spectral wail. Suddenly, the kung fu frog perched on his shoulder leaped forth, attempting to seize a book from the right side shelf. Just as it was about to grasp the volume, a shadow, resembling a miniature human form, emitted a shriek and transformed into a streak of light, dissipating into the air. With remarkable swiftness, the kung fu frog, undeterred, propelled itself off the shelf and lunged for another book. The shadow, emitting sounds akin to a human's cries, darted from yet another volume, vanishing into thin air. This shadow was intangible and elusive, seemingly capable of teleportation, disappearing in the blink of an eye, rendering it nearly impossible to capture. Yet, remarkably, the kung fu frog appeared to sense its presence, unfailingly locating it regardless of how it evaded or vanished. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded within the bookshop, a frog incessantly leaping and croaking, reaching for book after book, while a shadowy figure emitted cries and fled in haste. The chase was a lively spectacle. However, Yi Qing could discern that the kung fu frog was not exerting its full strength, seemingly toying with its opponent. Library? Reading? Humanoid? Teleportation? Yi Qing pondered, touching his nose as he observed the shadow in the air, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. I know what it is. The corners of Yi Qing's lips curled upwards, revealing a mischievous smile as he exclaimed, Brother Frog, return. Ribbit. The kung fu frog paused. And in that moment of distraction, the shadow vanished once more, followed by a chorus of childish laughter echoing through the air. Ya, silly, silly, two big fools. You can't catch me, you can't catch me. Hee. As the kung fu frog leaped back onto his shoulder, Yi Qing gently patted it twice in reassurance and chuckled. I truly cannot catch you, but to eliminate you would be quite effortless. You're lying, big liar. Came the innocent voice from above. Don't believe me? Yi Qing replied with a beaming smile, confidence radiating from him. If I were to set all the books in this library ablaze, wouldn't you perish in the flames? Instantly, silence enveloped the air. Why the sudden quiet? Were you not just calling me a fool? Yi Qing continued calmly. Not only do I know what you are, but I also know that your true form must be nestled within a room on the second floor. If you do not emerge soon, I might genuinely ignite all these books. The atmosphere remained eerily still. If you do not show yourself, I shall truly set them ablaze. Yi Qing's smile widened as he deliberately attempted to frighten. I am a man of my word, unwavering and resolute. I truly would. Wow. As his words lingered in the air, a hush fell, followed by the sound of weeping. A small girl, dressed in a black and white short-sleeved shirt, with two braids adorning her head, appeared atop one of the books on the shelf. At that moment, the little girl squatted on the book, covering her eyes with her hands, crying sorrowfully. Yi Qing was momentarily speechless. To think you are a peculiar being, and yet a mere scare has brought you to tears. What a timid creature you are. Indeed, the girl before him was a rare anomaly, a being known as a book spirit. This particular entity, born from the essence of literary culture, was pure of heart, fond of reading, knowledgeable of human speech, aware of all things, and enlightened in the ways of yin and yang. Though the book spirit possessed no combat prowess and ranked low in hierarchy, it was exceedingly precious and scarce, with stringent conditions for its manifestation. To give rise to a book spirit, one must fulfill several criteria. First, the book from which it is born must be a classic, a unique edition. Second, the birthplace must be steeped in cultural richness and intellectual heritage. Third, the environment must be devoid of any foul or malevolent influences, with the owner and their kin being virtuous. Fourth, the process requires an extensive duration, ranging from several decades to hundreds of years, with no fixed time frame. Fifth, and so forth. In summary, the conditions for the birth of a book spirit are exceedingly rigorous, intertwined with a degree of fortunes. Thus, only those from scholarly lineages or esteemed families might have the possibility of giving rise to such a being. Note, it is a possibility, not a certainty. Therefore, to intentionally cultivate a book spirit under these conditions is highly improbable. Although the being from the book possesses no combat prowess nor poses any threat, it is endowed with an unparalleled ability. Born of the essence of literary brilliance, it inherently embodies literary talent, possessing profound knowledge of all things. It often listens to the sounds of reading, which enhances memory and fosters literary aptitude. With a tranquil mind, clear thoughts, and an untainted heart, it holds immeasurable value for anyone, particularly scholars. Thus, it is no wonder that some scholars or esteemed figures take pride in possessing such a being. However, this literary entity does have its vulnerabilities. Firstly, its embodiment is that of a book, rendering it quite fragile. Should the book be damaged, the being will undoubtedly vanish. Secondly, it cannot stray too far from its physical book. Based on these insights, Yi Qing deduced that the being resided in a specific room on the second floor and leveraged this knowledge to compel its emergence. Frankly, he had not anticipated that the Guai bookstore would give birth to such a being. This was likely related to the store's rich heritage. With a legacy spanning a century, Guai has amassed a wealth of rare and precious books, with each successive owner embodying kindness and grace. Coupled with the store's renowned status in Anyang County, the confluence of these fortuitous circumstances led to the creation of the literary entity. Regrettably, the former owner, lacking in knowledge, mistakenly regarded this extraordinarily valuable being as a mere ghostly apparition, ultimately allowing Yi Qing to benefit from it. Of course, his interest did not lie in the literary prowess it conferred, as he had no ambitions to excel in examinations. Rather, the being's ability to comprehend all things was of paramount importance to him. While it may be an exaggeration to claim it knows everything, It is birthed from the essence of local literary brilliance, thus innately familiar with the contents of all books within its domain. For instance, the young girl embodies the spirit of Guai, hence she is inherently aware of all the text within the bookstore. Beyond that, her knowledge is limited. Nevertheless, this knowledge is already exceedingly precious to Qing. After all, knowledge is power. Enough with the tears now. If you continue, your sobs will flood the bookstore, he remarked. Observing the young girl's incessant weeping, she peeked through her fingers and realized that her tears had not even dampened the books beneath her. Feeling wronged as she exclaimed, "You're lying, you big liar," and resumed her cries. Qing chuckled. "I'm terrified of you now. I promise not to burn you, all right? Really?" The little girl inquired, rubbing her reddened eyes timidly. Qing smiled gently. "You are so adorable. How could I ever bring myself to harm you? I merely intended to frighten you into revealing yourself." "Humph, liar." Though the girl ceased her crying, she still shivered slightly. Qing continued, "Not only do I promise not to harm you, but I also assure you that you can read whenever you wish, without the need to sneak around at midnight." "What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" "Of course, it's true," Qing affirmed. "Yay, you're such a good person." The girl instantly forgot her tears, bouncing with delight, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was he who had caused her distress. However, Qing added, "In return for allowing you to read, I must ask you to agree to one condition." His eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a cunning fox. "Conditions? What conditions?" the young girl asked innocently. Qing replied slowly, "You must read a book for me every night, and I will choose the type of book. How does that sound?" The girl tilted her head, contemplating for a moment, and feeling that it posed no real loss to her, she agreed. "All right, I accept your terms." A smile played at the corners of Qing's mouth. His intentions were clear. He valued the ability of the characters within the books to enhance memory and clarify thoughts. This arrangement would allow him to quickly absorb the contents of the books, relieve him of the burden of reading, and strengthen the bond between him and the young girl. "Well, you may begin reading now. I must retire for the night." Qing waved his hand cheerfully. "Yay, this is wonderful," the girl exclaimed, bouncing around joyfully, diving into one book after another, thoroughly engrossed in her play. "Oh, I forgot to ask." After taking a few steps, Qing seemed to recall something and halted, saying, "My name is Qing. What is yours?" "A name?" The girl's flying form paused midair. She bit her finger, a look of worry crossing her face. "I don't have a name yet." Qing proposed, "How about I give you one? I excel at naming." The girl, somewhat skeptical, asked, "Really?" Qing pondered for a moment and suggested, "Since you were born from books and emerged from the endless bookstore, why not call you Yaya? You are small, adorable, and love to call out Yaya. It fits perfectly." "No, Yaya doesn't sound right. It seems like a boy's name. Let us call you Yaya instead." "Yaya. Fragrant rain heralding the arrival of spring, how poetic." Qing then mused aloud. "Yaya?" The girl bit her lip, contemplating for a while before bursting into laughter. "Yaya has a name now. Yaya has a name. Oh, how delightful. Yaya, look. We are already good friends. Can a good friend ask for a favor?" Qing's lips curled into a sly smile. "What favor?" Yaya inquired, puzzled. Qing grinned. "Would you like me to safeguard your essence?" "Absolutely not," Yaya declared firmly, casting a wary glance at Qing. Qing feigned concern. "Yaya, as your good friend, I am only looking out for you. Think about it. Your essence is a book, so fragile. If a little bug were to nibble on it, you could be harmed. If a big rat were to devour it, you might perish." "Ah, little bugs, big rats." Yaya seemed to envision something dreadful, her small face turning pale. After a moment's hesitation, she relented. "All right. Fine. Good friend, you must protect Yaya. Please ensure no little bugs nibble on me and absolutely no big rats eat me." Yaya led Qing to a room on the second floor, where a book flew off the shelf and landed in Yaya's hands. Reluctantly, she handed it to Qing, reiterating her concerns with earnestness. "Certainly." Qing accepted the book, his smile growing ever more sincere and radiant. With the essence of Yaya secured, one can ensure the safety of the young girl. On the other hand, one need not fear her escape. The partridge, resembling a mountain chicken, boasts resplendent plumage, its crown a deep brown, delighting in song, yet its melancholic melody evokes sorrow in those who hear it. The deceitful beast, a creature with a human face and rabbit body, possesses a knack for lies, relishing in deception and feasting upon the brain matter of its victims. The banana fairy, a transformation from the banana, often takes on the form of a beautiful woman, adept at using her allure to ensnare others, seizing the opportunity to consume their essence. As the gentle rays of morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the third-floor room with warmth akin to early spring, it created a particularly delightful atmosphere. Inside, Qing sat cross-legged on a mat, absorbing the tranquility of meditation while listening to Yaya read from a tome detailing various strange creatures. The young girl's melodious voice resonated throughout the room, enhancing its enchanting ambience. With closed eyes, Qing felt his thoughts crystallize and his mind sharpen. Previous uncertainties in martial arts dissipated as if imparted by an unseen master, while the content of Yaya's reading etched itself vividly in his consciousness, becoming second nature to him. Now that he had settled, it was time for serious matters. As Yaya completed her reading, Qing opened his eyes at an opportune moment, his gaze shimmering with light. "My dear friend, the book is finished. May Yaya now frolic?" Upon finishing, Yaya gently closed the book on the table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, go and play." Qing gestured, and Yaya, filled with excitement, exclaimed and leapt onto the head of the kung fu frog, engaging in playful antics, her laughter ringing out joyfully. His so-called serious tasks comprised three elements. First, to vanquish the strange creatures and enhance his runes. The silver snake and dragon runes inscribed within the Tome of Mysteries had dwindled to a scarce few, continuing his cultivation. Augmenting his strength and accumulating more dragon and snake runes became his foremost objective. Second, to hone his martial skills. More precisely, it involved refining his techniques. Now a practitioner at the Meridian opening stage, he found his existing martial arts somewhat lacking. Beyond the blood shadow divine technique, the rest fell short. The 5 tigers breaking the door blade was too low in grade to meet his needs. The swift blade was ample, yet its power insufficient, while the toad fishing technique, though potent, required considerable time for accumulation. Each possessed its own limitations. In encounters with those of lesser realms, he could easily assert his strength, however. Facing opponents of equivalent standing left him somewhat constrained. Thus, it was imperative to enhance his combat abilities as much as possible. Fortunately, having slain the likes of Master Xiang and Zheng Tianyuan, he had discovered numerous treasures within their spatial rings, including several martial arts manuals such as the Crimson Dragon technique acquired from the body of the Crimson Dragon, the Serpent Control Secret from Granny Snake, 1,000 Serpent Hands, and the Iron Refining Hands from Master Xiang. Among these texts, 2 were of particular importance to him. One was the concealed weapon manual Starry Flower Plucking Hands, found within Master Xiang's spatial ring. At that time, Master Xiang nearly caused his downfall with his flying knives and ill-fortune incense, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. It was likely that Master Xiang's knife techniques were derived from the Starry Flower Plucking Hands. Moreover, he possesses the lightness of step from Bloodsea's fragrance along with the technique of Starry Flower Plucking Hand, which allows him to maximize the potency of this concealed weapon technique. Another tome is the secret manual of the soul-pursuing blade technique, which he discovered within the river shell of Zheng Tianyuan. The style of soul-pursuing blade technique is vastly different from that of 5 tigers breaking the door blade. While the latter emphasizes ferocity and vigor, the former focuses on the peculiar, the elusive, the swift, and the ruthless, employing moves that are often incomprehensible to others, characterized by an unpredictability that renders it nearly impossible to defend against. It is, without a doubt, a technique of deceptive and rapid strikes. This blade technique harmonizes beautifully with his understanding of swift blade work, complemented by the fact that Blood Shadow Divine Art also deviates from the path of brute force, similarly belonging to the realm of the uncanny, thus aligning perfectly with his style. These 2 martial arts, one distant and one proximate, serve to enhance his combat capabilities, becoming the focal point of his training in the upcoming period. As for other techniques, their practice will depend on the passage of time. If there is leisure, he will train. If not, he will let it be, for indeed, a plethora of skills does not weigh one down. Thirdly, he seeks vengeance against the Zheng family, avenging the grievances of Junshan village, as well as his own. Zheng family, Zheng Feng. A cold glint flickered in Qing's eyes before vanishing without a trace. The desire for revenge is strong, but not at this moment. From the words of Zheng Tianyuan, it is evident that Zheng Feng is a practitioner of the Meridian expansion realm, having immersed himself in it for many years and as the head of the family. He possesses profound resources, numerous retainers, and guards. To rashly confront them now would likely result in nothing more than a fruitless endeavor. Thus, he must first bolster his own strength, ascertain the intricacies of the Zheng family and Zheng Feng, devise a meticulous plan, and then act accordingly. After all, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. It is preferable to wait until he has reached the bone refinement realm, surpassing the adversary by a level, before boldly confronting them for a satisfying reckoning, both safe and exhilarating. Yes, this is the resolution. It is not impulsive, but rather strategic. In the following days, Qing remained at the endless bookstore, practicing soul-pursuing blade technique and starry flower-plucking hand by day, while in the evenings, he listened to Ye read, engaged in meditation, and during moments of leisure, brewed a cup of tea, opened the doors of the bookstore, and basked in the sunlight from a recliner at the entrance. Occasionally, he would visit the neighboring households, sharing peculiar tales with the children frolicking about, or he might drop by a tavern to sip on a drink, listening to delightful melodies. On particularly joyous occasions, he would generously reward a few small coins, reveling in the pleasure of the moment. In a matter of days, the surrounding neighbors and merchants became aware that the endless bookstore had a new proprietor, a cheerful young man who claimed to be a scholar, known for his amiable disposition and charm, often accompanied by an unusual frog. Yet, this proprietor seemed quite indolent, unconcerned with the affairs of the bookstore. Regardless of how bleak the business was, the young owner appeared entirely unperturbed, showing no signs of anger, sadness, or haste, perpetually smiling and radiating happiness. Young Master Yi. Back to listen to tunes again? As Qing stepped into the establishment known as Cloud Come Tavern, the young attendant greeted him with a smile, inquiring cheerfully, "Shall we proceed as usual?" "As usual." Qing nodded slightly. The Yunlai Tavern was situated right beside the Guai bookstore, and having frequented it over the past few days, he had become quite familiar with the tavern's staff and owner. 2 jars of pear blossom wine, a plate of beef, and a dish of peanuts. The waiter hummed a melodious tune as he made his way to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the tavern was already bustling with patrons, indulging in wine, enjoying the music, and exchanging tales of family matters and local anecdotes. "Have you heard? Something terrible has happened. Old Shui, stop keeping us in suspense. What has transpired?" Came the inquiry from a nearby table where 3 middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. Old Shui replied, "This morning, I heard that someone died in Feluxiang." "Died? Who?" The 2 men exclaimed urgently. Old Shui took a sip of wine and slowly continued, "I don't know the details, but I heard that 4 or 5 people have perished. And the circumstances are gruesome. Some had their limbs severed, others had their eyes and tongues gouged out, and some had their ears and noses cut off. Not a single body was intact. It was utterly horrifying." "Such horror?" The other 2 gasped. Who could have committed such atrocities? Old Shui shook his head. "Killing is no trivial matter. Who would engage in such heinous acts? I suspect it is the work of some malevolent entity." "A malevolent entity? Hush. Be cautious with your words, lest that wretched creature comes for us." "Indeed, old Lu is right. Let us listen to the music, focus on the melodies." Severed limbs? Gouged eyes and tongues? Cut off ears and noses? Qing cast a thoughtful glance at the 3 men. "Little bossy, you've arrived?" Just then, the owner of Yunlai Tavern entered, looking weary and troubled. "Good day, Manager Zhou." Qing greeted him, puzzled. "What troubles you, Manager Zhou? Are you unwell? Or did you not sleep well last night?" Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou paused, sighed deeply, his face etched with worry. "Alas, do not mention it. My son has been restless since yesterday, incessantly claiming to be hungry. No matter how much he eats, he insists he is still starving. His belly is nearly bursting. Yet he continues to cry for food. If I do not provide him with something to eat, he throws tantrums and even harms himself. Only quieting down this morning after exhausting himself. I toiled all night, consulting 4 or 5 doctors, yet none could diagnose his ailment. I am utterly distressed. I intend to seek out physician Shui shortly to have him examine my son. He is my only child. I cannot bear for anything to happen to him." Manager Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Fu, had a son of about 8 or 9 years old, a lively child with a mischievous spirit. As Zhou Fu had fathered a child later in life, he cherished his son dearly, treating him like a precious gem. It was no wonder he was so anxious about his son's strange affliction. "Master, master." Suddenly, a voice called urgently from outside. A servant rushed in, and upon seeing Zhou Fu, spoke anxiously, "Master, the young master has awakened and is causing a ruckus, demanding food and shoving whatever he can find into his mouth. Madam requests that you return immediately." "Ah, I shall return at once." Zhou Fu responded hastily. "Zhou Guai, go to the Divine Needle Clinic and fetch physician Shui promptly." "Yes, master." Zhou Guai responded with a sound and turned to leave. Zhou Fu did the same, scarcely bothering to bid farewell to Qing as he hurried home. Unbeknownst to him, Qing also rose slowly and followed behind. The Zhou residence was not far from the Yunlai Tavern. In just a few steps, upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of sobs and commotion emanating from the back courtyard. What has happened to Huir? Zhou Guai rushed into the inner hall, only to behold his son bound to the bed, a silk handkerchief stuffed in his mouth, whimpering with a grotesque expression. What is the meaning of this? Why is Huia tied up? Zhou Fu, seeing this, was filled with fury and moved to untie the ropes. However, he was immediately stopped by a woman. Sir, you cannot untie him. Since Huia regained consciousness, he has been throwing a fit for food. When we refused him, he began to bang his head against the wall. I feared for his safety, so I bound him, and the handkerchief is to prevent him from biting his tongue. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fu halted in his tracks. Sir, what should we do? You must save Huir. The woman cried out, her eyes swollen and red, her expression fraught with anxiety and bewilderment. Zhou Fu furrowed his brow, equally at a loss. This matter is easily resolved. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from behind the crowd. Ah, young Master Yi, what brings you here? Zhou Fu and the others turned around to see Yi Qing standing behind them, a faint smile gracing his face, exuding an air of calm and tranquility. I followed you here. Yi Qing replied with a chuckle. Young Master Yi, you just mentioned you have a way to save my Huir? Zhou Fu's wife, ignoring the exchange between the two men, rushed to Yi Qing, her eyes filled with hope. Yi Qing nodded. There is a way. Zhou Fu's wife rejoiced and implored. Please. Young Master Yi, save my Huir, I beg you. Although Zhou Fu was worried about his son's condition, he harbored doubts about Yi Qing's words. Considering his youth, young Master Yi, do you truly have a solution? Yi Qing, unfazed, replied, Rest assured, Master Zhou, I am a scholar and do not speak lightly. Zhou Fu's wife shoved Zhou Fu aside and pulled Yi Qing to the bedside, disregarding everything else. Young Master Yi, please, do examine Huir quickly. Yi Qing complied. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he felt Huir's abdomen, which was already distended and round, indicating he had consumed quite a bit. Yet his eyes were filled with an insatiable hunger, akin to a beggar who had not tasted rice or water for days, his belly grumbling. Even as he was gradually swallowing the silk handkerchief stuffed in his mouth. Go fetch a bottle of vinegar. The more sour, the better. Realizing urgency was paramount, Yi Qing commanded, then began to untie the ropes binding Huir. Young Master Yi, you cannot untie him. Zhou Fu's wife urgently cautioned, as the ropes were meant not only to prevent his turmoil but also because, after falling ill, Huir had gained tremendous strength, making him exceedingly difficult to control. She intended to alert Yi Qing, but before she could finish her warning, the ropes around Huir had already been undone. In a moment of unhinged desperation, Zhou Hui seemed to have lost his mind, clutching the silk handkerchief in his mouth and forcing it down his throat with alarming speed. He rolled off the bed and plunged towards the floor, exhibiting a fervor that belied his tender age of 8 or 9. Alarmed, Madame Zhou gasped. But in the next instant, Yi Qing swiftly reached out, his movements almost imperceptible yet perfectly timed, catching Zhou Hui midair as he leaped. With a deft pull and a press, Zhou Hui found himself sprawled across Yi Qing's legs. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Qing delivered a sharp clap to Zhou Hui's back, while applying a slight pressure with his right leg against the boy's abdomen. In the next heartbeat, Zhou Hui opened his mouth and began to retch violently. After several heaves, his belly visibly contracted, yet he continued to struggle, muttering incoherently as his eyes glowed with a haunting green hue. Little Yi, what are you doing? Zhou Fu asked, perplexed by Yi Qing's actions. However, before he could finish, Yi Qing interrupted him. Right here. A maid presented Yi Qing with a jar of vinegar. He sniffed it, finding it satisfyingly pungent, and then pried Zhou Hui's mouth open, pouring the vinegar down his throat. What are you doing? Stop at once. Madame Zhou cried in outrage, rushing forward to pull Yi Qing away. Unfazed, Yi Qing flicked his fingers, sending forth a shadow of blood that caused Madame Zhou to stumble, leaning against a nearby maid for support. Ignoring the bewildered and furious gazes of those around him, Yi Qing firmly held Zhou Hui down while continuing to pour the aged vinegar into his mouth, smiling reassuringly. Do not fret, it is merely vinegar, it will not claim a life. After pouring nearly half a bottle of the vinegar, Zhou Hui, who had been writhing in struggle, suddenly ceased his movements. To the horror of the onlookers, his belly began to swell in small, peculiar bulges, as if something within him was writhing. Little Yi. There is something in Hui's belly. Zhou Fu pointed in terror at the boy's abdomen. Yi Qing, however, remained nonchalant. Just a little worm, nothing to worry about. When the moment felt right, Yi Qing gently patted Zhou Hui's back once more, the force of his touch penetrating into the boy's stomach. Zhou Hui opened his mouth again, violently expelling the sour liquid that was the vinegar he had just ingested. As he vomited, a small worm, roughly the size of a thumb, emerged amidst the acidic fluid. Landing on the floor, the creature, with its 5 segments and plump, white body, appeared harmless, yet it elicited a repulsive reaction from the onlookers, causing them to recoil in disgust. With the worm expelled, Zhou Hui fell silent, no longer crying out for food, and the grimace on his face gradually faded. Weakly, he murmured, "Brother Yi good, it's all right now?" Yi Qing smiled, retrieving the silk handkerchief from the bedside to wipe away the filth at the corners of Zhou Hui's mouth. He gently placed the boy back on the bed and reassured Zhou Fu, "Rest assured, Hui is fine." "Oh, my son." Madame Zhou wept and laughed simultaneously, rushing to embrace Zhou Hui tightly. Yi Qing respectfully stepped aside, retrieving a porcelain bottle from his robe and using chopsticks to collect the small worm from the floor. "Boss Xiaoyi, what exactly is this creature?" With his child restored to normalcy, Zhou Fu was naturally filled with joy. However, unlike his wife, who seemed to forget their benefactor upon the return of their son, he did not neglect Yi Qing. Yi Qing tucked away the vial and smiled, saying, "This creature is known as the starvation bug, a type of minor anomaly with limited threat. It typically appears in egg form and can enter a person's stomach through the mouth or nose, subsequently releasing a toxin that numbs the nervous system, inducing an overwhelming sense of hunger. The afflicted will consume incessantly, devouring anything in sight, yet will never feel satiated, akin to a ravenous ghost, hence its name. However, this hunger is a psychological sensation, not a physical necessity. Food remains undigested in the stomach. If not promptly addressed, the individual may ultimately suffer from fatal overconsumption." Overconsumption? Zhou Fu shuddered at the thought, relieved they had discovered the issue in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. "So, did you ultimately make Huiya drink vinegar to expel the starvation bug?" "Indeed," Yi Qing affirmed. "This starvation bug is impervious to spicy or sweet bitter foods. But it has a profound aversion to sourness. The more acidic the substance, the more it fears it. Huiya has consumed quite a bit since yesterday. Yet he has not ingested anything particularly sour, correct?" Zhou Fu pondered for a moment and realized this to be true. "Boss Zhou, I have one more question regarding Huiya. If that is permissible?" Yi Qing inquired suddenly. "Please, go ahead, Boss Xiao." Yi Qing turned to the now recovered Zhou Hui and gently asked, "Huiya, do you recall where you played yesterday? Did you encounter anything peculiar?" Zhou Hui tilted his head and thought before gesturing. "I saw a big cat, and it was quite frightening." "A big cat?" Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Where did you see it?" Zhou Hui replied, "In the back alley. While I was playing with Xiaonan and Yonyo, it suddenly darted past our feet, startling Xiaonan and Yonyo. But I wasn't too scared. I even gave the big cat a little tap." "Huh, you are truly brave." Yi Qing chuckled. "Now, Huiya, rest well. Once you're feeling better, come and play with your brother." "Okay." Zhou Hui nodded obediently. "Well then, Boss Zhou, Huiya is fine now. Please refrain from giving him spicy foods for the next few days. Just prepare some congee. His stomach has been strained and needs proper care," Yi Qing advised before rising to leave. Zhou Fu hurriedly stood to see him off, exclaiming, "Thanks to you, Boss Xiao. If anything had happened to Huiya, I truly would know how to carry on." "Thank you, Boss Xiao. You are my savior." Yi Qing smiled. "You flatter me, Boss Zhou." Zhou Fu spoke earnestly. "Not at all, not at all. To be honest, I am at a loss as to how I can repay your life-saving grace. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." As he bent to kneel, Yi Qing quickly supported him, saying, "If you truly wish to thank me, just offer me a discount when I dine at your restaurant in the future and refrain from diluting the pear blossom wine." "Haha, how could I ever do such a thing?" Zhou, the innkeeper, chuckled awkwardly and assured, "From now on, Boss Xiaoye shall be a distinguished guest at my Yulai Tavern, with all food and drink entirely complimentary." "Haha, Innkeeper Zhou, I truly appreciate your generosity," replied Yi Qing with a smile, clasping his fist in gratitude. "But you should return to care for Huiya. My drink remains unfinished, and I must continue." "Haha, Boss Xiaoye, you can indulge as much as you desire. At Yulian, we have no shortage of wine." Zhou Fu laughed heartily, his spirits considerably lifted. "Take care, Boss Xiaoye. Until we meet again." Yi Qing waved his hand and, upon exiting the Zhou residence, did not return to Yulai Tavern, but rather made his way to the alley mentioned by Zhou Hui. Upon arriving at the alley, Yi Qing retrieved a bottle and poured out the starving bug, concealing himself nearby to await his target. After a brief moment, a large, sleek black cat emerged from a corner, darting directly toward the starving bug. Indeed, it was a magnificent feline. This cat was substantial, nearly the size of a small dog. and its eyes gleamed like jewels, exuding an air of predatory grace. Unlike ordinary cats, its ears were disproportionately large, adorned with a fluffy tail, and its round head rendered it both comical and endearing, captivating to behold. Just the one I seek, the scavenger cat. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Before him stood a creature of sinister reputation, known as the scavenger cat, a ferocious being that thrived on carrion, existing in a symbiotic relationship with the starving bug. Typically, the starving bug would parasitically embed its eggs within the scavenger cat, which, taking advantage of its charming demeanor, would transfer the eggs to those it encountered. Subsequently, the starving bug would revive and lead its victim to a gruesome demise. Once the victim was interred, the scavenger cat would track the scent of the starving bug to the grave, using its sharp claws to eviscerate the corpse and feast upon the decaying entrails, thus earning its nefarious title. Realizing Zhou Hui had been infested by the starving bug, Yi Qing deduced the presence of a scavenger cat nearby and employed the starving bug as bait to lure it out. It is colloquially known as cat fishing. Suddenly, the scavenger cat's long ears perked up, and its gem-like green eyes narrowed in suspicion, locking onto Yi Qing's hiding spot. Such a vigilant creature. Yi Qing smirked coldly, stepping into view. Regrettably, your fate is sealed. Unlike the whimsical beings of folklore, the scavenger cat was not only repugnant, but also a menace, and encountering it would not warrant mercy. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yi Qing, the scavenger cat's glossy black fur bristled like steel needles. Its once long tail flattened and sprouted fish scale-like plates that shimmered with an eerie light. Elongated fangs emerged from its jaws, transforming its demeanor from endearing to fearsome. Now, this is your true form. Yi Qing's smile widened, relishing the malevolence radiating from the scavenger cat, his own murderous resolve intensifying. It seems you have claimed many lives indeed. Generally speaking, the grotesque are adept at disguise. Meow. In the next moment, the carrion cat let out a shriek, its fur standing on end as it shot forth like a barrage of needles. Crack. Observing this, Yi Qing raised his hand, his sleeve billowing as he struck the air with a sound akin to thunder, causing the multitude of cat fur to shatter against an invisible wall. Yet, at that very moment, the carrion cat had already darted toward Yi Qing, its long tail curling through the air like a soft sword, aiming to ensnare his neck. Without a doubt, should the cat's tail ensnare him, a mere tug would sever his throat. Quite impressive. Yi Qing remained unfazed, flicking his fingers to strike the approaching tail. With a sharp crack, the tail seemed to suffer a significant blow, its scales scattering before snapping into several pieces, blood spraying forth. However, the latent force contained in his fingertip was inexhaustible, sending the carrion cat hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Meow. Upon landing, the carrion cat was a pitiful sight, its tail severed, its body stripped bare and drenched in blood, whimpering, utterly devoid of its previous ferocity. TSK, how unsightly. Yi Qing shook his head in disdain. Meow. After rising, the carrion cat cast a fierce glance at Yi Qing, and without hesitations, turned to flee into the distance. Can you escape? Yi Qing scoffed, a flick of his wrist sending a flying knife darting forth like lightning, hurtling toward the carrion cat. Sensing the imminent danger, the cat leaped sideways, narrowly avoiding the threat behind it. Yet, as it landed, the knife unfurled like a blossoming flower, suddenly releasing several more knives that shot out in all directions. The floral display fell, marking the end of an era. The carrion cat evaded one knife, but could not escape another, which pierced its neck directly. Not bad. Witnessing the demise of the carrion cat, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. The prowess of the star-plucking hand had not disappointed him. You little brat, who are you to dare slay the cat of my master Lu? Do you not value your life? After dispatching the carrion cat, Yi Qing approached to retrieve the knife embedded in its body, but at that moment, two individuals, as if searching for something, entered the alley, immediately taking in the scene before them. Your cat? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing raised an eyebrow towards the two men, both in their 30s, burly and fierce, glaring at him menacingly. Of course, it is our cat. Kid. Do you realize this cat is the most cherished pet of our master Lu? Do you comprehend the consequences of killing it? One of them growled menacingly. Haha. To keep a carrion cat as a pet, it seems your master Lu is not someone of good repute. Yi Qing replied coolly. Oh ho, kid, quite arrogant, daring to insult our master Lu. Upon hearing this, the two men grinned wickedly. One of them remarked, he must be a newcomer, unaware of our master Lu's notorious reputation, hence his audacity. Yi Qing nodded. Indeed, I am new and have not heard of Lu's name. May I inquire which path your master Lu walks? Above the heavens. He hears all. Below the earth, he knows all. There is nothing he does not discern, and no one remains unaware of him. This is the illustrious Qiao Lui. The man boasted. Qiao Lui, a renowned figure in Anyang County's underworld, could be less charitably described as a purveyor of information, thriving on the trade of secrets. He commanded a legion of informants, from the lowly beggar to the esteemed dignitary, with eyes and ears infiltrating every stratum of society. His knowledge was unparalleled. Every event, great or small, within Anyang County was known to him, rendering him omniscient. Omniscient, a title that resonates with grandeur. A flicker of clarity crossed Yu Qing's downcast eyes, hinting at deep contemplation. Ah, now you realize the gravity of your actions? It's too late. One man sneered, his fists cracking audibly as he clenched them tightly. You have slain my lord's cherished cat, an affront to Qiao Lui. Should we fail to shatter your limbs and sever your tongue today, where would my lord's dignity reside? With that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Yi Qing's chest. Yi Qing merely smirked, refusing to evade or flinch, allowing the man's fist, as large as a sandbag, to collide with his chest. A resounding crack echoed, and the assailant's expression morphed from shock to agony, feeling the bones in his hand shatter. As a practitioner of martial arts himself, he had believed his strike could easily incapacitate this seemingly frail youth. However, the impact felt as though he had struck solid steel, and instead, the recoil caused his own hand to fracture. Faced with an unexpected challenge, the man recoiled in alarm. Meanwhile, another companion, sensing the dire turn of events, attempted to rush to his aid. But as he moved, an icy sensation grazed his neck. As though something had whizzed past him, he instinctively touched his neck, only to find his hand drenched in blood, sending a wave of terror through him. Looking back, he discovered a throwing knife embedded in the wall, a drop of blood slowly cascading from its blade. My blood. He swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear. He realized that he had not escaped due to the opponent's misfire, but rather because the assailant had chosen to spare him. Should he demonstrate further foolishness, his fate would be sealed. Having long served under Qiao Lui, they may not have mastered other skills, yet they had certainly learned the art of prudence and adaptability. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, they promptly ceased their assault. I can slay a blood-level aberrant. What gives you the audacity to confront me? Yi Qing dismissed them, regarding the two practitioners of peak martial arts with disdain. The term blood-level aberrant was familiar to them, equating to a martial artist in the condensed Qi realm. However, they were puzzled by the implication of his words. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, then relaxed as comprehension dawned upon him. It appeared that the duo was oblivious to the fact that the cat was a blood-level aberrant. Its fur had fallen away, and its tail was severed, stripping it of its distinctive traits. They had failed to perceive the unusualness of the situation, otherwise they would not have recklessly charged forward. However, they were unaware that their limited understanding was somewhat excusable, yet the so-called Lord Qiao Lu was certainly not to be underestimated. What are your names? Yi Qing inquired. I am Qiao Shanhu, and he is Qiao Shabao. The two exchanged glances, and the man with the broken hand bowed his head, responding submissively. Who would have imagined that such a formidable figure would emerge in Anyang County, and they happened to cross paths with him? They merely set out to find a cat. What had they done to deserve this? It was all the fault of that foolish cat. Lead the way, let us meet your Lord Qiao Lu, Yi Qing commanded directly. Young hero, you wish to meet our Lord Lu? The two exchanged another look, their hearts racing with surprise. They had never anticipated that this formidable figure would seek an audience with Lord Qiao Lu. Was it sheer audacity, a reckless venture into peril? Or perhaps a display of confidence, the dragon confronting the local snake? Yi Qing tilted his head with a smile, replying, Indeed. I wish to see just how significant your Lord Qiao Lu truly is. The two shared a bitter laugh, regardless of whether their counterpart was a lion or a tiger. Whether it was a reckless pursuit or a contest between dragons and serpents, it was beyond their control as mere captives. Resigned to their fate, they decided to obediently lead the way. By the way, bring that cat along. As a first visit, it would be rude not to present a gift. This cat shall serve as my token of respect for Lord Lu, Yi Qing suddenly declared. Is this how one presents gifts? Are you a demon? Of course. Qiao Shanhu and Xiao Shanbao merely thought this to themselves. They dared not voice their objections, instead forcing smiles while lifting the decaying cat from the ground, leading Yi Qing towards Lord Qiao Lu's abode. To Yi Qing's astonishment, Lord Qiao Lu's residence was not far from Waishushi, situated just next door on Yuhua Street. Yuhua Lane was one of the most bustling streets in Anyang County, teeming with taverns, brothels, gambling dens, and a myriad of other establishments. with people bustling about endlessly. However, as one of the prominent figures in Anyang County, Lord Xiao Lu's dwelling did not possess the ostentation Yi Qing had anticipated. In fact, it appeared rather ordinary compared to the opulent taverns and brothels that surrounded it. Yet, ordinary did not equate to simple. From the moment Yi Qing set foot in Yuhua Lane, he keenly sensed several scrutinizing gazes. From the entrance of Yuhua Lane to the gates of Qiao Manor. Such glances were frequent, emanating from vendors, waiters, diners, beggars, residents, and courtesans alike. It was evident that these individuals were planted spies and sentinels of Lord Xiao Lu. Moreover, as they approached Qiao Manor, the surveillance intensified, the gazes growing more aggressive, even tinged with malice, creating a palpable tension. Nonetheless, Yi Qing remained unfazed, wearing a smile, exuding calmness as if he were oblivious to the oppressive stares. Qiao Manor, blessings, longevity, health, and peace. Upon reaching the entrance of Qiao Manor, Yi Qing looked up at the plaque above and shook his head. These 4 characters are quite poorly inscribed. Ahem, those were written by my Lord Lu. Xiao Shanhu coughed awkwardly, responding. However, he too felt that the characters were rather unappealing. Yet, when ugliness reaches a certain realm, it transcends into art. Yi Qing swiftly pivoted the conversation. As they approached the entrance of the Qiao residence, the grand door swung open unexpectedly, as if anticipating their arrival. Yi Qing, unfazed, stepped inside without hesitation. The moment he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him. Xiao Shanhu and Xiao Shanbao, seemingly well prepared, darted to either side. In an instant, dozens of guards clad in formidable attire, exuding a fierce aura and brandishing blades, surged forward, encircling Yi Qing tightly. Ah, such hospitality. I quite appreciate it. Yi Qing chuckled, fully aware of the situation unfolding before him. In truth, upon entering Yuhua Lane, he had observed Xiao Shanhu and Xiao Shanbao exchanging signals near a few beggars, who then turned and departed, evidently to inform Qiao Lui of their presence. They believed their actions were discreet. However, Yi Qing had seen through their ruse with clarity. Yet, he chose not to intervene. Do not question, simply fear not. Entering unannounced is akin to trespassing, while failing to pay homage is akin to invoking spirits. Confront a thief with force, and vanquish a ghost with resolve. Attack, commanded the foremost guard with a thunderous shout, charging at Yi Qing with his blade. Yi Qing assessed the situation, noting 2 individuals at the mid-level of qi condensation, 5 at the initial stage, and the remainder ranging from mid to advanced body refinement. With a swift glance, he gauged their capabilities, and as the leading guard's sword descended, he deftly sidestepped, allowing the blade to glide past his cheek before stepping forward to face his opponent directly. Greetings. The guard, taken aback by Yi Qing's astonishing speed, momentarily faltered. In that fleeting instant, Yi Qing leaned slightly against him. The next moment, the guard was sent hurtling back as if struck by lightning, inadvertently colliding with 3 others rushing forward. Simultaneously, 2 swords and a dagger lunged at him from different angles, one sword aimed at his left arm, the other at his right shoulder, while the dagger, in a rare horizontal strike, targeted his heel. With a gentle flick of his foot, Yi Qing lifted himself gracefully, like a feather on the wind, evading the 2 swords by mere inches, while the dagger met a similar fate. Yet, in the next instant, to the horrified gaze of the 3 assailants, Yi Qing, levitating mid-air, made a peculiar arc and landed behind them. Before they could react, they felt a sharp pain in their wrists, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground, as a flying knife embedded itself into their flesh. With 3 flying knives incapacitating his foes, Yi Qing's form appeared to falter, descending as if drained of energy, prompting the others to seize the opportunity and charge forward with their blades drawn. However, in a breathtaking display, Yi Qing executed a virtual step in midair, conjuring a myriad of illusory images that danced around him, left and right, up and down, making it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Their attacks fell utterly short of their mark. Immediately, a sharp pain pierced the wrists of all present, as a flurry of flying daggers embedded themselves with uncanny precision, mere millimeters from their arteries. While their lives were spared, the ability to wield swords was cruelly stripped away. Was this merely an accident, or a deliberate act? In the next moment, all eyes widened in disbelief, as if confronted by an apparition. Yi Qing moved with a ghostly swiftness, his form elusive and enigmatic. What seemed a direct charge would abruptly morph into a retreat, a straight line would curve unexpectedly, and a descent would instantly transform into an ascent, leaving his adversaries in profound confusion. Such uncertainty rendered them incapable of defense or counterattack. In his wake, each wrist bore the mark of a dagger, bloodied and raw. Even more terrifying was the uniformity of the dagger's placement, each one positioned a mere millimeter from the arteries, inflicting pain without claiming lives. Within moments, all were clutching their injured wrists, blood staining their garments, their faces ashen and disheveled. Only one youth stood amidst the chaos, unblemished and serene, as if a celestial being. "Shall we continue, esteemed guests?" Qing inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. "Continue? Shall we use our heads instead?" At this, the assembly retreated a step. Not from cowardice, but from sheer helplessness. "This young hero, sixth master, requests your presence." Suddenly, a man clad in black emerged from the inner hall. His expression grim as he addressed Qing. Late stage of qi condensation. Qing assessed the black-clad man with a single glance, quickly discerning his cultivation level, and replied with a smile, "Lead the way." "Please, young hero," the man maintained his cold demeanor, disregarding the wounded as he guided Qing past the main hall toward the backyard. Yet, the slight stiffness of the man's gait and the left hand hidden within his sleeve betrayed an inner turmoil that belied his outward calm. The concealed soft sword in his left hand hinted at a path of sinister and treacherous intent. Qing noted this with a keen eye. Sensing Qing's scrutiny, the black-clad man momentarily faltered, his muscles coiling in readiness. Should Qing make any sudden move, he would react instantaneously, the soft sword poised to pierce his throat. Yet, he felt uncertain before this young man. "I am Qing. May I ask your name, esteemed brother?" Qing initiated the conversation. "Zuoyan," the man replied, still on high alert. "A fine name." Qing praised, then turned his gaze to the exquisite surroundings, remarking, "I never expected that while your sixth master's estate appears ordinary from the outside, it conceals such wonders within." Qing spoke the truth, unlike the mundane exterior. The interior revealed a realm of lush waters and verdant woods, with flowering plants providing shade, corridors adorned with elegant eaves, and winding paths leading into tranquil depths, a scene of exquisite beauty, imbued with poetic charm. Beyond the picturesque scenery, the arrangement of rocks, bridges, gardens, trees, and paths seemed intricate and convoluted, yet was harmonious and methodical, resembling a labyrinthine masterpiece. Without a guide, one would undoubtedly become disoriented and lost within. Moreover, this courtyard is meticulously guarded with numerous watchtowers, both overt and covert. It was designed by the esteemed sixth master. Zuoyan remained reticent, exhibiting an air of cool detachment. Qing could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined that your sixth master's handwriting was so dreadful, yet his landscape design skills are quite commendable." Revealing an erudite character, Zuoyan remained silent, pondering whether the speaker was treating him as an outsider or simply assumed he was deaf. Perhaps it was best to feign deafness. After some contemplation, Zuoyan resolved to be both deaf and mute, leading the way in silence. As they meandered through the labyrinth of trees and artificial hills, the scenery abruptly transformed, revealing a magnificent pond. The water shimmered in a deep azure, adorned with floating lotus leaves that nearly covered its surface. Gazing out, one could see an endless stretch of verdant lotus leaves, a breathtaking sight. In summer, the blooming lotus flowers would reflect the sun, creating a picturesque scene. "Gentlemen, please board the boat. Sixth master awaits you in the pavilion ahead." Zuoyan gestured for Qing to step into a small boat moored beside the pond. He then expertly rowed the vessel towards a pavilion at the pond's center. Zuoyan's skill was remarkable, propelling the boat swiftly and smoothly, arriving at the pavilion in no time. The pavilion, octagonal in shape, was exquisitely adorned, with copper bells hanging at each corner that chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze, a delightful sound. The beauty of the water, the pavilion, and the harmonious sounds were further complemented by the pavilion's elegant name, Rainflower Pavilion. How delightful! It seems young Yi is quite the connoisseur. Inside the pavilion sat a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, clad in a scholar's robe, with a wispy beard and an aura of refinement. He chuckled lightly, embodying the essence of an erudite teacher. Who would have guessed that this cultured gentleman was none other than Xiao Liuya, the most influential figure in Anyang County? "Sixth master knows of my existence." Qing disembarked the boat and entered the pavilion. "Young Yi, please take a seat." Xiao Liuya gestured for him to sit opposite him and began to speak slowly. Qing, who claims to be a scholar on a journey, arrived in Anyang County 7 days ago, accompanied by an enigmatic frog. On the day of his arrival, through the introduction of Zhao Mu, a servant at the tea house, he purchased the infamous Waishu house for 300 taels of silver, reputed to be haunted. After acquiring the establishment, He has remained reclusive, indulging in sunbathing, drinking, and listening to music, neglecting the business of the bookstore, yet endearing himself to the locals, earning the moniker young boss due to his youth. Huh. I never anticipated that Sixth Master would investigate such a minor figure so thoroughly. Truly, your reputation as the most well-informed person in Anyang is well-deserved. Yi Qing chuckled, not feeling surprised. If the man before him lacked such capabilities, he would not rightfully hold the title of the most knowledgeable individual in the region. A new neighbor daring to purchase the notoriously avoided Waishu house, especially a young man, certainly warranted Xiao's attention. With a serene smile, Lord Xiao lifted the freshly brewed hot tea prepared by the maid and took a delicate sip, his tone calm and unhurried. Alas, my investigation has proven rather superficial. I had no inkling that the esteemed boss Yi was indeed a master of profound skill. Yi Qing responded with a faint smile, do not fault yourselves. I have concealed my abilities too well. Such humor from boss Yi. It is the first time I have encountered someone so creatively self-praising, Lord Xiao remarked. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, Yi Qing took another sip of tea, reclining slightly, and languidly continued. By the way, Lord Xiao, your earlier approach was somewhat ungracious. I came bearing generous gifts to visit you, yet upon entering, you greeted me with a display of authority? TSK, TSK. That seems a bit inappropriate. Lord Xiao chuckled. When one enters a temple, one must have intentions. Since boss Yi arrived uninvited, how could I not ascertain your purpose? Is it benevolent or malevolent? Strong or weak? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, merely ascertaining? Lord Xiao affirmed, just ascertaining. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Yi Qing replied with a gentle smile. The individuals he had encountered earlier appeared menacing, yet they harbored no intent to kill. They were likely merely testing his mettle, gauging his worthiness to meet Lord Xiao. Of course, this was also tied to Lord Xiao's uncertainty regarding Yi Qing's background. The other party could discern when he had entered the city, and they were undoubtedly aware of the events that transpired at the city gates that day, as well as his connection to the county magistrate, Yin Yufei. With this relationship in mind, Lord Xiao would naturally exercise caution, refraining from taking lethal action against him. Thus, Yi Qing was inclined to trust that Lord Xiao had spoken the truth. May I inquire, Lord Xiao, what have you disowned? The visitor bore ill intent but not malevolence. There must be some ulterior motive. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Lord Xiao's eyes as he spoke slowly and deliberately, as though everything was within his grasp. Yi Qing, with a knowing smile, replied, indeed, partially correct and partially incorrect. Oh, pray tell, what is correct and what is not? A flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed Lord Xiao's eyes. Yi Qing elucidated. The visitor's ill intent is incorrect. I assure you, my intentions are entirely benevolent. All for your sake, Lord Xiao. A chill flickered in Lord Xiao's eyes, yet his tone remained calm and gentle. Benevolence? You killed my cat and brought its corpse to taunt me. Is this what you refer to as goodwill, boss Yi? Yi Qing smirked, the corner of his mouth curling mischievously. You misunderstand. What I brought is not a corpse, but rather a substantial gift, one that is beneficial rather than harmful to you. Oh, I would be most eager to hear the details. Lord Xiao maintained his unflappable demeanor. Yi Qing took another sip of tea, moistening his throat. Your cat is a bloodthirsty, malevolent creature, a carrion eater. Its nature is well known to you, Lord Xiao, ferocious, treacherous, and insatiably greedy. Particularly fond of using starving insects to harm others, eviscerating them, and feeding on human remains. Today, I saved an innocent child from being nearly killed by your cat. Such deeds are certainly not uncommon for it. If the Jing'an division were to discover your indulgence of such a dangerous creature, the consequences, Lord Xiao. You might wish to ponder that. Are you threatening me? The countenance of Lord Xiaolu shifted subtly, as a profound silence enveloped the Yuhua pavilion. The atmosphere heavy and oppressive, foreboding a storm. No one dares to threaten me. Throughout my life, traversing the vast expanse of the world, I have never feared threats. And my greatest disdain is for them. Boss Yi, do you realize that with a mere command from me, you could vanish without a trace? The palpable intent to kill permeated the Yuhua pavilion, as weighty as a mountain. Yet Yi Qing appeared unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance, arching an eyebrow with a smile. I do not believe you. As his words faded, Yi Qing lifted his foot slightly before bringing it down. The Yuhua pavilion stirred ever so slightly, a gentle breeze wafting through, causing the octagonal bronze bell to chime melodiously. Subsequently, the wind stirred ripples across the surface of the water, creating layers of undulating waves. The scene picturesque with floating lotus leaves, a feast for the eyes in vibrant green hues, akin to poetry and art. As the scroll of nature unfurled, a series of gentle sounds emanated from beneath the water, as if spring thunder heralded the arrival of a new season. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon, bubbles began to rise from below, and with each bubble, men clad in tight-fitting water gear emerged from the depths. These individuals were evidently skilled operatives discreetly positioned by Lord Xiaolu. Although they bore no visible wounds, their faces were flushed, breath unsteady, indicating their internal organs had been unsettled. Boldly, Zuo-Yi's brow furrowed, his form taut, his garments rustling in the wind. A glimmer of cold light flickered from his left sleeve, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike lethally at any moment. Beside him stood an inconspicuous maid, her water sleeve suddenly unfurling around her, swirling like a celestial being, yet exuding a menacing aura. Both individuals possessed a profound aura, their murderous intent palpable. Clearly masters of the late stage of Qi condensation, each having tasted blood and taken lives. However, at this moment, they dared not make a single move. For unbeknownst to them, a slender, invisible line of blood had wrapped around their necks. Though seemingly fragile and devoid of any immediate threat, an instinctual dread gripped their hearts. They sensed that any attempt to strike would result in their throats being severed by that very line, even if they were capable of shattering the line around their necks. An inexplicable, unknown danger loomed in the vicinity. In truth, had their cultivation been slightly higher, they would have discerned that not only around their necks but throughout the entire Yuhua pavilion, ethereal shadows of blood lingered, intangible and elusive. Do not be alarmed. I merely observe that they have lingered underwater for too long. Let us allow them to surface for air. It would be unfortunate if they suffocated. Yi Qing's smile was enchanting, a crimson hue swirling gracefully about his fingers. The atmosphere thickened, heavy as a mountain. Haha, boss Yi, what a clever tactic. I, Qiao, am truly impressed. Lord Xiaolu's pupils constricted slightly, yet the smile on his face remained unchanged, his demeanor calm and collected. We are both merchants, after all. Harmony breeds wealth. Resorting to violence would disrupt the peace, which would be regrettable. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Indeed, I have come to foster goodwill and prosperity. Yet it seems Lord Xiao does not share this sentiment. Thus, I must employ a slight measure to ensure you recognize my sincerity. Yi Qing smiled as she accepted the teacup, blowing gently on the surface before taking a delicate sip. The pet you raised is no good. It delights in causing harm. I eliminated it to prevent further mischief and to spare you any entanglements. Sixth Master, don't you think my actions were ultimately for your benefit? And is this gift not rather precious? Surely, it is of no detriment to you. Xiao Yoxia smiled faintly. If that is the case, then indeed, this gift is quite valuable, and I am most grateful. Yi Qing waved her hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. I am simply a person who finds joy in helping others. Xiao Yoxia let out a hearty laugh. Ah. It is my own negligence that allowed this beast to roam free and cause harm for its own gluttonous desires. Had it not been for you, my dear Yi, I might have made a grave error. You are a friend I shall cherish. Yi Qing smiled subtly, choosing not to comment further. Xiao Yoxia's words were undoubtedly a form of modesty, yet she preferred to let it be. Leaving a good impression is beneficial for all parties involved. It is my honor to be appreciated by Sixth Master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yoxia appeared quite pleased. Ha. Excellent. However, calling me Sixth Master feels rather distant. From now on, you may refer to me as Sixth Brother. Yi Qing readily acquiesced. Then you shall call me Wu Huan from now on. Wu Huan. A name that resonates with the essence of seeking joy without a name. What a splendid title. Xiao Yoxia praised with a smile. To have met you today, Wu Huan, is indeed a stroke of fortune. We shall share a drink as brothers. A toast was certainly in order, but not today. Yi Qing chuckled. Earlier, Sixth Brother misjudged half of my intentions, yet correctly perceived the other half. Indeed, I have come with a request for your assistance. Xiao Yoxia, seemingly anticipating this, was not taken aback and replied, as brothers, there is no need for such formalities. If there is any way I can assist, rest assured I shall not decline. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow with a smile. It pertains to a matter you excel at. Help me inquire about something. Of course. Xiao Yoxia responded with a grin. Yi Qing glanced at Zuo-Yin and the maid, hesitating slightly. Sixth Brother, what do you think? Understanding, Xiao Yoxia gestured to the two. Yin, Hongyu. You may head to the boat for now. Yes. Zuo-Yin and the maid, named Hongyu, retreated to the boat and rowed to a distance of about 2 zhang away. Perfectly positioned to overhear the conversation while remaining out of earshot, yet capable of providing timely assistance if needed. Apologies, sixth brother, but this matter is confidential. The fewer who know, the better, Yi Qing said with a smile. Xiao Yoxia, unfazed, replied, I understand. Some secrets are safer when held by fewer individuals. For the sake of both parties. Your understanding is appreciated, sixth brother. Yi Qing stated directly, I wish to learn about the Zheng family. Her intention was to meet with Xiao Yoxia and bypass the matter of the scavenging cat, seeking information regarding the Zheng family. After all, as the most well-informed person in Anyang County, he would undoubtedly possess comprehensive knowledge about the Zheng family. Inquiring directly would be the simplest and most reliable approach, saving her considerable effort and trouble. He is indolent, and thus, since fate has presented this opportunity, it would be a lamentable loss to disregard such a splendid chance. The Zheng family? The Zheng family of Anyang? Zheng Feng? Master Qiao Lu exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qing retorted, Is there another Zheng family in Anyang County? Master Qiao Lu, puzzled, inquired, Wu Huan, why do you seek information about the Zheng family? They are a renowned clan in Anyang County. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile gracing his lips. To kill, to eliminate Zheng Feng. What say you, Brother Lu? Do you wish to hear more? Master Qiao Lu was taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. In my line of business, I adhere to a principle. I sell information without inquiring into the reasons. To ask why often entangles oneself in trouble. I have steadfastly followed this rule, which is why my enterprise has flourished. My life has been prolonged as a result. Yet, I never anticipated that my first curiosity would lead me into a trap. Wu Huan, you have truly dug a deep pit for me. Yi Qing chuckled. How is this a pit? We are brothers, you inquire, and I shall disclose. In truth, his intention was to draw Master Qiao Lu into his scheme, binding their fates together. By acquiring information about the Zheng family from him, should calamity befall the Zheng family, Master Qiao Lu would inevitably surmise Yi Qing's involvement. If Master Qiao Lu were to divulge this matter, Yi Qing would find himself in a precarious position. Thus, it was prudent to bring him into the fold. Yi Qing would commit the act, while Master Qiao Lu would provide the intelligence, making them accomplices, inseparable in their fate. Should trouble arise, neither could escape unscathed, compelling Master Qiao Lu to maintain silence. As for Master Qiao Lu reneging on their agreement, one of them must perish today. To be precise, it would be the other who would die, while he would suffer a grievous loss. Master Qiao Lu is a sagacious man. He may initially reject Yi Qing, but after witnessing his methods, he would not engage in a mutually destructive endeavor, nor would he gamble with his own life. Furthermore, this matter is known to both parties and the heavens. As long as they keep their lips sealed, it shall remain undisclosed. Is it difficult or easy? Is it light or heavy? Is it good or bad? Master Qiao Lu is certainly capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. Hence, he would undoubtedly share information about the Zheng family and keep it confidential. Was it my fault? Should I have refrained from speaking? Master Qiao Lu, being astute, grasped Yi Qing's intentions once they were laid bare. However, the course was set, and there was no turning back. Besides, it was merely a matter of keeping a secret. He harbored many secrets already, so one more or one less would make little difference. Moreover, if Yi Qing were indeed able to eliminate Zheng Feng and annihilate the Zheng family, he could seize the business under their banner and cultivate a favorable relationship with a promising young man. What advantage would there be in refusing? Thus, he readily stated, I shall not question your reasons for wanting to kill Zheng Feng, lest you dig another pit for me. The head of the Zheng family, named Zheng Feng, is a mid-stage martial artist skilled in palm techniques, particularly renowned for his formidable Wuji Benlei palm. Zheng Feng has two younger brothers, both at the late stage of qi condensation, and 6 attendants. Indeed, Master Qiao, known for his extensive knowledge in Anyang County, possesses an exceptional understanding of the Zheng family's affairs, effortlessly recalling details about Zheng Feng's realm, the family's guests, their martial arts techniques, characteristics, and the strategic positioning and rotation of their guards. Initially, the Zheng family was among the most powerful in Anyang County. However, for reasons unknown, Zheng Feng's 2 sons, Zheng Tianyuan and Zheng Tanqi, along with 5 elder attendants and several elite members, mysteriously perished about half a month ago, leading to a significant decline in their influence. Had it not been for Zheng Feng's commanding presence, the family might have already crumbled. Master Qiao took a sip of tea and cast a meaningful glance at Yi Qing. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated their demise, Yi Qing responded with a smile. Did I inquire? I didn't ask, yet you ensnare me. Are you a demon? Unfair, Wu Huan. You are being rather unkind. Master Qiao chuckled helplessly. Yi Qing shrugged innocently. I perceived your gaze, sixth brother, and thought you were curious. So, it appears I am once again at fault. A wry smile crossed Master Qiao's lips. He had not encountered a young man as astute and resourceful as Yi Qing in quite some time. Nonetheless, even with the Zheng family's diminished strength, their foundation remains intact. Wu Huan, if you wish to contend with the Zheng family, you must proceed with caution. Rest assured, sixth brother, await my good news. Yi Qing nodded. What concern is it of mine? It was not I who urged you to slay Zheng Feng. The usually composed Master Qiao felt an impulse to reprimand the audacious youth before him. How infuriating. Very well, sixth brother, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. I will visit again for a drink when time permits. Yi Qing announced as he rose. Welcome. Allow me to see you off. Master Qiao smiled. No need, sixth brother, do stay. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Qing leapt away with the swiftness of a swallow. As he landed, his foot lightly touched the lotus leaf, causing it to tremble without disturbing the water, and he soared into the air once more. Waving his hand as he vanished from sight, a voice echoing distantly, sixth brother, please keep today's affairs confidential. What a remarkable skill, Master Qiao praised. His desire to cultivate a friendship with Yi Qing deepening. Sixth master, Yi Qing was so impudent, coming to provoke us. Why not seize the opportunity to detain him? After Yi Qing's departure, Zhuo Yiyan and a woman named Hong Yu returned to the Yuhua Pavilion. Master Qiao replied nonchalantly, he cannot be detained. However, Hong Yu, shedding her earlier reticence, smiled charmingly and playfully remarked, with my abilities, alongside you and the wooden figure, there is hardly anyone in Anyang County who could evade capture. Others may not be aware, but as the trusted assistant of Lord Qiao, they are acutely aware that this esteemed figure is not only the most prominent wind messenger in Anyang County, but also one of the most skilled practitioners in the realm of cultivation. Without such prowess, he could not possibly maintain his standing in Anyang. Lord Qiao chuckled softly. While it is indeed possible, the likelihood is that both parties would suffer significant losses. Really? Zhuo Yiyan responded, slightly taken aback. Lord Qiao cast a glance at Zhuo Yiyan and Hong Yu, sighing, in truth, I may have overestimated our capabilities. Given the opponent's revealed techniques, we might very well face our demise, while they would likely survive. Zhuo Yiyan and Hong Yu had not witnessed the bloodshed within the Rainflower Pavilion, yet Lord Qiao had sensed it, feeling a pang of dread and fear. Coupled with the opponent's agile movements, they could arrive or depart at will, inherently positioned to remain undefeated. Hong Yu delicately covered her crimson lips, astonished. He's merely a brash youth. Do you perhaps hold him in too high regard, Lord Qiao? It is not that I hold him in high esteem, but rather that he possesses such strength. Lord Qiao lifted his gaze to the distant sky, speaking slowly. Lurking in the wilderness is not a sign of weakness. One day, riding the winds, he may transform into a true dragon. Just wait. The skies over Anyang may soon change. After a moment of silence, Lord Qiao's expression turned grave. Yi Qing is a man shrouded in mystery, possessing remarkable strength at such a young age, with cunning and skill that are no less impressive. His friendship with Yin Yufei suggests he is no mere insect. His future is boundless. Therefore, it would be prudent to cultivate a good rapport with him. You too must convey this to our subordinates. They must not offend Yi Qing and should treat him with the same respect as they would me. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential. Should anyone breach this or act hypocritically, they will face severe punishment, including dismemberment. Understood. Zhuo Yiyan and Hong Yu exchanged glances, nodding solemnly. Oh. By the way, Lord Qiao, what did that young bossy discuss with you? Hong Yu suddenly inquired with a charming smile. Lord Qiao regarded her coolly, replying, it would be best if you did not know, nor should you be curious. Some secrets can be perilous. Have you yet uncovered any clues? Within the Anyang County government, Yin Yufei rubbed his forehead, gazing at Yin Feng and the others who reported the situation, his exhaustion evident. Yin Feng, Yang Guan, and the others, clad in constabulary attire with their feathered blades at their waists, all shook their heads. Yin Yufei's demeanor grew serious, his presence imposing. 3 days have passed, and people continue to perish, yet you inform me there is not a single clue? Why? Have you become negligent? Yin Feng, his expression one of bitter resignation, replied, respectfully, it is not that we have been lazy, rather, the case is rather convoluted. All the deceased bear no connections, and the crime scenes are scattered without any discernible pattern. There are no traces left behind, and thus, after 3 days of effort, we have not even a hint of a lead. My lord, I suspect this is not the work of a mere human, but rather something supernatural. Why do you believe that? Yin Yufei's gaze was icy. Yin Feng pondered for a moment and slowly remarked, the identities of these deceased individuals vary greatly. Among them are ruffians, common folk, merchants, and members of noble families. Their deaths are equally diverse. Some had their eyes gouged out, others had their tongues severed, some had their ears cut off, and others had their hearts ripped out. If the perpetrator is human, what manner of person would harbor such a multitude of enemies from different backgrounds and social strata? If the intention was merely to kill, why complicate matters so? Moreover, there are no traces left at the scene. It is as pristine as if untouched. This suggests that the assailant could be a master of martial arts. Yet such individuals have no reason to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Alternatively, it may involve the supernatural. If that is the case, we should simply refer it to the Qing division, Yan Guan interjected. Although both the Qing division and the local government are institutions of Dechu, their functions differ. The Qing division is tasked with handling supernatural occurrences, unusual incidents, or significant cases, while the local government addresses civil issues such as taxation, public order, and the apprehension of thieves. Therefore, when certain cases arise, they are initially investigated by the local government. If they involve petty thefts or brawls, those matters are resolved directly by them. However, if they pertain to significant supernatural cases, they are transferred to the Qing division. This is not so simple. Yin Yufei rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. All of this is mere speculation. If we are correct, it is well and good. But if we are mistaken, how embarrassing that would be. Having just taken office, it would be detrimental to my reputation if I were to lose face and be deemed incompetent, which would negatively impact my future prospects. That's quite straightforward. Yang Guan spoke up again. Yang Guan, be silent. Yin Feng reprimanded his intellectually gifted, yet physically simple subordinate. Yang Guan shrugged. Well, that is the truth. Yin Yufei chuckled in disbelief, intrigued. Oh, then do enlighten us on this simplicity. Yang Guan grinned. We could simply ask Wu Wan. He is quite familiar with the supernatural. A single inquiry would clarify whether or not this is the work of the supernatural. If that entity proves to be feeble, we can handle it directly and then report to the Qing division, demonstrating that we are not to be trifled with. Yin Yufei and Yin Feng exchanged glances. Suddenly realizing they had overlooked this possibility, it was indeed a good plan. Yang Guan, do you know where Wu Huan is currently? Yin Yufei inquired, as he had just assumed office and was overwhelmed with this case, leaving him unaware of Yi Qing's whereabouts. Yang Guan nodded yes. Wu Huan purchased the Wuyo bookstore in Yuhua Lane a few days ago and is now the proprietor. Wuyo bookstore? Wasn't it said to be haunted? Yin Feng paused, then smiled wryly. Nevertheless, given Wu Huan's abilities, dealing with a mere ghost should be child's play. Very well, Yin Feng and Yang Guan. You two shall personally go and invite Wu Huan to come. Yin Yufei commanded. Understood. Yin Feng and Yang Guan clasped their hands in salute and, upon exiting the local government office, made their way directly to the Wuyo bookstore. Outside the boundless bookstore, Yi Qing reclined in a chair, basking in the sun while contemplating a venture into the city to seek out blood-sucking mosquitoes and tend to the wave chives. No joy. No joy. At that moment, two voices rang out simultaneously. Brother Yin, Yang Guan, shouldn't you be preoccupied with that murder case? How is it that you have time to visit me? Yi Qing opened his eyes and smiled. No joy. You seem quite leisurely. Yang Guan observed Yi Qing's relaxed demeanor with envy. By the way, how did you know we've been busy with a murder case lately? Yang Guan plopped down on the steps in front of the door, curiosity evident in his tone. Yi Qing poured them both a cup of wine and replied, the news of the murder case has spread throughout Anyang County. Just look at the dark circles under your eyes. It's a simple deduction. To be frank, we came here today precisely for that matter. Yin Feng sighed. Yi Qing teased. What? Do you suspect me to be the murderer? Yin Feng laughed. Not at all. We are here to solicit your assistance, no joy. Assistance? What could I possibly help with? Yi Qing queried, perplexed. Well, you see, we have been investigating this murder case for 3 days now, yet we still have no leads. You are well versed in the esoteric and the strange, so we hope you can help us discern whether this murder is the result of human malice or supernatural forces. Oh, I see. Yi Qing understood, surmising that Yin Feng and the others were truly at a loss, which led them to seek his aid. He nodded, very well. But let me make it clear that I may not discern anything. So, Brother Yin, please do not hold it against me if I fail. Hearing Yi Qing's agreement, Yin Feng was elated. You speak as if you're a burden to us. We would be grateful for your assistance, not blame you. All right, let us be off. Yi Qing rose, bringing the lounge chair back into the bookstore, locking the door behind him. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, he called out, Frog Brother. Stay here and keep watch. I shall step out for a moment. Croak. Came the call of the kung fu frog from upstairs, accompanied by a chorus of giggles. Oh, no joy. Is there someone else in your room? I thought I heard a girl's laughter, Yang Guan inquired. Leaning closer to Yi Qing, curiosity piqued. Yi Qing chuckled. Just a friend. When you have time, I shall introduce you. Sounds good. Yang Guan grinned. The county office of Anyang was merely 2 streets away from the Boundless bookstore, and the 3 soon arrived. Upon reaching the county office, they found Yin Yufei waiting at the door, radiating warmth and friendliness, unbothered by his esteemed position. He remained approachable and humble. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they proceeded directly to the morgue. Inside the morgue lay no fewer than a dozen corpses. As soon as Yi Qing entered, he was enveloped by a chilling, eerie atmosphere that felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. In any other place, under such a heavy pall of malevolence, these bodies would soon transform into specters or zombies. This place is unlike any other. The walls and beams of the morgue are inscribed with talismans that emit a faint golden light, suppressing the malevolent and deathly energies, which prevents these corpses from undergoing any transformation. Furthermore, the chilling aura serves to preserve the bodies from decay, achieving a dual purpose. Of course, the sole drawback is the cold. Wu, come take a look. Yin Yufei beckoned Yi Qing to approach several corpses, stepping aside to make way. Before them lay 6 corpses. One was that of a middle-aged woman, her gaunt face appearing sharp and acerbic, her tongue severed, eyes wide with terror, mouth agape, and expression contorted. Another corpse belonged to a plump woman, resplendently dressed, exuding an air of nobility, yet her heart had been cruelly extracted. A young man in his 20s, athletic and evidently trained in martial arts, lay there with both hands severed. An elderly man, his hair grizzled, bore a lecherous and depraved countenance, his eyes gouged out. Another was a woman in her prime, around 28, reeking of heavy perfume and disheveled in appearance, likely a courtesan, with both ears sliced off. The final corpse was that of a burly man, rugged and fierce-looking, clearly a brawler, with both feet severed. What are the identities of these individuals? Yi Qing inquired. Surveying them all, Yang Guan responded from the side. The middle-aged woman is Lu Xiaoyan, a laundress known for her sharp tongue, often embroiled in quarrels with her neighbors. The affluent woman is Chun Suhong, formerly a singer at Yin Chui Lu, later redeemed by Zhou Yuanwei to become his concubine, notorious for her jealousy and causing unrest in the Zhou household. This young man, Feng Er, was a habitual thief. The elderly man, Sun Suo, was a locksmith. Childless and indolent, with a penchant for alcohol and a disturbing habit of peeping at neighboring women. This woman is Yin Hong, the head courtesan of Yin Yulu. The last one, Zhang Bao, is a street thug who relishes in brawls. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing scratched his nose, lost in contemplation. Yin Feng interjected. These individuals have diverse backgrounds, unique fates, and the incidents occurred in various locations, exhibiting no discernible pattern. Thus, after prolonged investigation, we remain at a loss. Had it not been for the similar nature of their deaths, we might not have even linked them together. No, there is indeed a pattern. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before speaking. What pattern? Yin Yufei and the other's eyes brightened with eagerness. Hold on. Do we have detailed information on these individuals and their whereabouts prior to their demise? Yi Qing inquired. Yes, in the archives. Yang Guan nodded. At Yin Yufei's gesture, he swiftly returned to the archives, gathering all relevant investigative materials to present to Yi Qing. As Yi Qing received the documents and quickly perused them, he clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, just as I suspected. What have you discovered, Wu? Yin Yufei asked. Yi Qing set down the object in his hand and responded. These deceased individuals, though seemingly meeting their ends in various manners, upon closer examination reveal a discernible pattern in their causes of death, which in turn elucidates the modus operandi of the perpetrator. Observe Lu Xiaoyan, whose sharp tongue and penchant for gossip led to her being deprived of her tongue. Chen Sui Hong, known for her jealousy, having covertly caused the demise of a more comely maid, was punished by the extraction of her heart. Feng Er, a thief whose livelihood depended on his hands, had them severed. Sun Suo, with a proclivity for spying on neighboring women, lost his eyes. Yin Hong, who delighted in eavesdropping and prying into others' secrets for manipulation and intimidation, was left without ears. And finally, Zhang Bao, a brawler who relished using his powerful legs to kick others, having once maimed someone, was left footless. The slanderer is punished by the severance of the tongue, the envious by the extraction of the heart, the thief by the loss of hands, the voyeur by the removal of eyes, the eavesdropper by the severing of ears, and the fighter by the amputation of legs. Is this not a reflection of their causes of death and a discernible pattern? At this, all present were momentarily taken aback, having indeed overlooked this crucial point. And upon hearing Yi Qing's words, they experienced a sudden clarity. Yin Yufei pondered for a moment before asking, "Then, Wu Huan, can you discern whether the murderer is human or a specter?" "A specter," Yu Qing affirmed. "Why?" Yin Yufei inquired. "Intuition," Yu Qing replied matter-of-factly. "Is it merely intuition, warranting such assertiveness?" Yi Qing dismissed the concern lightly and continued, "Of course, beyond intuition, there exists a modicum of tangible evidence." "Evidence? What evidence?" Yang Guan interjected impatiently. "Wu Huan, do not keep us in suspense." Yi Qing smiled and said, "I once encountered a tale in a book wherein it is said that beneath the city god, there are civil and military judges responsible for rewarding virtue and punishing vice, along with 4 generals who bind souls and subdue spirits. Among them is Gan Lu, the avenger of evil, depicted with 2 heads for eyes and 6 arms, 1 head for dispensing rewards, the other for enacting punishment, his 4 arms wielding axe, halberd, sword, and fork. When encountering slanderers, he uses the fork to sever their tongues. For the envious, he extracts their hearts. For thieves and gamblers, he cleaves their hands with a sword, and for voyeurs and eavesdroppers, he uses a knife to remove their ears and eyes. Do these descriptions and methods of punishment not bear a striking resemblance to the conditions of these deceased? Indeed, they are quite similar." Yin Yufei nodded, though hesitated slightly, saying, "Yet, legends are merely legends and cannot serve as evidence." "Huh. If legends are insufficient as proof, what then do we make of the fact that these individuals all visited the city god temple in the east prior to their demise?" Yi Qing stated confidently, "If it is true or not, we shall ascertain by visiting the city god temple ourselves." The revelation that they had all visited the temple before their death startled Yin Yufei, who picked up the information on the table to scrutinize it closely. Discovering that indeed these individuals had frequented the city god temple, albeit at different times, which had escaped their notice. Yin Feng and Yang Guan leaned in to take a look, exchanging glances, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration at their oversight compared to an outsider's keen observation. Certainly, apart from the varying timelines, there have been countless individuals who have visited the city god temple, yet none encountered misfortune, except for them, whose demise has led to an unconscious disregard for this fact. "All right, prepare yourselves. We shall proceed to the city god temple forthwith," commanded Yin Yufei, steadying his mind. "Understood." Yin Feng and Yang Guan acknowledged the order and turned to depart. Naturally, the so-called preparation merely entailed gathering people, for strength lies in numbers. By the time Yi Qing and Yin Yufei arrived at the county office, over 30 officers clad in dark red official garb, with geese feather knives at their waists, were already poised, exuding an imposing aura. With a command from Yin Yufei, they marched towards the city god temple in an impressive formation. The city god temple, situated to the east of Anyang County, is the sole temple dedicated to the city god. Thus, it has always been a hub of fervent worship and prosperity. However, it is unfortunate that the great Chu dynasty has historically shown little reverence for deities, rarely bestowing titles upon mountain gods or land spirits, resulting in the city god temple being merely a temple devoid of divine essence despite its bustling incense offerings. Upon their arrival at the temple, Yin Yufei promptly dispersed the worshippers who had come to offer prayers and incense, then ordered a thorough search. He and Yi Qing made their way directly to the main hall of the temple. In ancient times, there were numerous city gods, each region venerating its own, typically categorized into 2 types, the civil and the martial city gods. The city god enshrined in this temple represents the martial aspect, depicted as a towering figure, wielding a long knife, exuding an air of authority. Once inside the grand hall, Yin Yufei remained silent, conducting a meticulous inspection but finding no trace of the statue of the punishing general that Yi Qing had mentioned. Not even a painting could be found, nothing at all. Upon returning to the main hall, he found Yi Qing still gazing intently at the city god statue, a serious expression on his face. Intrigued, Yin Yufei approached and inquired, "Wu Huan, what do you think?" Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, "Impressive, indeed." Yin Yufei responded, "Is that truly what I was asking?" "Wu Huan, I meant to inquire if you have discovered anything." "Oh, my lord, is that what you meant?" "Not yet, but I shall let you know shortly." Yi Qing shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely strolling about the hall. "My lord, we have found nothing." After a while, Officers returned one after another to report to Yin Yufei, yet none had uncovered anything resembling the statue or image of the punishing general. It could be said that they had come up empty-handed. Wu Huan, have you perhaps miscalculated? Upon hearing the reports, Yin Yufei furrowed his brow and approached Yi Qing, asking in a low voice, "We have searched everywhere, yet found no trace of the punishing general, nor even a similar statue or image." "None at all." Yi Qing frowned slightly, then shrugged. "If not, then let us search again. Perhaps we shall find something. I shall accompany you." Yin Yufei was taken aback, unable to comprehend. And in the moment of his bewilderment, Yi Qing had already turned and departed. Once they reached a secluded spot, Yi Qing retrieved an enigmatic tome from his robe, bit his finger to draw blood, and let a drop fall upon its surface, asking, "Where, oh where, does the punishing general conceal himself?" He was certain that the one causing chaos and harm was undoubtedly the Punisher General, who must be concealed within this city god temple. Although others had failed to discover him, it did not signify that he was beyond detection. After all, he was a man of cunning strategies. When faced with uncertainty, one must consult the arcane wisdom. I encountered a perplexing conundrum. I had traced the perpetrator of a series of gruesome murders to its lair, yet I had yet to uncover its hiding place. Moreover, Yin Yufei and others had begun to doubt my judgment. What should I do? As blood dripped, fragments of text emerged upon the arcane tome, retaining the familiar essence and methodology. Perhaps that statue of the city god could provide me with some clues. I had an inkling of its peculiarity. Was there something amiss with the statue? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, however, after observing it for a while. He had not discerned any issues. Nonetheless, while the arcane tome often offered ambiguous answers, it never erred. Thus, if the tome indicated that the statue was peculiar, it undoubtedly was. Stowing away the tome, Yi Qing returned to the main hall, where he chanced upon Yin Yufei pacing back and forth. Although his demeanor appeared calm, it was evident that he was quite anxious. "Wu Huan, have you uncovered anything?" Upon seeing Yi Qing, Yin Yufei's eyes lit up, and he approached eagerly. "Indeed. I have made a small discovery," Yi Qing replied candidly. "Oh, what is it?" Yin Yufei exclaimed with delight. Yi Qing feigned profundity, stroking his chin as he gazed at the imposing statue of the city god, his expression serious. "This statue possesses an air of strangeness." "Strange? What do you mean?" In response, Yin Yufei followed Yi Qing's gaze towards the statue. "I cannot precisely articulate it, yet it simply feels peculiar, an instinctual sixth sense," Yi Qing said, his eyes narrowing, speaking in vague terms. The tome was undoubtedly correct. As for the nature of its peculiarity, that was a question for you professionals. If I could discern it, what purpose would your expertise serve? Yin Yufei remained silent, though he was somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Qing's answer. He could not dismiss the fact that sometimes an individual's intuition could be remarkably accurate, and while one could not rely solely on intuition to solve a case, it should not be disregarded. What an immense statue of the city god! At that moment, Yang Guan entered, noticing Yi Qing and Yin Yufei both fixated upon the statue. And he cast a glance at it, exclaiming in awe, "Yang Guan, what did you just say?" Suddenly, Yin Yufei's eyes brightened, turning sharply towards Yang Guan. Yang Guan, startled, feared he had misspoken, yet under Yin Yufei's intense gaze, he steeled himself and replied, "I merely remarked upon the statue's grandeur." "What of it, my lord?" "Yes, precisely that." Yin Yufei clapped his hands in delight. "Earlier, Wu Huan mentioned that he sensed something odd about this statue. I scrutinized it closely and indeed felt a peculiar quality. However, I could not pinpoint it until your comment jogged my memory. Now I finally comprehend what is strange." "What is it?" Yang Guan inquired, while Yi Qing slightly tilted his head, awaiting Yin Yufei's elucidation. "This statue of the city god is exceedingly towering." Yin Yufei slowly began. "During my years of studying abroad, I visited numerous city god temples and encountered many statues of city gods, whether literary or martial. Yet, all the statues I beheld never exceeded a height of 2 zhang and 2, nor a width of 1 zhang and 3. Why is that?" Yi Qing, intrigued, admitted his ignorance, noting that the peculiarities he had observed were merely answers provided by the esoteric texts, which he had failed to comprehend. Yin Yufei elaborated. "According to folklore, the city god is a deity of the underworld, a spirit conferred with divine status posthumously. Hence, the statues must adhere to the dimensions of no more than 2 zhang and 2 in height, and 1 zhang and 3 in width. Statues across various regions generally comply with this regulation. However, observe this statue, it surpasses the prescribed dimensions significantly. Although it appears grand and imposing, It evokes a sense of oppression and disharmony, which is decidedly amiss. Though Yi Qing did not fully grasp the intricacies, he nodded in agreement. Pondering the wisdom of true scholars, their depth of knowledge far eclipsed his own. This city god statue is indeed peculiar, but what does that signify? How does it relate to our investigation? Yang Guan scratched his head, candidly perplexed. Yin Yufei paused, seemingly realizing that the connection was indeed tenuous. Yet, Yi Qing suddenly exclaimed, I am certain that the punishing evil general is concealed within this city god temple. Despite our exhaustive search, we have found nothing. The only plausible explanation is that the punishing evil general possesses some means of concealment or disguise. Given that this statue towers above ordinary city god statues, might it not be possible that the punishing evil general is hidden within it? Yang Guan pondered aloud. It seems there is merit to that possibility. Why not test the theory? Yi Qing suggested nonchalantly, observing Yin Yufei's indecision. How do we proceed with the testing? Do you have a clever method, Wu Huan? Yin Yufei inquired. Yi Qing smiled. It is quite simple. Smash it. Absolutely not. Yin Yufei exclaimed, taken aback. This statue is a significant landmark of Anyang County. To damage it recklessly would be unacceptable. If there is indeed something amiss, then so be it. But if not, it would not only be embarrassing but also a disservice to the public. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. Fear not. I shall cover the costs. I have the means. Yin Yufei was momentarily speechless, bemused by the notion that it was merely a matter of money. Just as he was about to elucidate the ramifications of such an action, he witnessed Yi Qing suddenly extend his hand, resting it upon Yang Guan's sword hilt, and with a gentle push of his thumb, the blade was unsheathed with a soft chime. Wu Huan, do not act impulsively. Before he could finish his warning, the long blade soared forth, transforming into a streak of brilliance that struck the city god statue with tremendous force. Boom! The statue erupted in a cacophony, and in the next instant, a dazzling stream of golden light burst forth, blindingly brilliant. Not good. The city god, now shattered, released a burst of golden light. The temple priest, who had been standing in the courtyard, slightly hunched and aged, slowly raised his head after being questioned by Yin Yufei. A glint of sharp malevolence flickered in his eyes as he stepped towards the main hall. Halt! What are you doing? The constable in the courtyard rushed forward to block him. Step aside. The priest coldly commanded, a terrifying and eerie aura suddenly emanating from his frail form, causing the approaching constables to shudder involuntarily. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the priest's nose gradually vanished, followed by his mouth, ears, and finally, his eyes. All disappeared. No nose, no mouth, no ears, no eyes. He had no face. As the priest's features faded away, the noses, mouths, ears, and eyes of all the constables in the courtyard similarly vanished. In that instant, as all their features disappeared, everyone collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Enough. The situation is revealed. There is no time to linger. It is prudent to depart. However, after taking a few steps, the priest paused, sensing something amiss. He hesitated momentarily, then stamped his foot with determination, leaping onto the rooftop, vanishing from sight. At that moment, within the grand hall of the city god, as the golden light slowly dissipated, a brand new statue materialized before Yi Qing and the others. This statue shimmered with golden brilliance, crafted from gold, featuring 2 heads, 4 eyes, and 6 arms. One head bore a benevolent expression, while the other was fearsome and terrifying, vividly alive. The 6 arms wielded an axe, a halberd, a hook, a fork, a sword, and a knife, exuding an air of majesty, imbued with a rich essence of incense and devotion. Yet, within this majesty, there lingered an unsettling and sinister quality, creating an extraordinarily contradictory and distorted sensation. The Punisher General, indeed the Punisher General, Yang Guan exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment. To privately forge a golden body and amass incense. What audacity! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Yin Yufei, his countenance stern, as he thundered in anger. Privately forging a golden body and gathering incense? Yi Qing expressed confusion. Yang Guan, seemingly perceiving Yi Qing's bewilderment, quietly explained, the Great Chu shows little reverence for deities, hence rarely bestows titles upon mountain gods and river lords. Thus, statues of deities in common folk practice are typically made of clay or stone. Only deities sanctioned by the court are permitted to be sculpted in gold, gathering incense and ultimately forming a golden body. The laws of Great Chu explicitly state, to privately forge statues in gold and gather incense without court authorization is deemed a lewd shrine and wild sacrificial rite. Such temples must be dismantled, their statues destroyed, and their 3 souls extinguished, with those associated facing extermination and imprisonment. Now I understand, Yi Qing realized, recognizing why Yin Yufei had suddenly become so enraged. Step back. Suddenly, Yi Qing's brow twitched, and he grasped Yang Guan's arm, retreating to the entrance. At that moment, the statue of the Punisher General, once an inanimate object, abruptly opened its eyes, and a dazzling golden light erupted forth, intense and scorching. How dare you? Who are you to disturb this deity? Accompanied by the resplendent and blazing golden light, a voice of majestic authority resonated throughout the hall, as if it belonged to a divine being. In the presence of unholy shrines and untamed rituals, how dare such trifles claim divinity? The figure of Yin Yufei, adorned in flowing garments that danced without wind, was enveloped by an aura of solemn grandeur. As 2 forces clashed, the grand hall trembled ceaselessly, and the winds howled ferociously. How audacious, this mere mortal, to insult the divine! The punishing general roared in fury, his once benevolent visage transforming into a fearsome glare. His eyes ablaze with a scorching golden light. With a flourish, he wielded his 6 instruments, unleashing a torrent of flames and golden radiance, as if executing divine judgment. Yet, the tempest of human malice raged on, casting down stars like rain. Unperturbed, Yin Yufei recited verses, and amidst his resonant tones, a tempest arose within the hall. Winds howling like a banshee, sharp as blades. The fierce flames momentarily recoiled from his presence. Soon after, the winds swept away the clouds, and the hall was beset by a torrential downpour, resembling celestial bodies descending from the heavens, extinguishing the surging flames inch by inch. With the imperial dragon's aura and the might of humanity, harnessing the power of mountains and rivers, he transcended the prowess of any warrior of equal standing. Yi Qing nodded slightly. Indeed, Yin Yufei's poetic prowess, capable of quelling the blazing sun, seemed as if he held the mandate of heaven, his words wielding boundless might. However, it was merely the advantage of terrain, not his own strength. The punishing general before him, though appearing grand and formidable, was but an unsealed aberration. His true might barely that of a late-stage Qi condensation warrior, no match for Yin Yufei, who drew strength from the land and rivers, hence the previous lopsided battle. Will the master prevail? Yang Guan observed the unfolding scene with trepidation. Rest assured, that punishing general is merely a low-tier aberration, not significantly stronger than you, hardly a threat. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. Oh, Yang Guan acknowledged, yet felt an unease, questioning who was being underestimated. At that moment, the punishing general bellowed, his 6 instruments, a collection of axes, halberds, swords, and hooks, whirling as they descended upon Yin Yufei. Towering at 3 zhang, the statue of the punishing general loomed large, his instruments immense, striking with formidable force, cleaving through the hall's furious winds and rain. According to the laws of Dechu, unholy shrines and wild rituals are not worthy of incense offerings. Yin Yufei's gaze was commanding, as a square seal of authority materialized above his head, distinctly the official seal of the magistrate of Anyang County. This seal, representing dominion over the land and rivers, bore the engravings of agriculture and livestock, signifying a pledge to serve the populace. Thus, it was also known as the seal of mountains and rivers, or the seal of livelihood. With the utterance of his decree, the seal radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an air of solemnity that contrasted sharply with the superficial authority of the punishing general, embodying a genuine, awe-inspiring majesty, as vast as the heavens, profound as the earth, and encompassing the breadth of the people beneath the radiant light. The general of punishment appeared as if he were a figure of ice and snow confronted by the scorching sun, emanating a murky, foul-smelling aura. The gentle golden radiance enveloping him seemed to be stripped away, gradually vanishing from sight, revealing cracks upon his golden form. At the moment when the incense's wishful power was confiscated, the general's imposing presence plummeted at a visible pace, and the fallen axes and swords appeared feeble and powerless, easily thwarted by the golden light emanating from the official seal. According to the laws of the Great Chu, those who privately receive incense must be suppressed and punished. Yin Yufei extended his hand to apply pressure, causing the official seal to rotate, transforming the golden light into chains that ensnared the general, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, a long sword materialized in the air, square and blunt, yet exuding an air of grandeur and rectitude. The gentleman is upright, and thus the sword is a gentleman's sword, a gift from the Son of Heaven to every official before taking office, wishing for them to embody integrity as the sword does. Sir, please proceed with caution. Suddenly, Yi Qing shouted, and upon hearing this, Yin Yufei's subordinates instinctively slowed their actions. At that moment, Yi Qing leaped into the air, soaring above the general's head. "Allow me," he declared, pressing his palm down upon the general's crown, unleashing a force that caused the general's body to erupt in a resounding explosion, scattering golden shards and enveloping the grand hall in dust and debris. Cough, cough. In an instant, everyone covered their mouths and noses, coughing incessantly. Yet, amidst the swirling dust, none noticed as Yi Qing swiftly grasped a dimly glowing heart, securing it within the mountains and river's shell. After a considerable while, the golden shards and dust finally settled, revealing a scene of devastation in the hall, with everyone adorned in a layer of shimmering gold. "Wuhan, what was that just now?" While Yin Yufei, shielded by the official seal, remained relatively unscathed, he regarded Yi Qing's final maneuver with intrigue. Yi Qing scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "It was nothing much. Upon encountering the general for the first time, I thought I'd try to kill one, but I miscalculated my strength. My apologies. Kill one to try? What peculiar hobby is that?" The crowd was filled with confusion, while Yang Guan looked at Yi Qing with curiosity, a smirk playing on his lips. "Wu Huan, I hadn't anticipated you to be so enigmatic." Yi Qing humbly replied, "I'm just slightly better than you." Yang Guan, words are one thing, but why resort to personal attacks? By the way, sir, this matter is not trivial. Someone must be manipulating events behind the scenes. It would be prudent for you to dispatch someone to investigate. Yi Qing, undeterred by Yang Guan, spoke earnestly to Yin Yufei. Yin Yufei nodded, fully aware of the complexity of the situation. The concealed golden statue of the General of Punishment within the city god temple, drawing in incense, was evidently a deliberate act by someone. According to the laws of the Great Chu, such occurrences must be thoroughly investigated. Thus, he did not delay in issuing orders, summoned the temple priests and relevant personnel from the city god temple to the county office for rigorous questioning. No one should be overlooked. Yes. Yin Feng and Yang Guan clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Just then, a constable burst through the door, breathless and agitated, exclaiming, "Master, trouble has arisen." "What has happened?" Yin Yufei inquired. The constable, filled with trepidation, replied, "Chen Lin, Wei Gang, Yuan Lang, they are dead. Dead. Lead the way." Yin Yufei responded coldly, following the constable into the courtyard. Upon arriving, Yin Yufei and his companions were confronted with the sight of several fallen officers, all of whom involuntarily gasped in horror. Each officer exhibited a ghastly appearance, having lost their facial features, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, rendering them eerie and macabre. Yin Feng inhaled sharply and approached to examine the bodies. After retrieving their identity tokens and identifying them, he reported back to Yin Yufei, "Sir, the deceased are Constables Chen Lin, Wei Gang, Ma Yuan Lang, and officers Zhuangyan, Yangzhen, and Tang Yang, a total of 6 individuals. These 6 show no signs of external injury, save for the loss of their facial features. The cause of death remains unknown." Yin Yufei took the identity tokens from Yin Feng, his expression icy. What on earth has transpired? Who is responsible for this? Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. Aside from Chen Lin and the others, were there any other individuals present in the courtyard? Yi Qing surveyed the 6 corpses before speaking. Yes. In addition to them, there was also the temple priest from the city god temple. A constable replied. "The priest?" Yin Yufei's gaze darkened. The absence of the priest's body suggests 2 possibilities. Either he has been kidnapped by the perpetrators, or he is the murderer himself. Sir Yin, the mastermind behind this could only be someone with authority within the city god temple, capable of concealing the statue of the punishing general within the city god idol. This individual would need to oversee the maintenance of the idol, a task only the priest could fulfill. Now that he has mysteriously vanished, his culpability is the most suspect. Yi Qing analyzed, his eyes flickering with insight. Indeed. Well observed. Yin Yufei concurred. Yin Feng mobilized the documentation immediately to locate the temple priest. Anyone who can provide leads will be handsomely rewarded. Understood. Yang Guan, escort the remaining individuals back for thorough questioning. Do not let your guard down. Yes. Junan, take the others and recover our fallen brothers, returning them to the county office for a proper burial. Yes. As Yin Yufei finished issuing orders and stepped out of the city god temple, a group of imposing figures suddenly approached. Sir Yin, has something transpired? Asked a burly military commander clad in armor, stepping forward. Officer, you have arrived just in time. Immediately dispatch personnel to demolish this city god temple. Yin Yufei spoke with gravity. In county, someone has dared to forge a statue of the punishing general from gold, concealing it within the city god idol. Not only have they accepted offerings, but they have also committed egregious acts of violence, disregarding human life. If I had not traced the matter to this point and uncovered the clues, a great calamity would have ensued. Is that true? Who dares to commit such audacity? Officer Yu exclaimed, his anger palpable. Whoever it may be remains unclear. I am currently investigating. Please, Officer Yu, send word to immediately raise this city god temple as a warning to the populace. Yin Yufei commanded. I shall obey. Yu County Wei clasped his fists and commanded. Yin, you must immediately send someone here to raise the city god temple to the ground, without fail. Yes, brother-in-law. The young man named Ian was none other than the gatekeeper. Tang Ian, are you not the gatekeeper? What brings you here? Yin Yufei furrowed his brow upon seeing Tang Ian reporting to you. My lord, I just discovered something unusual here. To prevent any malevolent disturbances, I came to investigate. Tang Ian replied, his demeanor resolute. Upon hearing this, Yin Yufei snorted coldly as the gatekeeper. Your primary duty is to guard the gate and prevent any petty thieves from entering. Matters within the city are to be handled by us. They do not concern you. This time, considering your good intentions, I shall overlook your dereliction of duty. I understand my mistake. Please forgive me, my lord. Tang Ian's expression darkened. He had initially hoped to impress Yin Yufei and garner goodwill, only to be met with this outcome, which filled him with resentment. My lord, I apologize for my poor guidance, and upon my return, I shall surely discipline this lad. Yu County Wei chuckled awkwardly and offered an apology for Tang Ian, before sternly instructing, get back to guarding the gate. If anything goes amiss, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. Tang Ian retreated, but before leaving, he cast a fierce glare at Yu Qing. A flicker of barely perceptible hatred and malice flashing in his eyes. It is Yin Yufei who has wronged you, and it is your brother-in-law who scolds you. Why do you look to me for retribution? Are you out of your mind? Tangy and subtle gestures did not escape Yu Qing's keen observation, prompting him to silently scoff. However, he dismissed such a petty clown from his mind. He could single-handedly defeat 100 of them. It was the marshal general that warranted his caution and attention. The individual was the county lieutenant, and as Tang Ian referred to him as brother-in-law. It was evident that he was Tang Ian's protector, the county lieutenant Yuda, who commanded the military garrison of County. Yuda had a rugged appearance. Yet his vitality was robust, akin to a blazing sun. Even from a distance, he exuded a dazzling presence, clearly possessing a formidable martial prowess. Undoubtedly, at the pulse expansion realm. As for whether he was at the mid or late stage of this realm, it was difficult to discern at the moment, but he was certainly of a higher caliber than Tang Ian. In addition to Yuda, another figure of note was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dressed in black attire, his sharp brows and striking eyes conveyed a chilling aura, his expression as stoic as stone, emanating a frosty demeanor that seemed to chill to the bone. He was at the pulse expansion realm, but not an ordinary one. He was exceptionally strong. Yu Qing mused, assessing the middle-aged man. Although the man's presence appeared less imposing than Yuda's, it was actually more refined and profound, evoking an impression of unfathomable depth. Thus, the middle-aged man was, in reality, far superior to Yuda Yin. Did you just engage in combat with that rogue who forged the divine statue? Suddenly, the cold-faced man spoke up. Greetings, Ling Sis-O. Yin Yufei gazed at the middle-aged man and nodded slightly. Indeed, it was not merely an encounter with a foe, but with the statue of the punishing general, which, having been venerated for years, has developed a certain otherworldliness, transforming into something sinister. As for the puppeteer behind this, I am currently investigating. Is it Ling Jianxiu, the head of the Qing office in Anyang? He mused, a sense of danger creeping upon him. Yu Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully. Having come to Anyang for vengeance, it was imperative to discern all prevailing forces and factors. Otherwise, it would be akin to crafting a hat from a torn pair of trousers, utterly foolish and reckless. Thus, he had heard of Ling Jianxiu. As their conversation unfolded, a few constables emerged, solemnly carrying the lifeless bodies of their fallen colleagues. Yoda's expression hardened. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Yin Yufei sighed. In a moment of carelessness, I fell prey to the machinations of the one behind this, resulting in the deaths and injuries of several brothers. Ling Jianxiu interjected, Master Yin. Matters such as these concerning the pursuit of the sinister should be reported to my Jing'an office, allowing us to take charge. Had the Jing'an office intervened, casualties would have been averted, and perhaps even the true perpetrator would have been captured. Your unilateral actions have not only led to significant personal injury but have also alarmed the true culprit, complicating any further attempts to apprehend them. Is Chief Ling implying that I have conducted myself poorly? Yin Yufei could accept the first part of his assertion. Yet the latter was a blatant affront and an unwarranted challenge. While the Qing office was indeed responsible for matters concerning the sinister, and the government managed the livelihoods of the people, both held equal standing. Ling Jianxiu's haughty demeanor and accusatory tone upon his arrival were decidedly unwelcome. I harbor no such intent. I speak merely to address the facts. Ling Jianxiu maintained his icy demeanor. Ling Jianxiu was indeed, as the rumors depicted, cold and unyielding. Yu Qing's gaze narrowed. The tales of Ling Jianxiu's ruthless nature and his disdain for human sentiment resonated with the reality before him. Very well. If we are to discuss the facts, then allow me to do so, Yin Yufei retorted sharply. Firstly, this incident arose from a homicide prior to our arrival. We were unaware that it was the work of the sinister. We merely followed clues to this location and stumbled upon the sinister entity. Thus, there was no intention to conceal or act recklessly. Secondly, would reporting to Chief Ling have been of any use? Judging by my previous encounter with that entity, it had already gained a measure of power, evidently having engaged in clandestine worship for some time. Yet, your Qing office remained oblivious to this. Had I not fortuitously uncovered this matter, a calamity could have ensued, and when the emperor holds you accountable, your office would find it difficult to absolve itself of blame. Therefore, while I refrained from pursuing your negligence, you, Chief Ling, have chosen to reprimand me instead. Yin Yufei's words, though partly embellished, were underpinned by reason and conviction, commanding the attention of all present. However, Ling Jianxiu remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to Yin Yufei's inquiries and accusations. My oversight is my own affair. Should any blame be directed from above, I shall bear it alone. As for today's incident, it is your miscalculation, Lord Yin. Moreover, this matter pertains to the uncanny. It would be prudent for you to assign it to my Jing'an division for the investigation of the true culprit lurking behind the scenes. Yin Yufei responded with a cold smile. No need for that. Since Chief Ling believes this to be my error, I shall endeavor to make amends myself. There is no need for you to concern yourself further with the subsequent matters. We shall take our leave. With that, Yin Yufei turned and departed, followed by his entourage. Chief Ling, I too have pressing matters to attend to. After Yin Yufei's exit, Yuda also clasped his hands and turned to leave. Once everyone had vacated the space, a woman behind Ling Jianxiu spoke. Adoptive father, Lord Yin has just assumed his post in Anyang, and his backing is quite formidable. You should cultivate a good relationship with him. It will facilitate our endeavors in the future. Why must you be so confrontational? The woman, around 20 years of age, donned a dark green gown, her countenance fair and delicate, exuding a gentle grace reminiscent of a woman from the water towns. I harbor no animosity towards Yin Yufei. I merely wish to avoid squandering time. The uncanny and treacherous nature of this situation means that every moment wasted could result in another victim falling prey to its malice. Ling Jianxiu's tone remained frigid, devoid of sorrow or joy. The woman replied softly, Yin Yin understands that all you do is for the welfare of the people of Anyang. However, your proud disposition may offend Lord Yin, which would not be advantageous for us as we take on this case. Ling Jianxiu retorted coldly, it is not without benefit. Yun Yin pondered for a moment, then smiled. Ah, now I comprehend. You intend to leverage Yin Yufei's assistance to investigate this matter, and once we have some leads, we shall act accordingly. Indeed, with our Jing'an division occupied with the affairs of Junshan village and short-staffed, allowing Lord Yin to assist in the preliminary investigation is indeed a prudent strategy. You truly possess remarkable foresight, adoptive father. Those who understand me, such as you, Yun Yin, are rare. It is a pity that your health is frail, preventing you from training in martial arts. Otherwise, Ling Jianxiu rarely displayed a hint of melancholy. But it swiftly vanished. There is no need for concern, adoptive father. Although I may be weak since childhood, I have immersed myself in the classics and absorbed the wisdom of many. I can still be of assistance to you. Yun Yin smiled brightly, displaying her understanding. Ling Jianxiu sighed softly, ruffling Yun Yan's hair with affection. Adoptive father knows, yet it pains me to see you endure this. Yun Yin smiled radiantly, shaking her head. I do not feel burdened at all. To be by your side, alleviating your troubles, brings me great satisfaction. Your wisdom and thoughtfulness delight me, and I am truly pleased to have you accompany me. Yun Yin. Ling Jianxiu smiled before reverting to his previous demeanor and inquired, by the way, how is the investigation into the affairs of Junshan village progressing? Yun Yin shook her head. stating that there were currently no leads. The situation in Junshan village was perplexing. The entire village seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving behind a blood-red lake. This lake was extremely perilous, and anyone who approached would be contaminated, reduced to nothingness. Their people could not approach for the time being, hence the absence of any clues. What about the people? Have any survivors or witnesses been found? None. Junshan village has disappeared, and it is presumed that all its inhabitants have perished, without exception, leaving no survivors. Therefore, we cannot ascertain what truly transpired in Junshan village. Ling Jinxiu furrowed his brow, insisting, regardless, we must swiftly uncover the events that unfolded in Junshan village. Was it a natural disaster or something more sinister? Could it pose a threat to Anyang County? Yun Yin understood the urgency. She nodded, offering a gentle smile before turning to leave. The martial courage of the punishing evil general was a worthwhile endeavor. After parting ways with Yin Yufei and others, Qing returned to the Guai Shushi and seated himself. He produced a radiant golden fragment, his excitement palpable. This dazzling piece was the result of his earlier destruction of the punishing evil general statue, from which he had seized the golden heart within. This heart, known as the martial courage, was formed from the collective will and devotion of the people who worshipped the punishing evil general. Such entities, which received incense offerings, were essentially recognized by the court as deities. In contrast, those not sanctioned by the emperor were deemed false gods or wild spirits, regardless of their classification. All beings that received incense offerings were required to forge their essence through the hearts of the people, the will of the masses, the incense that shaped their forms, and the humanity that crafted their souls to truly become divine. This martial courage represented the golden embodiment of the punishing evil general. Yet due to the limited time of his worship, only the heart was condensed, hence its designation as martial courage. Ah, how fragrant, how delightful. Just as he unveiled the martial courage, a crisp voice suddenly chimed in, and a little girl emerged from a book on his desk, gazing longingly at the martial courage in Yu Qing's hand. Good friend, what is this? It smells wonderful. May I have a whiff? Certainly. But you must read me an extra book tonight. Yi Qing chuckled, aware that such items were akin to delectable treats for these entities, possessing an irresistible allure. At that moment, Kung Fu Frog hopped over and settled on a chair nearby, regarding Yiya with a gaze full of affection. As for the martial courage in Yi Qing's hand, Kung Fu Frog displayed a demeanor of disdain, unimpressed. All right, good friend. Yiya joyfully nodded, tiptoeing closer to the martial courage to inhale deeply, her expression one of bliss. Good friend, may I taste it? She asked, her eyes glazed with longing. Taste it if you wish, but don't blame me later. A glimmer of playful mischief sparkled in Yi Qing's eyes. Without a second thought, Yiya exclaimed in delight. Good friend, you are so kind. With that, she gleefully took a lick, only to spit it out the very next moment, her little face scrunching up in distaste. Bitter. So bitter, she cried, her voice tinged with tears. Yi Qing innocently exclaimed, It was your own choice to lick. You cannot blame me. Blame yourself. You wicked rogue, deceitful trickster, and bad friend. Yiya shall no longer pay you any mind. With that, Yiya swiftly vanished from sight. Yi Qing shrugged, understanding that the grievances expressed by Yiya stemmed from the fact that the punishing general was a false deity, leading to the formation of a martial spirit that was tainted and muddled, lacking the purity of a true martial spirit. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing observed the Kung Fu Frog leisurely sipping wine, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Brother Frog, might you wish to partake as well? The Kung Fu Frog croaked in response, rolling his large eyes as if to say, Do you take me for a fool? No licking then. Yi Qing shrugged once more, stowing away the martial spirit. This spirit, coalesced from the fervent wishes of incense offerings, was indeed a vital ingredient for crafting divine incense and offerings, which was why he had initially sought to acquire it. Of course, another significant reason was for the dragon snake talismans. The outcome, as it turned out, was splendid. Merely from the punishing general, he had received 3 silver dragon snake talismans, a truly delightful boon. With these 3 silver talismans, Yi Qing could undoubtedly elevate the blood shadow divine art to new heights. Now, to cultivate. Creak, creak. The moonlight, cold and clear, filtered through the window, casting its glow upon an empty room. The room was exceedingly simple, featuring a long wooden table at its center, surrounded by 5 stools, with no other furnishings in sight. The chamber was devoid of any occupants, yet curiously, the table and stools were immaculate, as if someone had been diligently cleaning them all day. In truth, it was an abandoned old residence. Creak, Creak. Suddenly, the stools within the room began to stir, wobbling back and forth, their legs colliding with the floor, producing a crisp sound, akin to someone deliberately shaking the stools. No face, I hear that your mission has failed. A mocking, juvenile voice suddenly echoed, and a figure materialized on one of the stools, as if it had always been there. It was a diminutive girl, appearing no older than 8 or 9, with 2 pigtails. Yet, her head was a decaying mass, from which putrid flesh and pus dripped down her face, corroding the floor with a hissing sound. Rotten head, my affairs are none of your concern. Across from the child, another figure appeared on a stool, a stooped and emaciated form, with a smooth face devoid of features, resembling the temple priest encountered earlier at the city god temple. Hee. None of our concern? No face, how long have we planned this? How much effort have we invested, only to see it fail? Hee. Do you truly believe you can dismiss us, no face? Who do you think you are? A sarcastic voice chimed in from a lower stool, belonging to a young gentleman who lounged about with a fan in hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, his face was marred by cracks, revealing eerie green eyeballs beneath. A sight most unsettling. Ghostly eyes, have you had enough of life? No Face's voice was cold, laced with a murderous intent. Enough of this bickering. We shall wait for Green Vine to arrive before we discuss further. Accompanied by a hoarse and slow voice, an elderly man gradually settled onto a stool. At first glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that half of his visage was overgrown with wild grass, while the other half bore the features of a human face. Instead of hair, tufts of vibrant green grass swayed atop his head in the breeze. Old grass, you have arrived late, cackled the figure known as Corrupted Head, propping his legs up with a mischievous grin. Age brings slowness to the limbs, replied the elder. Known as Old Grass, his voice raspy. What has transpired? Asked No Face, his tone laced with concern. Why has the punishing general been discovered? At that moment, a woman's voice arose from the shadows above, soft and gentle, yet her features remained concealed. Upon hearing her voice, No Face, ghostly eyes, and Corrupted Head straightened their postures. No Face then spoke solemnly. I am uncertain of the events that have unfolded. Today, Yin Yufei unexpectedly surrounded the city god temple and uncovered the punishing general hidden within the statue. Had I not acted swiftly, I too would have been discovered. It is likely that the punishing general has been too reckless in his recent endeavors, leaving traces that Yin Yufei could detect. Green Orchid, the woman in the shadows, remarked, her demeanor devoid of anger. How infuriating. We were so close to success, yet now our plans lie in ruins. If I uncover who has thwarted our efforts, I shall ensure they suffer endlessly. No Face seethed, slamming his hand upon the table, his voice cold and filled with menace. You only have yourself to blame for your carelessness. Ghostly Eyes taunted. No Face suddenly rose, his demeanor icy. Ghostly Eyes, do you seek your own demise? Ghostly Eyes chuckled. If one commits a mistake, is it not permissible to speak of it? You. Enough of the bickering. Green Orchid interjected. No Face, I shall report your error to the Master of Shadows. However, since the mistake has already occurred, lamenting is futile. The only path forward is to amend it. Green Orchid, do you have a plan? Old Grass inquired. Green Orchid replied, trouble has arisen in Junshan village, with many mysteriously vanishing. The entirety of the Anyang Jing'an division has been dispatched to investigate, leaving our defenses vulnerable. We can exploit this situation. That is indeed a commendable idea. If executed properly, it could rival our previous schemes. Old Grass contemplated. Then let us deliberate on how to seize this opportunity and bring ruin to Anyang City. Once the strategy was settled, Green Orchid instructed, remember to exercise caution. Do not be careless again, lest you incur the Master of Shadows' wrath. No Face, I speak to you. Be vigilant. Ghostly Eyes mocked before vanishing into the ether. No Face, take care. Corrupted Head echoed the jest. Bang. Once the plan is complete, I shall feast upon you all. After everyone had departed, No Face slammed his palm onto the table, rage boiling within him. Who has sabotaged my endeavors? I shall ensure your utter destruction. Achoo, achoo. In the quiet chamber, Qing opened his eyes and sneezed several times, rubbing his nose as he mused. Who could be thinking of me, or perhaps cursing me? Surely someone is missing me. Qing rose from his seat, stretching his limbs, and with a flicker of thought, ethereal strands of blood shadows began to swirl in the air, stealthily advancing towards Yaya and Kung Fu Frog. The playful Yaya suddenly sensed a wave of danger, let out a shriek, and vanished into a book, while Kung Fu Frog widened his eyes. nervously observing the elusive dark red blood shadows gliding in the surroundings, croaking a few anxious sounds. After having a little fun with Kung Fu Frog, Yi Qing felt quite pleased and withdrew the blood shadows back into his being, relishing the surge of power within him. The 3 silver dragon snake runes from yesterday had elevated the blood shadow divine art to a new realm, significantly enhancing his inner strength and doubling the number of blood shadows to 72. The essence of the blood shadow divine art lies in the complete merging of the blood shadow true energy formed through its cultivation with one's vitality, refining it into an imperceptible blood shadow technique. In theory, as long as one's vitality is abundant and their true energy formidable, there should be no bounds. This was the original intention of the creator of the blood shadow divine art. Unfortunately, human energy is finite, and it is rare to manage both aspects effectively. Moreover, while physical training is often easier to begin, it is challenging to master, requiring immense time and resources. Thus, most martial artists tend to focus on cultivating true energy and mental prowess, neglecting physical development. Consequently, throughout the history of the Blood Shadow Divine Palace, few have succeeded in fully converting their Blood Shadow true energy into the Blood Shadow technique. Thus, the Blood Shadow Divine Art designates the refinement of 36 blood shadows as minor success, 72 as major success, and 108 as perfection. Furthermore, since the Blood Shadow Divine Art is fundamentally a foundational technique for meridian expansion, the Blood Shadow technique is merely a derivative path. Even in the annals of the Blood Shadow Divine Palace, only a handful have achieved perfection in the Blood Shadow technique. According to the classifications of the Blood Shadow Divine Art, Yi Qing's Blood Shadow technique has already reached major success, and he no longer needs to refine the blood shadows further. He can simply concentrate on expanding his meridians and opening acupoints. However, Yi Qing held a different opinion. With the Dragon Snake runes at his disposal, the Gray Dragon Snake rune enhances vitality, while the Silver Dragon Snake rune boosts true energy, providing him with the capability to fully refine the Blood Shadow true energy into the Blood Shadow technique, coupled with the devouring power inherent in his blood. The might of the Blood Shadow Divine Art would be beyond imagination. Thus, his intention was to completely refine the Blood Shadow true energy within him into the Blood Shadow technique. For him, 72 was merely a beginning, not an end. With his inner strength heightened and the power of the Dragon Snake runes still lingering, he pondered whether he could break through to the mid-stage of meridian expansion. Yi Qing contemplated this and casually spoke to Kung Fu Frog. "Brother Frog, assist me in guarding my practice." After saying this, he resumed his cultivation. Thud, thud. Time slipped away unnoticed as he practiced, and soon the rising sun began its descent in the west, casting a profound night over the world. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door of the endless bookstore. Who could it be? Yi Qing, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, puzzled. "Little boss Yi, it's me, Zhou Guai." A voice echoed from outside, belonging to Zhou Guai. What could he possibly want? Yi Qing felt a tinge of perplexity as he composed himself, rising to his feet and descending the stairs to open the door, where he was greeted by Zhou Guai. Beaming with delight, "Master Zhou, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Yi Qing inquired, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. Zhou Guai raised the food box in his hand and replied, "I have brought you some delicacies, little Yi. Noticing you hadn't left your abode all day, I surmised you were preoccupied with your training and may have forgotten to eat. Therefore, I thought to bring these over for you. Here, I present to you the finest pear blossom wine and squirrel fish, guaranteed to please your palate." Indeed, Zhou Guai's mention of food made Yi Qing's stomach growl. "You truly have a knack for timing, Master Zhou. I do feel quite hungry now." His eyes brightened as he extended his hand, saying, "Please, come in. We shall enjoy a drink together." "Excellent," Zhou Guai affirmed with a smile. Upon entering the room, he opened the food box, unveiling a delightful aroma that wafted throughout the entire study. "Ah, how fragrant," Yi Qing remarked, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. "Your culinary skills have truly improved." "Master Zhou, thank you for your kind words, little Yi. I am most honored." Zhou Guai chuckled, pouring a drink for Yi Qing. "Now, let me toast to you. Cheers." Yi Qing accepted the cup and casually asked, "By the way, Master Zhou, how is Hui?" I recall he had caught a chill a few days ago. "Much better. Thank you for your concern." Zhou Guai responded with a grin. "Ah, that is a relief." Yi Qing smiled gently, then with a flick of his wrist, he sent the cup flying towards Zhou Guai's forehead like an arrow. Zhou Guai was momentarily taken aback, yet just as the cup was about to collide with his brow, Two fingers appeared out of nowhere, deftly catching it. Interesting. How did you know I was not Zhou Guai? Yi Qing replied coolly. I deduced it from the very first words you uttered upon entering. While I am indeed acquainted with Zhou Guai, I have never revealed to him that I am a martial artist. I publicly present myself as a scholar on a journey, and that is the perception others have of me. Thus, the notion of being busy with training is simply implausible. Of course, this remains conjecture and cannot serve as evidence. Subsequently, I tested my theory. You may be unaware, but I visited Zhou Guai's home just yesterday. His son was not afflicted by a chill, but rather had been plagued by parasitic starvation, and it was I who intervened to save him. Therefore, you are not Zhou Guai at all. Who then are you? You possess a degree of wit. I must admit, I was somewhat careless in my investigation. My apologies. Zhou Guai's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of mockery. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Wu Mian. Wu Mian spoke the truth. He was indeed faceless, yet capable of transforming into myriad appearances. Having encountered individuals before, he could assume their likeness with remarkable accuracy. Initially, he had taken on the guise of a constable from Anyang Prefecture, from whom he learned of the discovery of the statue of the punishing general, the very individual who had thwarted their plans. One Yi Qing, a mere youth and proprietor of a bookshop. Enraged, Wu Mian sought out Guai, intending to seize the opportunity to eliminate his adversary. Regrettably, Yi Qing spent the entire day ensconced within the confines of the bookstore, refraining from venturing outside. He was reluctant to escalate matters unnecessarily, thereby avoiding unwarranted complications, and thus did not force his way into the establishment. Later, while imbibing at the Yunlai Tavern, he fortuitously learned of the acquaintance between Yi Qing and the tavern's proprietor, Zhou Guai. He casually inquired about their relationship, transforming into the visage of the other, feigning to deliver a meal, with the intent to eliminate Yi Qing as a means of avenging his grievances. However, he was taken aback by the other's remarkable astuteness, which led to the exposure of his ruse. In all honesty, his carelessness was to blame. He had failed to thoroughly investigate the connection between the two and Zhou Guai's circumstances before rashly taking action, resulting in his unraveling. Who are you? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. It seems we are not acquainted. Why do you seek to take my life? I intend to kill you because you have thwarted our endeavors. The figure known as Wu Mian sneered ominously, an expression of malice etched upon his face. Thwarted your endeavors? Yi Qing pondered briefly before realization dawned. Are you referring to the matter concerning the Punisher General? Indeed, that was my doing. Your admission suffices. Do you comprehend the extent of the ruin you have wrought upon our years of toil? All our meticulous plans have crumbled. Tell me, do you not deserve death? Wu Mian's eyes blazed crimson, his teeth clenched in fury. They had infiltrated Anyang City, clandestinely forging the Punisher General within the shrine, gathering offerings with the intent of harnessing divine power to manipulate the populace, inciting civil unrest, and seizing control of the city. Their scheme had merely required one final step. The Punisher General needed to claim the lives of 49 individuals to fully manifest his golden form and realize their ambitions. To ensure the plan's success, they had exercised utmost caution, directing the Punisher General to slay only ordinary citizens, maintaining no connections to evade detection by the authorities or the Qing division. They had believed their actions to be shrouded in secrecy, mere moments away from triumph, and could not fathom that a nameless individual would ultimately unravel their efforts, leaving their ambitions in ruins. Could he not be enraged? Anger distorted him, tearing him asunder. Oh, is it truly that grave? Yi Qing mused, scratching his head, then smiled. However, your words only bring me greater joy. Seeking death, Wu Mian bellowed, as his features began to dissipate. In the instant Wu Mian's visage vanished, a chilling and sinister aura permeated the air. Yi Qing sensed a malevolent force encroaching upon him, as if attempting to assimilate him, erasing his features and consciousness. Ah, so you are the temple steward? How peculiar. As he discerned the aura and bizarre power emanating from Wu Mian, Yi Qing instantly recalled the inexplicable deaths of those officials within the city god temple. Indeed, but alas, your realization comes too late. Wu Mian chuckled darkly, yet his laughter abruptly ceased, for the youth before him did not succumb to the fate he had anticipated, but instead gazed back at him with an enigmatic smile. You are at the meridian opening stage. With a sudden shock, Wu Mian realized that his power could erode any martial artist or strange creature whose realm was beneath his own, causing them to lose their senses and obliterate their souls. The fact that his opponent remained unharmed indicated that Yi Qing's cultivation level was undoubtedly superior to his own, Or perhaps the latter possessed some extraordinary treasure. Guess. Qing smiled faintly, his fingers weaving gracefully like a musician playing a zither, as several flying daggers shot forth in rapid succession, akin to a tempest. Merely a trivial skill. Wu Mian scoffed, his hand slicing through the air, unleashing an invisible force that caused the atmosphere to explode with reverberating thunder. The incessant barrage of daggers was effortlessly deflected. Suddenly, Wu Mian vanished, only to reappear beside Qing. His arms, seemingly frail and boneless, swung towards Qing's head like a long whip. With a resonating sound, Qing's figure shattered into fragments, yet Wu Mian's expression remained devoid of delight. For it was merely an illusion. In the next moment, Wu Mian's body twisted unnaturally, the lower half advancing while the upper half receded, delivering a strike toward Qing, who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. However, Qing evaded the blow with the grace of a feather, floating away from the palm strike's path. Die, die, die. With each unsuccessful assault, Wu Mian's voice grew more distorted and sinister, resonating like a chorus of tormented spirits. His palms transformed into claws, unleashing countless shadowy talons that surged toward Qing, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Yet, despite the relentless barrage, not a single claw inflicted harm upon Qing. He moved like a gentle breeze, seamlessly navigating through the deluge of talons, converting peril into safety, as if he were a celestial being adrift between realms. Human, you have provoked my wrath. Wu Mian roared, his voice brimming with fury, as a fissure tore through his forehead, spewing forth an endless stream of dark energy. This murky essence, thick as ink, spread inexorably, corrupting all it touched, rendering them grotesque and otherworldly. Tables and chairs sprouted monstrous mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth, emitting a cacophony of discordant sounds. Goblets grew grotesque arms adorned with barbed spikes. Books sprouted eyes brimming with malice, exuding an endless stream of madness and rage. Serpents, insects, and rodents developed enormous noses, oozing foul, toxic substances. In the next instant, the tainted furniture, vessels, books, and creatures lunged toward Qing in unison. How repulsive! Qing remarked disdainfully, shaking his head. With a deep inhalation and exhalation, his chest expanded and contracted rhythmically, producing a resonant croak, and after 5 breaths, he concentrated his strength, energy, and spirit into a singular point, launching a devastating punch. Under the force of his blow, the furniture, vessels, and other objects hurtling toward him shattered noiselessly, while the pervasive dark energy enveloping the bookstore was dispelled in an explosive release. In that moment, as the dark energy dissipated, Wu Mian let out a piercing wail. And from the gash on his face, blood began to seep forth. Without hesitation, he charged toward the exit. Trying to escape, Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, reaching into the void where blood shadows had long since spread, all converging towards the faceless figure. A cry of anguish escaped from the faceless one as countless crimson lacerations appeared upon his body, exposing bone beneath. More horrifying still was the fact that half of his face had been severed cleanly away. Yet, what truly instilled terror within him was the sensation of his lifeblood being relentlessly devoured from within. Perhaps, in just 2 or 3 more breaths, every last drop of blood within him would be consumed. Qing, I shall not let you escape. Faced with this dire predicament, the faceless one bellowed, his form erupting into a cascade of shadowy light, shattering the window and vanishing from sight. Such is the extent of a formidable aberration. Qing observed the fleeing figure with a raised brow. This achievement was undoubtedly aided by his recent breakthrough to the mid-stage of meridian expansion. Indeed, in the span of a single day, he had successfully opened 4 primary meridians, 2 extraordinary vessels, and 108 acupoints, advancing to the mid-stage of meridian expansion. With a significant increase in internal energy, coupled with advancements in the blood shadow technique, he was able to effortlessly overpower the faceless one. Had he not experienced this breakthrough, confronting the faceless being would have required considerable effort, and the outcome might have led to mutual destruction. Nevertheless, despite his prowess, he had not been able to eliminate his opponent. This was primarily due to the nature of the aberration, whose vitality, abilities, and innate talents far surpassed those of mere mortals. Yet, the failure to eliminate the faceless one now did not imply future attempts would be futile. Indeed, he had never intended to spare such a foe, a high-level aberration capable of changing its visage, harboring murderous intent towards him. To allow it to persist would be akin to carrying a thorn in his side, an intolerable danger. Could it escape him? Qing scoffed softly. Taking a deep breath to calm the agitation in his heart and blood, stirred by the consumption of the faceless one's lifeblood. In a flash, he appeared upon the street. After a brief moment of perception, he leapt into the air, alighting upon the rooftop, pursuing like a whisper of wind. He had left a trace of blood shadow within the faceless one, allowing him to sense the direction of its flight with clarity. However, this trace would not last long. He needed to close the distance swiftly. After pursuing for a short while, he spotted the faceless figure. However, at this moment, the faceless one had donned a new countenance, even changing its attire to a plain and modest ensemble, resembling an ordinary passerby, mingling with the throngs of people, moving forward unhurriedly. In truth, if not for his ability to distinctly perceive the blood shadow within and the fluctuating aura of the figure, he might have doubted that this was indeed the faceless one he sought. The faceless one moved through the crowd like an inconspicuous pedestrian, meandering along, occasionally pausing at small stalls to peruse items. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that while the faceless one appeared to be browsing, its eyes were darting about, clearly observing the surroundings. More accurately, it was assessing whether Yi Qing was in pursuit. After observing for a while, Wu Mian noticed that Yi Qing was absent and let out a sigh of relief, cautiously moving forward through the crowd. He was indeed quite careful. Unfortunately, he failed to detect Yi Qing, who, like a wisp of smoke, stealthily followed closely behind him. Every action of his seemed to be a source of amusement for the other, akin to the antics of a jester. Wu Mian meandered through several alleys and finally arrived at the doorstep of an ordinary farmhouse. Without hesitation, he leapt into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Yi Qing did not pursue him immediately but leaned against a shadowy spot, appearing utterly unperturbed, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, after approximately 5 or 6 breaths, Wu Mian emerged cautiously, relieved that he had not been followed. He then made his way directly into a tofu shop across from the farmhouse. It was indeed a ruse. Yi Qing chuckled coldly to himself. Had he ventured out earlier, he would have certainly been discovered. One must admit that Wu Mian was remarkably cautious. Furthermore, Yi Qing refrained from striking him down immediately because Wu Mian's behavior was rather peculiar, as if he were seeking someone. Wu Mian had previously mentioned the word "we" more than once, indicating that he must have accomplices, and he was likely on his way to find them. In light of this, whether it is 1 sheep or 2, it would be far more advantageous to eliminate the entire flock, thus saving time and effort for a lasting resolution. With a swift motion, Yi Qing, like a wisp of smoke, darted to a tree beside the courtyard, landing soundlessly. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from within. "Who is it?" "It's me, Wu Mian," came the reply. "Ah, it's you. Come in." The old man, known as Grass Master, coughed once, and the door swung open automatically, allowing Wu Mian to slip inside. "Wu Mian, why are you seeking me at this hour? Is there something amiss?" Grassmaster's voice gradually emerged, soon followed by surprise. "You're injured. What happened?" Wu Mian coughed twice, revealing a thin gash on his neck, which, though slight, nearly severed his entire throat, leaving only a thin strip of flesh. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to death. Yet Wu Mian was merely gravely wounded. "What an ordeal you faced." Grassmaster's expression shifted, growing serious. With a sigh, Wu Mian lamented, "Ah, it's a long story. I nearly didn't make it back. I've been investigating who sabotaged our plans these past few days." "Have you found anything?" Grassmaster inquired. "Yes, I discovered that the culprit is a bookstore owner named Yi Qing, a youth of merely 18 or 19 years. 18 or 19. He should be quite easy to handle then. How did you sustain your injuries?" "I was injured by him." Wu Mian gritted his teeth. That boy, despite his youth, is extraordinarily formidable, possessing the strength of the mid-stage meridian opening. His techniques are bizarre. He can manipulate formless energy and drain one's blood. Not only did he shatter my innate divine ability, the Black Fiend's light, but he also nearly decapitated me, draining my life essence. "No wonder you appear so weak." Master Chow slowly remarked. "That youth is likely a disciple from a prominent family or sect, undergoing training. Humph, regardless of who he is, having wounded me, I shall eventually consume him piece by piece." Wu Mian's visage twisted into a fierce grimace, as if he were poised to devour his prey. Since this youth possesses such formidable strength, it would be prudent not to provoke him at this moment. Our foremost priority is to fulfill the task assigned by Greenvine. Once completed, we can destroy Anyang County, and that youth will be nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. No, I am determined to dismember him, to assuage my pin-up rage. Wu Mian's eyes glinted with malice. Master Chow's expression turned stern. The greater scheme must take precedence, Wu Mian. Do not forget our purpose for this journey. Should we fail this mission, do not blame me for being unyielding. Umph. It seems that boy has been granted a reprieve. Let him live a little longer. Wu Mian appeared somewhat intimidated by Master Chow, nodding as he suppressed his fury, his countenance darkened. Damn it. If this matter reaches the ears of Ghost Eye and Corrupted Head, my reputation will be utterly tarnished. Reputation is but a trifling matter. If lost, it is lost. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Furthermore, let this serve as a lesson for you. One learns wisdom through adversity, henceforth. You must tread more cautiously and refrain from such recklessness. Master Chow smiled faintly. Come, allow me to tend to your injuries. Thank you, Master Chow. Wu Mian replied in a hushed tone. Master Chow responded with a grunt, plucking 2 strands of hair from his head, which, at the moment they were removed, transformed into 2 sprigs of verdant grass. He placed the grass upon Wu Mian's neck, where it withered at a visible pace, while the wound on Wu Mian's neck began to heal gradually. By the time the 2 sprigs had completely desiccated into a cloud of ash, the wound had entirely mended, as if it had never been inflicted. All done. After the healing, Master Chow appeared somewhat fatigued. Rest well for a few days and be exceedingly cautious henceforth. Understood. Wu Mian casually replied, shaking his neck. Inside the room, their voices gradually faded, and a gentle breeze swept through. In the small courtyard, wild grasses suddenly sprouted in abundance, covering the yard, the walls, and even the trees, swaying in the wind, creating a desolate and chilly atmosphere. In the next moment, the wild grasses gradually withered, ultimately vanishing from sight. Master Chow, you are overly cautious. Do you still not trust me? Caution is never a fault. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. That was close. I nearly got discovered. On the rooftop across from the tofu shop, Yiqi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, still shaken. Had he not sensed a hint of danger and promptly vacated the courtyard, he might have been caught by Master Chow by now. It must be said, some bizarre abilities are indeed strange and difficult to defend against. Destroying Anyang County? What exactly are Master Chow and Wu Mian plotting? Yi Qing rolled onto his back on the rooftop, gazing at the inky sky, murmuring. Moreover, besides Wu Mian and Master Chow, they seem to have numerous accomplices. Greenvine, Corrupted Head, Ghost Eye, 5 enigmatic figures. Should I take action? Oh, perhaps it is best to refrain. Yi Qing sighed, ultimately deciding against intervention. Firstly, it was evident that the Grass Master was a formidable adversary, far more powerful than the Faceless One, and he lacked the confidence to ensure the latter's complete demise. Secondly, aside from the Faceless One and the Grass Master, there were numerous others on the opposing side. Should he fail to eliminate them in a single strike, their escape could lead to insurmountable troubles. Thirdly, having overheard the conversation between the Grass Master and the Faceless One, it was apparent that they were plotting a grand scheme to annihilate Anyang County. Since he had eavesdropped, he could not turn a blind eye. Therefore, without further knowledge of their specific plans or the location of all the lurking monstrosities within Anyang County, it was prudent to avoid alarming them prematurely. Should I inform Yin Yufei or the Jing'an division? Yi Qing pondered, scratching his nose, yet after a moment's reflection, he shook his head. The concern of causing unnecessary alarm lingered. The Jing'an division was currently undermanned, and the county's constables lacked sufficient capability. Should he divulge this information, it would inevitably mobilize a large force, potentially alerting the enemy and rendering the situation even more perilous. Thus, it would be wiser to take advantage of the current circumstances, where the enemy was in the light and he in the shadows, to ascertain their plans or locate all the lurking monstrosities and eliminate them directly, bringing the matter to a decisive conclusion. Very well, it shall be done. Yi Qing smiled softly, his form lifting and vanishing into the night. Lord Tang, the individual you instructed us to monitor has left the city early this morning. Just as dawn broke, a faint, ethereal light lingered on the horizon, reminiscent of a drowsy maiden, adding an enchanting quality to the scene. Within an opulent residence, Tang Yan had just risen when a soldier stationed at the city walls entered to deliver the report. You mean Yi Qing? The previously drowsy Tang Yan was instantly alert. Indeed, replied the soldier. Excellent. Splendid. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved the soldier away, his face contorted with rage and malice. Within the city, I am powerless against you, but beyond its walls, do not hold me responsible for my lack of courtesy. Come here. Tang Yan summoned a trusted aide. Deliver this letter to Yinte. He will know what must be done. Yes. The aide nodded, accepting the letter and departing. After his confidant left, Tang Yan gazed skyward, a sinister smile crossing his face. The weather today is splendid, a perfect day for murder. Haha. A sunny day. A day for bloodshed. Haha. Today is a fine day, an opportune moment for reaping. On the official road of Anyang City, Yi Qing rode a donkey. Savoring a sip of wine, his spirits lifted. Though the events involving the Faceless One and the Grassmaster loomed heavily in his mind. Life is too fleeting to perpetually exchange new joys for old woes. One must rejoice when the moment allows. Furthermore, his exit from the city, to reap the metaphorical harvest, was aimed at swiftly enhancing his strength, even if he ultimately could not eradicate the Faceless One and the other monstrosities. Thwarting their plans at the very least ensured his own survival. How to survive? Only through strength. How to augment strength? Only by reaping. Before departing the city, Yi Qing made a point to inquire with Master Qiao about the presence of blood-sucking mosquitoes around Anyang County. To his disappointment, he learned that there were no such mosquitoes in the vicinity. They had once been plentiful but had been eradicated by the Qing division due to the immense danger they posed. Thus, Yi Qing's focus shifted entirely to the silent insects of the Silent Gorge. Although the silent insects were merely his second choice, even the smallest mosquito could satisfy his hunger, if not to fill his belly. After nearly an hour's journey, Yi Qing arrived at the Silent Gorge, a narrow passage that remained as serene and soundless as ever. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into the gorge. Upon landing, he exerted a slight force, producing a crisp sound that reverberated throughout the silence. Instantly, countless insects emerged from the crevices of the rocks, a dark swarm rushing toward the source of the noise. Time to reap the harvest. Yi Qing grinned, and as the horde of silent insects approached, sending chills down his spine, he released a melodious tone, slightly lifting his right foot before bringing it down. With a thunderous roar, a wave of white energy surged from Yi Qing's center, radiating outward. The leading swarm of silent insects was obliterated by the force, with blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Although the number of insects was reduced by more than half, the spillage of blood seemed to infuriate the remaining silent insects, which swarmed forth from the crevices of the cliffs, joining the tide that surged toward Yi Qing. Such a multitude! How splendid! Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially believed the silent insects to be scarce, but witnessing the relentless swarm emerging from the walls filled him with exhilaration. With a swift motion of his right hand, the air trembled slightly, and dark red shadows of blood materialized. The once advancing tide of insects shattered silently, their blood not seeping into the ground, but rather forming a river of crimson in the air, as if drawn by an unseen force. Since the blood shadow technique has inherited the ability to consume my blood, it should also allow me to manipulate this blood, Yi Qing mused, his eyes gleaming. He reached out, grasping at the air, and the blood river twisted and morphed, transforming into a great hand that came crashing down, or taking the shape of a blood tiger that roared fiercely, or coalescing into a mist of blood that enveloped the area. With each strike, vast numbers of silent insects were crushed, their blood merging into the swirling mist. Indeed, this is feasible, yet he understood that the blood was merely an extension of the blood shadow technique's prowess, and while it could instill fear, its combat effectiveness remained limited. What if I try this? With a thought, countless silent insects detonated from within, not through his control of the blood shadow technique, but by using his true energy to boil their blood, causing their bodies to rupture. Truly effective. Yi Qing rejoiced. Having just conceptualized this method by merging the blood shadow technique with the ability to devour his own blood. To his surprise, it worked splendidly, providing him with yet another means of combat. Moreover, in the realm of martial arts, the physical body serves as the foundation, while vitality is the root. Should one's physical form or vital essence be compromised, significant repercussions ensue. Even if one possesses 100% of their potential, they may only realize a mere fraction of it. Thus, when engaging an adversary, employing the blood shadow technique to provoke fluctuations in their internal energy can be profoundly impactful, even if just for a fleeting moment. Such manipulation can drastically alter their energy dynamics and techniques, potentially leading to a backlash that may severely injure them or present an opportunity for exploitation. For those of lesser strength, a mere thought may suffice to induce a backlash in their vital essence, causing their meridians, acupoints, or even their corporeal form to rupture explosively. Remarkably, Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement as he dissipated the blood shadows in the air. The blood, stripped of its purpose, fell to the ground. He dared not ascertain whether the blood of the silent insect was toxic and refrained from consuming it indiscriminately. Akin to the blood he had absorbed from the Faceless One yesterday, which had proven to be bizarre and inexplicable, consuming an entire night for complete assimilation. However, the results have been substantial, significantly elevating his vitality and realm. Nonetheless, the peculiarities of the otherworldly were distinct from that of humans. Thus, it was wise to approach their blood with caution. Testing further, Qing invoked the blood shadows, which surged into the body of the approaching silent insect. With his eyes gently closed, he could distinctly sense the blood coursing within the creature, as if it were his own, easily manipulable with a mere thought. With a sudden explosion, the blood surged, and a multitude of silent insects froze momentarily before shattering explosively, scattering their flesh like fireworks across the sky. After half a stick of incense, gazing at the carnage resembling a scene from a bloody slaughterhouse, Qing, adorned in fresh azure robes, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had acquired 6 silver dragon snake runes and 10 gray dragon snake runes. Indeed, this endeavor had proven worthwhile. The 5 silver runes alone would significantly enhance his strength. He had come to understand that approximately 1,000 gray dragon snake runes could be transformed into a single silver rune, with higher-level creatures yielding a greater quantity and quality of runes. Generally, ordinary and blood-grade creatures provided only gray runes, while those of greater strength, particularly special and rare entities, offered silver runes. For instance, after vanquishing a punishing general, he had received 3 silver runes generously. Of course, this hypothesis required further validation, as he had only defeated one high-grade creature, leaving much to conjecture. Nevertheless, his deduction was likely close to the truth. With that, he resolved to return to his cultivation. The harvest had concluded, yet the crucial step lay in transforming this bounty into tangible strength. Departing from the silent gorge, Qing whistled, and shortly thereafter, a gray donkey came galloping from a distance, albeit in a state of panic, its body marred by several deep gashes. I had a feeling that following this donkey would surely lead us to that rascal. As the donkey galloped closer, a mocking voice echoed from afar. "It is a relief to find him. Scholar, you truly possess remarkable foresight." No sooner had the words been spoken than 3 figures gradually materialized. One, wielding a folding fan, appeared to be in his 30s, yet his pallid complexion and gaunt frame suggested a man stricken by a grave illness, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Another was a towering figure, robust and formidable, with hands like shovels, a face as dark as coal, and an aura brimming with malevolence, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. The last was a monk, stout and sturdy, adorned with 3 scarred marks on his head. Clad in a monk's robe, bearing his bronze-toned skin, exuding vitality with each step, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him, reminiscent of a fierce beast. "You are Qing," the man with the coal-black visage demanded as they approached Qing directly. "It is I. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Qing inquired, his brow furrowed. It was evident that the trio bore ill intentions, yet he was certain he did not know them, nor had he any grievances with them. Then that is indeed correct. I am Shijiang. Known as the Black-Faced Deity, this is Tao Xian, the Sick Scholar, and the monk here is called Jia Cheng, famed in the underworld as the Reckless Diamond. As for our purpose, it is to kill you. What splendid monikers! One can tell at a glance that there are no virtuous souls. Qing shrugged, feigning confusion. Murder typically has its reasons. I harbor no enmity towards any of you. Why, then, do you seek my life? Such sharp-tongued wit. I relish dissecting the reasoning of those oblivious to their impending doom. Shijiang's malevolence surged forth as he clenched his fist, a cold smile adorning his lips. Enough with the prattle. Let us finish this swiftly, for I have ale to return to. Jiaqing interjected impatiently, and with that, he launched a punch aimed at Qing's head. Qing narrowed his eyes, stepping forward with a slight pivot of his body, narrowly evading Jia Cheng's fist by a hair's breadth, then closing the distance with a shoulder strike aimed at his opponent's chest. Just as Qing's shoulder was poised to collide with Jia Cheng's chest, a golden aura enveloped Jia Cheng, and when their bodies met, the sound of metal clashing resonated, akin to a great dragon striking a golden bell.